Sulo unexpectedly arrived in the world of Dragon Ball, and after a decade, the system awakened only to fall into dormancy. Be Lucy. Am I to understand that while I take a nap, the universe undergoes a transformation? Whis, Sulo, would you consider becoming a candidate for the god of destruction? Suin Wukong. I thought I had caught up to Sulo, yet what I discovered was even more terrifying. Vegeta. Impossible. Why is this Earthling Sulo so extraordinarily powerful? Sulo, Earthling? My apologies, I am a Huaxia person, embarking on the path of cultivation, transcending the mundane to become divine, harnessing the power of the gods, mastering time and space, destruction, creation, miracles, forging a legend that belongs to Huaxia. Chapter 1. The World of Dragon Ball, Sulo. In the Dragon Ball world, the seventh universe, Earth. On the outskirts of the North City, amidst a mountain forest brimming with primal essence, a golden-haired little girl drags a massive wild boar, leaving a long trail in her wake. She appears quite young, around 9 years of age, with a petite and delicate frame, golden hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, and sparkling large eyes as clear as the sky, her charming little face slightly flushed from exertion. Such a large wild boar. I'll prepare a grand feast for Sulo Gij tonight. He will surely love it, hee. The golden-haired little girl seems to have thought of something delightful, her steps becoming a tad lighter. At the edge of the forest, a handsome young man stands before a towering ancient tree, repeatedly practicing his punching technique. Each fierce and heavy strike causes the tree to tremble, leaves cascading down like celestial blossoms. 981, 982, 983, 1000. After 1,000 punches, Sulo halted, picked up a towel hanging from a branch, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Observing the emptiness around him, he muttered, I wonder where La Zili has run off to. Just then, a cheerful voice echoed from a distance. Sulo Gij, I caught a big wild boar. There will be a feast tonight. Sulo turned towards the voice. He saw a golden-haired little girl dragging a wild boar several times her size, her short legs moving rapidly towards him. The sight was astonishing. Unable to contain his laughter, Sulo quickly watched as La Zili arrived before him, her fair face slightly flushed, catching her breath. She looked up at Sulo with a proud expression that seemed to scream, Praise me. Quite impressive, Sulo smiled gently, ruffling her long hair, his gaze filled with affection. La Zili's eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile radiant. However, didn't you say you were coming to train with me? Why did you go off to catch a wild boar? Sulo Gij, you train too hard and need plenty of nutrition. I just wanted to catch some game to help replenish your strength. Sulo was taken aback. When did this girl become so sensible? She used to be quite mischievous. No more talking, I'll go prepare something delicious for you. Remember to come home early, La Zili instructed, tugging the wild boar and sprinting home with her short legs. Watching her retreating figure, Sulo shook his head and smiled helplessly. That little girl. Beneath the ancient tree, sunlight filtered through the green leaves, casting mottled patterns on the ground. A breeze stirred the hair on Sulo's forehead. Gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, inhaling the pure, untainted air, he fell into reverie. In his previous life, Sulo was an ordinary office worker, living a 9-to-6 existence, bouncing through the city like the masses. On payday, he intended to treat himself to something nice, but was struck by an out-of-control truck while crossing the street, and just like that, his life ended. Awakening once more, he found himself transformed into an abandoned infant, fortunately adopted by a kind-hearted old hunter. 12 years flew by, during which the old hunter also took in 2 orphan twins, a brother and sister, named La Zili and La Paisai, who were 3 years his junior. A year ago, the old hunter succumbed to the ravages of time. After living for so many years, Sulo came to understand the nature of the world he had traversed into. The world of Dragon Ball, where lives are as expendable as grass. The strong can act with impunity, while the weak face tragedy, unable to guarantee even their own existence. Sulo sighed at the thought. In this perilous world, where powerful beings abound and can destroy planets with a mere gesture, he lacked the formidable Saiyan bloodline. He was not a member of the exceptionally gifted Frost Demon clan, nor was he an angel or a god of destruction. He was merely an ordinary Earthling, relegated to a role of insignificance. Ultimately, the stage of the Dragon Ball world belonged to those with extraordinary bloodlines. As a time traveler, he possessed his own unique advantage, yet it was hardly more than a non-advantage. Reflecting on this, Sulo could not help but wear a wry smile. Shortly thereafter, a system loading screen materialized in his mind. The Foster to God system is loading 99.999999. This system had appeared the moment he was reborn, and now, 12 years later, it was still not fully loaded. What use is it? Damn it. Are those trailing decimal points meant to toy with my psyche? Just looking at the name of the system makes it seem utterly unreliable. Foster to God. Indeed. Sulo was internally venting his frustrations. This wretched system would have been better off not appearing at all. After waiting for so many years, he had long lost all hope in this system. What a joke! It could just roll aside. Sulo took a deep breath, calming his heart. He then silently intoned. Open the character panel. Host, Sulo. Age, 12. Dimension, mortal. Talent, none. Bloodline, Earthling. Skills, none. Battle power, 36. Evaluation, none. This was the system's sole utility at present. Aside from checking his battle power at any moment, it served no other purpose. Sulo clenched his fist, feeling his gradually recovering strength, and smiled with satisfaction. Although his golden finger had become useless, he could still grow stronger on his own, he thought confidently. At just 12 years old, Sulo had managed to cultivate his battle power to 36 through his own efforts, indicating that his talent was quite remarkable among Earthlings. It is worth noting that the strongest Earthling today, Master Roshi, only possesses a battle power of 139. Moreover, in the world of Dragon Ball, there are numerous ways to grow stronger. Mere bloodline limitations would not deter him. It is the year 747 of the Age of A, and there's still about 2 years until the story begins, currently positioned in the early days of Dragon Ball. During this period, there are not many formidable warriors, and with his battle power of 36, he could be considered a minor expert. However, Sulo was far from satisfied. This level of power was still worlds away from true strength, leaving him devoid of any sense of security. He needed to become stronger before the arrival of the Dragon Ball Z era. At the very least, he aimed to become the strongest on Earth, which was Sulo's final act of defiance. Just as he was lost in thought, a series of chimes echoed within his mind. Ding! The God-raising system has been successfully loaded. Sulo was taken aback. It seemed he had heard an extraordinary sound. In the next moment, the chimes rang out again. Ding! Detecting the host environment. Ding! Detection complete. The host is located in the Dragon Ball world. Ding! System rewards are being delivered. Ding! Delivery complete. The martial arts grand package has been issued to the system backpack. Please silently intone to open. A flurry of prompt sounds left Sulo momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, a surge of joy welled up within him. This wretched system had finally completed its loading. Chapter 2. The Martial Arts Gift Pack. Alas, system, after 12 long years of waiting, you have finally chosen to emerge. Do you have any idea of the hardships I have endured during this time? System ding. Host, you must trust that the system may arrive tardily, but shall never be absent. To express my apologies, please open the Martial Arts Gift Pack, for therein lies a delightful surprise. Sulo, with an indifferent tone, inquired. Before we delve into surprises, could you first enlighten me on your utility, system? System ding. The functions of this system are quite straightforward. No sign-ins, no selections, no tasks. No lotteries and no penalties. The sole purpose of this system is to occasionally bestow rewards upon the host. My guiding principle is to impose no constraints, to interfere not, and to never abandon. The host is free to unleash their potential. What a refreshingly unpretentious system. It manages to articulate its ineffectiveness in such grandiose terms. Sulo curled his lips, initially inclined to voice his grievances, but the thought swiftly dissipated. He proceeded to open the martial arts gift pack. Ding! The martial arts gift pack is now open. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a portion of a Yanhuang bloodline. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the innate talent of martial arts heart. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a knowledge package of Earth's martial arts. Ding! The system space is now accessible. The space is boundless and can store items. Note: living beings cannot be stored. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 100 immortal beings, which have been automatically placed into your space. Upon seeing the Yanhuang bloodline, Sulo's eyes sparkled with recognition. He was all too familiar with this name, the very bloodline of the Huaxia people. With a heart full of anticipation, he clicked to view the details. Yanhuang bloodline, a legendary lineage, possesses boundless possibilities, originating from the primordial world, a mysterious eastern land. Initial talent: limitless potential, super recovery, enhanced recovery ability by 100-fold. After the initial awakening of the bloodline, a random innate power will manifest within the body. This simple introduction caused Sulo's heart to tremble with excitement. Remarkable. Just the initial talent alone is sufficient to surpass over 90% of the bloodlines in the Dragon Ball world, not to mention the ability to awaken innate powers. However, one point intrigued Sulo. Given the formidable nature of the Yanhuang bloodline, why did he, in his previous life as a Huaxia person, feel no different from an ordinary individual? He could not help but ask, System, as a Huaxia person in my past life, I must possess the Yanhuang bloodline, right? Why could I not perceive its strength? Ding! The Yanhuang bloodline within the Huaxia clan of the primordial world is suppressed by the world's rules, rendering its power sealed. However, in this Dragon Ball world, such constraints no longer exist, allowing the bloodline to awaken. Now I understand, Sulo nodded thoughtfully. By the way, System, what do you mean by the primordial world? Ding! System privileges insufficient to explain. The host must explore independently. Sulo was momentarily at a loss for words. Wasn't this akin to shedding one's trousers only to withhold further assistance? It ignited his curiosity, yet compelled him to seek answers on his own. Forget it. Sulo shook his head and continued to review the other rewards. The martial arts heart, possessing extraordinary wisdom and insight, enabling one to swiftly comprehend and master various combat skills. This seems quite promising, Sulo murmured. The Earth Martial Arts Knowledge Package encapsulated the essence of martial arts accumulated by practitioners over thousands of years on Earth. Not bad, Sulo nodded inwardly. It was indeed true that when one is in need, what one requires appears. He was currently lacking knowledge in martial arts cultivation. Initially, he had intended to seek out Master Rashi or Corinne to learn, but now he found himself spared considerable effort. Upon seeing the last two items, Sulo smiled faintly. With the system space, things had become much more convenient. The celestial beings, regardless of the severity of one's injuries, would heal one completely upon consumption. Truly a miraculous healing treasure. System, how do I utilize the Yanhuang bloodline? System ding. The host merely needs to silently recite merge, but the fusion will require an hour. It is advisable for the host to find a safe location. The rest is up to this system. Sulo chakil. The current location was just right, on the periphery of the forest, rarely frequented by wild beasts, and quite distant from the nearby town. Apart from Razali and Lapisai, there were hardly any visitors, ensuring ample safety. Merging the Yanhuang bloodline. Ding. Fusion commencing. Fusion progress. 1, 25, 38, 49. Sulo felt a warm energy coursing through his body, his cells basking in a winter sun, providing immense comfort, as if he were undergoing a sublime transformation, which prompted an involuntary sigh of pleasure. Within him, a peculiar force began to evolve, gradually enhancing his combat prowess. After an hour, his strength stabilized at 210. Ding! Fusion complete. Feeling the energy within him surge like an ocean's tide, Sulo sensed that with a mere flick of his hand, he could unleash earth-shattering power. He hadn't anticipated that merging the bloodline would bring such benefits, multiplying his strength several times over. Now, he could roam the earth without fear. However, as he moved his body slightly, a series of crackling sounds akin to popping beans echoed continuously. As he tightened his fist, an astonishing surge of power erupted forth. Suddenly, Sulo struck a nearby tree with a casual punch. In an instant, the fierce strike generated a powerful gust of wind that struck the tree, reducing it to mere powder, dispersing into the void. Impressive. What a pity that I still cannot wield energy, and thus cannot unleash the tremendous power within me. Sulo seemed to recall something, excitement lighting up his face. System, open the martial arts knowledge package. Ding. Opening package. Martial arts knowledge is being infused. Ding. Infusion complete. At the moment the system's notification faded, Sulo felt a sharp pain in his head, and a vast expanse of martial arts memories flooded his mind, filling the blank spaces with profound and intricate knowledge of martial arts. At this moment, Sulo resembled a sponge, incessantly absorbing the essence of martial arts that had accumulated on Earth over thousands of years. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes and a golden, glass-like brilliance flickered in his gaze, akin to flowing lava. The martial knowledge of Earth indeed stands as one of the most advanced cultivation doctrines within the Dragon Ball realm, profound and enigmatic. Sulo could not help but exclaim in admiration. Given time, once I fully digest this knowledge, my strength will undoubtedly surge. Presently, he felt like a wealthy tycoon sitting atop numerous gold mines. Once he begins to tap into this wealth, he will undoubtedly become a formidable figure of immense influence. Suddenly, another system notification chimed. Ding! The rewards have been fully delivered. This service has now concluded, and the system will enter a state of dormancy. Wishing the host a pleasant life and continuous growth in strength. Strive to punch the High God and kick the Omni King. Farewell. The system spoke rapidly, as if eager to depart without lingering for another moment. Wait, hold on, I have more questions. Sulo urgently called out, for he had numerous uncertainties he wished to clarify. If the system fell asleep, whom could he turn to for answers? Yet, despite his fervent calls, the chime of the system never returned. What a flawed system. Does it truly require sleep? Other systems serve their hosts at all times, even allowing the protagonist to grow stronger while lounging comfortably. How utterly convenient. Yet mine simply vanishes. He sighed, contemplating perhaps it's not worth fretting over. Exploring on my own can also be a source of enjoyment. After all, the knowledge is already in my grasp. If I cannot grow stronger with this foundation, what sets me apart from a mere fish on the shore? With this thought in mind, he promptly settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to delve into the martial arts residing within his mind. As time passed, Sulo became increasingly attuned to his surroundings, his entire being melding with the environment. A few larks fluttered gracefully nearby, perching atop his head and chirping melodious tunes, blissfully unaware of the living being beneath their feet. Time flew swiftly during his cultivation. As the sun descended beyond the mountains, Sulo, who had been meditating for quite some time, finally opened his eyes. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him, and a fierce wind howled, uprooting nearby trees and sending stones flying. Once the dust settled, Sulo's figure emerged, a confident smile gracing his face. The insights he had gained not only taught him the application of chi, but also elevated his strength by 41 points, reaching an astonishing total of 251 points. Remarkable advancement indeed. Chapter 3. The Power of Time and Space. Sulo felt a vague sense of an additional power within him. Yet he could not precisely identify what it was or its purpose. Could it be the first manifestation of power following the awakening of his bloodline? What kind of strength could it be? He murmured to himself before suddenly recalling that he could access information. Open the character panel. Host, Sulo. Age, 12 years. Dimension, mortal. Talent, martial arts heart, temporal spatial power. Bloodline, Huaxia, Yanhuang bloodline. Skill, energy sphere. Combat power, 251. Evaluation, initial display of brilliance. At the mention of temporal spatial power, Sulo's voice faltered. Astonishing. It is indeed the temporal spatial power. Having perused numerous novels before, Sulo comprehended the significance of time and space. It is synonymous with great strength. Calm, I'm a person seasoned in grand spectacles. After a brief moment of elation, Sulo regained his composure. After all, with countless tales under his belt, he possessed sufficient poise. He endeavored to test the temporal spatial power, uncertain if he could harness it. Sulo closed his eyes, focusing his mind inward, attempting to draw forth that elusive force. Yet, the power behaved like a shy maiden, indifferent to his call. After several attempts at communication, it seemed to sense his intent. Sulo opened his eyes, and within his dark pupils, a golden radiance ignited. In that instant, the world within 100 meters of him came to a standstill, revealing a scene draped in shades of gray and white. Fallen leaves, ants' dust, and even the air appeared to freeze in that fleeting moment. Before Sulo could fully marvel at the phenomenon, he felt the energy within him rapidly depleting. Within a mere second, a significant portion of his energy was exhausted. Aware that he could no longer sustain the manipulation of time, he hastily ceased his control. The gray world, bereft of energy, shattered instantaneously, and all reverted to its original state. In that moment, it felt as if all creation had paused. This technique shall be named time stasis. Reflecting on the considerable energy he had lost, Sulo smacked his lips. Indeed, while time stasis was formidable, it was excessively draining. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased with the effects it produced. Excellent. With time stasis in my arsenal, I have acquired another trump card. As for other techniques, I shall explore them gradually. For now, the cultivation of my chi remains paramount. Sulo's spirit soared. Yet he did not lose himself in the allure of temporal spatial power or muddle his priorities. Regardless of its might, without energy as its foundation, it could not unleash its full potential. Next, he would attempt to wield the energy sphere he had just comprehended. With that thought, Sulo extended his hands, palms facing each other, and summoned the vast reservoir of energy within him to his palms. Instantly, a formidable current of air surged between his hands, compressing the surrounding atmosphere. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light caught his eye, and a blue energy sphere materialized between his palms. Energy sphere, Sulo murmured softly, then hurled the energy orb towards a nearby hill. In an instant, a searing energy sphere collided with the mountainside, unleashing a terrifying force that engulfed the entire hill. A colossal semicircular light screen materialized, followed by a resounding explosion that echoed thunderously, deafening all in its wake. The blinding light, accompanied by the astonishing sound of the detonation, sent the forest's small creatures into a frenzied flight, scattering in every direction. Once the luminescence dissipated, the hill had vanished, leaving behind a gaping chasm several meters deep. The architect of this devastation, Sulo, stood in stunned silence, contemplating the sheer destructive power of a combat strength of 251. Observing on a screen was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. The impact resonated deeply within him. A tumult of emotions surged within Sulo: excitement, confusion, pride, but above all, exhilaration. He had not anticipated acquiring such power so swiftly. Yet, this was merely a stepping stone. His ambitions soared to surpass the god of destruction, the angels, and even that vibrant little child. At this moment, filled with fervor, Sulo remained blissfully unaware of the figure behind him. Lazily, Lotsie Lee's cherry-like lips formed an O as she gazed, wide-eyed, at the tall silhouette before her. Originally, Lotsie Lee had come to summon the cultivation-obsessed Sulo for dinner. But upon arriving, she had been met with that astonishing spectacle. The sight shattered her worldview. Was such power truly humanly attainable? Surely, if gods existed, her Sulo brother must be one of them. His image loomed ever larger in her mind, and as his devoted fan, her infatuation deepened. Sulo brote. Lazili murmurat sufli. Though her voice was barely audible, it reached Sulo's ears. He turned to find Lotsie Lee standing behind him, her eyes sparkling with admiration, fixed intently upon him. Alas, his vigilance had proven woefully inadequate. He had not even sensed her approach. Thankfully, it was Lotsie Lee. Had it been someone more threatening, he might have found himself in dire straits. He resolved not to make such a blunder again. Lotsie Lee, what brings you here? Sulo brother, the sky has darkened. Why haven't you returned for dinner? Am I to come fetch you like a child? What a big fool you are. Lotsie Lee scolded playfully as she approached, her words laced with concern. Hearing her chiding, Sulo glanced up at the dimming sky, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Time seemed to fly during cultivation. No wonder people often said, when the heart knows no time, a millennium can pass. Oh, I didn't realize. Let us return then, Sulo said, rubbing his nose in slight embarrassment. Oomph. As a punishment for staying out so late, you must carry me home. My legs are weary from walking, Lotsie Lee declared, darting behind him. With a leap, she clung to his neck like an octopus, her delicate legs resting around his waist. Sulo quickly supported her with one hand, ensuring she wouldn't slip. All right, it's my fault. I accept the punishment, he replied, a smile breaking across his face. Yay, she giggled, her laughter echoing in the twilight. Thus, Sulo carried Lazili on his back as they made their way home. On the journey, Lazili playfully wiggled her delicate little legs, her head resting on Sulo's shoulder as her rosy lips parted to speak. Sulo brother, that move was so impressive. When did you learn it? Indeed, it is quite impressive. This is Qigong, a recent acquisition of mine. It's not something just anyone can master, unless one possesses my exceptional talents. How vain, she teased with a giggle. By the way, Sulo brother, do you remember what you once said? Lazili suddenly inquired. What? What did I say? Sulo responded with a look of confusion, racking his brain to recall his words. Seeing his bewildered expression, Lazili pouted her red lips in displeasure, letting out a cold hum, tightening her grip around his neck, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. You promised to always protect me. Sulo was taken aback, then turned his head to nuzzle against Lazili's cheek, smiling warmly as he replied, Of course I remember, my little angel. Feeling the gentle breeze against her cheek and hearing the words she longed to hear, Lazili's face lit up with a smile, akin to receiving a cherished sweet. Her joy immense. That's more like it, she said, nuzzling Sulo's cheek like a playful kitten. Sulo felt her affection and his heart swelled with happiness. By the way, Sulo brother, I prepared many dishes for tonight. There are sweet and sour ribs, braised pig trotters, stir-fried pig liver, and green pepper stir-fry. Lazili counted on her fingers, her excitement palpable. You should have mentioned it sooner, Sulo exclaimed, instantly quickening his pace, moving through the woods like a gust of wind. Slow down, Sulo brother. The melodic laughter of the girl echoed through the tranquil forest. There's no time to waste. Chapter 4. Training guidance in the quaint town of Cassie, as night deepened and the stars twinkled in the sky, adding a touch of enchantment to the darkened canvas. Within a modest house. Sulo, brother, this braised meat is delicious. You should eat more. Sulo, brother, take your time with the steam bun. There is plenty more in the steamer. Sulo, brother, come try this pig trotter. At the dining table, Lazili sat beside Sulo, constantly serving him dishes. Sulo, with one hand grasping a large bun and the other holding a pig trotter, savored each bite, relishing the delightful flavors. At the opposite end of the table sat a boy with dark hair wrapped in a red scarf, whose features bore a resemblance to Lazili's. With an expressionless demeanor, he watched the two with an air of indifference. Despite his earlier hunger, he suddenly felt less famished. Quickly, he shoveled the food from his bowl into his mouth, chewing briefly before swallowing, then gently placing the bowl back on the table. I'm full, he stated flatly, rising to head toward his room. Wait, didn't Telepes just say he was starving? How could he be satisfied after just a few bites? Lazili expressed her confusion with a remark, yet she did not dwell on it. After all, children often exhibit unusual behavior for a few days. After satisfying their hunger, Sulo reclined on the sofa, motionless, observing the girl bustling about in the kitchen. A sense of warmth enveloped him, evoking the feeling of home, a sensation he had never experienced in his previous life. Since the passing of the old hunter, the trio had relied on one another, subsisting through hunting. Fortunately, the forest was abundant in resources, providing ample food for their sustenance. Although the forest was situated 6 or 7 kilometers from their town, this distance posed no significant challenge for Sulo and his companions. Besides hunting for food, they spent their leisure time practicing their skills. Under Sulo's subtle influence, the siblings came to grasp the importance of strength, dedicating themselves to their training, albeit not with the same fervor as Sulo. Every fan of Dragon Ball tends to favor the brilliant and beautiful Bulma. Yet Sulo's affections lay with the strikingly cold yet tender-hearted android 18. He vividly recalled the exhilaration he felt upon first encountering the anime goddess in his past life. 18. Lazili, regardless of what the future holds, know that as long as I am here, you shall remain Lazili. The torment of being an artificial being, the suffering of transformation, shall not be yours to bear. The Red Ribbon Army and Dr. Gero, clearly, I must find an opportunity to eradicate them. A glint of cold determination flashed in Sulo's eyes. He remembered that in the original story, after the Red Ribbon Army was vanquished by Sun Wukong, only Dr. Gero remained. In his thirst for vengeance, Gero had developed weapons to counter Sun Wukong, namely the androids. The android siblings, 17 and 18, were now embodied in the forms of Rabis and Lazili. One must acknowledge that Dr. Gero was a genius in the realm of science, capable of independently creating androids rivaling Super Saiyans. Although there was currently no enmity between him and Sulo, the future might hold different circumstances. Even if Dr. Gero had yet to entertain such thoughts, Sulo was determined to extinguish any potential threats to his loved ones at their inception. Previously, he had refrained from taking action due to insufficient strength. However, with his current prowess, he could effortlessly obliterate the Red Ribbon Army. As for whether this would alter the trajectory of Dragon Ball's future, it was of no concern to him. Having been granted a second chance at life, it would be a disservice not to effect some change in the Dragon Ball world. Thus, he resolved to embrace the chaos of the situation. Meanwhile, in the Western region, Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army was engrossed in his research, blissfully unaware that he had been marked for death by Sulo. A night devoid of words passed, and upon the arrival of dawn, the first light of morning dispelled the veil of night, heralding a new day. In the early morning, the early risers had already become prey for the birds. In a small grove, Sulo, Lazili, and Rabi stood in a line, practicing their stances. Beads of sweat continuously trickled down from Lazili and Lapisai's foreheads, their fair, youthful faces flushed with a rosy hue, a testament to their strenuous exertion. In contrast, Sulo remained unperturbed, his heart steady as he wore a calm demeanor. With a slight smile, he encouraged them, stating, "Just hold on for another 10 minutes. Perseverance leads to triumph." Upon hearing this, the siblings' breaths quickened even further. 10 more minutes? Is this deliberate, Sulo? Weren't we supposed to be learning Qi Gong? Lapisai could not help but exclaim, having uttered this complaint numerous times before. Exactly. Sulo, you only know how to lead us on, Lazili chimed in, puffing up her cheeks in indignation. Sulo cast a knowing glance at the two, a smile playing on his lips. Last night, after Lazili had excitedly boasted to Lapisai about Suluo's stunning energy orb technique, the siblings were invigorated, insisting on learning Qi Gong from him. Suluo, however, was more than happy to oblige. After all, mastering Qi was a worthwhile endeavor. In this Dragon Ball world, where Qi is paramount, one could hardly claim to be a martial artist without it. Moreover, Suluo could not always be by their side to protect them. In the future, he intended to venture into the cosmos, and it was essential for them to be capable of safeguarding themselves in his absence. With a smile, Suluo remarked, "To master Qi, one must first solidify their foundation. It is crucial to persist in these fundamental practices. To further motivate them," he added, "hold on for just 10 more minutes, and in the next phase, I will teach you how to harness Qi." Upon hearing this, the siblings felt a surge of determination. Gritting their teeth, they silently resumed their horse stance. Their commitment did not go unnoticed by Suluo, who nodded in approval, satisfied with their perseverance. The essence of martial arts lies in steadfastness. Without the sweat of hard work, how can one grow stronger? Before long, the 10 minutes elapsed. This time, Suluo refrained from demanding another round. He recognized this had been their limit. The siblings lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, in rather ungraceful positions, desperately gasping for fresh air. After a brief respite, they rose from the ground, their eyes shining with eagerness as they focused on Suluo. Amused by their enthusiasm, Suluo began to impart knowledge about Qi. Qi is the hidden, latent life energy residing within the human body, present in everyone, albeit initially weak and difficult to harness. Some formidable martial artists cultivate their Qi through rigorous training, enhancing its potency and uniquely releasing it from within. That is the essence of Qigong. Lazili and Lapisai listened intently, resembling diligent students eager to absorb every word. When condensing Qi, your entire body must relax, and your focus should converge. Just like this, Suluo instructed, demonstrating as he spoke. His palms faced each other, and a deep blue light appeared in the center, followed by a hum of swirling air. Wow, how beautiful! Lazili leaned in, her little head tilting as she gazed intently, her eyes sparkling. Suluo dissipated the energy orb and said, "All right, now you try it yourselves." The two nodded eagerly and mimicked Suluo's movements, attempting to manipulate the energy, watching the two little ones straining to hold their breath. Suluo could hardly suppress a chuckle. It's not about exerting force. Rather, you must calm your minds, focus your spirits, and gradually guide the latent energy within you to your hands. The two exchanged sheepish smiles and, following Suluo's guidance, attempted once more. Cultivation is not an endeavor that yields results overnight. Noticing that they were unlikely to master it immediately, Suluo offered one last reminder before retreating to a nearby spot to commence his own training. Chapter 5. Changes after a year. Day by day, spring faded into autumn, and yet another year slipped by. At 13, Suluo had grown significantly taller. Due to his years of martial arts training, he stood proudly at 7 meters, his chiseled features exuding remarkable handsomeness. Yet, it was not merely his physique that had matured. His strength had surged astonishingly, with his combat power soaring to an impressive 1367, even while he devoted much of his time to comprehending martial knowledge. However, the greatest gain of the year was not in combat prowess, but in skill acquisition. Opening his personal panel, he reviewed his progress. Host, Suluo. Age, 13 years. Dimension, mortal. Talent, heart of martial arts, power of time and space. Blutlinne, Han Shinis, Yan Huang Blutlinne. Skills, time stasis, teleportation, energy perception, sky dance technique, energy sphere, whole wave, turtle school Qigong, universal shocking palm, Qigong cannon, solar fist. Combat power, 1367. Evaluation. You have matured into a formidable martial artist. On Earth, I would deem you the strongest. Seated upon a stone, Suluo reflected on the fruits of the past year and felt quite pleased with the results. After a year of diligent practice, he had not only mastered various energy skills, but also further developed his power over time and space. The duration of his time stasis ability had extended from 1 second to 3 seconds, and the area of effect increased with the strength of his opponent, consequently escalating energy consumption. It was anticipated that, when exerted to its fullest, his time stasis skill could freeze targets with combat power below 8,000 for a duration of 3 seconds, after which it would deplete all his internal energy. This would serve as Suluo's most crucial trump card, one he would not employ lightly unless absolutely necessary. Teleportation was a newly developed spatial skill that Sulo had recently honed, utilizing the power of time and space to forcibly open a spatial wormhole for traversal, thereby achieving instantaneous movement. However, this skill still had numerous imperfections. For instance, it could not transport others alongside him, and its range was limited to 10 kilometers. Exceeding this distance posed risks, as he might unwittingly become lost within the spatial tunnel. Fortunately, the energy consumed by the teleportation is minimal, allowing Sulo to perform it multiple times. Indeed, developing a skill is an entirely different endeavor from merely learning one. The former is akin to creating something from nothing, a task fraught with difficulty, while the latter benefits from the foundation laid by predecessors, making it a far more effortless pursuit. Sulo let out a soft sigh. At that moment, Lazuli soared from the distant horizon, grasping 2 plump fish in her hands, her voice ringing with a cheerful melody as she flew, while Lapisai closely trailed behind, also carrying a large fish. The sound of the fish thudding against the ground echoed with a dull thump. Hooray, I have triumphed. This time, Lapisai, you have lost. You shall obediently prepare the grilled fish. Lazuli alighted first, her large eyes blinking with delight, a triumphant smile adorning her charming face. Lapisai, with a scoff of mild discontent, dragged his fish to the side, transforming his palm into a blade of air to deftly scale the fish, eviscerate it, and prepare it for cooking. His movements were swift and practiced, evoking a sense of tenderness. Observing this, Sulo shook his head in resignation. Ever since the siblings had mastered the art of aerial movement, they had engaged in frequent contests of rivalry, each unwilling to concede, behaving like children. Oh wait, they were children. Over the past year, Sulo had witnessed their remarkable progress. In terms of combat prowess, Lapisai slightly surpassed Lazuli, yet when it came to the control of energy, Lazuli held a slight edge, each possessing their own strengths. Presently, Lapisai's combat power had reached 178, while Lazuli trailed closely behind at 173, a noteworthy achievement, surpassing even the mightiest of warriors like Master Rashi. With regards to their innate talent for cultivation, Sulo believed that the siblings were among the finest on Earth. After all, they were merely 10 years old, yet had attained such formidable strength. Compared to the likes of Krillin and Yamcha, they were leagues ahead, explaining why they had captured Dr. Jero's attention. Brother Sulo, am I doing well with my aerial technique? Lazuli inquired, wrapping her arms around Sulo's. It's quite average, really, not particularly fast, he replied. Oh, it is fast enough, she retorted playfully. Soon, an enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air as the trio gathered around a campfire, each savoring a grilled fish with great delight. This is delicious. Lapisai, your grilling skills are improving. You've reached a third of my culinary prowess, Lazuli exclaimed, tearing off a piece of perfectly grilled fish, its golden, oily texture tempting her taste buds. Stop being so verbose. Just enjoy your meal. Lapisai shot an exasperated glance at his sister. Was this a compliment or mere self-aggrandizement? A blatant display of boasting. Enough, you two. Cease your bickering. I must inform you that I have matters to attend to and shall be away for a few days. Sulo stated softly, recognizing that certain issues needed resolution. Ah, Brother Sulo, where are you going? I want to come too, Lazuli exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Having never been apart from Sulo, not even for a day, the thought of his absence for several days filled her with distress. No, that is not possible. Sulo resolutely declared that his purpose for venturing out was to eradicate the Red Ribbon Army, fully aware that the scene could turn quite bloody. He was determined not to let the young Lazuli suffer any psychological trauma. Observing Sulo's unwavering demeanor, Lazuli's face fell, her spirits dampened, rendering even the roasted fish in her hands unappetizing. Be good and wait for me at home. I shall return swiftly, he said, gently ruffling her hair and offering a reassuring smile. All right, Lazuli replied, pouting slightly. She was well acquainted with Sulo's character. Once he made up his mind, it was as if even a herd of oxen could not sway him. Sulo, is it dangerous? Lapis asked suddenly, her tone devoid of warmth. What do you think? Sulo raised an eyebrow, smiling mischievously. Tisich, as if I didn't ask, Lapis retorted, rolling her eyes. Sulo's prowess was something she had deeply experienced, having endured quite a few blows during their sparring sessions. In the western region of Earth, a brilliant white light streaked across the sky like a dazzling meteor, leaving behind a long, pale trail. High above, Sulo surveyed the mountains and forest below, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features as he realized he had forgotten the exact location of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Due to the passage of time, Many plot lines from the Dragon Ball world had become hazy in his memory. He could only recall a few significant events, while the inconsequential details of the Red Ribbon Army's whereabouts eluded him. The vast expanse of the western region made it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It seemed he would need to inquire with someone. Just then, an untimely gurgle emanated from his stomach. Sulo touched the tip of his nose, after flying all day. The provisions he had brought were long gone, and it had been 10 hours since his last meal. Never mind. I shall first satiate my hunger. It won't hurt to take a moment, he mused. Hovering in midair, he glanced into the distance and spotted a small town not far off. A surge of white energy enveloped him as he rocketed toward his destination. The town, though modest in size, had all the necessities. Sulo casually entered a restaurant, ordered a dozen dishes, and began to feast voraciously, his fierce appetite leaving other patrons agape. Just as he was indulging in his meal, a group of soldiers clad in uniforms and wielding firearms brazenly kicked open the restaurant door and strode inside. The door slammed hard against the wall, creating a resounding crash that drew the attention of all the diners. Chapter 6. The Restaurant Incident. As the patrons discerned the identities of the newcomers, the previously lively atmosphere in the establishment turned icy. There were 6 of them, varying in height, but the leading officer was notably tall and muscular, with an intimidating presence. His fierce gaze and the scars crisscrossing his face suggested he was anything but a benign figure. The guests appeared to be well acquainted with this group, each one rendered mute with fear, hesitant to breathe, as they hurriedly fled, fearing that a moment's delay would bring upon them dire consequences. The group made no effort to obstruct their exit, merely observing with disdain, as if regarding a swarm of ants. Meanwhile, Sulo remained oblivious, continuing to savor his meal. The restaurant owner, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a pang of bitterness, realizing that today's business would likely result in a loss. Trembling, he approached the group and ingratiatingly inquired, "Honorable officers, what would you like to eat today? Bring forth every delectable dish you have in your establishment. If it does not please me," "Humph," replied the leading officer, idly toying with his firearm, exuding an air more akin to that of a rogue than a soldier. Upon hearing this, the restaurant owner broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly nodding and bowing. "I shall instruct the chef to prepare everything at once." "Please, gentlemen, wait a moment. Sergeant Shandy, look, there is still a person who hasn't tea left. Shall we have a bit of fun with him?" suggested a shorter, darker-skinned soldier, pointing at Sulo in the corner with ill intent. Sergeant Shandy, observing Sulo devouring his meal while seemingly ignoring them, felt a surge of irritation akin to tasting something foul. For someone who prided himself on his dominance and superiority, such insolence was intolerable. He cracked a cruel smile and said, "Very well, let us have some amusement." The restaurant owner, still present, felt a jolt of dread as he spotted Sulo in the corner. "Oh, my ancestors, I acknowledge that my food is indeed delightful, but must you choose this moment? Can you not see that everyone else has departed?" Yet, with a heart still inclined toward kindness, he hastily added, "Honorable officer, that young man's gaze has always been somewhat dull. He may not have noticed your presence. I will promptly have him removed to spare your eyes from his presence." However, the furious Sergeant Shandy had no desire to hear excuses and promptly kicked the owner aside, growling, "Get lost. Speak another word, and I'll have you executed." The owner, knocked to the ground, involuntarily let out a gasp of pain, quickly covering his mouth in fear that any further sound might provoke the wrath of this villain. Silently, he sighed, "Young man, I wish you luck." Sergeant Shandy, striding forward with several soldiers, approached Sulo's table with purpose, signaling to his companions. They understood immediately and violently overturned Sulo's table. "You think you're quite impressive, don't you? Did you not see Sergeant Shandy here? Are your eyes blind?" snarled the dark-skinned soldier, his expression menacing. Immersed in his culinary delight, Sulo was taken aback to find his table upended. As he gazed at the chaos of food strewn about, a surge of anger welled within him. In an instant, an overwhelming aura radiated from him. He lifted his head, and his dark eyes ignited with a terrifying murderous intent, akin to an ancient beast awakening from slumber, poised to unleash carnage. He gazed coldly at the individuals before him, his voice devoid of warmth. "Speak, how do you wish to die?" At that moment, Sulo's gaze was frigid and merciless, akin to a blade glinting with frost, seemingly intent on dismembering the bodies of those before him, instilling a profound agony that rendered their very breaths laborious. The group swallowed hard, instinctively retreating a few steps. It was then that Sergeant Shandy regained his composure, only to be consumed by the humiliation of his recent cowardice. Had he truly been intimidated into retreat by this youth? A wave of shame surged within him, reddening his eyes as if filled with blood. Initially, he had merely intended to mock the boy. Yet now Sergeant Shandy's resolve shifted. He desired his death. With a cruel tone, he aimed his weapon at Sulo's forehead and declared, "Damn brat, how dare you frighten me? Be smarter in your next life." Bang, bang, bang. His finger pressed the trigger repeatedly. The bullets, like the scythe of death, surged forth, seeking to extinguish Sulo's life. Yet, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Several bullets inexplicably halted midair, suspended before Sulo. Sergeant Shandy rubbed his eyes in disbelief and, defiant, fired several more shots. The outcome remained unchanged. The bullets ceased mere centimeters from Sulo, as if an invisible barrier obstructed their path. Moreover, he noticed the boy's gaze had grown even colder, regarding him as one would an insignificant insect. That gaze was all too familiar. It was the gaze of a killer. Panic seized Sergeant Shandy. He realized he had encountered something formidable. Glancing at his dazed subordinates, he shouted frantically, "What are you fools doing? Shoot him!" The soldiers, regaining their wits at their superior's command, drew their sidearms and aimed at Sulo. Flashes of crimson fire erupted from the gun muzzles, akin to a malevolent dragon exhaling flames. Yet, these were but futile struggles. A multitude of bullets floated before Sulo, unmoving. Finally, Sulo stared, gently raising his pale hand, curling his finger. Instantly, the suspended bullets obeyed his silent command, hurtling back toward the soldiers. They were immediately riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed forth, staining the earth. Only Sergeant Shandy remained unscathed, standing frozen in terror as he beheld his fallen comrades. Overcome by fear, he crumpled to the ground, a warm, yellow liquid seeping from his trousers. "Don't kill me, please," he pleaded, his voice trembling as he gazed at the demonic youth before him. Observing the pitiful scene, Sulo frowned but refrained from further violence. It was not out of mercy. He noted the insignia on the man's chest, a red bow and 2RS in the center, indicative of the Red Ribbon Army. Previously, he had sought someone to inquire about the whereabouts of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Now, with a guide at his side, his efforts were alleviated. Sulo inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. "Are you a member of the Red Ribbon Army?" Upon hearing this question, Sergeant Sandy's eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope, and the fear etched on his face began to dissipate. He seized this lifeline eagerly, nodding vigorously like an eager puppy indeed. "I am a sergeant of the Red Ribbon Army. Are you frightened? If so, you must release me at once. Otherwise, the members of the Red Ribbon Army will not spare you." Sergeant Sandy continued his incessant chatter, growing more animated with each word, entirely oblivious to the icy demeanor that was gradually overtaking Sulo's expression. Sandy naively believed that Sulo's behavior stemmed from fear, for his faction was notorious as the most ruthless on this planet, feared and reviled by all. Sulo regarded the man before him with indifference. With a mere flick of his finger, a slender beam of energy erupted from his fingertip, striking Sandy. In an instant, the energy pierced through his shoulder, crimson blood gushing from the wound. The immense pain contorted Sandy's face as he clutched his injury, letting out a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. My shoulder. You wretched little demon." Sulo pressed his foot against Sandy's chest, his voice frigid as he demanded, "Where is the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army? I am a member of the Red Ribbon Army. I would rather die than betray my comrades." Sandy retorted fiercely. Sulo's fingertip glimmered with golden light once more, aimed at Sandy's forehead. His voice was chilling as he replied, "Then in your next life, ensure you are born into a better fate. Wait, I have something to say." The moment Sulo was poised to strike, Sandy's complexion paled, and he hastily interjected. As an idealist, he was genuinely distressed. Sulo's expression twisted into a sneer. He did not lower his hand, but instead directed several waves of energy toward the lifeless body on the ground. The waves incinerated the corpse, leaving nothing behind but the blood that testified to the recent conflict. This was the utility of ki, and after a year of cultivation, Sulo had also mastered such an ability. Much like the principle by which Sun Wukong ignited flames with ki in the original tales, he had simply directed it towards a corpse. Witnessing Sulo's godlike prowess, Sandy's fear intensified, and he inwardly lamented his ill fortune for encountering such a harbinger of doom. After obliterating the body, Sulo rifled through Sandy's belongings, retrieving a stack of money which he tossed to the proprietor. "This is your payment for the meal. Consider the excess as a cleaning fee." With that, he seized Sandy by the scruff and dragged him out the door. The proprietor stood rooted in place, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Chapter 7. The Headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Under Sergeant Sandy's guidance, Sulo swiftly ascended to a snowy mountain range. Esteemed sir, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army lies just beyond this snowy peak. Perhaps you might consider releasing me now? Sergeant Sandy spoke weakly, his voice barely above a whisper. If he did not seek treatment soon, he feared he would succumb to his wounds. Furthermore, he harbored a sinister thought. This snow-capped mountain served as the frontline defense of the Legion's headquarters, teeming with various ambushes. The moment that young lads set foot in this area, destruction would surely follow. Letting you go? Very well, Sulo replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Suluo's consent, a flicker of ecstatic joy crossed Sandy's pallid face, yet a surge of resentment welled up within him. Once he was safe, he vowed to make that boy experience the might of advanced technology. After all, how could he withstand the onslaught of our artillery? Before Sergeant Sandy could indulge in his fantasies of the boy being obliterated, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. Sulo had released his grip on the back of Sandy's collar. In that moment, Sandy plummeted, entering a state of free fall. As the snow below rushed towards him, he instinctively exclaimed, "Oh no!" Thud! The sound of a heavy object crashing onto the ground echoed, and he was instantly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Such demands are unprecedented in my life. Sulo feigned a sigh, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of sympathy. It must be noted that the armed defenses of the Red Ribbon Legion's headquarters were indeed state-of-the-art. The slightest disturbance triggered an automatic response from the defense system, emitting a flurry of red lights from the snowy terrain, seemingly scanning for threats. It appeared that this snowy expanse was well fortified. Then, let's extend a greeting, Sulo declared with a cruel smile, as he conjured a myriad of energy orbs and launched them downward. Countless energy spheres glowed with a cerulean light, dazzling like radiant stars, but beneath their alluring facade lay a devastating force. Mushroom clouds erupted as snow-capped peaks crumbled like fragile tofu. In no time, the once impenetrable defensive lines disintegrated under the barrage of energy projectiles. Warning, warning! Enemy incursion detected. Frontline defenses have been breached. A mechanical voice announced within the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters. Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. What is happening? Can anyone explain why the frontline defenses collapsed so suddenly? Who is the enemy, and where are they? At that moment, a diminutive, one-eyed man with red hair sat fuming upon his throne. He was Commander Rit of the Red Ribbon Legion. Beside him stood a towering figure, his aide-de-camp black. Commander Rit glared down at the trembling officers below, his anger boiling over at their incompetence during such a critical moment. Commander, according to the intel from the front lines, the intruder appears to be a mere boy. An intelligence officer stepped forward, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he cautiously addressed Commander Rit. The commander's roar followed. What did you say? Only a boy. What purpose do you serve, a bunch of incompetent fools? It has always been my Crimson Ribbon Legion that launches offensives against others. No one has ever dared to bully us. Yet now, we have been confronted by a mere boy, a disgrace indeed. Immediately, at once, crush the enemy. Whether alive or in ruins, we must retaliate. The dignity of the Crimson Ribbon Legion is not to be trifled with. Do you understand? Yes, Commander. The officers in charge of combat promptly took their orders. Just as they departed, a mechanical alarm blared once more. Warning, warning, the headquarters is under siege. The enemy is invading. At that moment, a figure, both divine and demonic, appeared on the enormous surveillance screen. What? Upon witnessing these images, the remaining eye of Commander Ret revealed disbelief. After obliterating the defensive strongholds in the snowy mountains, Sulo soared toward the Legion's headquarters. Behind the snow-capped peaks lay a vast forest, with the Crimson Ribbon Legion situated in the heart of a plain within it. The headquarters resembled a grand estate, adorned with luxurious black castles that stood like armored warriors, concealing deadly traps beneath their opulent facade. Sulo gradually descended to the ground. As he touched down, countless soldiers armed with submachine guns surged forth from the castles, followed by the thunderous roar of mechanical engines as dozens of warplanes circled overhead. An unrelenting hail of bullets rained down upon him. Missiles, trailing smoke, cut through the air, heralding death's call. Sulo displada guiki desmaid, his form shifting like a specter, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared atop one of the warplanes. With a light touch of his toes on the wing, the aircraft plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing onto a towering building. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the The plane erupted, and the skyscraper crumbled, a mixture of black smoke and gray dust billowing forth, releasing a choking stench from the site of the explosion. Following this, one warplane after another fell from the sky, their tails ablaze, creating a scene reminiscent of fiery rain descending from the heavens, both magnificent and brutal. Boom! 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 I'm on fire. Help me. Save me. P.S. A demon. Mommy, I want to go home. The cacophony of explosions transformed the luxurious estate into a sea of flames, with anguished cries emanating from the inferno, resembling a hell on earth. In truth, with Sulo's power, he could have obliterated the entire estate with a single strike, yet he refrained from doing so. First, he needed to confirm that Dr. Gallo was below. Otherwise, to annihilate everything while failing to eliminate the key figure would render his efforts futile. His primary target remained Dr. Gallo. Everyone else was merely collateral. As for the potential harm to innocents, Sulo was utterly indifferent. Those who could join the Crimson Ribbon Legion surely had blood on their hands. In the wake of energy blasts, no soul remained unscathed. Within the castle, the remaining generals gazed at the screen, showcasing the boys' godlike powers, their astonishment rendering them speechless. How infuriating! Is this truly the world's most formidable army? Why do we possess no capacity for resistance? The relentless imagery of the Red Satin Brigade's devastating defeat incessantly provoked Commander Ryder's nerves, his clenched fists pounding against the armrests of his chair, releasing his inner turmoil and anxiety through frustrated roars. Commander, that boy's strength surpasses our imagination. The soldiers may not hold out much longer. Perhaps we should abandon headquarters and make a tactical retreat, suggested Deputy Black in a calm tone. Nonsense. How can I allow the culmination of my years of effort to be obliterated by that boy? Commander Ryder shouted in anger. The thought of surrendering was unbearable to him. But there are no buts. Summon my guard troops, commanded Ryder decisively. Understood, Black replied resigned. Outside the castle gates, upon receiving the order, the guard troops surged inside. Armed and ready for action, the Red Satin Brigade had gained notoriety not only due to their advanced weaponry, but also because of their well-trained, formidable soldiers outfitted with cutting-edge equipment. Observing this, Commander Ryder felt a slight sense of security. General Lon, it is now your turn to take the stage. Do not disappoint my expectations, he instructed. Yes, Commander, leave it to me. If that individual dares to approach, I shall eliminate him, replied a man with golden short hair and a stern countenance, kneeling confidently. As the brigade's embodiment of martial prowess, he possessed not only exceptional combat skills, but also a supernatural ability capable of immobilizing his enemies. Despite the mysterious boy's displayed combat strength leaving him astonished, he remained confident in his own powers. Once that boy fell victim to his supernatural ability, the decision of life or death would rest solely in his hands. A formidable martial artist, he had dispatched numerous foes in the past. Commander Ryder was well aware of General Land's capabilities. In previous encounters, no matter how fierce the adversary, they had all met their end at his hands, clearing many obstacles for the brigade. With this thought, Ryder felt a modicum of his fear dissipate. Quite a crowd we have here, a teasing voice echoed from outside. The assembly turned to see a tall figure emerging into view. Where is Dr. Gallo? Sulo, with a roguish smile gracing his handsome face, spoke in a voice as cold as a millennium-old ice, disregarding the individuals before him entirely. Who are you to dare stand against the Red Satin Brigade? Commander Ryder demanded, his face etched with murderous intent. It was this boy who had shattered much of his hard work. He was resolute in capturing him, intending to subject him to torture, to serve as a warning to those who would dare oppose the Red Satin Brigade. The gathering had become rather crowded. A single response would suffice. Sulo cast a sweeping glance over the grand hall before murmuring to himself, entirely dismissive of Commander Root, neglecting to acknowledge his words. He conjured an orb of energy within his palm and hurled it towards the throng. The onlookers could only glimpse a fleeting blue sphere as it hurtled in their direction, leaving them no time to prepare for the impending threat. A thunderous explosion resounded within the palace, thick smoke billowing forth, a terrifying gust sweeping through the interior, causing the castle to teeter on the brink of collapse. Once the smoke dissipated, the soldiers within the fortress had vanished without a trace, as if they had been reduced to mere ashes alongside the dissipating fog. Even General Lon, who had boasted mere moments before, met his demise in this onslaught. It is likely that General Lon perished with his eyes wide open, for he left behind not even a trace of ashes. A series of coughs erupted, and Commander Root struggled to rise from the rubble, his body charred and battered, not a single part of him remaining unscathed. Although he had been some distance from the epicenter of the explosion, the aftermath had left him in a pitiful state. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He raised his gaze, and his pupils constricted in alarm. The castle lay in ruins, utterly desolate, and his subordinates were nowhere to be found. A chilling premonition gripped his heart. Could it be that all his men had perished? What of General Lon? Surely, such a formidable figure would have survived. As long as General Lon remained, there was hope. With desperate eyes, Commander Root scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of General Lon. But despair washed over him the next moment as the highly esteemed general had also vanished. Suddenly, a figure obstructed his vision. He looked up to find the very devilish youth from before. Sulo raised his palm, manifesting another energy sphere directed at Commander Root. In the commander's eyes, the dazzling blue orb grew larger and brighter, enveloping him in a harrowing dread known as death, for he had witnessed the orb's destructive potential moments earlier. I shall ask once more, where is Dr. Gallo? Sulo's frigid voice echoed in his ears, akin to the grim summons of the Reaper, demanding his soul. Please, spare me. I will lead you to Dr. Gallo. He is in a laboratory right now. I possess a wealth of riches. I implore you, do not take my life. I can offer you everything. Commander Root felt as though he stood face to face with death itself, the terror of mortality shattering his mental defenses, rendering his speech incoherent. No one can remain composed in the face of death. If anyone could, it certainly was not him. The Red Satin Brigade had risen to its current prominence largely due to Dr. Gallo's contributions. Yet now, this devilish youth evidently bore animosity towards Dr. Gallo. In the conflict between survival and self-interest, Commander Root was left with but one choice, to choose himself. Lead the way, Sulo commanded tersely. Yes, of course. Please, follow me. Commander Root stammered, staggering forward to guide the way. Sulo strolled leisurely behind him with his hands tucked into his pockets. Unperturbed by the prospect of Commander Root's deceit, all schemes appeared trivial in the face of overwhelming strength. Winding through the corridors, under Commander Root's guidance, they arrived at a vast laboratory, the research institute of Dr. Gallo nestled within. Here, an array of advanced experimental apparatus lay scattered, and at the very center stood 6 experimental tables, upon which lay human forms. As Sulo approached, he observed that the subjects on tables 1 and 3 were constructed entirely of mechanical components, albeit incomplete. In stark contrast, tables 4 and 6 bore the lifeless bodies of humans, their torsos bare, marred by signs of modification, their skin adorned with patches. A chill flickered in Sulo's gaze as he took in the scene. The thought that without his intervention, Lazili might endure such inhumane treatment, transformed into an artificial being as depicted in the original narrative, ignited a fervent bloodlust within him. Where do these people come from? He inquired, gesturing toward the figures on the tables, his expression inscrutable. Yes, it was Dr. Gallo's orders to capture individuals from the nearby town for the purpose of researching artificial humans. I vehemently opposed such inhumane experiments, Commander Root replied, cautiously gauging Sulo's reaction, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, attempting to distance himself from the matter. Oh, Sulo coldly uttered, not believing a word of Root's explanation. Such a ludicrous excuse was an insult to his intelligence. He considered himself no paragon of virtue. Yet he could not turn a blind eye to the horrors unfolding before him. With keen perception, Sulo attuned himself to the energies surrounding him. Every individual possesses a life force, though that of an ordinary person is often too feeble to detect. However, under Sulo's heightened awareness, several feeble auras manifested around him, flickering like candle flames in a tempest, indicating that the soldiers were clinging to the last vestiges of life. Suddenly, a peculiar energy surged within his range of perception. This essence moved swiftly, departing the small island at an alarming speed. Sulo surmised it was undoubtedly Dr. Gallo. With such velocity, he must have fled via an aircraft. When calamity strikes, each seeks to escape. Dr. Gallo had likely prepared his escape long before. Yet can you truly escape? A manic glint danced in Sulo's eyes. Noticing Sulo's increasingly unsettling demeanor, Commander Root cautiously retreated a few steps. In a concealed corner, he pressed a hidden mechanism. Instantly, the floor beneath him gave way like an open portal, and Root fell through, yet his eyes reflected not fear, but the thrill of having narrowly evaded disaster. Ha ha! You little brat, wait for me. Believing he had escaped peril, Commander Root attempted to deliver a menacing remark, but before he could finish his words, a golden beam descended from the heavens, piercing through his forehead and extinguishing his last breath. Standing at the precipice of the cave, Sulo observed the plummeting one-eyed commander and coldly uttered, "Fool." Without a backward glance, he soared into the sky. In the aerial expanse, a dramatic chase unfolded. Suluo's gaze fixated on the aircraft ahead, his eyes gleaming with mockery, akin to a cat toying with its prey. Inside the cockpit, Dr. Gallo, peering through a small monitor at the tail of the plane, beheld the rapidly approaching youth with a grim expression. He had witnessed Suluo's actions at the Legion headquarters through the miniature surveillance devices placed within the castle, and upon realizing that the boy had come for him, he immediately chose to flee. One insufferable brat. When did I ever provoke him? Could be that those test subjects had some connection to him? Mused the graying Dr. Gallo, only to dismiss his speculation with a shake of his head, for he had thoroughly investigated those captured individuals, discovering they had no relatives or backgrounds of significance. You leave me no choice, he thought, as he regarded the ever-approaching boy with a glint of malice in his eyes. He then pressed a red button on the control panel. Instantly, the belly of the aircraft erupted with the sound of clattering hatch doors, revealing rows of missiles poised for launch. The dark warheads gleamed ominously, reminiscent of the razor-sharp teeth of a colossal beast from the abyss. Dr. Gallo sneered, aiming at Suluo as he pressed the launch key. These missiles were his latest invention, powerful enough to obliterate a mountain. What could the boy possibly use to defend himself? Whoosh! A volley of missiles sliced through the air, hurtling towards Suluo. As he beheld the ever-enlarging black dots before him, a disdainful smile curled upon his lips. The aura surrounding him surged, effortlessly disregarding the incoming missiles, and his speed of flight abruptly intensified. Witnessing the boy's audacity, Dr. Gallo erupted into laughter. What an ignorant child, thinking to withstand the onslaught with mere flesh. Yet, to perish beneath my newly devised weapon is indeed a privilege. Boom! 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 A series of tremendous roars echoed through the skies, thick black smoke staining the azure canvas above. Ah, splendid! Truly splendid. Dr. Gallo nodded in admiration of his own creation. Indeed, quite remarkable. Now, allow me to present you with another spectacle. A chilling voice resonated in Dr. Gallo's ear. Who? Startled by the sudden utterance, Dr. Gallo anxiously scanned his surroundings, yet found no trace of a figure. Only when he turned his head did he realize that Suluo had inexplicably taken position atop the aircraft. Through the glass, their eyes met in a silent confrontation. Greetings, Dr. Gallo. A pleasure to meet you for the first time. Now, prepare to meet your demise. It is impossible. How is it that my missile struck you? Yet you remain unscathed? Dr. Gallo uttered incredulously, gazing at the seemingly unblemished Suro. Is this your last words? Suro replied with a grin. Wait, could you enlighten me as to why you wish to kill me? If it is for monetary gain, I would gladly offer threefold, no, tenfold the price for my life. What do you think? As he observed Suro's beaming countenance, a chill crept into Dr. Gallo's heart. He endeavored to maintain his composure and spoke in a conciliatory tone. I suppose I could share that with you. The desire to kill you was entirely my own. As for the reason, Suro's smile faded, and he coldly continued. Simply put, I relish it. Those were the last words Dr. Gallo heard before his demise. A resounding explosion followed, and the azure sky erupted into a stunning display of fireworks. Such ephemeral beauty, fleeting like a moment of glory. Chapter 9. Harvesting the Spoils, Returning. After successfully eliminating his target, Suro hastened back to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, thoroughly plundering the treasures within the castle. He would not let these spoils escape his grasp. Observing the vast mountain of wealth amassed in his spatial realm, he could not help but exclaim, "Ah, the riches of the affluent." Could this be considered a legitimate means of generating wealth? The ill-gotten gains of the Red Ribbon Army over the years could only be described with a single phrase: wealth rivaling nations. Perhaps only the Universal Capsule Corporation, belonging to Bulma's family, could compare. Suspended in midair, Suro assumed a lotus blossom stance, placing his hands at his waist. Kamehameha! His deep voice resonated, and an orb of radiant energy materialized within the blossom. In an instant, the blue sphere transformed into a colossal wave of energy akin to a celestial dragon descending, bearing the force to obliterate the heavens and the earth, and struck the army's headquarters. The entire estate erupted in a dazzling brilliance, dimming the bright sky. The thunderous roar echoed like the wrath of a god, shaking the very soul. As the light dissipated and tranquility returned, a massive crater replaced the former estate. Oh, how joyous it is today! Suro hummed cheerfully, soaring northward. From the castle, he not only acquired immense wealth, but also a strategic map of the army, detailing the precise locations of its various divisions. He harbored a degree of trepidation towards the scientific anomalies of this Dragon Ball world. As long as something theoretically exists, there is no feat a scientist cannot accomplish. Decades later, Bulma would even manage to create a time machine, a device of extraordinary capability. To prevent the Red Ribbon Army from rising again and causing himself unnecessary trouble, he resolved to eradicate them entirely, leaving not a single remnant. Days later, the king of the United Earth Kingdom announced a shocking revelation to the world. The malevolent Red Ribbon Army had been utterly annihilated. According to eyewitness accounts, only one individual was involved, yet their identity remains unknown. In the places oppressed by the Red Ribbon Army, a chorus of jubilant sobs echoed throughout. Countless individuals expressed their gratitude towards this nameless hero. West City, the most prosperous city on Earth. Hovering vehicles sped along the highways. The sounds of honking and shouting incessantly filled the air. At the Capsule Corporation, within the home of Dr. Brief, a melodic voice akin to a nightingale rang out, "Dad, I'm home." Subsequently, a young girl entered, casually tossing her backpack onto the sofa. The girl, approximately in her early teens, possessed a charming visage. Her light purple hair cascading casually over her shoulders, and her blue-violet eyes occasionally glimmered with mischief. Dressed in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, she radiated vivaciousness and cheerfulness. "Oh, Bulma, you're back so soon. Did I not tell you not to skip classes so often? Your actions put me in quite a predicament, Doctor." Brief remarked from his rocking chair, engrossed in his newspaper without lifting his gaze. "Humph. School is utterly dull and tedious," Bulma retorted, leaping onto the soft sofa, clutching a cushion, rolling from side to side, and stretching her body. Sighing in resignation, Dr. Brief let out a breath, accustomed to such occurrences as they happened daily. There was nothing he could do. His daughter's intellect mirrored his own. With this thought, he ceased his reprimand and returned to his reading. The newspaper featured an article on the downfall of the Red Ribbon Army. Most astonishingly, a photograph claimed half of the left side of the page. In this image, a figure stood atop a high wall, gazing down upon the ruins below. Unfortunately, the photo was somewhat hazy, allowing only a vague glimpse of the figure's profile, which appeared youthful, devoid of any further useful information. Assuming it to be the nameless hero, Dr. Brief studied the photograph for a moment before letting out a soft sigh, murmuring, "Indeed, heroes emerge in youth." "Dad, what are you looking at?" Bulma inquired, intrigued by Dr. Brief's prolonged fixation on the newspaper. Leaning in closer, she was met with the astonishing sight of the article. "Goodness, someone actually managed to annihilate the Red Ribbon Army. It's simply unbelievable." Bulma's blue-violet eyes fixated on the youthful silhouette in the photograph, her mind racing with unspoken thoughts. In a small town named Cassie, the air was filled with the sounds of vigorous combat. Two dark figures intertwined in the courtyard, their collisions generating powerful gusts of wind accompanied by the resounding echoes of their punches. After a considerable duration, the two figures halted, both panting heavily and eyeing each other warily, cautious of any sudden attacks. "Rappies, concede defeat. You cannot overcome me." At this moment, Lazili was drenched in sweat, the moisture clinging to the strands of hair on her forehead. She swept aside her golden locks and retorted, "Lazili, you must be jesting. Look, you can barely stand. It would be wise to concede before you lose face." Labby's, equally perspiring, had his red scarf soaked through, resembling a sweat towel. He raised his voice in protest. Before Lazili could respond, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared in the courtyard, causing her face to light up with joy. She turned to Labby's and said, "Let us call it a draw for now. We shall settle the score another time." "Humph." Labby's also noticed Sulo's arrival, realizing that the confrontation could not continue. With a graceful leap, Lazili dashed towards Sulo, as if a fledgling returning to its nest, and threw herself into his embrace. Sulo caught her securely, while Lazili clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. He enveloped the girl in his arms, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Bububu, Sulo heye. You actually returned." These past few days had felt like an eternity for Lazili, who had deeply missed Sulo during his prolonged absence. Upon seeing him return, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a bursting dam, overwhelming her with fervent emotions she could no longer suppress. "All right now, how old are you to be crying like this? Don't weep. I'm back, aren't I?" Sulo chuckled as he comforted her, gently wiping away the tears from her cheeks. "I don't care. I'm going to cry." As she spoke, Lazili shamelessly rubbed her face against Sulo's attire. "Hey, you mischievous girl, look what you've done to my clothes. They're all stained now." Sulo looked at her in exasperation as she smeared various liquids onto his shirt, observing the large wet patch on his white garment. Lazili couldn't help but burst into laughter. She tilted her head back, shot him a teasing glance, and declared, "Serves you right. Who told you to stay away for so long? This is your punishment. Now tell me, have you been seeing someone else while you were away?" Upon hearing her words, Suluo's expression darkened instantly. He raised his hand and playfully tapped her on the head. "At your young age, who taught you to say such things?" "It's what they show on TV," Lazili replied, covering her head, her eyes glistening with impending tears. Suluo was left speechless. "You should watch fewer of those dramas. They offer no real substance." "Okay," Lazili pouted in response. Seeing her look of indignation, Suluo chuckled softly and proceeded to recount his recent adventures, detailing how he had vanquished the fearsome Red Satin Brigade and amassed considerable wealth. Lazili's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly casting aside her previous emotions. She extended her delicate hand, her sparkling eyes blinking eagerly, the meaning behind her actions unmistakable. Labbies quietly edged closer, eager to listen. Two little treasure seekers. Chapter 10, The Plan. Days later, on a vast plain, the sounds of combat echoed incessantly, as Suluo and the two siblings, Lotzi Li and Labai Si, engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their movements swift as the wind and as thunderous as a storm. However, it was Suluo who held the upper hand, dominating the exchange. Suddenly, Lotzi Li and Labai Si flanked him, creating a situation of encirclement. With palms facing each other, a vibrant blue energy wave materialized between them. Two thunderous shouts resounded, followed by two columns of blue light, surging with immense force, slicing through the air with a roar akin to a raging dragon, aimed directly at Suluo. Observing the impending energy wave, Suluo chuckled lightly and, with a ghostly swiftness, ascended into the sky. The two energy beams collided violently, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent scorching shockwaves rippling outward, scattering the surrounding clouds. With his back to the heavens, Suluo spread his arms wide, palms facing his face, solar fist. In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted, leaving Lotzi Li and Labai Si below momentarily blinded. Seizing the opportunity, Suluo launched himself toward the closest target, Labai Si, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his abdomen. Labai Si doubled, already in agony, clutching his stomach and retching. Following this, Suluo executed a swift hand strike, sending Labai Si crashing to the ground. A resounding thud marked the impact, creating a deep crater in the earth, with Labai Si sprawled at its center. Suluo was careful not to inflict serious harm, yet pain was unavoidable. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Lotzi Li, who was still recovering her sight from the blinding light. Where to strike? No matter where he aimed, he hesitated to inflict harm. Suddenly, his eye caught a particularly enticing target. With a mischievous grin, he reached out and playfully smacked her pert rear. The crisp sound of the slap resonated through the air. Lotzi Li felt a sudden, fiery sting on her backside and instinctively shielded it with her hands. Now regaining her sight, she glared indignantly at the perpetrator before her. I won't play anymore. Suluo, you're being unfair. Suluo strag nonchalantly. Below, Labai Si struggled to rise from the pit, his disheveled appearance betraying his discomfort. Upon glancing up and witnessing Suluo's disparate treatment, he felt a surge of indignation. Why is it that when he hits me, it's with tremendous force, yet with Lotzi Li, it's barely a tickle? How infuriating. One day, I shall make Suluo feel my might. A fervent desire to grow stronger consumed his thoughts. After a rigorous training session, it was time to replenish their energies. Suluo retrieved delectable food from his spatial pocket, and the three of them indulged heartily, their manner of consumption far from dignified. In contrast to the voracious eating habits displayed by Suluo and Lapidus, Lazili's manner of dining is undeniably more elegant. By the way, I shall take you to the temple tomorrow. It boasts an excellent training ground and skilled instructors. Suluo remarked, stuffing his mouth with food. This decision, which he pondered overnight, was made with the realization that remaining here no longer served his purpose for cultivation. He sorely lacked combat experience. Although Suluo could spar with Lazili and Lapidus, the disparity in their strengths was so vast that it felt less like a match and more like mere practice. This was not conducive to his growth. Furthermore, Suluo's understanding of martial arts was not yet profound enough to assume the role of a teacher. He preferred the thrill of battle over instruction. Throughout the year, he merely guided Lazili and Lapidus in some fundamental exercises, combat skills, and basic applications of energy, without imparting further knowledge. In comparison, Earth's deity and Bobo were far more suited to the role of a mentor. Additionally, Sulo needed an opponent who could withstand his full strength, and Bobo, the servant of the deity, was an apt choice. Bobo was indeed the most enigmatic figure on Earth, his true power remaining a mystery within the Dragon Ball lore. In the original narrative, Bobo was known to engage in combat with Goten and Trunks, who had transformed into Super Saiyans. A temple? What kind of place is that? Lapidus inquired, his mouth full. Lazily blinked, her sapphire eyes reflecting curiosity as she looked at Sulo. The temple is the residence of Earth's deity, located high above Korin Tower. As for Korin Tower, I have mentioned it before. It is the birthplace of martial arts on Earth, a hallowed ground sought after by all warriors. Our aim is to train there, Sulo explained nonchalantly. A deity? Is he stronger than you? Lapidus asked eagerly. Brother Sulo is the mightiest. How could a deity surpass him? Lazily's eyes sparkled with fervor and pride, her confidence in Sulo bordering on blind admiration. Rarely did Lapidus fail to counter Lazily, having witnessed Sulo's prowess himself. Sulo chuckled at the girl before him. While he relished her blind infatuation, he felt compelled to clarify. The deity's strength may not be overwhelming, but his knowledge is vast, and his servant Bobo is exceptionally skilled, with an understanding of energy that surpasses mine. If you two could benefit from his guidance, it would be invaluable. Moreover, there exists a remarkable room of spirit and time, where 1 year of training inside equates to merely 1 day outside. Wow, such a wondrous place. A year of training inside equals just a day outside, Lazily exclaimed in awe. Oh, in that case, I am eager to experience it, Lapidus said, his eyes bright with excitement. After satisfying their hunger, it was time for a much-needed respite. Cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Relentless practice can be counterproductive. The three leaned against the grand tree, closing their eyes to rejuvenate their spirits. It was midday, and the sun shone brightly. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the dappled light beneath the tree to sway and dance, creating a most delightful ambience. Sulo found himself pondering the notion that a life spent in such tranquility would not be unwelcome. However, he knew that such a life was not meant for the present. Having experienced the helplessness of weakness, he understood all too well that without formidable strength, he could not safeguard the precious moments before him. He resolved to grow stronger, to seize control of his destiny, and not to let the vicissitudes of the world cloud his resolve. The path of the strong is fraught with challenges, yet he was determined to persevere. Sulo lifted his gaze to the sky, his profound eyes reminiscent of the vastness of the stars and the ocean. The boundless universe was his true stage. Brother Sulo, your strength is already formidable. Surely, no one on earth surpasses you. A melodious voice broke the silence. The quietly seated Labai C also perked up, listening intently. After a moment's contemplation, Sulo decided to speak candidly, believing it best for them to be prepared. While my current strength is commendable, it is merely in comparison to Earth. He spoke softly, and the two listened in silence, absorbing his words. Beyond Earth lies an expansive universe teeming with countless planets and myriad races, where the strong abound like grains of sand. Some of these formidable beings can effortlessly obliterate a planet with a mere gesture. In comparison, my strength pales significantly. I am aware of a cosmic tyrant named Frisia, known for his ruthless nature and legions of powerful minions, who engages in the trade of planets. Upon encountering a valuable planet, he dispatches his subordinates to annihilate all native inhabitants before reselling the planet at a premium. Sulo recounted a portion of what he knew, deliberately omitting mention of the supreme deities, fearing it might dishearten La Zi Li and La Bai Si. Nonetheless, the revelations left them in a state of profound shock. They opened their mouths to speak, but found themselves at a loss for words. As they conversed, Sulo's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the heavens. In truth, his previous remarks were not solely directed at La Zi Li and La Bai Si, but were also intended for the divine being who watched over them. From the very beginning, he had sensed a subtle force observing him, seemingly monitoring his every action. On Earth, only the celestial deity possesses such capabilities, and the identity of the Watcher was unmistakable. Who else could it be but the deity? In reality, with Sulo's current strength, he could easily shield himself from the deity's prying gaze. However, he chose not to. Firstly, to make the deity aware of Earth's precarious situation, and secondly, to avoid unnecessary explanations when he arrived at the temple. He understood that the deity was an astute being who would make wise decisions. Indeed, as he anticipated, the moment the celestial deity heard the words he yearned to hear, that probing force dissipated. Chapter 11. Kalinta, the Cat Sage. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, within a grand temple, a peculiar figure clad in celestial garments, wielding a staff, with green skin and an aged, bizarre visage, was perspiring profusely as he gazed down upon the mortal realm. He was none other than the celestial deity of Earth. Regarding Sulo's recent utterances, he held no doubt. As a celestial being, he possessed the discernment to distinguish truth from falsehood, and prior to this moment, he had harbored an ominous premonition that calamity might indeed befall the future. "Celestial, what troubles you?" inquired a strange being of indescribable darkness, his servant, Bobo. Observing the deity's distress, he expressed concern. "Do you recall the young Sulo I spoke of a year ago?" The deity wiped the virtual sweat from his brow, countering with a question. Bobo recollected. "You mentioned that the youth possessed formidable strength. Indeed, after a year, his power has escalated to a truly terrifying extent. Even from afar, I can sense the boundless energy within him. Compared to him, the formidable Bick from years past pales significantly." Upon hearing this, Bobo's eyes widened, resembling gleaming coins, filled with disbelief. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The deity paused, then recounted Sulo's recent declarations. Upon finishing, Bobo was immediately engulfed in panic. "Celestial, what shall we do?" Alas, since the upheaval caused by the Demon King, Bick, several centuries ago, renowned warriors have been ruthlessly slain, leading to the decline of martial arts on Earth. Ultimately, I cannot absolve myself from this. After all, Bick was born from the dark thoughts I once harbored, and I feel remorse toward my predecessor, lamented the deity. "Celestial, please do not bear such guilt. It is not entirely your fault," Bobo consoled from aside. The deity waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was untroubled. "Now, the only recompense I can offer is to cultivate a few exceptional martial artists for Earth. I hope that when adversity strikes in the future, they will rise to protect it." Yet, Sulo harbors a heavy heart and walks the line between righteousness and malevolence. "I cannot ascertain whether my decision is right or wrong." With a sigh of melancholy, the deity reflected on Sulo's ruthless annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army, a chilling reminder of the malevolence akin to that of the Demon King Bick from centuries ago. "Brother Sulo, if such powerful extraterrestrials truly exist, does that not place our Earth in great peril?" At this moment, the recovering Lotzi voiced her concerns. "Fear not," he chuckled. "Earth is but a small, forgotten planet in a remote galaxy of the northern Milky Way, lacking in any significant value. As it stands, it will not attract covetous eyes. Moreover, even if extraterrestrial beings were to invade in the future, as long as we grow stronger than them, they shall no longer pose a threat." Sulo chuckled as he playfully ruffled Lazili's hair. Lazili, akin to a contented feline, half closed her eyes, her expression radiating sheer delight. "Brother Sulo, you are truly remarkable. You seem to understand everything." "Just a smattering of knowledge," he replied modestly. "Brother Sulo, once I grow stronger, I will come to protect you, and of course." The fool Lapisi. Sunlight filtered through the verdant leaves, illuminating the girl's beaming face, dazzling and ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial fairy descending to Earth. "All right." The two exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Nearby, Lapisi sat quietly, the corners of his mouth curling into a radiant smile. 2 days later, the trio arrived beneath the towering Kalinta. From a distance, the slender tower soared skyward, piercing the clouds and vanishing into the mist. "Is this tower truly so high?" Lazili exclaimed in awe, gazing up at the cloud-kissing Kalinta. Sulo, equally astonished, could not help but admire the ingenuity of the ancients who had erected such a marvel. After 2 days of arduous travel, the group felt fatigued. Lazili and Lapisi, with their limited abilities, struggled to maintain a swift pace in flight and often required rest to recuperate their strength, leading to a series of stops along their journey. After a brief respite, the three ascended along the ivory tower, 3 streams of light piercing through the layers of clouds with remarkable speed. At the pinnacle of Kalinta, within a flattened, circular edifice, a portly feline sage leaned on a staff, standing before a large water basin. With a gentle tap of his staff on the water's surface, the clear water instantly mirrored the images of Sulo and his companions. "At this rate, they will soon arrive. How nostalgic. It has been ages since anyone has climbed up here." The last time was nearly 3 centuries ago, if I recall correctly. When did Earth give birth to such extraordinary beings? Truly remarkable, mused the feline sage in wonder. With another light tap of his staff, the reflection vanished, returning the surface to its tranquil state. Time passed slowly, and after a moment, he sensed their arrival. The sage's heart quickened as he turned his gaze toward the tower's exterior. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of rushing air filled the space as the figures of Sulo and his companions emerged, gracefully floating into the chamber and landing steadily upon the floor. The sage, leaning on his staff, squinted to scrutinize the trio before him, with Sulo leaving the most profound impression. The faintest aura emanating from him sent a shiver through the sage's being. What a formidable young man, he thought. Sulo, curious, glanced around the hall before returning his gaze to the feline sage. This venerable cat exuded an otherworldly aura, though its fur was not entirely pure white. It possessed an undeniable essence of being untainted by the mundane world. It has been quite a while since I encountered such remarkable young individuals as yourselves. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Corinne Tower? Surely, it is not merely for the ultra-divine water, is it? The cat sage extended his paw, scratching his beard as he spoke. Sulo chuckled softly, possessing a modest understanding of the ultra-divine water. It is simply ordinary water, devoid of any significant value. His true objective this time was the miraculous healing item, the senzu bean. In the earlier stages of Dragon Ball, senzu beans were merely utilized to stave off hunger, failing to showcase their true worth. However, as the story progressed, they became invaluable to the Dragon Ball warriors, serving as life-saving treasures. Regrettably, the senzu beans were later squandered by Yajirobe, who devoured them all. Coupled with their exceedingly low production rate, senzu beans became a rarity, with Goku and his companions wishing they could split one in half for use. Besides senzu beans, Corinne Tower also possesses the extraordinary ultra-divine water. It is said that consuming it can awaken the hidden potential within a person. However, Sulo was not particularly interested in this notion. The ultra-divine water is inherently a toxic substance. Only by enduring its venom can one unlock immense potential and acquire extraordinary strength. In the original narrative, Goku had once consumed the ultra-divine water, but subsequently fell victim to a viral heart disease, a rather astonishing predicament for a race renowned for their physical resilience. Thus, Sulo had no desire for such a perilous substance. Moreover, the Elder Namekian and the Old Kaioshin offered a far safer and more reliable means of potential development compared to the ultra-divine water. Greetings, Katsaje. My name is Sulo. I have heard that you possess a substance known as senzu beans, which can sustain a person for 10 days without food. Might I procure some from you? I can exchange these fish for them, Sulo said with a smile, producing several universal capsules. He opened one, and with a resounding pop, the central area of Corinne Tower was instantly filled with tanks brimming with various fish, releasing a strong fishy aroma. Fish! The cat sage's previously narrowed eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the bounty. Unable to resist the enticing scent, he swallowed hard. However, feeling that his earlier reaction was somewhat unbecoming, he pretended to cough a couple of times, attempting to regain his composure. Ahem, I see. I do have senzu beans, originally intended to replenish the stamina and hunger of climbers. However, in the past few centuries, no one has ascended here, rendering the senzu beans useless. Since you desire them, I can certainly spare some for you. Please wait here while I fetch them. After a brief interval, the cat sage returned, cradling 3 large jars before Sulo and his companions. Here, take these. Sulo was taken aback by the sight of the 3 jars. He had not anticipated the cat sage to possess such an abundance of senzu beans, at least 10,000, it seemed. Clearly, the senzu beans that Yajirobe had wasted were not few in number. With a beaming smile, Sulo handed over the capsules he held to the cat sage and received the jars in return, gazing at the bountiful supply of celestial beans. Sulo's heart brimmed with joy. He had struck gold. Meanwhile, the cat immortal, holding a capsule filled with fish, felt equally jubilant, astonished that someone would exchange tasteless celestial beans for fish. For the cat immortal, who rarely indulged in the delight of a savory fish, Sulo's gesture was akin to a timely gift of warmth in the midst of winter. Having long grown weary of celestial beans, it had been yearning for a change in its diet. Both the man and the cat savored their respective fortunes in silence. Chapter 12. The Deity and Bobo. After acquiring the celestial beans, Sulo and his companions did not hasten to depart. Instead, they engaged the cat immortal in a discussion about martial arts. Despite possessing a millennium of martial heritage, Sulo did not underestimate others. Although the cat immortal's strength paled in comparison to his own. Having lived for over 800 years, it possessed unique insights into martial arts, a testament to its extensive experience. After exchanging valuable insights, Sulo found himself profoundly enlightened. The fog of confusion that had clouded his training dissipated, leaving him with newfound clarity. After expressing their gratitude, Sulo and his companions bid farewell to the cat immortal and ascended towards the divine temple, swiftly vanishing into the azure sky. Were they truly heading to the temple? The cat immortal squinted, washing its face with a paw, gazing at the pristine sky. After a moment of contemplation, a smile spread across its face, and with a leap, it immersed itself in the sea of fish. Fish, here I come. As the trio ascended rapidly, they soon overcame the dense black storm clouds, emerging into the light. Sulo, are we nearing our destination? Lapis inquired, excitement bubbling within him as he spotted a small red dot on the horizon. Yes, we are almost there. The higher realms were vast and ethereal, where a hemisphere-shaped temple, resplendent as fire, floated timelessly. In truth, the temple was situated beyond the earthly domain, existing within a special space enveloped by divine power that shielded it from prying eyes. Thus, there were only two ways to access the temple, being recognized by it or intruding by sheer strength. Clearly, Sulo and his companions belonged to the latter category. The trio accelerated suddenly, swiftly ascending to the temple's platform. Sulo surveyed the temple's layout. A golden palace rested on one side, surrounded by trees adorned with blooming flowers, where butterflies danced gracefully among the blossoms. In the center of the temple stood the deity and Bobo, seemingly awaiting their arrival. As Sulo approached the center of the temple, Lapis and the others followed closely. Welcome to the temple, esteemed guests from afar. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The deity's aged voice resonated nearby. Sulo calmly regarded the deity, a Namekian whose features bore the deep marks of time. Beside the deity stood the divine servant, Bobo, a remarkable figure who has outlasted several generations of deities. Bobo, clad in traditional Arab attire, gazed at them with eyes resembling copper coins. I am aware of your identity, celestial being. It seems you anticipated our arrival here. Sulo stativ kamli. He harbored no fondness for this individual who had spied on him on several occasions. I once observed you through my mental faculties. For that, I offer my apologies. The deity expressed regretfully. Your existence possesses a power that has entirely transcended my capacity to control. Should you ever succumb to the malevolent thoughts lurking within your heart during your cultivation, and if evil were to take root, your strength would unleash chaos upon Earth. And no one, not even I, would be able to intervene. As the guardian of this planet, I bear the responsibility for every blade of grass, every flower, and every living being. The deity continued, seemingly lost in recollection, a look of remorse crossing his visage. Are you implying that I am an uncertain threat to Earth? Sulo responded, a mocking expression gracing his features. The deity shook his head gently, speaking in a somber tone. No, that was merely a hypothesis. Through my observations, I have discerned that you are not an inherently malevolent individual. Oh, should I then consider myself fortunate? Sulo replied nonchalantly. The deity sighed softly and continued, Sulo, your nature is inherently pure. Yet the weight of your latent murderous intent is exceedingly heavy. I fear that one day, you may be unable to restrain this urge, losing sight of your true self, and at that moment, no one will be able to halt you. This would spell disaster for Earth, and indeed, the entire universe. It is vital to understand that the line between good and evil often resides within a single thought. I have experienced this firsthand. Many years ago, before I ascended to godhood, I allowed my mind to be tainted by wickedness during my cultivation. In pursuit of the divine position, I externalized this malevolence, resulting in the creation of the great demon king, who wreaked havoc upon the world and brought untold suffering to Earth's inhabitants. Therefore, I wish for you not to follow in my footsteps. Do you comprehend? At that moment, the deity bore no semblance of divinity, appearing more like a venerable elder recounting his regrettable past. After a brief silence, Sulo understood the implications of the deity's words. The deity feared that he might one day be driven by murderous intent, transforming into a remorseless tyrant and plunging the world into chaos. While there was merit to his concerns, Sulo replied, Deity, I recognize your apprehensions, yet our aspirations diverge. You have forsaken your darker inclinations in pursuit of divine status. retaining only the purest aspects of your being. I, however, possess my own ambitions and those whom I wish to protect. For their sake, I shall adhere to my true self, pursuing my desires and traversing my chosen path, even if it is fraught with thorns and bloodshed. The only commitment I can make is to uphold my integrity, unyielding to the temptations of desire, and to maintain a heart that remains clear and unblemished. Is this so? A bitter expression etched itself upon the deity's aged face. Sulo's eyes, bright as the stars, continued to gaze intently at the deity as he spoke. Moreover, with my strength, even if I were to act now, you would be unable to prevent it, would you not? O divine being, you have grown old. If one day a formidable and malevolent enemy were to emerge and invade Earth, what would you do in the absence of power to resist? Would you attempt to sway them with your benevolence, or persuade them with your words? Without strength as a foundation, discussions of good and evil are but a farce. Sulo's words pierced deeply, striking at the fragile essence of the divine being's spirit. Perhaps you speak the truth. Upon hearing Sulo's remarks, a fleeting look of despondence crossed the divine being's face, and with a tone of resignation, he replied, Sulo, the divine being is the most exalted of deities. How could you speak of him thus? Observing the divine being's visibly shaken demeanor, Bobo expressed his discontent. I speak as I always do. If the temple does not welcome me, I can depart. Whether I can cultivate and grow stronger here matters little to me. It merely requires a bit more time for training. Sulo shrugged and turned to leave, with Lotzi Li and La by C closely following. Regardless of Sulo's decision, they would unconditionally lend their support. Wait, Sulo, you are being overly hasty. I never claimed the temple does not welcome you. The divine being called out as he regained his composure. So, does that mean we are permitted to cultivate here? Sulo paused and inquired. I consent to your cultivation here, the divine being replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself, then added, however, I have a condition. Is this a condition for practicing in the temple? Not quite. This is merely a personal request, the divine being stated. Pray, ilaverat, Sulo. If one day Earth were to face an external invasion and could not withstand it, I hope you would intervene to protect it. The divine being expressed with a hint of expectation. Sulo pondered for a moment and replied, I cannot guarantee this. I shall not remain on Earth indefinitely. The divine being's face briefly reflected disappointment upon hearing Sulo's words. However, I can assure you that as long as I am on Earth, it shall remain safe. Upon hearing this, the divine being's expression softened somewhat. Then it is settled, Bobo, you shall oversee their training. Understood, divine being, Bobo replied. Should you have any requests, feel free to address them to Bobo, the divine being added, directing his words to Sulo and the others. The trio nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I am feeling somewhat fatigued, the divine being announced before turning towards the palace, his retreating figure emanating a sense of solitude. Bobo, with his large coin-like eyes, gazed at the divine being's departing silhouette. Brother Sulo, your words just now, though I could not fully comprehend them, felt incredibly powerful. You made the divine being retreat. Lotzi whispered in admiration, leaning closer to Sulo. Sulo chuckled softly and tousled her hair affectionately. After watching the deity depart, Bobo shifted his gaze to Sulo and his companions, breaking into a wide smile as he spoke. You three are the first humans in many years to enter the temple through your own strength. To be candid, Bobo felt a surge of joy. In the days to come, you shall cultivate within the temple. Allow me to arrange your accommodations. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. Sulo replied with a smile. Just call me Bobo, he responded with a grin, leading them into the palace and assigning them their respective rooms. Chapter 13. The House of Mental Time in the Temple Square, Bobo inquired. Before you begin your training, could you first demonstrate your prowess? I wish to gauge your abilities before making further arrangements. Allow me to begin. Lapisai stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, eager to showcase his skills. Strike when ready, young man, Bobo said with a calm demeanor. Please, enlighten me. Lapisai took his stance, and with a swift motion, left a trail of afterimages as he launched a punch towards Bobo's dark visage. Though seemingly simple, the attack concealed an immense force. Bobo effortlessly raised his hand, absorbing the blow. Lapisai's expression shifted as he regarded Bobo with newfound seriousness. That punch had harnessed half of his strength, yet Bobo had countered it with such ease. Realizing he must exert his full power, Lapisai ceased holding back, channeling his internal energy as he unleashed a flurry of increasingly forceful punches. The sound of fists meeting palms echoed as they exchanged blows, engaging in a rapid succession of strikes. However, no matter how fiercely Lapisai attacked, Bobo's defense stood like an impenetrable wall, unyielding and robust. Observing Bobo's calm demeanor, Lapisai gritted his teeth and conjured a blue energy orb with one hand, hurling it towards Bobo. But then, a shocking spectacle unfolded. To Lapisai's astonishment, Bobo opened his mouth wide and consumed the energy orb, subsequently burping as a wisp of white smoke escaped his lips. "He just ate my energy orb," Lapisai exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. "Is he a monster?" Bobo, unfazed, remarked, "I have a fair understanding of your abilities now. Quite commendable, with a solid foundation, though your movements could benefit from refinement." Lapisai nodded in acknowledgement. "Next, who among you will step forward?" "I shall," Lazili declared, stepping forth, her youthful visage alight with combat fervor. "Come to me directly," Bobo said nonchalantly. Lazili focused intently, her attention riveted on Bobo as she sought an opening for her attack. Yet, the question of where to strike posed a significant challenge. Despite Bobo merely standing there without any evident defense, he exuded an aura that made her feel as though he were impervious to assault. In the next instant, as if she had discovered a flaw, Lazili darted forth like lightning, launching an assault towards Bobo's body. Just as her fist was about to connect, Bobo shifted, seemingly teleporting to another location, evading her strike effortlessly. With her initial punch missing, Lazili swiftly pivoted to execute another attack, but Bobo, elusive as a specter, evaded her strike time and again. "Your steps have faltered, and your mind is restless. At this rate, you shall never touch Bobo." As Bobo deftly dodged her onslaught, he offered guidance. "To strike me, you must calm your spirit and comprehend the speed of lightning." However, this profound truth was evidently beyond Lazili's grasp at that moment. She panted softly, persisting in her attempts to strike. Bobo's expression remained inscrutable on his dark visage as he seized Lazili's wrist and hurled her away. She soared through the air for several dozen meters before finally regaining her balance. "Incredible," she gasped. "Well, this concludes our bout. Bobo is well aware of your strength, which is commendable." A faint smile crept across Bobo's face. Though Lazili's movements were not rapid enough, her ability to sense his aura earned her his respect. "Now it is my turn." Sulo, aware of Bobo's formidable prowess, refrained from any preliminary tests, unleashing a battle power of 1379 in an instant. Having slightly improved after the battle with the Scarlet Ribbon Legion, his overwhelming energy transformed into a white flame enveloping his form, causing the air around to grow oppressive. Lazili and Lapisai, mere spectators, felt the atmosphere thicken, their breaths becoming increasingly labored. Bobo's calm demeanor shifted momentarily, astonished by Sulo's strength. With a light touch of his toes, Sulo appeared at Bobo's left side. With a swift, crushing punch that sliced through the air, a brief vacuum formed. The fist surged forward with remarkable speed, leaving no time for reaction. Yet, Bobo subtly angled his body, evading Sulo's fierce blow by a hair's breadth. Anticipating Bobo's movements, Sulo swiftly followed up with a side kick, generating a sensation of heat from the friction against the air due to his incredible velocity. Bobo raised his arm, absorbing the impact of this heavy strike, beads of sweat glistening on his inky face. One strike failed, followed by a flurry of collisions, the sounds of fists meeting echoing in rapid succession. In the plaza, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Lapisai and Lazili watched in a daze, their inferior strength rendering them unable to discern the duel between Sulo and Bobo. They could only vaguely capture the intertwining silhouettes, like two strands of luminous white light. Each collision sparked fire, sending ripples of energy outward from their point of contact. The relentless and visceral nature of this battle was exhilarating. The more they fought, the more invigorated Sulo became, his dark eyes brimming with fervor, his attacks growing ever more ferocious. "Brother Sulo is remarkable," Lazili exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at the surging white aura, a swell of pride swelling within her, as though the fighter before her was an extension of herself. Their clash was devoid of any embellishments, merely a raw collision of martial prowess. Ultimately, the two separated after a fierce exchange, locking eyes in a moment of silence that enveloped the arena. Bobo, drenched in sweat and appearing quite disheveled, clearly had not gained the upper hand in their bout. Sulo fared slightly better, yet his countenance bore no trace of elation. Rather, it was marked by gravity. In terms of combat prowess, Bobo was only around 1,000, significantly inferior to Sulo. Yet he managed to hold his ground for so long. To Sulo's discerning gaze, Bobo was riddled with vulnerabilities, Yet with each assault, he evaded with an astonishing agility and countered effectively. This scenario was unprecedented for him. Perhaps this epitomized the true state of equanimity, Sulo mused. Just as the divine being had indicated, Sulo, you are formidable. Bobo's strength pales in comparison. Bobo's eyes sparkled with admiration as he uttered a note of praise. You overstate my abilities. You are the truly remarkable one, Sulo replied with a shake of his head and a wry smile. Huh! This is the culmination of years of training, Bobo chuckled, then clasped his hands behind his back and turned astride towards the palace. Ordinary training has little value for you now. Please follow me. Very well, came the reply. Within the palace, the divine being reclined upon the throne, peering through a crystal orb, not merely observing, but scrutinizing the clash of the two fighters. Alas, Suluo's current strength instills a sense of trepidation within me. What kind of formidable entity must those extraterrestrial beings be who surpass him? The thought of a potential extraterrestrial invasion left the divine being's brow furrowed, his aged visage reflecting deeper concern. Yet, when he contemplated Suluo and his companions, the creases of his weathered face gradually smoothed. Suluo was the most gifted Earthling he had encountered since his ascendancy. His remarkable prowess at such a tender age was astonishing. His two companions also exhibited considerable talent, and with proper nurturing, they would undoubtedly become the pillars of Earth in the future. Under Bobo's guidance, they arrived at a mysterious chamber filled with the ethereal reflections of clocks. Lazili gazed around in wonder as the shadows of clocks danced upon the walls, floor, and ceiling. Her curiosity piqued. Bobo, where are we? She inquired. This is the House of Temporal Spirit, a repository of events past, present, and future, where all transitions converge. Bobo explained. The House of Temporal Spirit? Suluo echoed, recalling that in the original narrative, Sun Wukong had traversed this place to journey back hundreds of years to the era of Wu Tai Do, where he had trained for a time. Unexpectedly, Bobo would bring them here. Chapter 14, The Science of the Past. Sulo, you have embarked on your own martial path. Bobo can no longer teach you anything. What you currently lack is merely combat experience, and you're well aware that honing your martial skills through battle is essential, Bobo stated incisively. Sulo nodded in agreement. This House of Temporal Spirits houses numerous formidable masters. Bobo can assist you in finding suitable opponents. Please follow me. The two approached a clock devoid of hands, where Bobo retrieved two differently sized clock hands from his pocket and affixed them to the clock. Instantly, the clock's face emanated a blue luminescence, and the hands spun rapidly. A cacophony of crackling lightning erupted, and the clock transformed into a miniature black hole. The dark opening radiated a sinister glow, captivating the soul. Sulo stood nearby, gazing curiously at the abyss. The depth of the inky void was indeterminate, yet it irresistibly beckoned exploration. Bobo. Sulo began to inquire about the destination of the black hole. However, Bobo thrust his large, shadowy hand, sending Sulo teetering and tumbling towards the black hole. Observing Sulo's descent, Bobo revealed a sly smile. Sulo, this is an excellent opportunity for time travel. I hope you gain much from it. Hey, Bobo, what have you done? Where have you sent Brother Sulo? Laziki, standing behind, questioned angrily upon witnessing Sulo's sudden disappearance. Lapisai also glared furiously. He has ventured into the past. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Look, Bobo produced a crystal ball from seemingly nowhere. The two leaned in, discovering the crystal ball was projecting a scene from another world. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, and the surroundings lay in disarray, as if they had just endured a massive war. The entire sky was cloaked in a blood-red glow, creating an eerie atmosphere. Amidst the ruins, 5 Saiyans clad in battle attire, sporting tails, gathered around a campfire. Ugh, this meat is truly awful, grumbled a short, sharp-faced Saiyan, spitting out the food in distaste. Enough. Who told you to be so rough? With the state you've left this place in, finding anything edible is a miracle, a balding middle-aged Saiyan responded with irritation. TCH, Captain, you can't blame me entirely for this. Look over there. It seems there's something. A female Saiyan pointed to the sky not far away. At that moment, a black hole appeared in the heavens. Sulo fell from its depths. The descent was alarmingly swift, and just as his head was about to make an intimate acquaintance with the ground, Sulo hastily employed his sky dance technique to halt his fall. As he gazed at the ground, mere inches away, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed. Phew, my handsome visage was almost compromised. By the way, where am I? Safely on solid ground. He surveyed the dilapidated surroundings, a pensive expression crossing his face. A mirage? No, Everything feels so tangible. Sulo clenched his fist, keenly sensing the lifeblood coursing through his veins. This authenticity did not seem illusory. 5 individuals are rapidly approaching me. Before Sulo could contemplate further, he perceived 5 formidable presences racing toward him. These must be the opponents Mr. Bobo has procured for me. 5 streaks of light traversed the sky, and in mere moments, they materialized before Sulo. To his surprise, his adversaries were Saiyans. How intriguing. Upon seeing the newcomers, each adorned with a tail and sporting a scouter, Sulo instantly recognized their identities. The renowned warrior race from the Dragon Ball universe, the Saiyans. Among them were 5 Saiyans, 4 males and 1 female, varying in height and build. The most powerful among them was a bald, middle-aged Saiyan in the center, boasting a combat power of 1700, while the others were somewhat weaker. TCH, just a puny weakling. I thought I'd encounter something substantial. What a waste of my time. Hey, you worthless brat. How do you wish to meet your demise? The diminutive Saiyan pressed a button on his scouter, and upon seeing the displayed data, a sneer of disdain crossed his face. You ugly little gourd, seeking death? Hearing the diminutive Saiyan incessantly refer to him as a brat, Sulo's irritation flared, and he replied coldly, What did you say? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I had intended to grant you a swift death, but now I shall relish in tormenting you, making your existence unbearable. The small Saiyan, evidently incensed, approached Sulo with a sinister grin, his fists cracking ominously as he conjured malicious thoughts. Ho, go. Remember to leave him alive. I want to train him properly. The sole female Saiyan, possessing considerable allure and an exceptionally voluptuous form, licked her lips, her gaze fervently fixed upon the exceptionally handsome Sulo. Accustomed to the unappealing features of her comrades and the bizarre appearances of extraterrestrials, the arrival of such a striking youth ignited an indefinable desire for conquest within her. Upon hearing the female Saiyan's words, the small Saiyan named Kao's eyes flashed with venomous rage. That damned woman, who usually ignores me, is now flaunting herself. This is all the fault of that insufferable brat. Kao seeded internally. His stride transformed into a sprint, becoming a fleeting shadow as he lunged towards Sulo, aiming a slap at his face. A cold glimmer flickered across Sulo's face. This diminutive adversary dared to strike at him? With a swift motion, Sulo extended his hand, executing the same action but with greater speed, ferocity, and power. Just as Kao's palm was a mere 10 centimeters from him, Sulo's hand landed decisively upon Kao's face. A sharp crack resonated through the air. Kao's contorted visage froze in shock, and his entire body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently against the remnants of a crumbled wall. Curse that wretched little brat. I shall not let this go unpunished. A furious roar erupted from the debris. In an instant, a blinding white light burst forth from the rubble, transforming the once encumbering stones into mere dust. Kao emerged from the pile, one hand clutching his swollen face. An intense, throbbing pain radiated from his features. Crimson blood flowed incessantly from his mouth, and several of his front teeth had vanished, leaving behind gaping voids that rendered his already unattractive countenance even more grotesque. Ha ha, Kao, is that all you got? To be struck by a mere rookie. No wonder Rita looks down on you. Laughter erupted from the onlooking Saiyans, who noted the readings on their scouters remained unchanged at 5 points. They instinctively assumed Kao had merely been accidentally hit by Sulo, and thus they mocked him further, crossing their arms and adopting a spectator's demeanor, showing no inclination to intervene. Rita, the female Saiyan, wore a particularly scornful expression, further inciting Kao's rage. His power level, once at 1300, surged slightly in response to his fury. Faced with opponents of superior strength, Kao dared not voice his grievances, redirecting his wrath solely towards Sulo. I will make you pay with your life. Kao's bloodshot eyes fixated on Sulo, blood and saliva oozing grotesquely from the corners of his mouth. Is that all you've got, you pathetic fool? Sulo regarded him with an icy indifference, mocking him. The provocation ignited Kao's fury, and he lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of lethal strikes. Sulo deftly sidestepped each assault with ease. Observing the increasingly irrational Saiyan, Sulo smirked disdainfully. He possessed immense strength, but lacked the skill to wield it, relying solely on brute force. Such a foe extinguished Sulo's interest in battle. With a swift kick, he sent Kao hurtling away. Subsequently, he conjured a blue shockwave between his palms, directing it towards the airborne Kao. A thunderous explosion ensued, and in that instant, Cao met his demise, reduced to mere powder scattered in the air. The sudden turn of events left the onlooking Saiyans utterly dumbfounded. This is bad. He is a master capable of concealing his energy. Everyone attacked together. The middle-aged Saiyan leader, witnessing the surge in the scouters' readings, quickly assessed the situation. 4 individuals encircled their target, each coalescing energy within their hands and launching it towards Sulo. Their coordination was strikingly harmonious. "Little handsome, if you survive, I shall cherish you dearly." Rita's voice dripped with a hint of seduction, yet her countenance betrayed a cruel streak. As a competent Saiyan warrior, she knew the necessity of ruthlessness against adversaries. Even if the opponent possessed an appealing visage that stirred her emotions, she would show no leniency. Countless energy blasts swiftly sealed Sulo's escape route, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. In the face of the relentless onslaught, a manic smile flickered across Sulo's face. This was the battle he had longed for. Chapter 15, Victory. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions comparable to nuclear detonations erupted around Sulo, creating a series of shockwaves that surged outward, the terrifying energy ripples inciting ferocious gusts, as if the very earth might crumble beneath them. In the aftermath of the explosions, the battlefield was shrouded in thick smoke. "Ha ha, Captain. That little brat should be dead by now. Our combined assault would annihilate even a seasoned fighter with a power level of 2,000. Let alone a mere child with a power level under 1,400, the Saiyan, Captain guffawed. "Ah, such a pity for such a handsome boy. I had hoped to toy with him a bit longer." Rita licked her crimson lips, her expression one of regret. As she surveyed the smoke-laden wreckage, she pressed a button on her detector. "Ha ha, indeed there are no life signs." A sanguine smile curled upon her lips. However, in the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically. Gazing at the numbers transmitted from her device, she quickly redirected her attention. Upon seeing Sulo standing behind the Saiyan captain, she shouted urgently, "Captain, be careful. He is behind you." "What?" The Saiyan captain was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard. "Has no one ever told you not to rejoice too soon?" A chilling voice resonated from behind him. The Saiyan captain's body stiffened, a wave of icy dread surging from his feet to his heart. Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he saw a pale hand piercing through his heart, crimson blood trickling down the fingers. "That was fast," he managed to utter, before his vision darkened and he succumbed to the void, lifeless. Sulo flung the corpse aside, his blood-stained hand glinting ominously. A flicker of coldness dancing in his eyes. That moment had been perilously close. Fortunately, he had employed time stasis to evade the assault. Had he been struck by that flurry of attacks, he would have met a grim fate. Witnessing the swift demise of their strongest captain sent chills down the spines of the remaining 3. No matter how foolish or arrogant they were, they could no longer deny that Sulo was formidable. "Damn it, this kid is no pushover. We might not even stand chance." "Rito, swiftly contact another team and request support. I will buy you some time." The 2 male Saiyans wore grim expressions as they charged forward. Rita gritted her teeth, extended her finger, and tapped on the device, seemingly transmitting a message. Seeing this, Sulo smirked slyly and did not intervene. He then engaged in combat with the 2 Saiyans. Each of them possessed greater power than he did, with extensive experience in life-and-death battles. And their coordinated efforts made it challenging for Sulo to cope initially. However, that was merely a temporary setback. He soon adapted to the rhythm of the fight, and the tide began to turn. Seizing the moment, he delivered 2 swift punches, striking the Saiyans at their most vulnerable points. The Saiyans were sent reeling, blood spewing as they were knocked back. Sulo placed his palms together, fingers aligned, forming an irregular diamond shape, and aimed it at the 2 Saiyans who were flying backwards. A brilliant golden light erupted from his hands. Arcs of electricity danced between his palms, accompanied by the crackling sound of energy, as if brewing a devastating blow. The 2 Saiyans, locked onto by a thread of energy, watched in horror as the device's reading soared to 2,900, an ominous thought haunting their minds. "It's over." The energy cannon, as a deep voice resonated. A dazzling beam of golden light erupted from Sulo. The diamond-shaped wave surged forth with a cataclysmic force, consuming them in its wake. In an instant, the 2 Saiyans were obliterated, reduced to dust scattered across the earth. When the brilliance faded, a deep chasm remained, cleaving the ground in 2 like a divine rift. Sulo breathed heavily, gazing at the gaping gorge before him. The energy cannon was indeed a formidable technique, far surpassing the Kamehameha in potency. but it consumed a significant amount of energy. His gaze shifted slightly to the stunned Rita nearby. He began to stride towards her, each step penetrating her fragile psyche. She swallowed hard, fear prompting her to retreat a few steps. Don't come any closer. My kin will arrive soon. You still have time to escape. Oh, escape? That was never my intention, Sulo replied coldly. Damn it, don't think I'm afraid of you. As Sulo advanced, Rita shouted hoarsely, unleashing waves of blue energy from her hands, as if this act would provide her with enough security. Sulo couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, the prince's combat style never goes out of fashion. After this reflection, he casually waved his hands, dispersing the energy waves behind him, continuing his advance. The energy waves exploded, creating deep craters in the ground. After witnessing the futility of her attacks, Rita's fierce demeanor underwent a swift transformation, softening into a seductive allure. Hee, little brother, I was merely jesting with you. Look at your sister. If you spare me, I can offer you delightful experiences. Her ability to change expressions was swifter than turning a page in a book. Sulo gazed at her, somewhat speechless, observing the unyielding youth. Rita clenched her teeth and abruptly tore off her combat suit, exposing her body to the air. A strikingly fair figure presented itself before Sulo's eyes. What do you think, little brother? Am I not beautiful? I am at your service, willing to adopt any pose you desire. As Sulo looked on, momentarily astonished, Rita feigned shyness, lowering her head while her right hand discreetly moved behind her, where an energy sphere began to coalesce. However, before she could proceed with her next action, a golden energy beam swiftly pierced through her forehead. My apologies, dear sister, but I'm not a little brother. Moreover, you are rather unappealing. Rita's lifeless form gradually slumped to the ground, her face still bearing an expression of disbelief. Ah, quite fair-skinned and ample, what a pity. Sulo couldn't help but steal another glance at a certain area before averting his gaze. He then condensed an energy orb to obliterate Rita's corpse. Such conduct in broad daylight is unbecoming. There remained a formidable battle ahead. It was prudent to rest and recuperate. Sulo promptly seated himself, adjusting his breath. With each inhalation and exhalation, the energy within him gradually surged. It must be said that his extraordinary regenerative talent is indeed formidable. In just a brief moment, his stamina had nearly fully restored. Rising to his feet, he sensed 6 powerful auras within his range. 6 more formidable foes have arrived. A faint smile graced his lips as a palpable sense of battle spirit enveloped him, ready to embrace the impending conflict. In the House of Time, Bobo, Lotsili, and La Pai Si observed Sulo's fight through a crystal ball, each displaying distinct expressions. The power of time? Bobo bore an enigmatic smile, lost in thought as he watched Sulo's battle. Meanwhile, Lotsili was visibly anxious, her heart racing as she witnessed Sulo being targeted by numerous energy blasts. She nearly struggled to breathe. Upon seeing him emerge unscathed and subsequently dispatch 3 Saiyans, her countenance brightened. However, her expression shifted to fury upon witnessing the final scene. Her small fists clenched in indignation, wishing to leap into the crystal ball and confront that shameless woman. She then cast a somewhat regretful glance at her unremarkable teddy bear, muttering, could it be that Brother Sulo prefers larger companions? In contrast, La Pai Si's focus diverged from his sister's. He was enthralled by the intense battle, his blood boiling with excitement. When Sulo vanquished Rita, the image in the crystal ball abruptly ceased. Bobo stowed away the crystal ball and inquired, what are your thoughts after witnessing Sulo's battle? Without a moment's hesitation, Lapith exclaimed, Brother Sulo is incredibly strong. However, I shall train to surpass him. After a brief contemplation, Lotsili added, I simply wish to remain by Brother Sulo's side, and for that reason, I will strive diligently in my training. Bobo grinned. That is indeed a commendable aspiration. Follow me. I will train you earnestly. With that, he led the way out of the House of Mental Time. The two exchanged glances before following suit. Chapter 16, The Divine Meditation Technique on the Battlefield. An even fiercer confrontation raged on. The ground was riddled with countless deep craters, and several corpses lay half-buried within, obscured by mud and debris. A frenzied hurricane whipped through the air, stirring waves of energy amidst a dim, blood-red sky. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene, after vanquishing his final foe, Sulo collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. His garments were tattered, his body marred by numerous wounds, drenched in blood, making it impossible to discern whether it belonged to him or his adversaries. This is the first time I've been in such a dire state, Sulo mused, gazing at the crimson night sky and feeling the searing pain coursing through him. A bitter smile gracing his lips. Once he regained a modicum of strength, he retrieved a celestial bean from his spatial pouch and began to chew. With a gulp, Sulo swallowed the bean, which instantly released a rich aura of vitality, mending his battered form. In the blink of an eye, he was revitalized. How do you fare, Sulo? A deep voice resonated. Unbeknownst to him, Bobo had materialized beside him. Sulo flashed a grin. Not too bad. Through this battle, the skills he had mastered had been meticulously honed. The fluidity of his techniques no longer bore any trace of awkwardness or rigidity, and his combat experience had surged dramatically. Bobo, this world, it's a remnant of the past. I senti it? Sulo ingwayev. Indeed, Sulo, Bobo affirmed. Then, will my actions here affect the future? Sulo asked curiously. Not all, Bobo explained. This realm exists within the house of mental time. Everything you experience is merely a recorded moment in time. The original history has already transpired, and you are but an observer. Your actions will not alter anything. Once you exit, this place will revert to its original state. Sulo nadit sotfelli. It resembles a game simulator. I am merely a player, not the programmer. We should return now. Bobo produced a clock and gently adjusted the hour hand. A rift in space materialized before them, and he stepped confidently inside. After a moment's hesitation, Sulo followed suit. As they departed, the rift sealed behind them, and the world underwent a dramatic transformation, as if time itself were reversing, restoring everything to its primordial state. After a swift transition of the surrounding scenes, Sulo and Bobo found themselves back in the time house of the mind. The presence of Laziri and her companion had long since vanished from the room. Upon inquiring about their whereabouts, they learned that the two were engaged in their own training at the temple plaza, which relieved Sulo's concerns. Noticing Sulo's fatigue, Bobo gently advised Sulo. You should rest for a while. The consecutive battles have kept your spirit in a state of tension, which is not conducive to your well-being. Sulo nodded in acknowledgement, expressed his gratitude to Bobo, and then retreated to his chamber. After a brief cleansing, he lay down on his bed. Just as he closed his eyes, a wave of weariness washed over him, and he soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, Sulo had a modest breakfast and intended to practice in the time house of the mind. Naturally, Bobo did not decline, leading him down the serpentine corridors of the temple until they arrived at the time house. This extraordinary place was remarkable. A year inside equated to merely a day outside. The interior was a vast expanse of white, with a harsh environment characterized by extreme temperature fluctuations, ranging from 50 degrees Celsius to negative 40 degrees, and a gravity tenfold that of Earth. Enduring a year in such a desolate and boundless space posed a profound challenge to the spirit. Those with weak willpower or a wandering mind were prone to hallucinations, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to remain there for an extended period. Bobo has already provided you with a detailed account of the time house, so I shall refrain from reiterating, he noted. However, one crucial point you must remember is that your stay here must not exceed 2 years. Otherwise, you risk becoming lost in a different dimension, never to return. Bobo imparted this warning. Sulo nodded, indicating his understanding. By the way, here's a book for you. Bobo carefully retrieved a tome from his robes and handed it to Sulo. Upon receiving it, Sulo examined the book closely. It appeared quite ancient, with 5 prominent characters inscribed on the cover. Meditation of the Celestial Deity. This was a mental meditation technique crafted with immense dedication by the first celestial deity, originally intended as a legacy to be passed down to the next generation. However, no one had ever successfully mastered it, leading to its prolonged neglect. The celestial deity instructed me to present this book to you, believing that with your aptitude, you might be able to learn it, Bobo remarked. Oh, the celestial deity is surprisingly generous, Sulo replied with a smile. Please convey my gratitude to him. Well then, focus on your training, Bobo said, flashing a grin before departing. The meditation of the celestial deity, Sulo pondered, gazing at the book in his hands. He then opened its pages and began to read intently. The more he delved into its contents, the more astonished he became, becoming increasingly immersed in its wisdom. After a considerable time, Sulo closed the book, exclaiming the first celestial deity was indeed a prodigious talent. In general, mental meditation could enhance both spiritual strength and combat prowess through focused contemplation. The divine meditation technique not only enhances mental fortitude and combat prowess, but also elevates one's dimensional existence. Within the cosmos, every form of life is distinctly categorized into levels, with dimension signifying the rank of existence. Ordinary beings, such as humans, occupy the first dimension, while entities like the cat sage belong to the second dimension. The celestial beings are classified within the third dimension, their influence confined to a single planet, thus categorized as planetary level. The king of hell, the world king, and the great world king correspond to the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensions, representing the galactic tier. The apprentice world king, the world king god, destroyer god, and the angel are designated as the seventh, eighth, and ninth dimensions, aligning with the cosmic tier. The grand king stands as the supreme entity, embodying the 10th dimension. Though the higher dimension does not inherently equate to greater strength, it undoubtedly ensures longevity. This notion alone stirred Sulo's heart. After all, what value does immense strength hold for mortals when, after a century, they merely become dust? The ephemeral beauty of a fleeting moment is not what Sulo seeks. Generally speaking, for mortals to elevate their dimension through cultivation is an extraordinary feat, yet the divine meditation technique indeed facilitates this transformation. To practice the divine meditation technique, one must possess formidable mental strength, a criterion Sulo meets. All things in the universe are composed of primordial energy, with every living being containing a minuscule amount of this energy, far inferior to the vastness of the cosmic essence. The divine meditation technique serves as a bridge, utilizing immense mental power to guide the wandering primordial energy of the universe into the body, nurturing cells and refining the physical form. As mental strength is honed, the body simultaneously grows stronger. With persistent cultivation, life undergoes continuous elevation, and as dimensions rise, the latent potential within the human body is further unleashed. This is an arduous journey, reminiscent of the cultivation philosophies found in novels from his previous life. Sulo even speculated whether this original divine being was, like him, a transmigrant. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try, sitting cross-legged, akin to a venerable monk in deep meditation. He closed his eyes and commenced the meditative practice as described in the text. Time slipped away unnoticed. After an indeterminate duration, Sulo's aura became ethereal and nebulous. Enveloped in a misty haze, specks of white light, dreamlike in nature, surrounded him, gradually merging into his body like droplets dissolving into the ocean, quietly integrating within. This marked his entry into a meditative state. Had Popo been present to witness this scene, he would surely have been astonished. The meditation technique, which had eluded celestial beings across generations, was successfully mastered by Sulo on his very first attempt. After another unknown span of time, Sulo opened his eyes, a shimmering haze glimmering briefly in his gaze. The divine meditation technique appeared to be rather accessible to cultivate. Sensing an enhancement in his energy, vitality, mental acuity, and various other facets, Sulo murmured to himself. On that day, the meditation technique felt as if it had been tailor-made for him. It was immediately comprehensible and easily practiced. Sulo pondered how the deities of past generations cultivated their powers. Could it be a matter of innate talent? He found this notion unlikely, as those who ascended to godhood must have exceptional gifts. While he was unaware of the talents of former deities, the current supreme deity was undoubtedly a prodigious genius from the planet Mike, possessing unparalleled aptitude. Unable to fathom the reasons behind it, Sulo ceased to dwell on the matter. He gazed at the vast, white expanse before him, a smile gracing his lips. Rising to his feet, he advanced forward. The moment his foot touched the pristine white realm, an unparalleled weight of pressure bore down upon him, making every movement arduous. Sulo felt as though every part of his being, every cell, was subjected to unimaginable gravity. He swung his fists, exerting effort yet remaining within tolerable limits, then proceeded to perform simple motions, running, squatting, doing push-ups, punching, and kicking. Time slipped away, second by second. Chapter 17. The Fruits of Training in the Temple. As time passed swiftly, another year had elapsed on Earth, though for Sulo and his companions, 3 years had flown by. 3 years was ample time to effect significant changes. Sulo's days were filled with purpose, alternating between rigorous training in the Spirit Time Room and combat in the House of Temporal Spirits. On this particular day, in the temple square, gentle sunlight cascaded onto the white stone floor. The stones shimmered like a river, reflecting glimmers of light under the sun's embrace. Bathed in sunlight, Sulo's expression was solemn. Suddenly, a remarkable aura erupted from him, enveloped in a layer of white energy. The Luoxian Fist. as the words left his lips. The surrounding white flames transformed instantaneously into a blue-white hue, and the aura surged to approximately 3 times its previous strength. At last, he had achieved a threefold enhancement. Sulo gazed at his palm, encircled by the blue-white flames, a slight smile appearing on his face before he dissipated the energy. After 3 years of profound insights, he had fully absorbed the martial knowledge within his mind, integrating it seamlessly to create a new skill, the Luo Xian Fist. His technique bore resemblance to the King Fist, both being enhancement-type skills. However, the Luo Xian Fist imposed far less strain on the body and offered prolonged duration compared to the King Fist. Nevertheless, increasing its multiplicative effect proved challenging. Significant effort was required to enhance it further, and so far, he had only attained a threefold augmentation. He opened his personal panel. Host, Sulo. Age, 16 years. Dimension, Level 2, Immortal 48. Note, achieving 100 progress allows advancement to the next tier. Dimension levels range from low to high. Mortal, Immortal, Deity, King of Hell, King of Worlds, Great King of Worlds, Apprentice King God, Angel, Omni King. Corresponding to levels 1 through 10. Talent, Martial Heart, Temporal Power. Bloodline, Huaxia, Yanhuang Bloodline. Skills, Celestial Meditation, Time Stop, Instant Teleportation, Dimensional Slash, Sky Control Technique. Luo Xian Fist, Triple, Chi Cannon. Combat Power, 35,000. Evaluation. In the vast cosmos, you could barely be considered a minor expert. After 3 years of arduous cultivation, his strength can be aptly described as soaring, ascending directly from over 1,000 to 35,000. In terms of combat prowess, although he possesses only 35,000, his overall power suggests that defeating a Captain Jinyu would pose little challenge, even if the latter's combat power reached 120,000. This is the confidence of Sulo. Regarding his skills, the time stop ability has increased from 3 seconds to 5 seconds, effortlessly freezing individuals with combat power not exceeding 100,000. He has mastered instant teleportation to the extent that he can now teleport others alongside himself, with the range of movement correlating to his spatial perception, currently limited to teleportation within a planet. The Sky Control technique is swifter and more energy efficient than the Air Dance technique. Dimensional Slash, an offensive ultimate skill, can tear through space with unparalleled cutting capability. The enhancement of dimensions is somewhat sluggish. After 3 years of training, he has only reached the level of the Cat Sage. With a Cat Sage present, upon hearing this, he might very well seize his cane and challenge Sulo. How could he compare to someone who has cultivated for centuries? The dimension he attained after countless years of effort is now being dismissed by Sulo, inciting great ire. Calculating the time, it seems that Lotzi Li and Labby C should be emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber. The time for training in the temple has come to a close. It is now time to depart. But before that, a refreshing bath is in order. Sulo stretched languidly and vanished from his spot with a teleportation. In the bathroom, after cleansing himself, Sulo stood before the mirror, admiring his reflection. With a hint of narcissism, he mused, truly handsome. How can someone be this attractive? At 16 years of age, standing at 183 meters, he possessed a statuesque physique, with distinct and profound facial features reminiscent of a Greek sculpture. His dark, deep-set eyes exuded a wild, untamed charm, alluringly seductive. Under the coconut trees of the temple, Sulo idly entertained himself by teasing butterflies. At that moment, 2 overwhelming and fearsome auras seemed to descend from another realm, causing the entire temple to quiver slightly under their might. They have emerged. Sensing these familiar presences, Sulo Smail Fantli, Broter Sulo, a voice, light and crystalline, resonated from the entrance of the temple. Turning towards the sound, Sulo beheld a tall young girl stepping out of the temple. 13-year-old Lotzi Li had transformed from a little girl into a graceful young maiden. Standing at over 6 meters, her waist-length golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her ice-blue starry eyes occasionally revealed a hint of tenderness. Her unadorned face glowed like the dawn reflecting on snow, utterly enchanting, with a well-developed figure that occasionally showcased alluring curves. Each smile and frown was captivating to the core. Sulo found himself momentarily entranced. It seems that his little girl has truly grown up. Lazili, upon seeing Sulo lost in thought beneath the tree, allowed a charming smile to grace her lips. With a delicate tap of her toes, she appeared before him as if by magic, leaping into his embrace. Whispers escaped her lips, Brother Sulo, it has been so long. I have missed you dearly. Sulo gently pinched her cherubic cheeks, taking a closer look. Remarkably, the little girl had blossomed into a beautiful young lady, her strength significantly enhanced. Due to Lazili's unrestrained aura, Sulo sensed a formidable energy emanating from her. If measured by combat prowess, it would approximate 6,000. To have achieved such a level at her tender age, considering her earthly lineage, undoubtedly marked her as an extraordinary talent. Indeed, she replied, pride evident as she lifted her chin, her lovely face radiating satisfaction. Enough of your affection in broad daylight, interjected Lapidus, who had approached them unnoticed, arms crossed and bearing a proud expression. Brother Sulo, rise. I wish to challenge you. Oh, do you believe you stand chance? Sulo chuckled at the sight of him. Recently, Lapidus had frequently sought him out for sparring sessions, always arriving with high hopes, yet departing in disappointment, yet his spirits never waned. Each time he made even a slight improvement, he would eagerly rush to engage him in combat. Absolutely. Today is different. My strength has increased significantly, Lapidus declared with unwavering confidence. After a year of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his power had surged, surpassing even that of his sister, Lazili, in terms of combat ability. Very well. Let me witness the fruits of your years spent in the chamber, Sulo signaled to Lazili, who reluctantly extricated herself from his embrace, casting a fierce glare at Lapidus. Unfazed, he merely shrugged. In the grand plaza of the temple, the two faced each other for a brief moment. Suddenly, Lapidus lunged forward, his movements swift as lightning, closing the distance in an instant, the force of his punch stirring the hair on Sulo's forehead. What was expected to be an evenly matched combat scene, however, quickly turned comical. Ouch! Strike not the face. Brother Sulo, if you hit me again, I shall be quite upset. Upset, are we? Ouch! Brother Sulo, enough. I concede. Lapidus pleaded for mercy. Sulo retracted his fist, glancing at Lapidus, now bruised and battered, and smiled, praising him. It appears you have indeed made significant progress. You can withstand 36 of my punches now. Lazili couldn't help but burst into laughter at the dramatic spectacle. Lapidus shot Sulo a resentful glance before retrieving a senzu bean from his pocket, chewing it briefly before swallowing. In no time, his injuries were fully healed. The vitality of youth is truly remarkable, remarked the old deity as he and Bobo approached. Heavenly God, Bobo, your arrival is timely. I was just about to bid you farewell. Are you truly departing? The heavenly god was taken aback. Sulo nodded in affirmation. The heavenly god's gaze lingered upon Sulo, Lazili, and Lapis for several moments before he sighed, acknowledging that their strength had far surpassed his comprehension. He inquired softly, Sulo, have you truly no desire to become a heavenly god? You know my aspirations lie elsewhere. What about you, Lazili? The heavenly god asked with anticipation. Well, I have no intention of that. Wherever Brother Sulo goes, I shall follow. Lazili shook her head vigorously. The heavenly god felt a tinge of disappointment and turned his hopeful gaze towards Lapis. I too have no desire to ascend. The temple is dreadfully dull, and the world is vast. I wish to explore it. Lapis gestured dismissively, firmly rejecting the proposition. The heavenly god smiled bitterly, recalling the arduous efforts he had invested in competing for the title of heavenly god against his old rival. Yet, here were Sulo and his companions, seemingly aloof from all of it, a rather ironic twist of fate. You will have a worthy successor in the future, heavenly god, Sulo remarked with a smile. The future, you say? The heavenly god regarded Sulo intently, then smiled in return. Very well, since your ambitions lie elsewhere, I shall not press you further. Pursue your dreams. There are still greater journeys ahead of you. Heavenly God, Bobo, I am grateful for the care you have shown during my time in the temple. Thank you, Sulo said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Lazili and Lapis mirrored his actions, offering their thanks as well. Chapter 18, The Bun Mountain. The place where dreams begin. Brother Sulo, Lazili, I shall not accompany you. I wish to journey through the world alone, Lapis declared. Indeed, take care. Sulo and Lazili nodded, refraining from urging him to stay. Each individual must tread their own path. Lapis had his journey to embark upon, just as they had theirs. The fledgling eagle must learn to soar. Parting is merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion. Here are some celestial beans. Use them sparingly. Sulo retrieved a large bag of celestial beans from his space and tossed it to him. Thank you, Brother Sulo. Lapis caught it with one hand, tucking it into his pocket without a glance. Farewell. Lapis waved goodbye, then, summoning his energy, transformed into a streak of light and flew downward. We too must take our leave. Heavenly God, Bobo, until we meet again. Sulo wrapped his arm around Lazili's slender waist and bid farewell to the two figures standing behind them before vanishing from sight. The temple shall once again be serene. Observing the empty square, the heavenly god reflected. Bobo smiled broadly. Before departing, Sulo glanced at the few celestial beings remaining in his space, feeling somewhat perplexed. He believed the cat immortal should have more stock. So he contemplated returning to visit the cat immortal once more. After much negotiation, Sulo successfully acquired all the magical beans from the cat immortal. Oh no, it would be more accurate to say it was a trade. For this, Sulo paid a hefty price of a ton of fish, which pained him greatly. However, upon seeing the 2,000 magical beans added to his space, his spirits lifted. Brother Sulo, you are incorrigibly clever. Lauga Lazili. Unable to contain her amusement at Sulo's cunning ability to obtain all the cat immortal's beans for just a ton of fish. By now, she was no longer the naive little girl she once was. She was acutely aware of the value of the magical beans. They were indeed treasures for healing. To be frank, if sold in the city, each bean would be worth hundreds, if not thousands, of times more than a ton of fish. Oh dear, Latsili, your words are quite misplaced. This is not wickedness. A trade is a mutual agreement, where both parties are willing participants. What we call this? A delightful cooperation. Sulo promptly corrected her, earning an exaggerated eye roll from Latsili. So where are we headed now? She asked. Well, after such prolonged cultivation, we should take a moment to relax. How about a stroll through the city? Sulo suggested after a moment's thought. His food supplies had long been depleted, and it was high time to stock up again. Hooray! I haven't been shopping in ages. Let us go, let us go. Latsili exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sulo chuckled, realizing that his time in the temple had left this young girl quite restless. Taking her delicate hand, he sensed the surrounding environment and selected a suitable city. With a swift motion, they vanished from their location. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Bowsy Mountain, a remote area thousands of kilometers from the city, was surrounded by undulating mountains, dense woods, and meandering streams with rugged paths. Due to its inaccessibility and frequent appearances of wild beasts, the sparsely populated Bowsy Mountain resembled a paradise abundant in resources. Today's breakfast would consist of that fish. Beside a pond, a boy with a crab-like head widened his eyes, observing the water intently. Noticing a moving shadow beneath the surface, he immediately broke into a grin. He then turned his body, splashing his tail into the water as if fishing. The ferocious fish seemed to have noticed the tail dangling in the water, and it opened its gaping mouth, swiftly darting towards him. Anticipating this, the boy quickly withdrew his tail. The large fish burst through the surface, creating a tremendous splash. Seizing the moment, the boy kicked out forcefully, striking the fish, which immediately rolled its eyes back in a daze. The boy grasped the fish's tail, dragging it from the water. Today was indeed a bountiful harvest, a grand success. With a radiant smile, the boy triumphantly pulled the large fish back home. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Sulo and Lazili had arrived at a breathtaking location. They were astonished to discover such a beautiful place on Earth. Lazili, with her sparkling eyes, gazed around with curiosity at the serene and elegant surroundings, where the air was infused with an enchanting fragrance. Indeed, it was a splendid retreat for nurturing one's spirit. Sulo couldn't help but marvel at how both Master Roshi and Gohan seemed to know how to enjoy life. Whether on Kame House or at Bun Mountain, both were ideal locations for retirement. Is the son Wukong you mentioned living here? Lazili inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, Sulo nodded. What kind of person is he? A remarkably interesting child, he replied. As they strolled along the mountain path, opting not to fly, they paused intermittently to admire the picturesque scenery of Bun Mountain. After a considerable time, they arrived before a building rich in traditional Chinese architectural features. The quaint structure, constructed of white and red bricks, featured a blue glazed roof, and the two large doors displayed the character for fortune, exuding a warm ambience. At that moment, they spotted a boy with a tail and a crab-like head, grilling a large fish over an open flame. This boy was none other than son Wukong, standing at a height of 1 meter. Noticing that only the young Wukong was outside and no sign of Bulma was present, Sulo realized that the storyline had yet to unfold. Little Wukong was fixated on the golden fish sizzling over the fire, emitting an irresistible aroma. A droplet of saliva betrayed his anticipation as he wiped it away, eager to pounce and take a hearty bite. Just then, a voice interrupted his actions. "Hello there." Little Yukong, startled, turned his head to find two humanoid creatures before him. He quickly grasped his Rui Jingu Bang, eyeing Su Luo and Lazili with suspicion. "What you monsters? Are you trying to steal my food? I want to share it with you." Su Luo found the innocent little Yukong amusing, despite his earnest demeanor. The boy had led a sheltered life, having only interacted with his grandfather, Gohan, and had never encountered other humans. "We are not monsters. We are human too," Su Luo explained with a smile. "Huh, you are human?" "Yes." Little Yukong's eyes widened in disbelief, and after scratching his head, he put away his Rui Jingu Bang, circling around the two with curiosity. "How strange. You both don't have tails. Boys should have tails, right? Oh wait, you must both be girls." At this, Lazili couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Luo's expression darkened instantly. Being mistakenly identified as a girl was rather vexing, even though he understood that Sun Wukong was innocent and naive. Suppressing the urge to spit blood, Su Luo took a deep breath and calmly explained to Xiao Wukong the concepts of manhood and womanhood. Xiao Wukong, in his innocent confusion, nodded, realizing that this older brother before him was, like himself, a boy, while the seemingly delicate figure beside him was indeed a girl. How perplexing. Nevertheless, he recalled his grandfather's words about treating guests with care. "I just roasted some fish. Let us eat together," he said, scratching his head and flashing a broad smile. "All right," Su Luo replied with a faint smile. Chapter 19. Sun Wukong. The three of them gathered around the campfire. Xiao Wukong grilled the fish without any seasoning, not even salt, merely cleaning it and placing it directly over the flames. Su Luo and Lazili took a few bites, but found it lacking in flavor, despite the fish's freshness and decent texture. However, Xiao Wukong devoured it with great enthusiasm, his mouth glistening with grease, and within no time, he had consumed most of the fish. After finishing the meal, Xiao Wukong patted his belly, revealing a satisfied grin. "Brother Su Luo, you seem quite formidable. Can we have a sparring match?" he asked eagerly. Su Luo was inclined to decline, as Xiao Wukong's current combat power was merely around 10 points, and he felt no desire to engage in a spar. Yet, seeing the excited expression on the little boy's adorable face sparked an idea in his mind. Such a cute child would surely cry after a good thrashing. "All right," he agreed. The open space in front of the small house was ample for their contest. Before the match, Xiao Wukong politely brought his hands together and performed a martial arts salute to Su Luo, then assumed a fighting stance. Su Luo stood opposite him, beckoning with a finger. Lazili watched from the side, shaking her head in resignation. "Brother Su Luo is starting to bully the weak again," she thought. As expected, after a series of resounding slaps, Xiao Wukong lay on the ground, utterly defeated and motionless, his body marked with bruises as if he had endured inhumane treatment. "So, do you wish to continue?" Su Luo asked, arms crossed, standing beside Xiao Wukong with a playful smile. Startled, Xiao Wukong sprang up from the ground, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. "No more. No more. Brother Su Luo, you are incredible. I am no match for you yet." Observing the residual fear in Xiao Wukong's expression, Su Luo chuckled with amusement. Though Xiao Wukong appeared quite disheveled, his Saiyan constitution meant that it would not be long before he was back to his lively self. Once he recovered, Xiao Wukong eagerly approached Su Luo again. "Brother Su Luo, let me train with you." After pondering for a moment, Su Luo deemed it acceptable. It was rather dull to wait idly here, so he decided to impart some teachings over the next few days. "Brother Su Luo, please teach me martial arts. I wish to become more powerful." Little Wukong, noticing Su Luo's silence, grew anxious and implored again. "Very well," Su Luo replied with a nod. "Let's begin at once." Little Wukong, brimming with impatience, exclaimed eagerly. Su Luo chuckled softly, recognizing Wukong's fervor for martial arts, though he noted the boy's impatience. "Do not rejoice too soon. There are conditions for me to teach you." "What do you mean by conditions?" A large question mark appeared in little Wukong's mind. Su Luo explained, "I will assign you a task. Only upon its completion will I impart my teachings." Understanding dawned on Wukong, who responded with a grin. "Just tell me what to do, and I will accomplish it." Su Luo picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground, inscribing the character Lo upon it. "Pay close attention to this stone. Do you see it clearly?" Little Wukong scrutinized the stone before nodding affirmatively. With a slight flick of his wrist, Su Luo sent the stone soaring like a cannonball into the distance. "Retrieve that stone for me. Remember, if you do not return before nightfall, consider it a failure, and I shall not teach you martial arts." "I will go now. I shall bring back the stone." Upon hearing this, little Wukong's heart raced, and he dashed off in pursuit of the stone. Stone, stone, where are you? Little Wukong's innocent calls faded into the distance until they were no more. Brother Sulo, you seem to hold great regard for little Wukong. Does he possess some unique qualities? After Wukong had run far away, Lazili inquired curiously. Seeing her inquisitive expression, Sulo smiled gently and began to explain. In the universe, there exists a warrior race known as the Saiyans. They are inherently brutal and crave battle, characterized by their monkey-like tails. On nights of the full moon, they transform into colossal apes, their strength multiplying tenfold. So Wukong is a lost Saiyan? Lazili was taken aback by this revelation, astonished that the seemingly harmless little Wukong was, in fact, an extraterrestrial being. Yes, indeed, Sulo confirmed. But he appears so gentle and innocent, Lazili replied, still puzzled. That is precisely what makes Wukong unique. He will grow immensely powerful in the future. As Sulo spoke, a glimmer of anticipation danced in his eyes, for he looked forward to Wukong's ascent and strength. Otherwise, the future would lack much enjoyment. Lazili tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, feeling, for reasons unknown, that Sulo was becoming increasingly enigmatic and alluring. Gazing upon Sulo's striking visage, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as an enticing thought lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Brother Sulo, As dusk quietly descended, a faint amber glow appeared on the distant horizon. Xiao Wu, panting and with his tongue lolling out, dragged his utterly fatigued body homeward. Clutched tightly in his hand was a stone. What was that? How it gleamed! Xiao Wukong noticed a peculiar, shimmering house had appeared next to his own humble dwelling, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted from this strange abode. Food! It was the scent of food. Xiao Wukong's mouth watered instantly. Having searched for this stone for much of the day, he had not eaten and was ravenously hungry, lured by the promise of sustenance. He felt an immediate surge of energy and sprinted towards the radiant house. Following the delectable scent, he dashed into the kitchen, where a table laden with unfamiliar, exquisite dishes awaited him. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, he leaped forward. As he neared the food, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, but suddenly, his body came to an abrupt halt. Turning around, he found Sulo gripping the scruff of his neck, lifting him off the ground. Ah, Brother Sulo, why are you holding me? Please put me down. I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Xiao Wukong pleaded pitifully. Sulo rolled his eyes and carried him to the sink, turning on the tap before setting him down. Wash your hands first. Oh. Xiao Wukong glanced at his hands, caked with dirt and grime. He then handed the stone, engraved with the character for Luo, to Sulo, grinning as he said, Here you go, I found it. Sulo's lips curled into a smile as he accepted the stone. Xiao Wukong quickly washed his hands, then eagerly raised to the dining table, seizing a chicken leg and taking a hearty bite. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Sulo and Lazili exchanged glances, chuckling at his voracious appetite before they too joined in the meal. As night fell, stars twinkled in the sky. Chapter 20. The Arrival of Bulma. The following morning, with the sun rising, a thin mist slowly dissipated in the woods. Son Wukong rose early, diligently undertaking the physical training tasks assigned by Sulo. Meanwhile, Sulo held a Dragon Ball, examining it closely in the soft morning light. Lazili, curious, leaned in to glimpse the Dragon Ball in his hand. It was an orange crystal sphere embedded with 4 red stars. Due to the principles of refraction used in its creation, the red stars could be seen from any angle. Is this truly the legendary Dragon Ball? I must say, it is quite beautiful. Lazili marveled at the 4-star Dragon Ball. Not only beautiful, but also quite useful. Sulo replied with a smile. As for its utility, I cannot say, but I do know that Brother Sulo is quite the master of persuasion. Lazili chuckled, recalling how Sulo had playfully deceived Xiao Wukong. It is truly astonishing that even the notion of son Wukong sending a dream to Sulo, prompting him to seek the Dragon Balls, has been conjured up. What is particularly bewildering is that Wukong naively believed it, joyfully handing over the Dragon Balls to Sulo. This, Sulo corrected, is a clever ruse. It is no simple feat to obtain the Dragon Balls from the hands of young Wukong. Few could accomplish such a task. It's merely a deception. Lazili pouted, steadfast in her opinion. Sulo felt his authority waning in Lazili's presence. Observing her sly smile, he narrowed his eyes and declared, Today's training will be doubled. Ah, Brother Sulo, how can you treat a lovely girl like this? Lazili's face contorted in mock despair. Enough of your complaints. Go train. Yes, sir. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On a clear morning, dew dripped from the green leaves, glistening in the sunlight as it fell onto the grass. On the rugged path leading to Bowsy Mountain, a compact car advanced slowly. Suddenly, the screech of brakes pierced the air as the vehicle came to a halt. A girl with light purple hair tied in a ponytail opened the car door and stepped out, taking in the serene beauty of the surrounding forest. She stretched and inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. She then retrieved a radar from her bag. Pressing a button, the radar emitted a series of beeps, revealing several yellow dots flickering on the screen. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the Dragon Balls should be in this vicinity. The young girl stowed the radar away, climbed back into the car, and started the engine. With the roar of the vehicle, she drove deeper into Bowsy Mountain. This purple-haired girl was none other than Bulma. In pursuit of her dream to win the heart of a prince, embarked on a quest to find the Dragon Balls during her summer break. Meanwhile, having just completed his training regimen, Sun Wukong trudged along the rugged mountain path, dragging a wild boar that weighed several hundred pounds. Sweat dripped from his chin, soaking into the ground and leaving a trail of moisture. I'm so tired. Sulo's training is indeed rigorous. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he suddenly heard the sound of an engine approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw a square object speeding toward him. Under Sulo's guidance, he had become more astute, recognizing that the strange object was a mode of transportation known as a car. As the car barreled toward him, Sun Wukong quickly pulled the wild boar aside. Bulma, driving the car, was equally taken aback by the sudden appearance of a person in the road. Flustered, she spun the steering wheel to avoid him. However, her chosen direction coincided precisely with where Sun Wukong had attempted to evade, resulting in a loud crash as both he and the boar were sent flying, crashing violently into a tree. I hit someone. Accompanied by the sharp screech of brakes, a clear yet slightly trembling voice emanated from within the vehicle. Bulma gazed at the flying figure of Sun Wukong, her lavender eyes widening in alarm, as she realized she might have caused a mishap. Sun Wukong stood up, rubbing his aching shoulder, cast an angry glance at the car, and shouted, "Hey, you in there? Did you just knock me away to steal my food? I won't let you succeed." With that, he clenched his fists in anger and strode forward. Bulma, witnessing the peculiar child rise unscathed after being struck, felt an even greater sense of panic as he approached her. She feared she had stumbled into a grave situation. Could it be that she had encountered a monster? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Prior to her journey to Bowsy Mountain, she had heard villagers speak of the many ferocious beasts and man-eating monsters that prowled the hills, creatures that could even disguise themselves as humans to deceive others. How unfortunate that she should come across one. Steeling herself, Bulma leaned out of the car, brandishing a black pistol in her right hand, and aimed it at Sun Wukong, unleashing a flurry of 3 precise shots. The bullets struck him squarely on the forehead, affirming her marksmanship was no mere fluke. Sun Wukong covered his forehead with his hand, grimacing in pain as he cried out, "Ouch, that hurts! You wicked person, using such underhanded tactics to ambush me. Wait, you're still alive?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Fool, I want to be so easily defeated. My body is as tough as steel." Sun Wukong retorted angrily, feeling underestimated by this apparent villain. "You despicable fiend, let me teach you a lesson." With that, he seized his Rui Bang and leaped high into the air, swinging it menacingly. Seeing this, Bulma quickly raised her hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Wait, little brother, I'm not a bad person. I'm a lovely young girl." A dull thud resonated as Sun Wukong landed on the hood of the car, halting his swinging weapon. Bulma stared in horror at the stick so near to her, swallowing hard in fear. "A lovely girl? So, you're a girl?" Sun Wukong inquired. Bulma exited the vehicle, raising her hands, and replied, "Indeed, just look." Sun Wukong followed suit, jumping down to scrutinize her more closely. It seems you truly are a girl, with quite the prominent chest." Chest? Bulma's face stiffened as she looked down, feeling both angry and reluctant to argue. "Come my home then. Since you're a girl, I shall treat you to a meal." Sun Wukong sheathed his Rui Bang, hoisting a wild boar, and spoke to Bulma before marching ahead. Bulma let out a slight sigh of relief, reassured by Sun Wukong's demeanor that he did not appear to be a monster. However, would it be dangerous to visit his home? She felt a pang of uncertainty. "What's wrong? Don't you want to indulge in some delicious food?" Sun Wukong inquired, observing Bulma's reluctance to move. "Wait a moment." Bulma glanced at the Dragon Ball radar. Noticing the location of the Dragon Ball, she thought to herself, "This child's home can be reached by following this path. Perhaps the Dragon Ball is there." If that is the case, Even if the child seems a bit peculiar, she must investigate further. Here we go. Bulma transformed the vehicle into a capsule and tucked it into her bag. Then jogged to catch up with Sun Wukong. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet, she said as they walked. I'm Wukong, Sun Wukong. And you? Sun Wukong replied cheerfully. I'm Bulma, she stammered softly. Bulma? Ha ha ha, what a strange name. Sun Wukong laughed heartily upon hearing it. Enough with the nonsense. Do you think I like it? Bulma retorted, her annoyance evident. On the tranquil mountain path, Sun Wukong's somewhat mischievous laughter mingled with the girl's exasperated cries. So annoying. That's why I dislike children. Chapter 21. Gathering the Dragon Balls, Part 1. Along the way, Bulma occasionally engaged Sun Wukong in conversation, inquiring about the Dragon Balls. When she learned that the 4-star Dragon Ball was in the possession of Sulo, her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she contemplated a plan. At Bowsy Mountain, outside a small cottage, Sulo lay leisurely on the grass, basking in the warm sunlight, feeling quite comfortable. Lazili sat nearby, feeding him a bunch of grapes. Occasionally, Sulo would playfully nibble on her fingers, causing the girl to giggle. Sulo, they're back, Lazili announced with a smile. Sulo responded lazily. Then stood up. Not far away, Sun Wukong dragged a wild boar toward them, with Bulma following closely behind. Just like in the original tale, the youthful Bulma was quite infatuated. Upon seeing Suluo's handsome visage, her hands cradled her face, her eyes sparkling with hearts as she lost herself in a daydream. Oblivious to her surroundings, Lazili's soft scoff jolted Bulma from her reverie, her face flushing with embarrassment as she wished for a hole to hide in. How mortifying. Suluo chuckled softly and remarked, You must be Wukong's friend. If you have something to discuss, let us talk inside. Bulma's face brightened with a smile as she nodded eagerly. Thus, Suluo, Lazili, and Bulma entered the cottage, while Sun Wukong dutifully dragged the wild boar aside to begin his preparations. After some conversation, Bulma grew more acquainted with Suluo and Lazili. She produced 2 Dragon Balls and recounted the legends surrounding them, then requested the 4-star Dragon Ball from Suluo. Certainly, Suluo would not simply give it to her, which left Bulma feeling somewhat distressed. What is your wish, Bulma? Asked Razili. My wish, Bulma stammered, unable to articulate it. In the past, given her character, she would have confidently declared, My wish is to find my Prince Charming. However, with Suluo present, those words eluded her, leaving her shy. Haha, my wish isn't anything special, nothing worth mentioning, Bulma laughed it off. Suluo, Razili, since you both have nothing to do, why not join me in searching for the Dragon Balls? Bulma suggested, her mind shifting to another idea as she retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the switch. Look, this is the Dragon Ball radar. The Dragon Balls emit a faint wave, which is why I invented this device. The 3 light spots in the center represent the Dragon Balls we currently have, while the 4 surrounding light spots indicate the locations of the others. Suluo and Razili leaned in for a closer look. Bulma, you truly are an extraordinary inventor, Suluo praised, deeply admiring her brilliant ingenuity. Razili also sincerely commended, Bulma, you are exceptionally clever. Upon hearing their compliments, Bulma immediately placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head back at a proud angle, displaying a triumphant expression. Ha! I am indeed a genius and a beautiful girl. Thus, the 3 decided to embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls together. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained outside, drooling over his roasted pig. After a hearty meal, just as in the original story, their journey to find the Dragon Balls commenced from Bowsy Mountain. The only difference was the addition of Suluo and Razili, along with a new method for their search. Using the Dragon Ball radar to pinpoint the location of the next Dragon Ball, Suluo instantaneously transported himself, Razili, Bulma, and Sun Wukong to a small village plagued by Oolong's mischief. Bulma and Sun Wukong were momentarily stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Why have we suddenly arrived at this small village? Seeing their dazed expressions, Razili couldn't help but laugh heartily, reminiscent of her own first experience with instantaneous movement. What transpired next unfolded as in the original narrative. They assisted the villagers in capturing the troublesome Oolong and subsequently acquired a Dragon Ball from an elderly woman. As for how to deal with Oolong, Suluo showed no interest in keeping him around. After giving him a lesson, he let him go. To their astonishment, they swiftly located the 4th Dragon Ball. Bulma gazed at the Dragon Ball in her hand, marveling, and then cast a slightly admiring glance at Suluo. This man was not only handsome, but also remarkably capable, which was quite captivating. Razili seemed to sense a hint of danger and shot Bulma a fierce glare. Bulma chuckled awkwardly. Let us move on. Next up is the 5th one, Sulo declared. Lazuli nodded with a sense of pride, intertwining her arm with Suluo's and casting a triumphant glance at Bulma, as if to assert her claim. Bulma, noticing this, merely pursed her lips. Goku, on the other hand, grasped Suluo's hand, while Bulma remained stationary, unmoving. Bulma, what's wrong? Come over here, Suluo remarked, casting a puzzled glance her way. Bulma hesitated momentarily before responding. Wait, Suluo, let us drive to find them instead. Why? Suluoing way of some would be with. Searching for the Dragon Balls this way is far too dull. It's too quick, Bulma articulated. Isn't it better to be swift? Suluo was taken aback by her words. Exactly, Lazuli echoed, sharing Suluo's confusion. No, it's not good at all. It lacks any charm, Bulma insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Consider this. Although our quest for the Dragon Balls is to fulfill wishes, if we forfeit the joy of the journey, wouldn't that render the entire endeavor rather meaningless? Brother Suluo, Bulma seems to have a point, Lazuli pondered, tilting her head in contemplation. Right? Bulma beamed at Lazuli's agreement, her spirits lifted. Suluo scoffed quietly. Thinking it was absurd, Bulma simply did not wish to return home so swiftly. Very well, since you all feel this way, let us drive in search of them. He conceded. Oh yay! Bulma exclaimed, leaping with joy. In truth, her desire was not merely to relish the journey, but to remain close to Suluo for as long as possible, even if just for a few days. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an irresistible allure emanating from Suluo, compelling her to draw nearer. Bulma produced a capsule box, selecting a vehicle capsule and tossing it onto the ground. With a resounding pop, a puff of smoke billowed forth, revealing an off-road vehicle before them. She promptly opened the door and took her seat in the driver's position, clearly relishing the prospect of driving. Suluo and Lazuli settled into the back seat, while Goku curiously circled the car a few times before taking his place in the passenger seat at Bulma's urging. Let us go, we're off. Our next destination is Kame House. As their route diverged from the original storyline, Suluo assumed they would avoid encountering the lost sea turtle, only to find themselves crossing paths with it. Goku readily took on the task of carrying the turtle, sprinting along the way, while the other three enjoyed a leisurely ride in the vehicle, following behind. Upon nearing the seaside, they were confronted by a bandit, whom Goku swiftly dispatched with a single punch. After a month of rigorous training, his combat power had risen to 37 points, making the defeat of a mere bandit as effortless as sipping water. The group finally arrived at the beach. The sea turtle expressed its heartfelt gratitude, promising them a gift and requesting they wait by the shore before diving into the water. Goku, upon witnessing the vast expanse of the ocean, was filled with exuberance, exclaiming, Wow, this is amazing. He cupped some seawater in his hands and took a sip. Ugh, this water tastes terrible, so salty. Son Wukong stuck out his tongue, clutching his throat with a grimace. Foolish Wukong, who told you to drink it? This seawater is inherently salty, Bulma remarked with an expression that suggested he was a simpleton. I didn't know. I want to drink it again. It's too awful. Son Wukong scratched his head and replied. Suluo looked at Wukong with exasperation. It seemed he wanted to taste everything, unaware that seawater was not something an ordinary person could drink. Those who could manage it were certainly not typical individuals. Lazuli gazed quietly at the azure sea, the gentle sea breeze caressing her cheeks. In the distance, the cerulean sky and water mirrored each other, creating a picturesque scene. Brother Suluo, shall we build a house by the seaside in the future? Lazuli asked softly, holding Suluo's hand. Yes, that sounds good. Suluo noticed the affection in her eyes and nodded in agreement. Lazuli beamed with joy, pulling Suluo to play in the shallows. Bulma stood on the beach watching them, suddenly feeling a pang of envy. The wait always felt interminable. Hours later, a figure emerged on the surface of the sea. The turtle sage had finally arrived. Chapter 22, Collecting Dragon Balls, Part 2. True to the original tale, the turtle sage wished to reward son Wukong with an immortal bird for saving his turtle. However, after calling out for a long time without a response, he only remembered, thanks to the turtle's reminder, that the immortal bird had died from food poisoning the previous year. In the end, he summoned the flying nimbus. A yellow cloud streaked across the sky, its long tail trailing behind it, appearing before everyone at an astonishing speed. This nimbus is yours. Once you ride it, you will be able to fly at will, the turtle sage said to son Wukong. I can fly. Son Wukong's face lit up with delight. Isn't it wonderful? However, the turtle sage continued, his tone shifting. Only those with pure hearts can ride the nimbus, meaning only good children may mount it. Now, I will demonstrate. So watch closely. With his hands clasped behind his back and an earnest expression, the turtle sage leaped into the air. However, he passed right through the cloud, landing squarely on his backside. Ha ha! Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Ouch, my back! The turtle sage clutched his lower back, gazing incredulously at the nimbus. How strange. I can't seem to ride it. I'll give it a try. Sun Wukong exclaimed with a grin, and with a leap, he landed securely atop the nimbus. Yay, I'm on. Let us fly, Nimbus. Sun Wukong cheered, joyfully dancing as he soared into the sky, reveling in the exhilaration. What a good child. To be able to ride the Nimbus signifies a pure heart. Truly remarkable, the turtle sage praised. Bulma gazed enviously at Sun Wukong, who soared freely across the sky, yearning for a cloud of her own. Bulma, you might as well give up. You're not exactly a good child, Sulo teased, seemingly discerning her thoughts. Bulma, slightly irked by Luo's remark, retorted, What do you mean? I am beautiful and kind-hearted. I could surely ride one. Oh, is that so? Would you like to give it a try? Sulo inuit playfully observing her. I wouldn't even try. Bulma's voice faltered, revealing her unease, which elicited hearty laughter from Luo and Lazili. How infuriating! Bulma glared at the two, her teeth clenched in frustration. After their bout of laughter, Luo approached Master Roshi and pointed at the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck. Master Roshi, might you consider gifting me that orb? Upon hearing this, the two women finally noticed the orange crystal ball adorning Master Roshi's neck. It was indeed a Dragon Ball. Well, it's not out of the question. But I have a condition, Master Roshi said with a sly grin. Do tell, Luo replied with a warm smile. I would like. Master Roshi's eyes, concealed behind his sunglasses, gleamed mischievously as he cast a lecherous glance at Bulma and Lazili. Just as he was about to propose a rather inappropriate condition, a sudden surge of overwhelming energy erupted from the young man before him, who launched an energy wave towards the sea. In an instant, the world dimmed. A colossal mushroom cloud rose from the ocean's surface, and towering waves surged towards the heavens, as if vying for supremacy with the sky itself. Luo maintained a gentle smile. Master Roshi, what were you about to say? Master Roshi's legs buckled, and he knelt in awe. Observing this, Luo was taken aback and instinctively reached to assist him. Master Roshi, what are you doing? You mustn't. No, young man. I wish to present the orb to you in this manner. It is my sincere intention. Please accept it. With utmost sincerity. Master Roshi offered the Dragon Ball with both hands. Very well. I shall accept the orb, so please rise. Luo swiftly took the Dragon Ball and tucked it into his pocket before helping him to his feet. With some trepidation, Master Roshi stood, supported by Luo. Luo carefully assisted him onto the turtle's back, imparting a few words of advice about the importance of rest at his advanced age. They entrusted the sea turtle to escort Master Roshi home. Lazili, am I dreaming? Bulma exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief at the spectacle. Lazili smiled softly and pinched the soft flesh at Bulma's waist. Bulma yelped in pain and shot a resentful glance at Lazili. See, you're not dreaming, Lazili teased playfully. With the fifth Dragon Ball acquired, the group set off towards the location of the sixth Dragon Ball, which lay at Flame Mountain. However, with his Nimbus cloud, Sun Wukong was reluctant to descend and instead floated above, riding the cloud in the sky. Bulma, unable to contain her excitement, called Goku down to perform for Sulo and the others, leaving them utterly astounded. Fortunately, her shock-absorbing capabilities ensured she remained unscathed. However, she soon regretted her impulsiveness as she became the target of their teasing. The journey was filled with laughter and Bulma's disgruntled murmurs, often lamenting that her beauty was, in some way, a curse. Due to the lengthy voyage, the group spent a night in a desolate wilderness, merely resting without any remarkable incidents. The following day, Sulo and his companions set off once more. Shortly into their journey, they encountered the notorious bandit Yamcha, whom Sulo effortlessly dispatched, continuing on their way. 2 days later, they finally arrived at their destination, the Flame Mountain, aptly named for its fiery visage. What on earth is happening with this mountain? Lazuli remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow as she gazed at the inferno ahead, where a castle seemed to be engulfed in flames. According to the radar's readings, the Dragon Ball was likely within that very castle. Bulma wiped her forehead and glanced at the dragon radar, pointing towards the castle atop the mountain. But how do we ascend with such flames? She pondered aloud. Noticing Suro's calm demeanor, an idea sparked within her. Suro, surely you have a solution? Sulo stroked his chin, surveying the fiery landscape, and nodded. He called over Goku, who was amusing himself with a skull. Goku, come here. I'm about to teach you a powerful technique. Goku, upon hearing this, dropped the skull and rushed over, brimming with excitement. Brother Sulo, are you going to teach me key manipulation? Indeed. Pay close attention, Sulo instructed. Goku eagerly nodded, his eyes fixed intently on him. Sulo took a few steps forward, his expression shifting to one of focus, emanating an overwhelming aura. With white energy swirling around him as if a celestial being had descended, he positioned his hands in a floral formation at his waist. Came. A visible blue energy began to gather rapidly. Haim. In an instant, a luminous sphere of energy coalesced in his palms, radiating a brilliant blue-white light. As he uttered the final syllable, Suro's presence peaked. He thrust his hands forward with great force. Instantly, a deep blue beam, brimming with cataclysmic power, surged down the mountainside, cleaving the raging inferno in two before soaring into the sky, erupting in a thunderous explosion. A storm is brewing, Lazuli remarked, gazing at the explosive orb of energy in the sky. On what? Bulma replied, somewhat bewildered. In the next moment, from the epicenter of the explosion, an energy storm surged outward like a furious hurricane, striking Flame Mountain with particular ferocity. The blazing flames, caught in the tempest's grasp, were extinguished with an overwhelming force, leaving not even a trace of embers. The seemingly fragile Bulma nearly succumbed to the might of the whirlwind, only to be rescued by Lazuli just in time. Once tranquility returned, the transformed visage of Flame Mountain revealed itself to all. The entire mountain bore the scars of the fire, and the castle atop it stood in ruins, teetering on the brink of collapse. All traces of fire had vanished. Bulma gasped in astonishment. This is merely the beginning. Brother Suro's power extends far beyond this. Lazuli remarked with a sense of pride. Hearing this, Bulma gazed at Sulo ahead, momentarily lost in thought. Mysterious, handsome, and powerful. These words did not do justice to Sulo. At that moment, deep within Bulma's heart, a seed of admiration took root quietly. Unbeknownst to Sulo, his attention was fixed on Sun Wukong as he inquired, Wukong, have you mastered it? Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, I'll give it a try. In the end, of course, he succeeded. Overjoyed at his accomplishment, Sun Wukong leaped exuberantly several meters into the air. Sulo smiled faintly. His ability to learn was no surprise, as in the original narrative. He had also grasped it in an instant. This technique would accompany Sun Wukong throughout his life, later becoming a cherished legacy of the Sun family. Chapter 23, A Wish. Arise, Dragon. After extinguishing the flames, Sulo and his companions discovered the sixth Dragon Ball within the castle. Just as they were about to depart, they encountered the tardy Bull Demon King. Upon seeing Sulo and his companions emerge from the castle, he mistakenly assumed his treasure had been stolen. Without hesitation, he swung his axe toward them. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, seized his Rui Bang, advancing to meet the challenge, and the two engaged in combat. After several exchanges, the Bull Demon King finally recognized Sun Wukong's weapon as the Rui Bang. Following some discussion, he clarified Sun Wukong's identity and the events that had transpired. In gratitude, the Bull Demon King hosted a grand banquet in honor of Sulo and his companions. At the feast, besides Sulo and the Bull Demon King, there was also a charming little girl wearing an Ultraman helmet, his daughter, Chi-Chi. Shyly, she glanced at the group before lowering her head bashfully. After a delightful meal, upon hearing that Sun Wukong possessed a flying nimbus, she expressed her desire to ride it. Sun Wukong readily agreed and whisked her into the sky. While on a cloud, Sun Wukong curiously touched Chi-Chi's chest, finding her physique quite petite. Chi-Chi, are you a boy? Chi-Chi, filled with both embarrassment and anger, forcefully pushed him off the nimbus. After taking a stroll, she declared her intention to marry Sun Wukong, thereby solidifying their engagement. At this moment, Sulo couldn't help but reflect on the undeniable truth that attracting a partner indeed requires a certain innate talent. Initially, he believed the storyline had diverged significantly, making it exceedingly difficult for this couple from the original tale to unite. Yet, it appears he had overthought the situation. Perhaps, this turn of events is not so bad after all. In the original narrative, Chi-Chi is portrayed as a devoted wife, steadfast in her loyalty to Sun Wukong. Conversely, Sun Wukong is not depicted as an exemplary husband, as he is solely focused on cultivation and combat, leaving the burdens of daily life squarely on the shoulders of this young girl. This pressure eventually transformed a gentle and caring girl into a fiery matron. Now, due to Sulo's intervention, The treasures within the Bull Demon King's castle have been preserved, and Chi-Chi has become a veritable young heiress. Returning to the matter at hand, after acquiring the sixth Dragon Ball, Sulo and his companions set off once more. Their destination was the castle of Emperor Pilaf, which housed the final Dragon Ball. They had anticipated a long journey, yet unexpectedly, Pilaf, little Wukong, and Shio presented themselves willingly along the way. This comical trio, upon facing Sulo, failed to last a single round before conceding and presenting the last Dragon Ball. At this moment, the 7 Dragon Balls were finally assembled. The 7 orbs resonated with one another, shimmering with a golden radiance. The golden light flickered rhythmically, accompanied by a low hum that echoed like the soft whispers of an ancient dragon. Observing this, the 4 companions exhibited varying expressions. Bulma and Lazili were filled with excitement and curiosity, while Sun Wukong appeared dazed and indifferent. Sulo remained composed, harboring little anticipation for the Earth-S dragon. Do you have any wishes to fulfill? Directly. Brother Sulo, I do not, Lazili replied, shaking her head gently. For her, being with Sulo was sufficient. Bulma pondered for a moment before also shaking her head. Initially, she had wished for a Prince Charming, but that desire had gradually diminished in importance. What about you, Wukong? I wish for delicious food, Sun Wukong declared. Sulo responded, that is a splendid wish. I shall treat you to a feast next time. Sun Wukong scratched his head, responding with a simple "Oh, come forth, dragon, and grant my wish," Sulo chanted, invoking the spell to summon the dragon. At the very moment his words echoed, the frequency of the Dragon Ball's flickering intensified. Suddenly, the bright sky darkened, as ominous clouds obscured the sun, plunging the entire Earth into darkness. Meanwhile, people around the globe, caught off guard by the abrupt shift from day to night, began to speculate, some even wondering if the apocalypse was upon them. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, and golden lightning danced incessantly within the storm clouds. At that moment, 7 Dragon Balls radiated a dazzling golden light, transforming into a serpentine beam that ascended into the heavens. An ancient dragon's roar reverberated throughout the cosmos as the golden light dissipated, revealing a slender, yet colossal green dragon before the gathered crowd. Sulo squinted at the celestial dragon, which bore a striking resemblance to the legendary dragons of Huaxia. Is this the divine dragon? It is truly magnificent, exclaimed 2 young maidens in awe. The dragon appeared to be quite delectable, thought Sun Wukong inwardly. Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish, any desire you hold. I shall fulfill, but only one wish is permitted, the green dragon proclaimed with an official demeanor. Great dragon, my wish is to obtain the location of every planet in the universe, Sulo declared. The dragon's serious expression faltered as it responded. I regret to inform you that this wish is beyond my capabilities. The universe is vast and infinite, and I cannot ascertain the precise coordinates of each celestial body. As expected, it cannot be granted. Sulo felt a twinge of disappointment. Great dragon, I wish for a mental time chamber with 100-fold time flow. Sulo ventured after a moment of contemplation. Though even deities were forbidden from manipulating time, surely requesting a mental time chamber would be permissible. The dragon replied, this wish I also cannot fulfill. Manipulating time contravenes the edicts set forth by that esteemed individual. It is a grave sin, and even the gods are prohibited from such actions. With my abilities, it is unachievable. Sulo fell into silence, feeling exasperated. While he had hoped for a stroke of luck, this dragon seemed utterly ineffectual. Great dragon, I desire the ability to unlock human potential, akin to that of the Grand Elder of Namek. I am sorry, but I cannot achieve that either, the dragon admitted, its embarrassment palpable. Enough, Sulo resigned, having lost all hope in the dragon's capabilities. It seemed utterly useless, unable to fulfill any wish, echoed Sun Wukong's innocent voice. Indeed, chimed Bulma and Lazili, their esteem for the dragon diminishing rapidly. Great dragon, do I not possess any dignity? The atmosphere grew tense and quiet. Do you have any other wishes? Whatever it may be, I can grant it. The dragon's voice dwindled, lacking its previous confidence. Great dragon, I wish for the best, largest, and most robust gravity chamber with the highest multiplier, Sulo said softly. This wish is exceedingly simple. The dragon responded with a hint of excitement in its tone. Its eyes gleamed with a fiery light. In a vast expanse, a massive gravity chamber materialized out of thin air. Your wish has been granted. Now, I take my leave. With that, the dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering into the surroundings. As the darkened sky faded with their departure, the heavens returned to their former clarity, basking in a serene and sunny ambience. Sulo seized the opportunity to intercept the 4-star ball as it flew away, returning the Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong. He then cast his gaze toward the gravity chamber nearby, towering at 100 meters with a diameter of 300 meters. Its metallic sheen and hemispherical shape made it a colossal structure. Observing this, Sulo nodded in satisfaction, realizing the dragon had put considerable effort into it. With a mere thought, he summoned the giant gravity chamber into the confines of his system space. The three companions had grown accustomed to such remarkable feats by now. Chapter 24, Training in the Gravity Chamber. The journey to collect the Dragon Balls had reached its conclusion, marking the moment of parting. Sun Wukong, riding on his Nimbus cloud, set off alone to Kame House to seek training under Master Roshi, for Sulo had mentioned that his strength would significantly increase there. Sulo, lazily, do you have any plans? How about joining me in West City? There are many delights and amusements there, and I'll cover all your expenses, Bulma proposed, her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she looked at the two, especially at Sulo. Sore, Bulma. But we need to train and 1T be able to join you, Sulo replied, shaking his head in refusal. Lazily also subtly shook her head, her meaning clear. Disappointment flickered in Bulma's eyes, and she lowered her head, feeling a pang of sadness amidst a swirl of emotions. Sulo noticed Bulma's reluctance, and, with a playful smile, teased. Haha, it's not like we won't see each other again. No need to feel so forlorn. Indeed, lazily chimed in, making a silly face at her. Their playful banter elicited a chuckle from Bulma, who was a spirited person and quickly regained her lively demeanor. Here, take my communicator. Remember to come find me when you have the time, Bulma said, producing 2 small communicators and placing them in their hands. Certainly, Sulo and lazily replied in unison. Since West City is quite far, should we escort you home? Sulo suggested. That would be great, Bulma nodded, then took hold of Sulo's hand with a playful grin. Sulo smiled gently. With a focused thought, a 3-dimensional map of the Earth materialized in his mind, pinpointing West City. With another thought, the three vanished from their location in an instant. Sulo's instant teleportation knew no bounds. Any place or person within his perception was within reach. West City was a bustling and beautiful metropolis, alive with a throng of people and the constant flow of vehicles. In an unnoticed moment, a man and 2 women quietly appeared on the streets of this vibrant city. Bulma, I'll take you to this point. Sulo released her hand, smiling as he spoke. Remember, you all must come to find me when you can, Bulma urged with a beaming smile, reminding them once more. Sulo and lazily nodded with smiles, then vanished from her sight. Bulma gazed at the vanishing figure, her smile fading into nothingness. After a prolonged stare, she sighed and returned home. At Kame House, outside the small cottage, Sun Wukong arrived, carrying a hefty bundle. Master Roshi, he called out, his voice echoing. However, after a considerable wait, there was still no response from within. Wukong felt a twinge of confusion. He could distinctly sense Master Roshi's presence, indicating he should be inside. Consequently, Wukong climbed up to the window and discovered Master Roshi engrossed in watching television, where little figures were enthusiastically chanting, 1, 2, lift your legs high. Wukong approached Master Roshi's side and called out again. Yet, Master Roshi remained oblivious, captivated by the show. Thus, a thunderous cry erupted near Master Roshi's ear. Under the force of that voice, Master Roshi's head shook rhythmically, akin to a ringing alarm clock. What brings you here, you rascal? Master Roshi rubbed his ears, looking at Wukong with a puzzled expression. Master Roshi, I have come to seek your guidance and training. Wukong beamed, revealing a wide grin. Training, you say? A glimmer of intrigue flickered behind Master Roshi's sunglasses as he scrutinized Wukong. This lad was indeed a rare gem. With further refinement, he might surpass even Master Roshi himself. But I won't teach you for free. I require a tuition fee. What? You want me to bring a charming young lady? Only then will I teach you martial arts. What do you say? Master Roshi revealed a mischievous grin. Hearing this, Wukong pulled out a note from his pocket and handed it to Master Roshi. Master Roshi, this is from Brother Sulo, meant for you. Upon hearing the name Sulo, Master Roshi's expression soured as he took the note and glanced at it. Teach him well. Otherwise, I'll come find you, Sulo. Wukong, let us go and train. Days passed quietly. On a picturesque island, the sea breeze caressed the air, and sunlight filtered through the swaying palm leaves, casting a warm glow upon the soft, white sands. The azure waters rolled majestically, while seagulls glided freely along the surface. Near the shoreline stood a magnificent villa, its exquisite architecture adorned with blooming flowers in the garden, tended by several small robots wielding watering cans and scissors. This was the new home of Sulo and Lazili. Not far from the villa, a massive gravity chamber loomed like a towering mountain in the background. After settling into their new abode, the couple made their way to the gravity chamber to commence their training. Inside, the chamber was divided into training and living areas, with the training section occupying 3/4 of the space. The training area was further subdivided into 3 large zones, each equipped with its own gravity control apparatus. The living area served as a rest zone, lavishly furnished and fully equipped with all necessary amenities. Even Su Luo had to acknowledge how considerate the dragon truly was. Activate 20 times gravity, Su Luo commanded. As if obeying an order, the training chamber was enveloped by a profound sense of pressure. Su Luo stretched his limbs, finding the weight manageable. Let us commence training under 20 times gravity, he declared, moving to the center of the chamber to begin his foundational exercises. Training is a gradual journey. One must start with lower levels to achieve the utmost progress. Haste may lead to setbacks. Since the establishment of the training chamber, Su Luo had been fervently honing his skills during the day, while in the evenings, he focused on stabilizing his burgeoning strength and mastering control to wield his power with finesse. Instead of sleeping, he practiced the celestial meditation technique, which proved remarkably effective. A night of meditation left him invigorated rather than fatigued the following day. Thus a month passed. Su Luo had fully acclimated to 65 times gravity without any strain on his body. Although he could not compare to the legendary son Wukong, who adapted to 100 times gravity in mere days, achieving a staggering battle power leap from thousands to 90,000, such an extreme exertion posed grave risks. Son Wukong, teetering on the brink of death due to overtraining, was fortunate to possess the protagonist's halo. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Su Luo, however, did not embrace such reckless methods. Though his progress was gradual, it was steady, allowing him to solidify his foundation and pave a broader path for the future. After a month of rigorous training, Su Luo's strength surged, reaching an impressive battle power of 52,000, a testament to the formidable results of the gravity chamber. One evening, after concluding a day of intense training, Su Luo exited the chamber, noticing the lights still ablaze in the adjacent room. Chapter 25, Lazili's Tenacity. Lazili seemed to be driven by some unseen force, training late each night for the past month. On several occasions, Su Luo had to carry her out. This was concerning. What if she overexerted herself? Furrowing his brow, he recalled that human beings on Earth possess rather fragile constitutions, and prolonged high-intensity training would inevitably take a toll. With this thought in mind, he opened the door to the training room. Inside, he found a young girl, drenched in sweat, straining through various strenuous exercises. Strands of golden hair clung to her flushed face, and her ordinary training attire, unable to withstand the intensity, had become tattered, leaving her skin, pale as jade, partially exposed. Upon seeing Su Luo enter, Lazili showed no surprise, as if accustomed to his presence, seemingly indifferent to her revealing state. "Brother Su Luo, you're here." She paused her training, fatigue evident in her features. Sulo approached with an impassive expression, casually disabling the gravity system of the training room, which instantly returned to normal. Lazili, who had been enduring 40 times the gravitational force, felt the pressure dissipate, her body succumbing to weakness as she nearly collapsed to the ground. In an instant, Sulo caught her in his arms. "I previously advised you, did I not? Training must be approached gradually. Haste is counterproductive. Are you truly capable of bearing such a burden as 40 times gravity?" he said, gazing sternly at Lazili, a hint of irritation in his voice. Lazili averted her gaze, unable to meet Sulo's eyes, resembling a chastised little girl. Observing her evasive demeanor, Sulo sighed softly and offered her a magical bean to consume. His tone softened as he inquired, "Why the sudden fervor in your training?" After chewing the bean a few times, Lazili swallowed it, her clear eyes fixed intently on Sulo. "Brother Sulo, I've noticed the gap between us widening. If I don't push myself now, I fear I will never catch up to you. I don't want to merely see your back." Sulo was momentarily speechless, gazing at the determined young woman before him. He gently ruffled her hair, speaking in a soothing tone. "Strength is not gained overnight. Your approach is too reckless. La Sidi murmureth. But I want to catch up to you." With a playful poke to her nose, Sulo replied, "Tomorrow, I shall teach you a very effective training method. For now, Return and get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy. Oh, La Zili responded softly. I'm tired and need to sleep now, Brother Sulo. With that, she playfully closed her eyes, and soon the rhythmic sound of her breathing filled the air. Sulo watched in astonishment as La Zili fell asleep almost instantly. After teasing her a few times and confirming her deep slumber, he felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that her spirit had been tightly wounded for a long time, and now, with the tension released, she succumbed to the exhaustion that had accumulated. Noticing her disheveled and unkempt appearance, Sulo furrowed his brow and lifted her, heading towards a bathroom. After filling the tub with warm water, he carefully removed her intimate garments. The next moment, a scene that stirred his very blood unfolded before his eyes. Though he had assisted La Zili with her baths before, she had been a mere undeveloped child then. This was an entirely different matter. Sulo recited a calming mantra, suppressing any stray thoughts. Trembling, he picked up a towel, gazing at La Zili's exquisite, sleeping visage. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead before quietly exiting the room and softly closing the door behind him. Unbeknownst to him, as the door clicked shut, La Zili opened her eyes, her ice blue irises filled with shyness. She quickly grabbed the blanket to cover her blushing face, and soft giggles occasionally escaped from beneath the covers. Brother Sulo, you truly are so foolish. The following morning, after having breakfast, the two arrived at the training room, observing Razali seated cross-legged. Embodying the essence of a well-behaved child eager to listen, Sulo smiled softly. After careful deliberation, he resolved to impart the divine meditation technique to Razali ahead of schedule. Previously, he had refrained from teaching her, as her mental fortitude was insufficient for such advanced practice. It is crucial to understand that attempting to forcibly cultivate the divine meditation technique could lead to a mental breakdown, rendering one utterly foolish. Now, however, Razali had barely attained the qualifications for training, and with Suluo's guidance, he believed there would be no significant issues. Brother Suluo, what are you thinking about? Weren't you going to teach me how to cultivate? Noticing Suluo lost in thought, Razali waved her delicate hand in front of him. Oh, nothing. Just reflecting on last night, Suluo replied absent-mindedly. Upon hearing this, Razali's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple that one could not resist biting into. She retorted, Brother Suluo, you are incorrigible, thinking about such things in broad daylight. Suluo felt a bit disheartened. How am I being wicked? I was merely contemplating how to teach you. Aside from that, my thoughts were solely on helping you. Memories of the previous night's vivid imagery flooded his mind. Clearing his throat, he feigned calmness. Enough of that. Sit properly and concentrate. With a pout, Razali acquiesced, and Suluo commenced his instruction. He meticulously explained the essentials of the divine meditation technique, while Razali listened attentively. Do you remember? After reiterating the information several times, Suluo inquired once more. Yes, I remember this time. Razali nodded earnestly. Very well. Now attempt to meditate using the method I taught you. Razali followed Suluo's guidance as she began her meditation. Suluo gently placed the tip of his index finger against her forehead to assist in her focus. However, after 9 attempts, they had yet to succeed. The continuous failures left Razali somewhat disheartened, but after Suluo's encouragement, she prepared for her 10th attempt. This time, she succeeded. Seated gracefully on the ground, Razali's form began to radiate a soft, ethereal glow, signaling her successful entry into meditation. Suluo released his finger, watching her with a smile. Several hours later, Razali finally opened her eyes, a fleeting shimmer of light dancing within them. She noticed Suluo blinking at her, captivated. How do you feel? Razali took a moment to savor the changes brought about by her training. She sensed a newfound strength within her, an imperceptible yet profound transformation, though subtle, was undeniably felt. The tumultuous energy within her had been orderly refined, and the overwhelming sensation from her intense exertion had subsided, leaving her feeling more grounded. It feels quite good, she responded. Lazili revealed a captivating smile. Indeed, one only needs to consider who has imparted such wisdom. Suluo said with a hint of pride. Yes. It was taught by Brother Suluo. It is indeed the finest. Mu. Lazili cupped Suluo's face and planted several affectionate kisses, leaving him with a visage adorned in saliva. Enough now. You ought to practice the meditation technique a few more times, striving to enter the meditative state with ease. Since mastering the divine meditation, Lazili has followed Suluo in the same training, and both have made remarkable progress in their abilities. Days passed, and with the passage of time, the most renowned martial arts tournament on Earth, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, was fast approaching. Chapter 26, The Eve of the Martial Arts Tournament. May 6th, 750 AD. On the eve of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, today was the day for registration. Outside the venue, warriors from all corners were streaming into the arena. Among the throng, an elderly man and two youngsters joined the crowd. The trio's eyes darted around, occasionally releasing gasps of astonishment, albeit for varying reasons. These three were none other than Master Roshi and his two disciples. Ahem, indeed, as one ages, it is wise to venture out more. There are so many beautiful urban maidens, and it would be a pity not to behold them. Master Roshi donned a stylish black suit, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses, occasionally glinting with mischief as he emitted a lewd chuckle. Remarkable. I never imagined there were so many formidable individuals in the world. Sun Wukong, clad in a blue suit, observed each passing warrior with curious eyes, exclaiming in awe. Beside Wukong stood a similarly attired diminutive figure, Krillin. Krillin took a few steps back, adopting an expression that suggested he did not know them. Wukong, over here. A charming little girl in a blue martial outfit waved at Sun Wukong. Beside her stood a towering figure over 4 meters tall, adorned with iconic bull horns. They were none other than Chi-Chi and the Ox King. Chi-Chi, Uncle Ox King, what brings you here? Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully as he ran over. My father told me about the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. I knew you would come, so I came to see you. Kiki saide seaka ypsilon. I see. Wukong, do your best. Kiki encouraged, clanking get feast. Ha ha ha, all right. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Teacher Wutian, it has been a while. How is your health? The Ox King, upon spotting the approaching Master Roshi, hurried over with several large strides. With a thud, he knelt, bowing his head heavily to the ground. The force was so great that the earth trembled beneath Master Roshi, propelling him half a meter into the air before he landed back down. The Ox Demon King, I have admonished you countless times, refrain from startling me so. Alas, my old bones nearly succumbed to your antics. The Turtle Sage gently patted his aching back. My sincerest apologies. The Ox Demon King clasped his hands together, exclaiming vocally, Oh, never mind, replied the Turtle Sage with a dismissive wave of his hand. Meanwhile, Krillin stood behind, observing the jovial exchanges between Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, tugging at his cap with frustration. How infuriating! When did Wukong come to know such an adorable young lady? Krillin's eyes brimmed with envy and jealousy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they all registered for the event. In the resting area, Sun Wukong occasionally glanced towards the entrance, seemingly searching for someone. Has Brother Sulo not yet arrived? After scanning the surroundings to no avail, disappointment etched itself upon Sun Wukong's face. Sulo, who is he? Krillin, seated nearby, inquired with curiosity. He is a formidable individual, with whom I had arranged to meet for this tournament, replied Sun Wukong. Oh, Krillin responded nonchalantly. As evening approached, the setting sun cast a crimson veil over the earth. The registration for the martial arts tournament was nearing its conclusion. Is there anyone else wishing to sign up? The registrar, grasping a large megaphone, announced. In truth, he merely made a symbolic call, for those intending to register had already done so. Now, only a few warriors remained at the venue. After a day of bustling activity, everyone was recuperating at the inn, preparing for the morrow's competition. Outside the venue, the Turtle Sage and his companions continued to accompany Sun Wukong in anticipation. Wukong, let us depart. The registration period is about to close. And I doubt Sulo will arrive, Krillin said, patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Oh, very well. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to leave, 3 figures materialized out of thin air. The dark-haired youth exuded a charming allure. The blonde girl radiated elegance, and the purple-haired maiden was strikingly beautiful. They were none other than Sulo, Lazuli, and Bulma. Oh, Wukong, long time no see. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sun Wukong immediately turned his head. Ha ha! Brother Sulo, I knew you would come. You have indeed not forgotten our promise. Sun Wukong dashed towards Sulo, brimming with excitement, bouncing about like a little monkey. Ha ha! I would never forget our agreement. It has been quite a while, and you have grown significantly stronger, remarked Sulo, assessing Sun Wukong with a keen eye. Sun Wukong's strength had amplified considerably since his first competition in the original tale, boasting a combat power of approximately 104. Hee, I have devoted considerable effort to my training in order to surpass you. Sun Wukong's tail swished back and forth, reflecting his exhilaration. Is that so? I eagerly anticipated. Ah, my dear friend Sulo, the registration period is nearing its end. Perhaps you should complete your sign-up before we indulge in reminiscing, Master Roshi interjected. adjusting his sunglasses and interrupting their conversation. Oh, indeed. I almost forgot, Sulo replied as he made his way toward the registration desk. Lotzi Li and Bulma remained rooted in place, opting not to follow. Lotzi Li found the competition utterly tedious, and had it not been for Su Luo's participation, she would not have come at all. As for Bulma, upon hearing that Su Luo would be competing, she insisted on joining the festivities. How delightful to see these two charming young ladies again after such a long time, Master Roshi exclaimed, his gaze lingering upon the two alluring figures. In an instant, his lecherous tendencies resurfaced, and with a sudden burst of movement, he found himself standing before them, reaching out with ill intentions. Ah, you old pervert. What do you think you're doing? Bulma shrieked upon noticing his inappropriate advance, quickly retreating behind Lotzi Li, her head peeking out indignantly. If you come any closer, I shall strike you. Witnessing Master Roshi's lewd actions, Lotzi Li's expression grew cold, and a menacing aura radiated from her, advancing toward him. Master Roshi's pupils dilated in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably as if caught in a tempest. The others, including Sun Wukong, looked on in confusion at the quaking figure of Master Roshi. Grandpa Roshi, what is wrong with you? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. Master Roshi opened his mouth to respond, but found himself utterly speechless, just as he felt on the brink of collapse. Su Luo's warm and cheerful voice broke through the tension. Lotzi Li, you mustn't be so reckless, he chided gently, though the tone lacked any real reproach. Instantly, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Master Roshi dissipated. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, astonished by how refreshing the air suddenly felt. I've survived, he murmured in relief. Teacher Wuqian, are you all right? The Bull Demon King rushed over to assist Master Roshi. With an awkward smile, Master Roshi, upon meeting Lotzi Li's fierce gaze, felt his heart race and quickly retreated several paces, seeking distance as if it offered him safety. He would likely bear the shadow of this encounter for some time to come. Oomph. Serves you right, you old pervert, the two young women scoffed. Lotzi Li regarded Master Roshi's disheveled state with a cold stare, incredulous that he would dare to make a pass at her. Su Luo affectionately ruffled Lotzi Li's hair and cast a glance at the distant Master Roshi, suggesting, next time you encounter such a lecherous old man, it might be best to incapacitate him. Agreed, Lotzi Li replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, her mood lifting once more. Master Roshi, overhearing their exchange, was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the precariousness of his situation. With a silent curse, he wondered why he could not restrain his desires. Aware that the two individuals were not to be trifled with, he still felt compelled to approach them. Su Luo cast a glance over the crowd and remarked, "It is quite late. Why not join me for a meal? My treat. Shall we eat? That sounds splendid. Let's hurry. I am absolutely famished." Sun Wukong eagerly encouraged, rubbing his flat stomach. "Come along. I will take you to a delightful restaurant," Su Luo said, leading the way while holding onto Lotzi Li's hand. Bulma pouted her rosy lips and followed closely beside him. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi trailed behind excitedly, while the Ox King supported Master Roshi, bringing up the rear. Only Krillin remained, watching Su Luo and Lotzi Li's departing figures, feeling an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. Chapter 27. Preliminary round of the martial arts tournament at the Carino restaurant. The table was laden with an abundance of delectable dishes. After a hearty meal and a few light-hearted exchanges, the group parted ways. The martial arts tournament always arranged accommodations for participants, providing a complimentary resting place. Sun Wukong and his companions headed in that direction, while Su Luo and the others had already teleported home. The island's night was enchanting, with countless stars twinkling in a mesmerizing display. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks created a symphony, splashing white crystalline foam that danced like playful sprites beneath the starlight. Within the villa, a man and two women were engaged in a fun-filled game, punctuated by the sound of cards being flipped with enthusiasm. "Ah, Bulma, yobe los tagain." Su Luo's voice rang out. "Oh dear, Bulma, your face has no more space for sticky notes." "Lotzi, likaim din." "I'm done. You two always team up to bully me." With a frustrated clap, Bulma slammed her cards on the table and angrily ripped the notes from her face. Su Luo and Lotzi Li exchanged knowing glances and shared a chuckle. As the night deepened, the following morning arrived. "Everyone, please don't push. You cannot enter the preliminary venue just yet. Kindly wait patiently outside," announced the orderly personnel, holding a megaphone. Before the martial arts hall, a dense crowd gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of the proceedings. Individuals craned their necks, attempting to squeeze into the venue, only to be thwarted by the disciplined monks maintaining order. The staff, looking exasperated, called out once more, and the rowdy crowd finally quieted. Inside the martial arts hall, the spacious arena boasted 4 large competition platforms lined up in a row. Contestants stood beside the platforms, listening attentively to the host addressing the audience. "We sincerely appreciate everyone traveling from afar. Your efforts are commendable." This tournament features a total of 200 participants gathered from across the nation. Yet only 8 will advance to the final round. The competition is divided into 4 major regions, with the top 2 contestants from each region advancing to the grand finals. The rules dictate that the matches are one-on-one encounters on the arena. Being knocked out of the ring or rendered unconscious results in a loss. However, there is a strict prohibition against killing or using weapons, and each match is limited to a duration of 1 minute. Should the time expire without a definitive victor, the referee will determine the winner based on the competitor's performance. The host methodically explains the competition rules. With 200 participants, there are several more than in the original story. Sulo muses that his earlier eradication of the Red Ribbon Army has had a substantial impact. Yet, he harbors no regrets, given the chance. He might act even more swiftly, brutally, and decisively. Sulo will not allow the so-called narrative to hinder his actions. If there is no path, he will forge one himself. The drawing of lots is about to commence. Contestants called by name are to step forward to draw. After the host concludes the rules, the drawing begins. As Sulo is the last to arrive, his turn to draw is also last. The 200 participants quickly complete their draws, and Sulo draws number 18, placing him in the first group of competitors on the first arena. "Brother Sulo, what number did you draw?" Son Wukong cheerfully approaches, holding his lot. "Atin, Sulori place. Hihi, I got 127. Son Wukong exclaims with a grin. Sulo nods in acknowledgement. With the sound of gongs signaling the start, the competition commences. In Suluo's first match, his opponent is a muscular werewolf, rumored to have been among the top 16 in the previous competition. As the referee calls for the start, the werewolf has yet to make a move before being struck down by Sulo, collapsing out of the arena. Sulo does not recall the werewolf's name. To him, he is merely an inconsequential figure, and names only clutter the mind. The unexpected outcome astonishes the onlookers. After all, this is a formidable competitor from the previous top 16. Yet he was defeated so thoroughly by Sulo. They silently contemplate how they might conduct themselves with more dignity should they face Sulo. Meanwhile, matches in the other regions also commence. Soon, the top 4 from each of the 4 martial arts zones are determined. The list of the top 16 emerges. Sulo, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Jackie Chan, disguised as Master Roshi, each claim a position. Among the other 12, Sulo recognizes a few familiar faces, as they resonate with some of his memories. One is Yamcha, who initially played support but later turned to baseball. Another is a barbarian exuding a foul odor, accompanied by swarming flies. The third is a monk named Nam, participating due to a water scarcity in his hometown. The fourth is a blue flying dinosaur, the monster Jiren. Fifthly, there exists an exceptionally alluring urban beauty, Lan Fong, the sole woman among the top 16. The most formidable presence, however, is that of the barbarian. Merely approaching him creates an immediate expanse of several meters devoid of any other person. His aura is unparalleled. Even Sulo concedes defeat, feeling inadequate and keeping his distance. Subsequently, the competitions across various regions will determine the top 2 contenders, thus securing the quarterfinals. Sulo, Sun Wukong, and their companions effortlessly clinched their places in the top 8. On the arena of the 4th region, the final match has commenced, Nanwu versus Lan Fong. Right from the outset, Lan Fong cast a flirtatious glance at Nanwu, adopting a captivating pose that rendered him momentarily flustered. The audience, too, became increasingly agitated, erupting in whistles and cheers. Seizing Nanwu's moment of distraction, Lan Fong swiftly delivered an elbow strike, followed by a powerful double-fisted blow to his head. Nanwu grimaced in pain, clutching his head. Lan Fong sought to deliver a final blow. However, Nanwu, enduring the excruciating pain, nimbly evaded her attack. With a determined expression, he transformed his hand into a slicing motion and countered with ferocity. Under the relentless assault from Nanwu, Lan Fong soon found herself at a disadvantage. Bitten lip and with a glint of desperation, she unleashed her ultimate technique, the art of seduction. She shed her garments, leaving only her form-fitting undergarments, and struck an even more enticing pose, showcasing her voluptuous figure in its entirety. The fervent scene elicited gasps from the audience, who could barely contain themselves. Amidst this spectacle, the sound of swallowing echoed from below the platform. Sulo observed with keen interest. Broter Sulo. Why are they all staring at that girl, swallowing? Does she possess something delectable? Sun Wukong inquired curiously, his gaze fixated on Lan Fang. Children ought not to ask too many questions. You shall come to understand in due time, Sulo replied. Meanwhile, the standoff between Nan Wu and Lan Fang continued. Ultimately, through sheer willpower, Nan Wu managed to vanquish Lan Fang, casting her from the arena. Thus, the roster of the top 8 was established. Sulo, Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan, Klin, Yamcha, Killin, the Barbarian, and Nan Wu. Guided by the staff, the competitors proceeded to the martial arts temple hall. After a new draw, the matchups were determined as follows. First match, Klin versus the Barbarian. Second match, Sun Wukong versus Yamcha. Third match, Sulo versus Killin. Fourth match, Nan Wu versus Jackie Chan. Chapter 28. The quarterfinals commence. The quarterfinals will take place upon the grand arena situated outside the martial arts temple hall. Two towering walls stand like prostrate lions, forming a gaze of mutual anticipation between the hall and the arena. On the other 3 sides of the martial arts arena lay the spectator stands, separated from the ring by a low wall, with a patch of verdant grass in between, serving as an area for the staff to maintain order. The stands were teeming with spectators, their numbers so dense that they almost formed a single entity, with a cacophony of cheers echoing throughout, resembling a surging sea of humanity. The formidable Bull Demon King, with his imposing stature, forced his way through the throngs of people to the front, while Kiki perched on his shoulder, swinging her little feet, curiously observing the crowd. In the center of the spectator area, Lazuli and Bulma stood at the forefront, a 1-meter radius around them devoid of any onlookers. Despite the crowd's desire to advance, it seemed as though an invisible wall barred their passage. Isn't this a bit unfair, Lazuli? Bulma remarked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I don't fancy being jostled among the crowd, Lazuli replied with a light chuckle. Bulma silently gave her a thumbs up. On the martial arts stage, a young referee donned a formal outfit, sunglasses perched on his nose, his golden hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of vitality. The blonde referee, microphone in hand, delivered an impassioned speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the highlight of this tournament, the quarterfinals. Who will emerge as the champion of this martial arts competition? Let's await the outcome with bated breath. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially commences. With a resounding clang of the gong, the first match began. Now, may the 2 competitors take the stage. Swiftly, Krillin and the Barbarian ascended the platform. A noxious, yellowish gas emanated from the Barbarian, enveloping the vicinity. The blonde referee, suppressing his nausea, pinched his nose and introduced the 2 contenders. First, we have the Barbarian, who has never bathed since his birth. The other competitor is the youngest participant, Mr. Krillin. Let the match begin. With that, the referee leaped off the stage, microphone in hand, ready to commentate. The Barbarian's aura was astonishingly overwhelming, causing the audience below to recoil, pinching their noses and wearing expressions of distress. Krillin, standing on stage, bore the brunt of this inhuman pressure. The Barbarian grinned widely, revealing several large, discolored teeth. You are quite impressive, if you can stand before me without flinching. Krillin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. Who would willingly stand before him? If not for the desire to win, he would have refused to step onto the platform altogether. In deference to such a worthy opponent, I must showcase my true abilities. The Barbarian's grin deepened as he inhaled deeply, his blackened mouth swelling as if preparing to unleash a formidable technique. Krillin, sensing an ominous turn, felt a shiver run down his spine. Stench storm. A wave of dark yellow energy erupted from the Barbarian's mouth, carrying with it unparalleled might, transforming into a terrifying whirlwind that surged towards Klin. In an instant, Klin felt a disorienting vertigo as he faced this overwhelming mental assault. The sheer force of the impact rendered his steps unsteady. He became dazed and lost the capacity to resist. Seizing the opportunity, the Barbarian leapt high and executed a devastating assault, akin to Mount Tai crashing down upon him. Klin found himself pinned beneath the Barbarian's considerable weight, immobilized. Cursed be this fate. Klin struggled desperately beneath the Barbarian. The sight of Klin's continued resistance only exhilarated the Barbarian further, who began to sway his massive form. You truly are remarkable, I have never encountered an opponent like you, deserving of my respect. Prepare yourself for my ultimate move. It was only after a friendly reminder from Sun Wukong that Clin realized he lacked a nose, rendering the barbarian's foul attacks incapable of inflicting any real harm. The sheer aggressiveness of the barbarian's offensive, both visually and olfactorily, had merely induced a reflexive panic in him. With this newfound awareness, Clin ultimately turned the tide and emerged victorious in the match. In the first round, Clin successfully advanced. Next, let us welcome competitors Sun Wukong and Yamcha, declared the golden-haired referee, standing in the center of the arena with a microphone in hand. As his words fell, Sun Wukong eagerly ascended the stage. In a corner of the waiting area, Yamcha clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Sulo, who was resting against the wall with his eyes closed. The memory of being effortlessly swatted away by Sulo filled him with a sense of indignation. In the past 6 months, Yamcha had conquered his fear of women and trained relentlessly, challenging formidable opponents, all in pursuit of self-improvement. He had not anticipated encountering Sulo again during this tournament. Upon hearing the referee call his name, Yamcha relaxed his grip, thinking, very well, I shall first deal with that fellow named Sun Wukong, and afterward, I will triumph over you. With determination, Yamcha stepped out of the waiting area and took his position on the opposite side of the arena. The second match begins now, proclaimed the referee before leaping off the stage. Yamcha initiated the assault, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to that of a wild wolf. As he charged, his hands morphed into claws, aiming to rend Sun Wukong apart. Surprised by Yamcha's speed, Sun Wukong deftly dodged with a leap, transforming his palm into a fist to counterattack. Thus, an intense battle erupted between Sun Wukong and Yamcha, a flurry of punches and kicks exchanged in earnest combat. The spectacle of their combat, with a dazzling array of techniques, captivated the audience, providing them with an unparalleled visual feast. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers, applauding the thrilling contest between the two fighters. At last, Sun Wukong discerned that Yamcha's full exertion was merely of mediocre caliber, leading him to lose interest and subsequently cast him down from the arena. In the second match, Sun Wukong advanced successfully, while Yamcha, wearing a face of dissatisfaction, departed from the martial arts tournament. Following him was Puer, a flying cat, who trailed behind, offering continuous solace. Next, we invite competitors Sulo and Kirin to the stage. The golden-haired host's voice resonated with fervor and strength. Sulo strode confidently onto the arena, while his opponent, Kirin, a dragon adorned with wings, had blue-green skin and sharp horns on his face. The sheer magnitude and terrifying presence of Kirin instilled an unparalleled sense of intimidation, making onlookers shrink back in fear. Sulo, with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, gazed at Kirin with an air of nonchalance. His composed elegance, coupled with his striking good looks, caused a stir among the female audience members below. Oh, mama, I think I'm in love. Mr. Sulo, please go out with me. Sulo, I want to bear your children. Wow, it's over. I've fallen head over heels. Sulo is so handsome. Exaggerated cries echoed in Sulo's ears. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, reminiscent of the fervent fan culture from his previous life. Fortunately, his martial spirit was remarkably resilient, and the admiration of a group of infatuated fans failed to shake his resolve. Bulma, overhearing the extravagant declarations from the surrounding ladies, gritted her teeth and muttered, "What a bunch of love-struck fools." Lazuli cast a knowing glance at Bulma, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze. With a hint of guilt, Bulma retorted, "What are you staring at? Watch the match." Chapter 29, the semifinals. The third match is about to commence. Once the referee confirmed that both competitors were prepared, he announced the start of the duel. "Ha, kid, your misfortune is running into me. I suggest you jump off the stage now to avoid any painful consequences." Kirin sneered from his elevated position, surveying Sulo with disdain. Sulo shrugged and replied with a light chuckle. "Why is it that those with lesser abilities love to talk so much nonsense? Humph, you truly are unaware of your own insignificance. Allow me to demonstrate the disparity in our strengths." Kirin bared his sharp teeth, then stomped heavily, propelling his massive form forward like a human tank, charging towards Sulo with immense force. At that moment, Sulo, standing at just over meter 80, appeared as diminutive and helpless as a toddler in the presence of an adult, particularly against Kirin's tempestuous assault. Yet, unfazed by the impending collision, Sulo's expression remained unchanged, his eyes as tranquil as still waters. Just as Kirin was about to collide with him, Sulo flicked his fingers with lightning speed, striking Kieran's robust belly. In an instant, Kieran was propelled like a cannonball, crashing forcefully against the low wall beyond the arena, leaving a significant breach in its structure. The entire sequence transpired in a heartbeat, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished, their jaws agape, unable to comprehend what had just unfolded. The sight of Kieran being ejected from the arena by Sulo was utterly unexpected for all, while the specifics of that fleeting moment remained elusive. One fact was indisputable. Kieran had indeed fallen outside the ring. Sulo emerged victorious. As the referee's declaration echoed, the audience erupted into fervent cheers. Having concluded his match, Sulo nonchalantly descended from the stage. Next up was the bout between Chunlong and Nanwu. This contest bore no suspense. Despite Nanwu's indomitable spirit to win, there was no chance of fortune prevailing against such a vast disparity in strength. After a few exchanges, Nanwu was sent tumbling from the platform by a gust from Chunlong's palm, departing the arena in dejection. True to the original narrative prior to the match, Nanwu's remarkable perseverance piqued Chunlong's curiosity. Utilizing his telepathic abilities, Chunlong learned of Nanwu's background, his hometown's water scarcity, and the purpose of his journey. Without hesitation, he extended a helping hand, seeking out Nanwu after the match to present him with a capsule for water, aiding him in overcoming his challenges. For the time being, Nanwu's ordeal had reached a conclusion. The four victors, Clin, Sun Wukong, Sulo, and Chunlong, once again proceeded to draw lots. The matchups for the semifinals were as follows. The first match pitting Clin against Sulo, and the second match featuring Sun Wukong against Chunlong. A brief intermission was scheduled before the contest commenced. During this interval, the referee specially invited Sun Wukong and Clin, both clad in matching orange martial arts attire, to the stage for an interview. The revelation that they were disciples of the legendary martial arts master, Wu Tian, sent the crowd into a frenzy. Applause, cheers, and accolades resounded throughout the audience, creating an electrifying atmosphere. In the relaxation area, Sulo lay leisurely on a bench, his head resting on the elongated legs of Lotzi Li. Occasionally, Lotzi Li would present him with a cluster of grapes, which Sulo savored with delight. The gentle fragrance emanating from Lotzi Li enveloped him in a sense of bliss. Meanwhile, Bulma, observing from the side, gritted her teeth in frustration. She regretted her decision to enter alongside Lotzi Li, feeling overwhelmed by the abundance of dog food they were consuming. As the intermission drew to a close, the sound of bronze drums resonated across the arena. The referee, microphone in hand, cleared his throat and then solemnly announced, "We shall now commence the semifinals. Let the first match begin. Please welcome competitors Sulo and Clin to the stage." Amidst the thunderous applause and cheers from the crowd, Sulo and Clin ascended the arena, taking their positions on opposite sides. Krylin gazed at the impassive Sulo, an inexplicable dread swelling within him. He assumed a defensive stance, cautiously advancing with each step as if treading upon thin ice. Observing his timid demeanor, Sulo let out a derisive laugh. Although both Krylin and Sun Wukong were disciples of the Turtle Hermit, their dispositions were worlds apart. Sun Wukong faced even the mightiest foes with unwavering courage, confronting adversaries who could easily overpower him without a flicker of fear. Perhaps his combative nature stemmed from the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. Yet temperament is not dictated by lineage. In stark contrast, Krylin exhibited a consistent timidity, quaking before formidable opponents even before a battle commenced. "What are you afraid of?" Sulo inquired nonchalantly. Krylin swallowed hard, feigning composure as he retorted, "Nonsense. Who's afraid?" "Oh, that is good to hear," Sulo replied with an amused smile. However, as Krylin beheld that smile, an unsettling sensation crept into his heart. In the blink of an eye, he noticed Sulo had vanished. Panic-stricken, he scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for Sulo's presence. "Right here," came Sulo's voice from behind him. Krylin swiftly turned, only to see a fist rapidly approaching his face. In an instant, he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Sulo deftly appeared before him, delivering another punch that propelled Krylin back into the fray. At that moment, Krylin resembled a baseball, while Sulo transformed into a batter, darting back and forth with astonishing speed. Amidst the stunned gazes of the onlookers, Krylin was subjected to a relentless exchange of blows. The venue fell into a hushed silence, punctuated only by the occasional dull thud of impact. "Wow, I never knew the martial arts tournament could be so entertaining. I should have entered," Lazili remarked with excitement in her voice. Bulma swallowed hard, glancing at Lazuli with eyes wide in disbelief. My goodness, this sister has a penchant for violence. It seems that not all family members are cut from the same cloth. With a resounding thud, Krillin crashed to the ground, unable to rise. The referee, witnessing Krillin's defeat, scrambled onto the stage to commence the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Upon concluding the countdown, the referee proclaimed the result of the match. Sulo is the victor. In the waiting area, Jackie Chan and Sun Wukong rushed forward to assist Krillin. Upon seeing his bruised visage and vacant expression, they gasped in shock. Sulo, that was rather ruthless. Jackie Chan admonished him. Standing aloof with arms crossed, Sulo replied in a measured tone, if one chooses to stand upon the stage, they must possess the courage to strike and the fortitude to endure punishment. If one cannot withstand a beating, perhaps they should reconsider their pursuit of martial arts. Jackie Chan was momentarily speechless, as Sulo seemed to make a valid point. Upon hearing these words, Krillin spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into unconsciousness. The cries of Krillin echoed through the air. Observing this, Sulo shook his head with a sigh, reflecting on the poor character displayed. He then retrieved a magical bean and tossed it to Sun Wukong, explaining its purpose before returning to the waiting area. Sun Wukong hurriedly fed the bean to Krillin. After consuming the bean, Krillin slowly regained consciousness, and upon realizing his earlier embarrassing performance, he hung his head in shame. With encouragement from Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan, he gradually regained his confidence. Under the referee's urging, the second match of the semifinals commenced. Chapter 30, the championship match. On the arena, Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan took their positions, and as the referee's command echoed, the match began. Their gazes locked, igniting a spark of combativeness between them. Jackie Chan assumed a fighting stance and declared, I shall not hold back. Neither will I, responded Sun Wukong earnestly. No sooner had he spoken, than Jackie Chan lunged forward with the speed of a tempest, closing the distance between them in an instant to deliver a powerful punch. Sun Wukong feigned and leaped high into the air, evading the blow by several meters. Jackie Chan swiftly retreated a few steps, seeking a favorable angle, then propelled himself upward, executing a fierce kick towards Sun Wukong. Unable to dodge while airborne, Sun Wukong was struck squarely, sending his body tumbling towards the edge of the arena. Just as Jackie Chan believed victory was assured, Sun Wukong's tail spun rapidly like a helicopter rotor, propelling him back onto the stage. This spectacle elicited cheers from the audience. Sulo floated above the high wall, observing the familiar scene with a faint smile. Back in the arena, witnessing Sun Wukong's remarkable recovery, Jackie Chan's eyes glimmered with excitement as he slyly remarked, Well done, Wukong, but now, let us see how you handle this move. Jackie Chan's form rippled like water, creating several afterimages that danced around Sun Wukong. With a serious expression, Sun Wukong attempted to discern Jackie Chan's actual position, and sensing something, he swung a punch at the nearest afterimage, only to find it empty. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Sun Wukong felt a rush of urgency as Jackie Chan seized the opportunity, manifesting behind him to deliver another kick. With a loud thud, Sun Wukong was sent flying, crashing into the arena wall, which shattered and splintered like a spider's web. Shaking off the debris, Sun Wukong emerged unscathed, grinning as he mimicked Jackie Chan's signature move, the Phantom Punch. In a tit-for-tat manner, he clenched his fists and struck down hard upon Jackie Chan's head. Jackie Chan cried out in pain, clutching his swollen head and muttering, Unfilial disciple, how dare you strike your master? On the arena, an intense battle raged on for an extended period. During a clash of the Turtle School's Kamehameha waves, both combatants bore the marks of their struggle, panting as they gazed at one another. Yet Son Goku, being youthful and brimming with vitality, persevered until the very end, ultimately achieving victory. At that moment, the sky began to take on a faint golden hue. Even Sulo could not help but exclaim that Master Roshi was indeed an exceptional teacher. Through this contest, Master Roshi, in his own unique manner, had imparted various combat techniques and enhanced Goku's ability to adapt spontaneously. As the semifinals concluded, the martial arts tournament reached its zenith, the championship match. Following a brief intermission, the audience's anticipation mounted as the championship bout was about to commence. After the referee's lengthy preamble, he announced, Let us welcome competitors Sulo and Son Goku. The moment the referee's resounding voice echoed, the previously quiet stands erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Cheers, applause, and shouts resonated as the names of Sulo and Son Goku were fervently called out. Both Sulo and Son Goku ascended the stage together. The referee approached Goku with a microphone for an interview. Son Goku, what do you believe your chances of winning this match are? Goku, perplexed, replied, Garlic? What is that? The referee clarified, I meant, do you have confidence in winning the match? Goku, looking earnest, responded, I don't know, I'll just do my best. This unexpected answer seemed to catch the referee off guard. Ah, indeed, a youthful spirit. What a candid and honest reply. It is likely this unadorned attitude that has propelled him thus far, the referee remarked, gesturing grandly. The audience, inspired by the interaction, erupted into cheers. Next, the referee turned to Sulo for his thoughts. Sulo, do you have anything you wish to convey? Sulo, contemplating as he leaned toward the microphone, stated, For the grand prize of 500,000, I will compete earnestly. Ah, typical of Sulo, such a straightforward response. The referee wiped his brow and declared, Then let the match officially begin. With the resonant sound of drums, the arena was set. Sulo and Son Goku exchanged steely gazes. Brother Sulo, I'm coming, Goku declared, assuming his stance, eyes ablaze with determination. Come on, let me see what you have learned from Master Roshi, Sulo replied nonchalantly. To ensure a fair contest, Sulo adjusted his power level to match that of Son Goku. Son Wukong's body was taut, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring, slicing through the air as he leapt before Sulo in the blink of an eye. Following this, a barrage of fists descended upon Sulo like a torrential downpour, transforming into a myriad of afterimages that dazzled the eyes and rendered one unable to defend. However, in the face of these phantom punches, Sulo merely raised his hand, striking out with a punch that pierced through the illusions and landed squarely on Son Wukong's abdomen. In an instant, Son Wukong was sent reeling, his entire form hurtling backward, crashing into the edge of the arena and creating a small crater. How painful, he thought, trembling as he clutched his stomach while rising to his feet, gazing at Sulo with incredulity. His assault had been seen through effortlessly. Even the venerable Jackie Chan would have been flustered in such a predicament. Once more, with renewed vigor, Son Wukong vanished from the arena. Only the sound of his footsteps echoed, tap, tap, tap. In response to this sudden and deceptive maneuver, Sulo remained rooted in place, his expression unchanged, serene as the vast sky. Suddenly, Sulo's left hand clenched into a fist, probing to the left. The missing Son Wukong reappeared, charging headlong into Sulo's punch. A dull thud resonated as Son Wukong collapsed, his head hitting the ground. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed, rubbing his nose in pain. Yet before he could recover, Sulo's next attack followed immediately. A swift sidekick sent Son Wukong flying several meters away. Son Wukong executed a somersault, massaging his sore arm. Wukong, your vigilance is lacking. If I were your enemy, you would be dead by now, Sulo remarked with a hint of coldness. But you are not my enemy, Son Wukong replied, bewildered. Oh, then from now on consider me an adversary. Otherwise, the consequences shall be dire. A chilling glint flashed in Sulo's dark eyes, and a tempestuous aura erupted forth. Beneath the scorching sun, Son Wukong felt as though he had plunged into an unfathomable abyss, an icy dread enveloping him, rendering him immobile. Confronted with this transformed Sulo, Son Wukong felt disoriented. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, Sulo moved like a flash of lightning, closing the distance between them in an instant. Before Son Wukong could react, Sulo unleashed a torrent of powerful punches, a fierce gale accompanying each strike, sending Son Wukong soaring to an altitude of several dozen meters. With a nimble leap, Sulo ascended above Son Wukong, delivering a fierce kick downward. The impact forced Son Wukong to spit out a mouthful of blood, his body plummeting like a meteor. Thud! The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed, revealing a deep crater approximately 1 meter in depth on the arena floor before the astonished spectators. The beleaguered form of Son Wukong lay sprawled in the depths of a vast pit. Standing above him, Sulo regarded him coldly from the edge of the chasm. Wukong's vulnerabilities were profoundly critical, his lack of vigilance being his most significant flaw. Sulo was not one to gently coax. Mere words paled in comparison to allowing Wukong to experience the gravity of the situation firsthand. Chapter 31. The Great Ape Transformation. Come on, Wukong, get up. On the spectators' platform, Chi-Chi wept as she witnessed Son Wukong lying motionless in the expansive pit. Wukong is incredibly strong, and he aims to win the championship. He won't fall easily, the Bull Demon King reassured his daughter, trying to comfort her sorrowful demeanor. Really? Chi-Chi sniffled softly. Indeed, he nodded earnestly, though internally he harbored doubts. While he recognized Wukong's strength, he sensed a more formidable presence in Sulo, an instinctive awareness that weighed heavily on him. Oh, Chi-Chi ceased her tears. Her eyes filled with anxiety as she gazed toward the arena, repeatedly urging, Wukong, please rise. In the depths of the pit, Wukong seemed to hear Chi-Chi's call and struggled to his feet. Upon witnessing Wukong's resurgence, Chi-Chi erupted in cheer, immediately rallying her support for him. Gasping for breath, Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze towards Sulo, his eyes ignited with resolute fighting spirit. Broter Sulo, you struck me hard just now. I will retaliate. As Sulo spoke, he was taken aback when Wukong suddenly leapt into the air, delivering a flying kick directly toward his face. The intensity of Wukong's power and speed had elevated to an extraordinary level. Now that's more like it, Sulo remarked with a hint of satisfaction, leaning back slightly to evade Wukong's fierce assault. Wukong swiftly pivoted, darting beneath Sulo and, like a bolt of lightning, unleashed another sweeping kick. Sulo, agile as a dragon, deftly sidestepped this strike, only to reappear behind Wukong in a ghostly manner, his right hand morphing into a knife hand aimed at Wukong's neck. However, the ensuing event astonished Sulo. Wukong executed a forward roll, narrowly escaping the blow. Intriguing. Sulo chuckled lightly before delivering another punch. Wukong braced himself defensively, and the arena became a blur of shadowy figures, punctuated by the sound of their fists colliding. Although Sulo's combat prowess was restrained to match Wukong's level, his experience, technique, and reflexes far surpassed Wukong's. Throughout their engagement, Sulo maintained the upper hand, compelling Wukong into a reactive defense, which soon left him battered and on the brink of defeat. Seizing the moment, Sulo aimed a punch at Wukong's face. Caught off guard, Wukong hastily crossed his arms to shield himself. A sudden, excruciating pain radiated from his arm, causing Sun Wukong to slide back several meters, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Gasping for breath, he released his arm, his face marred with bruises, his tattered clothing revealing inflamed skin beneath. A picture of utter disarray. Observing Sulo, whose breathing remained steady and expression calm, a fierce determination ignited within Sun Wukong. After a moment of rapid contemplation, he pressed his lips together, arriving at a resolute decision. His expression grew serious, his small face etched with earnestness as he leaned slightly forward, adopting a stance, his sore arm gradually drawing toward his waist. Sulo, recognizing the shift in his demeanor, anticipated his next move. Sun Wukong flashed a smile, displaying his blood-stained white teeth, then positioned his hands in a flower-like formation at his waist. Kaioken, a visible blue energy sphere rapidly coalesced between his palms, radiating a dazzling light that illuminated the entire arena. With a swift whoosh, a blue beam of energy surged forth, exuding an unstoppable force akin to lightning. Earthling towards Sulo. Narrowing his eyes, Sulo raised his right hand, palm facing the oncoming energy wave. Instantly, a golden energy sphere appeared in his palm, morphing into a golden shockwave that surged with undeniable might toward the blue wave. In the center of the arena, a stunning spectacle unfolded, with golden and blue lights occupying opposite sides, establishing a fierce standoff. However, this equilibrium lasted but a fleeting 3 breaths as Sun Wukong, fatigued, found his blue wave losing momentum, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming force of the golden wave that surged toward him. With a thunderous roar, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Gales howled, debris flew, and thick smoke obscured the view. As the haze dissipated, the arena revealed a scene of devastation. Sun Wukong, hands raised in defense, found his clothing reduced to tatters, exposing charred patches of skin. Staggering, he fell to the ground, his hands weakly propping him up from behind. Gazing at Sulo, who appeared utterly unperturbed and showed no signs of fatigue, Sun Wukong managed a bitter smile and inquired, "Brother Sulo, you truly are formidable. Surely, you haven't fought with all your strength?" Sulo stroked his chin, regarding him thoughtfully, and raised 3 fingers, stating, "I utilized only 30% of my power. Wukong, you must continue to train diligently. Defeating me is still a distant goal." Sun Wukong murmured, 30%. He felt his eyelids growing heavier, a sliver of sunset catching his eye. Glancing up at the sky, he beheld the evening glow stretching across the horizon, with a full moon hanging high above. "Ah, the moon. It has been so long since I last saw it." In his memories, it seemed that the last time he gazed upon the moon, his grandfather was still alive. As the moonlight bathed the arena, Sulo was momentarily taken aback by son Wukong's words. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, where a full moon hung in the sky, its silvery glow competing with the vibrant hues of the sunset, creating a breathtaking spectacle. A sudden realization struck Sulo with trepidation. Could it be? He quickly glanced at son Wukong, who now bore a fearsome visage, his features contorted in a savage expression. The sounds of feral roars emanated from his mouth as his small frame swelled, covered in a coat of brown fur that tore through his orange martial attire. Watching son Wukong undergo his transformation into a giant ape, Sulo couldn't help but facepalm, a look of exasperation crossing his features. How could he have forgotten this detail? Son Wukong's eyes glimmered with a blood-red intensity, brimming with ferocity and rage. He unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed like rolling thunder, reverberating in all directions. The transformation into the colossal ape occurred swiftly, and within mere moments, he had grown to a towering height of several dozen meters. The giant ape pounded its chest with mighty blows, its scarlet eyes fixated on the moon above, emitting a cacophony of roars that seemed to announce its arrival to the world. What was happening? Was son Wukong truly transforming into a colossal gorilla? Was this some hidden technique of his? The referee, microphone in hand, spoke with a trembling voice. The spectators were left in stunned silence, gazing at the rampaging giant without a hint of the impending danger. Chapter 32, the finale. Chi-Chi stared blankly at the giant ape, managing to utter, Wukong, you've grown so large. Is this the transformation of a Saiyan into a giant ape? It looks rather unappealing, muttered Lotsili under her breath. Bulma, confronted with this monstrous sight, felt a twinge of fear. When had she ever witnessed such a scene? Yet, remembering that Sulo and Lotsili were present, she straightened her posture, feeling reassured with their company. Lotsili, noticing Bulma's trepidation, playfully patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, Bulma. Brother Sulo will handle it. Who has scared? I have seen much worse. A mere giant ape? I'm not afraid. Bulma responded with unwavering conviction, even though her body betrayed her anxiety. Lotsili observed Bulma quickly retreating behind her, bemused by her insistence of bravery. The giant ape on the stage began to move, swinging its massive arms and delivering destructive punches to the nearby high walls and structures, sending shattered stones flying in all directions, crashing to the ground with resounding thuds. Run! Exclaimed Chunglong as he grabbed the dazed Krillin and fled towards the spectators' area. The crowd finally grasped the danger, erupting into screams as they scrambled to escape the scene. Ah, this is perilous. Yet as a referee, I cannot abandon my post, the referee declared, dodging the debris that flew around him. The colossal ape seemed to sense something amiss, its fierce countenance reflecting a savage rage as it gazed at the fleeing crowd in the audience. With a gaping maw, a crimson orb of light ignited, seemingly poised to unleash a devastating blow. In an instant, Sulo soared into the air, landing beneath the giant's chin, and with a swift motion of his hand, the ape felt an immense force strike its jaw, propelling its entire form off the ground. The terrifying energy cannon erupted forth, shooting skyward. The red beam ascended rapidly, akin to a molten lava plume, exuding both heat and peril, illuminating the heavens in a fiery crimson hue as if threatening to tear the sky asunder. Is this truly that rascal Wukong? This is utterly terrifying, Jackie Chan murmured, swallowing hard as he beheld the giant ape, his heart trembling. The creature was suffused with brutality and ominousness, resembling a mere harbinger of destruction. So frightening, so dreadfully fearsome, Krillin stammered, his face awash with horror. Chi-Chi stared blankly at the giant ape suspended in midair, struggling to comprehend how Wukong could have transformed into such a fearsome entity. The giant ape, now ascending into the air, gingerly touched its painfully throbbing jaw and glared at Sulo with a menacing expression. Its powerful fist came crashing down, a testament to its agony, which only intensified its ferocity. Sulo mirdis maid serindi, rimaningan fast. Although a Saiyan's power multiplies tenfold upon transforming into a giant ape, Goku's base strength was only 140. Even magnified, it posed no real threat to him. In a flash, Sulo appeared behind the giant beast, his fingertips gliding through the air as the entire space shimmered like ripples across a tranquil surface. Dimensional space slash. With a swift whoosh, the giant's tail was severed in an instant. The ape's fierce expression froze, emitting one final roar before its massive form began to shrink. rapidly reverting to that of a human child, plummeting from the sky. Sulo transmigrates. Not anticipating that his inaugural use of the dimensional space slash would be to sever a tail. As Goku fell toward the ground, Sulo swiftly caught him. Gasping for breath, he looked down at Goku, who was sleeping soundly despite the chaos he had caused. Noting his bare form, Sulo retrieved a coat from his spatial pocket and draped it over him. Big brother Sulo, how is Goku? Chi-Chi rushed over, followed closely by the others. Fear not, he is unharmed, merely asleep, Sulo reassured them. Chi-Chi tiptoed, eager to check on Goku, but her petite stature rendered her unable to reach him. Observing her anxious demeanor, Sulo gently placed Goku in her arms, teasingly remarking, "Here, I return your Goku to you." Chi-Chi instantly flushed crimson, bashfully lowering her head. "Sulo, my friend, why did Goku transform into that?" Jackie-chan inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, Sulo, why does Goku transform into a giant ape?" That recent display was utterly terrifying. Bulma remarked, patting her ample chest, still shaken. Sulo responded with a somber tone. "It is because Goku loses his sanity when he beholds the full moon." Full moon? The group gazed skyward, where a luminous orb hung high in the night sky. Jackie-chan opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. Sulo, aware of his unvoiced question, waved his hand dismissively. "Well, I have said what needed to be said. The reasons are not for you to ponder." Jackie, recognizing Sulo's resolute demeanor, chose to remain silent. "Thus, the champion of this tournament is Sulo," announced the referee. The onlookers turned to see the referee, disheveled yet steadfast, remaining at his post rather than fleeing. Sulo silently commended him, thinking the most dedicated referee on earth. Adjusting his glasses, the referee surveyed the now empty venue and remarked, "However, everyone has fled, so the award ceremony may be delayed." Sulo shrugged, responding, "No matter. As long as the prize money arrives, the ceremony is inconsequential." A slight twitch appeared at the corner of the referee's mouth. And thus concluded the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Sulo received his prize money from the referee, bid farewell to Master Roshi and his companions, and departed with Laziri and Bulma. In West City, the night was enchanting, filled with vibrant lights and lively festivities. Bulma, brimming with excitement, led Sulo and Laziri into her home. This marked the first occasion Sulo and Laziri had accepted her invitation to visit. Upon entering the villa, they felt as though they had stepped into another realm, where countless animals frolicked and played, including a few dinosaurs roaming about, all coexisting in perfect harmony. "These are wild cats, dogs, and even dinosaurs my father brought back from his travels," Bulma exclaimed with enthusiasm. Bulma, is that you?" A glamorous blonde woman approached, greeting Bulma warmly. Upon spotting Sulo and Laziri, her eyes lit up as she moved between them, linking an arm with each. "You must be Sulo and Laziri. Bulma often speaks of you. I never expected you to be so adorable." "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Bulma's mother. Would you care for some juice? I have some delightful varieties, or perhaps some snacks. I recently learned to make a few pastries. Would you like to try them?" Both Sulo and Laziri were taken aback by Bulma's mother-esque warmth. Bulma, noticing their surprise, blushed and quickly pulled her mother aside, hurriedly explaining, "Please don't mind her. My mother is simply like that, a bit eccentric." Sulo and Laziri exchanged smiles, shaking their heads to indicate they were not bothered. "Daughter, how can you speak of your mother in such a way?" "It truly hurts my feelings," Bulma's mother replied, feigning a wounded expression as Bulma, now a bit flustered, raked her fingers through her hair in exasperation. "I shall prepare some juice and pastries. You all may continue your conversation," Mrs. Brief gently remarked before taking her leave. Chapter 33, Bulma's Invention. "Your mother is quite the warm-hearted soul," Sulo chuckled. The Brief family was undeniably unique. Bulma's sister, Tais, the daughter of a wealthy magnate, had ventured into space in pursuit of inspiration for her writing. Dr. Brief, an eccentric scientist, was known for his unorthodox demeanor and penchant for collecting adult literature, while Mrs. Brief was extroverted and hospitable, relishing the company of handsome suitors. In comparison, Sulo found Bulma's slightly infatuated demeanor rather normal. "She tends to tinker with her inventions," Bulma remarked with a pout. "But enough about her. Come, allow me to show you my latest whimsical creation. It is utterly fascinating." Bulma's pride was evident as she spoke. Intrigued, Sulo and Lazuli eagerly anticipated Bulma's ingenious invention. Subsequently, under Bulma's guidance, the trio ascended to the second floor and entered her laboratory. Bulma retrieved a pink wristband from a drawer, donned it, and waved it at her companions. "What is this?" Lazuli inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "This is my miniaturization wristband. Press this blue button, and one can shrink in size," Bulma proudly explained, pointing to the button on a wristband before pressing it. To the astonishment of her friends, golden light enveloped Bulma's figure as she rapidly diminished to the size of a mouse. Sulo's lips twitched in disbelief, secretly musing that this was indeed advanced technology. Lazuli, filled with curiosity, poked the miniature Bulma, finding it delightful. "This is so amusing, Bulma. Let me give it a try," she exclaimed. Bulma nodded and returned to her normal size, handing the wristband to Lazuli. Upon receiving it, Lazuli shrank down and joyfully fluttered around the room like a little bird. Sulo, feeling a surge of excitement, urged her to stop and decided to give it a try himself. As he pressed the blue button, the surrounding space felt oddly viscous and under a mysterious force. He shrank rapidly, gazing up at the now giant figures of Lazuli and Bulma. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How immense!" Lazuli scooped Sulo in her palm, playfully poking his head and giggling, "Sulo, you're so tiny. How delightful." After a brief struggle, he returned to his original size. Once back to normal, Sulo seized Lazuli and playfully retaliated. After a bout of laughter, Bulma led Sulo and Lazuli on a leisurely tour of her home, where they spotted Dr. Brief engrossed in his research, choosing not to interrupt him. They eventually arrived in the living room, where Mrs. Brief warmly welcomed them, and they indulged in a sumptuous feast. After enjoying delightful food and drinks, Sulo and Lazuli bid farewell to Bulma and made their way home. As dusk approached, a luminous full moon hung high in the night sky, its ethereal glow beautifully juxtaposed with the twinkling stars surrounding it, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Upon returning to the island, the two did not engage in their usual training. Instead, they reclined on the villa's rooftop, reveling in the moonlight. "Brother Sulo, the moonlight is truly exquisite tonight," Lazi remarked, her ice blue eyes shimmering in the moon's embrace. "Indeed," Sulo replied, gazing at the resplendent moon. The silvery light, intertwined with the celestial stars, painted a magnificent scene, one that was difficult to behold in his past life, particularly in the bustling confines of the city. Breathing in the fresh air carried by the sea breeze, he felt utterly enchanted. After a while of moon-gazing, Lazi stretched her arms and declared, wearied from a day of play, that she was going to take a bath. Sulo merely acknowledged her with a soft sound, lost in thought as he stared into the night sky. Noticing his dazed expression, Lazi's eyes sparkled mischievously as she teased, "Brother Sulo, would you like to join me for a bath? I could help scrub your back." At her words, Sulo turned to look at her, bemused by her playful nature. Observing Lazi's well-developed figure, he asked with a smirk, "Are you sure about that?" With a playful tongue-out gesture, Lazi giggled and darted away. Watching her retreating figure, Sulo smirked to himself, thinking, "Enjoy your triumph while you can. One day, you shall pay dearly for this." Emerging from the bathroom with damp hair, Sulo approached the window, allowing the sea breeze to dry his locks. He opened his personal panel. Host, Sulo, age, 17 dimension. Level 2, 77 immortal, talent. Martial arts heart, time-space power bloodline. Huaxia, Yinhuang bloodline, skills, celestial meditation, time stop. Instant teleportation, dimensional slash, sky manipulation, Luocian fist quadruple, key blast combat power. 1, 310,000 evaluation. A formidable master in the cosmos. After more than half a year of rigorous training, Sulo had perfectly acclimated to 110 times gravity. Since reaching the 100-fold mark, each incremental increase required immense effort to adapt. However, the fruits of his labor were astonishing. With a standard combat power of 1, 310,000, employing the quadruple Luocian fist alongside his time-space prowess would allow Sulo to easily overpower Frisia's first form, and perhaps even match his second form in a contest of strength. Albeit, this was merely his imagination, as he had yet to engage in actual combat. Yet, Sulo did not feel prideful. He understood that once the Dragon Ball Z era commenced, his current strength would hardly suffice. To illustrate, Frisia's ultimate form boasted a combat power of 1.2 billion, a benchmark that would take him considerable time to reach. With a significant duration remaining before the arrival of the Dragon Ball Z era, he mused, perhaps by then, I will have grown strong enough. A confidence mile always sleeps. However, the pace of cultivation in the dimension has become somewhat sluggish. The further one progresses, the more gradual the enhancements appear. Sulo furrowed his brow upon observing the advancement in the dimension. At this rate, achieving the level of a celestial being would require several more years of arduous training. What the subsequent tiers? Yama, the King of Realms, and the Grand King of Realms. Would those not demand centuries, millennia, or even longer? It is no wonder that texts recount the formidable challenge faced by mortals aspiring to ascend to the ranks of higher deities. Perhaps those individuals never reach the higher echelons before their mortal coil meets its end. Alas, I may have been overly ambitious, Sulo chuckled to himself, shaking his head. The road ahead is long and fraught with challenges in the realm of cultivation. Casting aside his towel, he leaped onto his bed, sitting cross-legged to commence meditation. As dawn broke, a soft glow emerged in the distant east, followed by the sun rising gracefully, casting gentle rays of morning light upon the earth, heralding the arrival of a new day. Sulo swiftly consumed the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Lazili before entering the gravity chamber to continue his training. After adjusting the gravity multiplier to 111 times, a heavy pressure enveloped him. Training level 3. Sulo. Upon the utterance of his command, 8 small flying robots emerge from the mechanical walls. Training begins. Upon receiving Sulo's instruction, the robots converged energy and launched an assault against him. With a flurry of energy beams whizzing towards him, Sulo's expression hardened. He swiftly pivoted and leapt, evading the onslaught with agility. Time sped by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. Chapter 34. The Great Demon King Piccolo. On Earth, in the western region, amidst a vast expanse of ocean, a beautiful island appeared as if it were a secluded paradise, resting serenely upon the waves. It was the height of summer, and the sun's rays shimmered upon the water's surface, creating a breathtaking spectacle. On the beach, a vibrant scene unfolded. Bulma, clad in a refreshing swimsuit, reclined on a sun lounger, leisurely sipping coconut juice. With a peculiar pair of glasses perched upon her nose, she gazed toward the distant sea, where Sulo and Lazili were engaged in battle. To enhance her view of their conflict, Bulma had ingeniously designed these ultradynamic glasses, allowing her to clearly capture the movements of their combat. Lazili, radiating a blue aura, unleashed a multitude of energy bullets that cascaded towards Sulo. Yet, he deftly swatted them aside, the energy projectiles plummeting like meteors into the sea, creating towering waves that erupted into the air. As if choreographed, both combatants dove into the surf, grappling amidst the tumultuous waves. In the midst of the ocean, 2 glowing orbs, one white and one blue, collided repeatedly, each impact sending sprays of water cascading across the surface. With a resounding crash, the blue light was driven beneath the waves by the white one, and the tranquil sea erupted as if struck by a deep-water bomb, sending yet another wave skyward. Sulo hovered gracefully in the air, patiently awaiting the moment. Moments latte. Lazili burst forth from the water, suspended in midair. With a whoosh, she dispelled the azure flames that enveloped her, beads of sweat glistening on her exquisite face. The damp fabric clung tightly to her lithe form, accentuating her alluring physique in a most captivating manner. Observing Lazili emerge from the depths, Sulo smiled faintly. Over the past 3 years, her progress had been remarkably swift. Her combat prowess had reached an impressive 90,000, and she had mastered his Loxian fist, achieving a 4-fold enhancement. With this technique, Lazili could now barely hold her own against him in sparring. In terms of dimensional advancement, Lazili had broken through to the 2nd level a year prior. With her elevated life tier, her potential, longevity, and strength had all seen a modest increase. Splendid progress with the Loxian fist, Sulo remarked as he flew before her, offering his praise. Humph, I still can't defeat you, Lazili pouted, her rosy lips forming a slight frown. Sulo playfully tapped her on the head, chiding, Be content, will you? Ouch. Aloe, you've tapped my head again. I told you not to do that. It'll make me dull-witted. She protested, her hands protectively covering her head. Sulo gazed at the stunning young woman before him. 3 years had matured her significantly, rendering her independent and less clingy. For instance, she no longer called him brother. Reflecting on this, he let out a wistful sigh, pondering whether he had inadvertently led her astray. Aloe, what troubles you? Lazili inquired, noticing his sigh with a hint of concern. I was just wondering where that adorable little one who used to call me brother has gone, Sulo teased. Lazili opened her mouth slightly, responding softly, I've grown up now. Indeed, she had matured. Sulo studied her for a moment, swallowing hard as he struggled to contain his emotions. Noticing his somewhat lustful gaze, Lazili's lips curled into a charming smile, a captivating expression that stirred the heart. Seemingly oblivious, she lifted her collar and fanned herself, complaining, Oh dear, it's so hot. Aloe, You can practice by yourself. I'm off to swim with Bulma." With that, she soared back towards the island. Watching her retreating figure, Sulo murmured to himself. Training requires a balance of effort and relaxation. Occasionally unwinding is beneficial. He then swiftly followed suit, returning to the island, not for the sake of admiring a swimsuit-clad beauty, but rather to indulge in a refreshing swim and ease his mind. On the beach, Sulo reclined on a sun lounger, contentedly observing two stunning women in delightful swimsuits frolicking in the sea. He opened his personal panel. Host, Sulo age, 20 dimension. Level 3, God tier 18, talent, martial heart. Power of time and space bloodline. Huaxia, Yinhuang bloodline. Skills, celestial meditation, time stasis, instantaneous movement, dimensional slash, aerial mastery, Luo-Xian fist, eightfold. New key cannon combat power, 470. 000 assessment. Within the cosmos, you have ascended to the echelon of elite warriors. Sulo gazed upon the fruits of his labor over the past 3 years. A faint smile gracing his lips. He now possessed the means to venture into the universe. His instantaneous movement had undergone a remarkable enhancement, with a greatly expanded range. Now capable of traversing distances equivalent to approximately 100 solar systems. While this range may seem vast, it is but a mere drop in the ocean of the universe, which is unfathomably expansive. The northern galaxy alone harbors countless star systems, with the solar system being just a diminutive outpost on its periphery. Suddenly, a cascade of water surged forth, drenching the contemplative Sulo and rendering him a soggy mess. "Ha ha ha, Sulo, come and play," chimed a melodious voice. Sulo turned to see Lotzi Li gently stirring the water's surface with her delicate hand, clearly the architect of the earlier wave. "Sulo, come quickly. The water is refreshingly cool." Bulma also waved him over, calling out joyfully, "I'm coming." Sulo leaped high into the air, landing beside the two women. With a resounding splash, a torrent of water erupted, sending waves soaring over 4 meters high. Laughter echoed in the air. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The long-anticipated World Martial Arts Tournament was once again upon them after a 3-year hiatus. The previous tournament had elevated the event's prestige due to Sulo's and Sun Wukong's outstanding performances, prompting numerous reclusive sects to send their disciples to compete, including 2 students from the Crane School, Tianjin and Jiaozi. The ensuing events closely mirrored those of the original narrative, albeit with a critical distinction. Sun Wukong's power had significantly increased compared to the original tale, leading even Tianjin to succumb to his might. Thus, Sun Wukong emerged victorious as the champion of this tournament. As the jubilant crowd celebrated in a restaurant, a creature of the demon clan named Damblin burst in, threatening Sun Wukong and his companions to surrender the 4-star Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong would never relinquish the Dragon Ball so easily, and thus engaged in combat with Damblin. In mere moments, Damblin found himself bested and on the ground. Realizing his precarious situation, he seized several innocent bystanders, using their lives as leverage. Compassionate by nature, Sun Wukong chose to negotiate. Having acquired the Dragon Ball, Damblin departed with a parting threat, proclaiming the imminent arrival of the era of King Piccolo, warning them to prepare for their demise. With that, he vanished. What? King Piccolo? The Turtle Hermit's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Grandmaster Turtle, who is King Piccolo? Inquired Sulo, while Krillin, Tianjin, and others looked on in confusion. Is he truly formidable? Master Roshi let out a heavy sigh, his countenance grim. He then recounted the origins of Demon King Piccolo. "I personally submerged that rice cooker into the abyss of the ocean, believing he would never escape. Yet, it seems an unforeseen circumstance has arisen. Oh, so he is a villain of considerable magnitude. In that case, I shall defeat him." Sun Wukong remarked with a hint of nonchalance. "Wukong, do not underestimate Demon King Piccolo. His power is immensely formidable. Many skilled fighters perished at his hands in the past." Master Roshi replied with grave seriousness. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he inquired, "Is Demon King Piccolo even more powerful than Brother Suro?" Master Roshi momentarily hesitated, recalling the oppressive aura Suro once exuded. It seemed that in comparison, Demon King Piccolo might appear somewhat weaker. However, the psychological trauma Piccolo had inflicted upon Master Roshi over the years loomed like a nightmare, thus stripping him of his usual composure whenever Piccolo was mentioned. With a sigh of relief, Master Roshi finally said, "Suro is slightly stronger than him." "Haha, then it's settled. I am confident that I can defeat Demon King Piccolo." Sun Wukong proclaimed with unwavering assurance. Master Roshi was taken aback, suddenly realizing that this era was different from the past. Perhaps these younger warriors could achieve feats that eluded their predecessors. Chapter 35. The Catastrophe of Earth. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Earth, a vast expanse of ocean stretched beneath a colossal spaceship, which hovered slowly through the skies. Inside the ship, Demon King Piccolo reclined in a grand chair, appearing quite aged. His once vibrant dark green skin had faded, now marred by numerous wrinkles. Clutching 6 Dragon Balls in his hand, he surveyed them before stating, "These orbs, when gathered to 7, can summon the eternal dragon to grant any wish, correct?" Pilaf, rubbing his hands together, stood respectfully to the side, while Shu and I trembled behind him. "Indeed, Lord Demon King, once you collect all 7, any wish of yours can be realized. However, the final Dragon Ball, the 4-star ball, is in the possession of a certain Sun Wukong, who is exceedingly powerful and difficult to acquire it from." At the mention of Sun Wukong, Pilaf's teeth clenched in frustration. Over the years, he had successfully gathered 6 Dragon Balls, yet the last remained elusive, held by Wukong. Despite numerous attempts, he had been unable to wrest it from Wukong's grasp. Had he succeeded, he would have summoned the eternal dragon long ago to fulfill his desire for world domination, thus rendering the existence of Demon King Piccolo moot. Yet now, after aiding Piccolo's escape, he found himself regretting the decision. He had hoped to achieve his aspirations of dominion through Piccolo, even if it meant sharing the realm. Now, however, Piccolo had only promised him a quarter, infuriating him beyond measure. "Sun Wukong, fear not. My son Damblin shall handle him," Demon King Piccolo replied coolly. "Ah, yes, of course," Pilaf responded obsequiously. "Where has Damblin gone now?" The Demon King Piccolo asked in a low voice. Pilaf nudged Little Dance, signaling her to activate the radar. Little Dance, feeling a twinge of fear, hurriedly turned on the spherical Dragon Ball radar. Pilaf observed a bright dot rapidly approaching, his heart slightly surprised. It was soaring smoothly in our direction and would arrive shortly. Soon, I shall acquire youthful life, and at that moment, I will reclaim my overwhelming power. This world shall once again tremble beneath the dominion of me, the Demon King Piccolo. Ha ha! At this moment, the Demon King Piccolo laughed with unrestrained glee. The comedic trio shivered nearby. As night fell, Damblin finally arrived at the spaceship with the last Dragon Ball, recounting the events involving Son Goku to the Demon King Piccolo. The Demon King Piccolo was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the existence of a formidable adversary capable of defeating Damblin in this era. After a brief moment of surprise, he casually remarked, "It matters not. They are merely insignificant insects that cannot create waves. Once I regain my youthful life, I shall easily crush them." Immediately, the Demon King Piccolo ordered Pilaf to descend the spaceship to the ground, successfully summoning Shenron to fulfill his wish. Just as Shenron was about to vanish, he was slain by the Demon King Piccolo, ultimately transforming into stone and falling to the earth, with his powers restored to their zenith. The Demon King Piccolo felt an overwhelming surge of energy within him. Ecstatic, he unleashed a powerful energy wave, utterly obliterating a mountain, causing the comedic trio to collapse to the ground in terror, trembling. "Quickly, pilot the spaceship to the king's palace. I can hardly contain my eagerness to rule the world. Peace makes me want to vomit. This world should be filled with destruction and slaughter under the reign of my demon clan." On that day, in the central capital of the United Kingdom, beneath the azure sky and drifting white clouds, a massive spaceship broke through the cloud cover, appearing above the king's palace. The Demon King Piccolo stood impassively on the spaceship, flanked by Damblin and a demon with a dragon-like mouth. The comedic trio had vanished, having been cast off the spaceship mid-journey, their fates unknown. The Demon King Piccolo gazed down at the king's palace, revealing an evil grin before spreading his arms and leaping from the spaceship, the 2 demons following suit. Outside the king's palace, the sound of gunfire erupted. The guards, armed with firearms, unleashed a barrage of bullets, striking the Demon King Piccolo and producing sparks. The Demon King Piccolo regarded the guards with a cold smile, his indifferent gaze akin to that directed at a life on the brink of death. He waved his hand as if conjuring a tremendous storm, sending the guards crashing violently against the walls, their bodies embedding deep within. "Everyone, remain calm. Concentrate your fire. Call for reinforcements. Call for reinforcements." Hundreds of soldiers surged forth in an instant, the ground trembling with a resounding roar, as armored vehicles lined up in perfect formation. resembling an impenetrable fortress. Their cannons were all meticulously aimed at the formidable Demon King Piccolo. A day later, under the violent threat of the Demon King, the King of the United Kingdom found himself compelled to stand before countless live cameras and announce his abdication, conceding his throne to Piccolo, who would govern the world. However, the king, a capable ruler, disregarded the peril to his life and uttered a final rallying cry, calling upon warriors from around the globe to rise and vanquish the Demon King. Immediately after his declaration, he was struck down, rendered unconscious by a single blow. Thus, before the cameras, the Demon King commenced his proclamation of dominion. To instill terror in the hearts of the world, he unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating a massive island in an instant. With a thunderous roar, as the island vanished, a colossal crimson mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Shockwaves of energy radiating outward in a visually stunning display. What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of cinematic illusion? It seems all too real. Oh no, I can't reach Xiaowa on the phone. The spectators before their screens were astounded, many harboring skepticism as they debated the spectacle. In this era of peace, the notion that a demon king could annihilate the world seemed preposterous. Yet, those who resided near the island were convinced, having witnessed the catastrophic disappearance of the vast landmass, with flames still raging in its aftermath. Although the tumultuous era of the Demon King had long passed, not all had forgotten. Some ancient families and martial arts sects still chronicled this legend, leading to a resurgence of various rumors. Regardless of belief, the world descended into chaos. Unrest began to stir, with rampant thefts, assaults, and acts of destruction revealing the darker facets of human nature. The globe was engulfed in panic. In the Kame house, Sun Wukong, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and others watched the unfolding events on television, their anger palpable. Lacking the dragon radar, and unable to contact Bulma or Sulo, they were at a loss to locate the Demon King. Now that Piccolo's whereabouts were finally exposed, they could no longer remain idle. Everyone, I must go. We cannot allow the Demon King to continue his reign of terror, Sun Wukong declared, dashing outside to summon his flying nimbus. Wait, Wukong, do not act recklessly. Do not confront him alone. Wukong, hold on. We'll be right there. Seeing this, the others rushed after him, but outside, there was no trace of Sun Wukong. He had already soared into the sky on his nimbus. Quickly, we must follow. Wukong will be in danger alone, Master Roshi urged. Thus, the group boarded a plane, hastening their flight towards the central capital. Chapter 36, The First Strike. The capital of the kingdom lay in disarray, following the rampant destruction wrought by the malevolent King Piccolo. The thoroughfares were choked with vehicles, forming an interminable serpent-like queue, while a cacophony of disputes, honking, insults, and cries intermingled, creating an unbearable din. Supermarkets, jewelry stores, banks, and even official institutions fell victim to lawless marauders. Gunfire echoed throughout, and throngs of panicked citizens were evident in every corner. In the face of calamity, the basest aspects of humanity were laid bare. The architect of this chaos, King Piccolo, floated above the city, reveling in wicked laughter, a grotesque spectacle, indeed, embodying the very essence of this world. Thou art King Piccolo, are you not? A slightly immature, yet resounding voice pierced the air near him. Sun Wukong arrived on his nimbus cloud, confronting King Piccolo. A martial artist of humanity? King Piccolo scrutinized Sun Wukong, noting that he was but a youth. Yet the profound and pure energy radiating from him darkened his expression. He detested such a presence. Likewise, Sun Wukong sensed the sinister chill emanating from King Piccolo, which unsettled him. After a brief standoff in the air, their mutual disdain intensified, and without further words, they prepared for battle. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel. But Sun Wukong struggled with the dynamics of combat in the skies and was soon struck down to the ground. King Piccolo, seizing the advantage, descended to the earth, and the confrontation resumed with renewed vigor. The battle raged intensely, as skyscrapers crumbled under the force of their clash, and waves of energy blasts radiated outward. Enormous fireballs erupted, transforming a significant portion of the capital into a desolate wasteland. Amidst this perilous scenario, a few intrepid war correspondents risked their lives to broadcast the conflict live to viewers worldwide. Across the globe, in streets and alleyways, people paused their activities, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Those previously unacquainted with martial arts found themselves exhilarated, holding their breath in anticipation, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. How spectacular! Is this the essence of martial artists? Wow! That brilliant energy is more formidable than a missile, exclaimed some. Those who had witnessed previous martial arts tournaments straightened their posture with pride. Isn't that the champion of the martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong? Oh my, it truly is Sun Wukong. Go Sun Wukong. Defeat King Piccolo. Recognizing Sun Wukong's identity, a chorus of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. As the battle intensified, reaching a fever pitch, Sun Wukong, though lacking the super divine water from the original narrative, showcased strength that nearly surpassed even King Piccolo's. Soon, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of Sun Wukong. Two warriors of the demon clan, sensing the dire situation, attempted to intervene, but were swiftly dispatched by a single punch from Sun Wukong. It was evident that such a level of combat was beyond their humble capabilities. Ultimately, the Dark Lord Piccolo was brought down to the ground. However, Saiyans possess an innate tendency to revel in their battles. Faced with Piccolo's desperate pleas, Sun Wukong hesitated momentarily. Yet, it was this fleeting moment of indecision that Piccolo seized upon, launching a verbal assault that pierced through Wukong's chest, dramatically altering the tide of battle. Consequently, under the relentless onslaught of Piccolo, Sun Wukong writhed in agony, his pained cries echoing across the land. Ha ha ha, human boy, I must commend you, for you are the strongest human I have ever encountered. Even the old man who sealed me away years ago pales in comparison to your strength. But it all ends here. Piccolo, grinning maniacally as he stood over the prostrate Sun Wukong, relished the cruel pleasure of tormenting a formidable adversary. He then concentrated a dangerous beam of energy at his fingertips, aimed directly at Wukong. Do not worry. I shall ensure that all the martial artists on Earth accompany you. You shall not be alone. Haha. High above, a figure floated serenely, observing the unfolding drama. Witnessing this theatrical scene, Sulo let out a faint sigh, pondering why Sun Wukong remained unable to shed his reckless habits. Was it the inherent nature of Saiyans to indulge in such folly? After a brief moment of reflection, Sulo vanished from the sky, reappearing before Piccolo in an instant. With a mere wave of his hand, Piccolo was struck as if by an overwhelming force. Collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Who are you? In the wake of his devastating defeat, Piccolo gazed at the young man who had suddenly materialized before him, disbelief etched across his face. He felt an inexplicable trepidation, as if he lacked the courage to even raise a hand against this youth. Brother Sulo, you have come. Sun Wukong managed to lift his head with great effort, recognizing the familiar figure before him. A smile broke across his face, only to be followed by a violent fit of coughing blood. Suloriman Saidant, crouching down to offer a magical bean to him. After a moment of chewing, Wukong swallowed the bean, which transformed into pure life energy upon entering his body. In an instant, he felt rejuvenated, even discovering that his strength had significantly increased. Thank you, Brother Sulo. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. Sulo waved his hand dismissively, then turned his attention back to Piccolo. At this moment, Piccolo was on the verge of a breakdown. How could a powerful human appear out of nowhere? And why had the young fighter he had so painstakingly weakened suddenly regained his strength after consuming a mysterious bean? Impossible. It cannot be true. At that moment, Piccolo felt an overwhelming sense of malice from the world around him. Sulo, indifferent to the thoughts of the demon King Piccolo, delivered a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the sky. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a golden wave of energy, creating a gaping wound in Piccolo's chest. As he felt the essence of life swiftly ebbing away, Piccolo let out a grim chuckle, his visage contorted with malevolence. He then expelled a white egg from his mouth, casting it far into the distance. Child, remember to avenge your father, and let the notorious name of Piccolo resound through the world once more. With a violent explosion, the Demon King was reduced to dust. Dissipating into the air, Sulo gazed skyward, witnessing this scene unfold, a mysterious smile gracing his features. Goku, observing Sulo's silhouette, stood momentarily stunned. As his own power grew, he increasingly sensed the unfathomable strength that Sulo possessed. The news of Piccolo's defeat spread to every corner of the globe, igniting jubilant cheers among the people. At last, Piccolo is dead. The world is saved. Those who had endured the tumultuous ups and downs of life found themselves engulfed in joy, having transitioned from despair to newfound hope. The two martial artists who had rescued the world were now indelibly etched in the minds of the populace. At that moment, the roar of an approaching aircraft filled the sky. Your companions have arrived, Sulo remarked with a smile. Oh, has everyone come too? Goku exclaimed, looking up to see Master Roshi, Krillin, and others waving and cheering, clearly aware of Piccolo's defeat. Goku waved back, joyfully responding to them. By the way, Suro, brother. Goku began, but noticed that Suro had already vanished from the spot, as if he had never been there at all. Chapter 37. The era of martial arts on Earth is about to begin. Earth, the temple. The old Kai and Bobo stood at the edge of the temple. The old Kai, leaning on his cane, observed the realm below with a hint of sorrow. Although the demon king, Piccolo, was dead, a child remained. A being born from the essence of life, Piccolo had expended, arguably his successor. This was also the reason for his continued existence. The old Kai pondered whether Suro's actions were influenced by a desire to preserve that life, yet the existence of Piccolo's progeny posed a potential calamity. Life on the planets must adhere to the natural laws and develop organically. As a deity, he was bound by rules that forbade interference in earthly matters unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, the gods could not simply erase Piccolo from existence through self-destruction, leading to his current predicament. Bobo, as the old Kai's attendant, would never act against his interests. This was why the temple had refrained from intervening during Piccolo's rampage in the past. With a deep sigh, the old Kai addressed Bobo. Go inform Suro that he need not concern himself with me. He should eliminate Piccolo without hesitation. The deity spoke with resolve, acknowledging the intricate bond between himself and Piccolo. If Piccolo is vanquished, I too shall perish. I have no choice. Piccolo is the consequence of my past, and I must bear this burden. His demeanor was steadfast, prepared for the sacrifice that lay ahead. Suddenly, a hearty laughter resonated through the sacred hall, and Suro appeared. The unexpected sound startled both the deity and Bobo, but upon recognizing the visitor, their expressions softened into smiles. Deity Bobo, it has been far too long. Suro greeted them warmly. With a serious expression, the deity inquired, Suro, what do you mean by no need for such measures? Suro replied, thoughtfully, I have glimpsed memories of the future, visions of Earth facing invasion by formidable foes. In that tumultuous time, powerful warriors will arise to defend our planet, and Piccolo will be among them. The deity murmured, Piccolo will become a guardian of Earth. He harbored no doubt about Suro's words. The enigma that was Suro always evoked a sense of trust, and deception seemed unnecessary. The thought of Piccolo fighting for Earth stirred deep emotions within him, bringing tears to his eyes. For years, he had grappled with guilt over Piccolo's existence, feeling indebted to the planet. Yet, if Piccolo were to fight for Earth, it would serve as a form of redemption. That is wonderful news, deity, Bobo said, dabbing at the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, genuinely pleased for his companion. Thus, there is no need to overly worry about Piccolo. Let events unfold naturally. Suro advised earnestly. The deity composed himself, nodding solemnly in agreement. Suro, there are also many gifted young individuals on Earth. If you wish to contribute, you can nurture them. I trust you have already contemplated this, correct? Suro smiled knowingly. The deity sighed. It seems nothing escapes your notice. Years ago, upon learning of the myriad threats beyond Earth, I resolved to train warriors to defend our home. He then shared his plans and the roster of candidates, which included Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, and Dent. By the way, deity, I have come to request a favor, Suro said, proceeding to inform the deity of the Namekian situation and his impending departure from Earth. He sought the spacecraft used during his arrival. Ah, so I am of Namekian descent. No wonder I am unlike others, the deity exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. Long ago, when I created the Dragon Balls, I felt a sense of familiarity. Could it be that others from my distant homeland have also crafted Dragon Balls? He pondered aloud. Indeed, Namekians possess the ability to create Dragon Balls, although it is a rare gift bestowed upon only a select few, Suro replied, speaking slowly. Hehe, Sulo. Thank you for revealing my lineage. The celestial deity bowed solemnly to Sulo. This had been a long-standing enigma that he had finally unraveled, bringing him a profound sense of relief and inner peace. Sulo gazed at the celestial deity with a hint of astonishment, but upon reflection, he grasped the deity's current emotions. The celestial deity continued, I have lived in the Yunza Bitter Highlands since my youth, where there lies a peculiar house. In retrospect, that house was indeed strange. It was, in fact, the spacecraft that brought me to Earth. As for the spacecraft, I generously bestow it upon you. That's wonderful. Sulo exclaimed joyfully. However, Sulo, have you truly resolved to depart from Earth? Yes, the environment here is too comfortable. If I wish to grow stronger, I must take this step. I must engage in constant battles to enhance my combat abilities. Only with formidable strength can I protect those I cherish. In that case, let us journey to the Yunza Bitter Highlands to reclaim the spacecraft. It has been many years since I visited, and I rather miss that place. What transpired next was that Sulo and the celestial deity ventured to the Yunza Bitter Highlands to retrieve the spacecraft, while Bobo remained at the temple to guard it. Since the spacecraft required the language of Namek to operate, Sulo stayed at the temple to learn this language under the deity's guidance. Meanwhile, Bobo was not idle. Following the celestial deity's instructions, he descended to the lower realms to summon Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Tianjin Fan, and others to the temple for training. In the capital of the United Nations, the king, having just concluded a press conference, did not retire to rest, but instead proceeded to the archives to peruse records concerning martial arts. The more he read, the more astonished he became. The martial arts world harbored numerous secrets obscured by history. The invasion by the Demon Clan 300 years prior, the splendor of martial prowess, the enigmatic Super Academy, and the revered martial arts sanctuary, Karen Tower. Through the exploration of these hidden events, the king profoundly realized that the world was far more complex than it appeared. Evidently, Earth required not only scientific advancement, but also a renewed focus on the evolution of martial arts. Days later, the turmoil across the globe had settled. But in the aftermath of the great disturbance caused by King Piccolo, the populace began to recognize the significance of martial arts. The king decisively enacted a series of policies to foster martial arts development. For instance, he proposed the establishment of martial arts academies, funding the invitation of skilled martial artists to impart foundational knowledge, and organizing martial arts competitions with substantial rewards for the top 16 contenders, along with various subsidies for martial artists. Many young enthusiasts of martial arts eagerly joined the academies, and a fervor for martial arts began to flourish on Earth. Although overshadowed by the tide of technology, martial arts would eventually ignite into a blazing fire. The era of martial arts on Earth was about to commence. Chapter 38, Departure. The Cosmic Journey. After spending several days mastering the Namekian language, Sulo returned to the island. Upon entering the villa, Sulo discovered Lazili and Bulma languidly sprawled on the sofa, each clutching a bag of snacks, engrossed in a romantic film on television. Casting a glance at the screen, Sulo was rendered speechless. Here he was, toiling outside, while they indulged in a love story at home. He promptly took a seat beside Lazili, snatching the snacks from her grasp and devouring them voraciously. "Ah, Luo, you're back. You must be exhausted," Lazili exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Bulma, realizing his presence, also greeted him with a grin. "I'm starving," Sulo remarked, wrinkling his nose. "All right, I'll go prepare dinner," Lazili replied gently, making her way to the kitchen. Bulma's eyes sparkled mischievously. "I'll join you." "Please don't create chaos in the kitchen," Sulo said, a hint of exasperation evident in his tone. The thought of Bulma's previous culinary disaster churned his stomach. "What are you talking about? My cooking skills have improved significantly recently. Just wait and see," Bulma retorted, her enthusiasm ignited by Sulo's disdainful expression. Determined, she rolled up her sleeves and headed for the kitchen. "Wait, I need to discuss something with you first." "Come with me," Sulo interjected, pulling her aside. Once alone, Bulma's mind flashed back to the romantic confession scene they had just witnessed on television, causing her cheeks to flush as she allowed Sulo to lead her outside. If Sulo were to discern her thoughts, he might have exclaimed, "You're overthinking." Outside the villa, Bulma shyly gazed at Sulo and asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Sulo, puzzled by her sudden shyness, looked back at her, then retrieved a spaceship from his spatial pocket. Rubbing his hands together, he stated, "I would like to request your assistance in upgrading this spacecraft." To his surprise, Bulma responded without hesitation, "I'm willing to help." "Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. I'm counting on you with the spaceship." "Huh? Spaceship?" Bulma stared, momentarily dazed by the sight of the massive craft. "Yes, indeed. This spacecraft is somewhat outdated and lacks essential living facilities, so I wish for you to enhance it." "Bulma, you are a genius in this area. It should pose no challenge for you." Although research on spacecraft was scarce during this era on Earth, Sulo believed that, given Bulma's family's capabilities, it would not be overly difficult. After all, in the original narrative, they had managed to upgrade it in no time. "Idiot!" Bulma exclaimed in frustration as Sulo grew more animated. She playfully kicked him and stormed back into the villa, her temper flaring. Why is she acting so strangely? She agreed so readily, yet she's throwing a tantrum over minor conditions, Sulo mused, perplexed. An hour later, Sulo gazed at the table laden with an array of tantalizing dishes, His appetite peaked as he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to feast. It must be said that Lazili's culinary skills have reached new heights. The mere aroma of her dishes is enough to whet one's appetite, and the flavors that dance upon the palate are truly exquisite, leaving an everlasting impression. Her culinary prowess has surely ascended to the zenith of a chef's art. Delicious. Truly delicious. The fragrance is simply irresistible. Another bowl, please. A sense of joy blossomed within Lazili as she observed Sulo's satisfied demeanor, his cheeks frequently lighting up with delight. Occasionally, Sulo would eat too rapidly and find himself choking. Upon witnessing this, Lazili would promptly extend her hand to gently pat his back, helping him regain his breath. "Allo, slow down. There's no one competing with you," Bulma remarked with a slight pout, engrossed in her own meal. So delightful. After indulging in a hearty feast, Sulo and Lazili strolled hand in hand along the beach, discussing their aspirations of venturing into the cosmos and inquiring about her thoughts on the matter. Lazili gazed at Sulo with unwavering resolve, choosing silence for the moment. "All right," he replied, observing the determination in her eyes. They understood each other so well that often a mere glance conveyed their thoughts. "What? You two are leaving Earth to explore the universe?" Upon learning this news from Sulo, Bulma's expression turned urgent, her voice laced with concern. "Yes, I seek to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts." Sulo's eyes sparkled like stars against the night sky, his tone resolute. "Wherever you go, I shall follow," Lazili declared with a gentle smile, embodying an unwavering spirit. Bulma stammered several times before looking at the two, her mind swirling with conflicting emotions, a lingering sense of loss weighing heavily on her heart. After a prolonged silence, she exhaled deeply, despite her myriad feelings of reluctance. She understood that any attempt to dissuade them would be futile. "I understand. Is there anything I can do to help?" Bulma managed a strained smile. Sulo raised his hand and playfully tapped her on the head. "Didn't you just promise to assist me in modifying the spaceship? How could you forget so swiftly?" "Ouch. Sulo, how dare you tap my head? I'll fight you," Bulma cried, clutching her head with tears brimming in her eyes, charging at him with a fierce determination. "Ha ha ha. You can't catch me." Sulo leapt behind Lazili to evade her. Undeterred, Bulma pursued him, and thus, a playful game of cat and mouse ensued within the house. Lazili shook her head in bemusement. Sometimes, these two behaved like children. Can't you be a little more mature, like me?" After a lively chase, Sulo escorted Bulma back home. 2 weeks slipped by unnoticed, and the spaceship's modifications were completed, enhancing its performance severalfold. It now boasted an independent restroom, a shower, a kitchen, and a bedroom, all thanks to Dr. Brief's meticulous upgrades, which even included a music system. Once the spaceship was ready, Sulo and Lazili accompanied Bulma in West City for a delightful 3-day adventure. Under Bulma's guidance, the trio embarked on a delightful culinary adventure, savoring an array of unique delicacies, engaging in a myriad of games at entertainment venues, and exploring enchanting landscapes while capturing memories through photographs. However, the joyous moments were fleeting, and soon their 3-day escapade drew to a close. Outside Bulma's villa stood a spaceship resembling a beetle's shell. At this moment, Bulma, Dr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, Sulo, and Lazuli gathered beside the spacecraft for their final farewells. "I have set up a sound system inside the ship for our journey. We can enjoy music along the way," Dr. Brief cheerfully remarked. "Ha ha ha, thank you, Dr. Brief." Sulo and Lazuli chimed in, with Mrs. Brief playfully urging, "Do remember to return early." Yes, yes," Bulma replied, her spirits slightly dampened as she gazed at Sulo and Lazuli. With a determined bite of her lip, she stepped forward to embrace them both tightly, then lifted her face into a radiant smile. "Be exceedingly cautious," she advised. "Understood." Sulo and Lazuli nodded in agreement. They then waved goodbye to the trio, boarding the spaceship amidst Bulma's reluctant gaze. With a thunderous roar, the spacecraft transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky and vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Please make sure to return," Bulma whispered, standing motionless, her eyes fixed on the heavens, her delicate features marred by tears streaming down her cheeks. Thus began Sulo and Lazuli's cosmic journey. Chapter 39, Journey to Namek. In the vast expanse of the universe, countless twinkling stars adorn the night sky, unfolding like a magnificent celestial map. A spaceship, trailing a golden tail, streaked across the night. Isn't Namek the homeland of the gods? What purpose do we have in going there? Lazuli rested her head against Suro's shoulder, her warm breath causing a delightful tickle on his cheek. Of course, We're going to enhance our strength. A trip there might amplify our abilities several-fold. Sulo replied with a smile. The Grand Elder of Namek possesses the remarkable ability to unlock potential, and the existence of even more formidable Dragon Balls there made Sulo deem the journey essential. In the original narrative, the Grand Elder's method of potential development is regarded as the safest and most effective means of enhancing one's strength. This process does not deplete the future potential of the individual. Rather, it releases the observable potential ahead of time, thereby shortening the training duration. In the original story, Krillin and Gohan, who initially possessed combat powers exceeding a mere 1,000, experienced a tremendous surge to over 10,000 following the Grand Elder's intervention. A remarkable transformation indeed. Tell me more about enhancing our strength. Upon hearing the prospect of amplifying their abilities several times over, Lazuli's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sulo then proceeded to explain the Grand Elder's capacity to develop potential to her. Upon hearing this, Lazuli grew increasingly eager, pondering the extent to which she could reach after unlocking her potential. Ever since her combat power had surged to 90,000, she felt that her cultivation speed had considerably diminished. Although her strength continued to rise, it lacked the rapid progress she had experienced previously. Sulo had explained to her that this was due to the nature of her bloodline. Sensing Lazuli's concerns, Sulo playfully flicked her forehead, assuring her that as long as she persisted with the celestial meditation technique, her potential would not be a hindrance. With a playful tongue-out gesture, Lazuli laughed and dashed off to train. Time flowed like a river, and 10 days slipped by quietly. In the vast universe, the gossamer-like Milky Way cascaded from the northeast to the southwest, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. A streak of white light swiftly traversed the night sky, reminiscent of a shooting star. Namek Star, located in the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation, was the fourth planet of this system and lay at the edge of the northern galaxy. Its diameter was several times that of Earth. Due to the unique characteristics of the galaxy it inhabited, 3 small suns orbited this planet, rendering Namek Star devoid of night. On this day, Namek Star welcomed 2 visitors. With a piercing roar, a crimson-hued spaceship pierced through the clouds, plummeting towards the ground. On the vast, endless grasslands of Namek Star, a thunderous boom echoed, shaking the earth, while clouds of dust obscured the sky, lingering for an extended period. With a distinct click, the hatch opened, revealing 2 figures. Observing the swirling dust, Sulo furrowed his brow and waved his hand, summoning a whirlwind that swept outward from the center, dispersing the dust in an instant. Before them lay an expansive green prairie, the fresh air invigorating and refreshing, bringing a sense of tranquility. As Sulo surveyed his surroundings, he noted that Namek Star was blanketed in lush grass, with other plant life being exceedingly sparse. Only a few peculiar mushroom-like trees scattered across the vast expanse. The biodiversity of the entire planet appeared lamentably meager, far inferior to that of other celestial bodies. Allo, this planet seems so desolate. Can the Namekians truly survive in such an environment? Lazuli remarked, astonished by the barren landscape, contemplating the resilience required for the Namekians to thrive in such conditions. Lazuli, what do you think of the skin of the Namekians? Sulo posed, refraining from an immediate answer. It's quite green, Lazuli replied after some contemplation. Indeed, that is a characteristic of the Namekian race. Their skin exhibits a green hue and possesses a function akin to photosynthesis, allowing them to produce starch to meet their physiological needs simply by drinking water and harnessing sunlight, Sulo elucidated. Ah, I see now, Lazuli responded, enlightenment dawning upon her. Sulo delicately attuned himself to the life force of the entire planet and discovered the presence of numerous life signatures, scattered yet clustered together in the vicinity. A moment of reflection revealed the reason. The Namekians were exceedingly rare, existing primarily in tribal formations. Sensing a formidable and ancient energy emanating from a distant location, Sulo smiled subtly, realizing he had found what he sought. Let us proceed. I have located the Great Elder, he announced. After retracting the spaceship into the infinite void, he grasped Lazuli's hand and executed a sudden teleportation towards the source of the powerful aura. In an instant, they vanished from their original position, reappearing atop a towering, colossal rock pillar. Before them stood a structure entirely enveloped in white, resembling some manner of insect. Sulo detected a potent and ancient energy within the edifice, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is indeed the place, he affirmed, as he and Lazuli approached the entrance. At that moment, the door swung open automatically, revealing a young Namekian who emerged. Sulo recognized this Namekian as Neru, the guardian tasked with protecting the Great Elder. To Sulo's astonishment, Neru possessed a combat strength of 35,000 at this time. Casting a discerning glance at Neru, Sulo mused to himself. Neru was among the few combat-oriented Namekians and was recognized as the strongest warrior of their kind. At the onset of the original Namek saga, Neru wielded a power level of 42,000, nearly perishing in a confrontation with Frieza, only to later merge with Piccolo, becoming part of Piccolo's inner strength. Stop. This is a place for the Great Elder's repose. I must ask you to leave, Neru stated in a rather frosty tone. Unfazed by Neru's aloof demeanor, Sulo chuckled lightly and replied, "We have journeyed from a distant planet to pay our respects to the Great Elder. I kindly request that you notify him." Though Sulo maintained a courteous demeanor, he understood Neru's nature would likely lead to rejection. Unsurprisingly, Neru dismissed their request without a second thought. The Great Elder is advanced in age and unable to receive guests. You must return, he asserted. I believe you should notify him. Perhaps the Great Elder would be willing to meet with us, Sulo countered, employing a mental pressure that conveyed the necessary decorum. Should Neru remain obstinate, Sulo was prepared to take action to teach him a lesson. Although aware that Neru, as the guardian of the Great Elder, was reluctant to allow intrusions upon the Elder's rest, Sulo found this of little consequence. Feeling the weight of Sulo's formidable mental pressure, Neru's expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Gritting his teeth, he contemplated a further refusal, but at that moment, a frail yet commanding voice resonated from within the dwelling. Neru, permit our distant guests to enter. Do not neglect the courtesies owed. As the voice of the elder faded, Nailu felt the immense pressure upon him dissipate, and he exhaled in relief, yet maintained a stern countenance as he said, "Please, come in." Sulo and Razili followed Nailu into the house, ascending to the second floor where the elder resided. Chapter 40. The Elder and the Unleashing of Potential. The Elder's aged and colossal figure reclined in a stone chair. Moving was an arduous task due to his frailty. This was the Elder of Namek. Sulo squinted, surveying the Elder, perceiving his grand stature and the weight of years etched upon him. The Elder was the sole survivor of the climatic cataclysm that had befallen Namek centuries ago. All the Namekians now living were his descendants. Youth, I sense a noble life force emanating from you, suggesting an extraordinary origin. May I inquire about your purpose on Namek? The Elder struggled to lift his eyelids and regarded Sulo with a voice frail like a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. A noble life force? Sulo pondered, realizing that the Elder's words likely referred to the dimensionality of his life. Without further contemplation, he revealed his intent. Greetings, Elder of Namek. It is said that you possess the ability to unlock human potential. I have come to seek your assistance in enhancing our strength. You are aware of my capabilities, which is quite remarkable. I can sense the goodness within your hearts. Thus, I shall grant your request. The Elder replied slowly. Wait, Elder, utilizing your abilities will greatly drain your vitality. Nailu interjected anxiously, worried that the Elder employing such powers might jeopardize his lifespan. As the protector and child of the Elder, Nailu was reluctant to see him take such a risk. Ah, Nailu, there is no need for concern. This is my unique ability, and its use does not deplete my strength, the Elder chuckled reassuringly. Nailu hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced to the Elder's words, refraining from further protest. Who shall begin first? I shall go first. Sulo stepped forward before the Elder. The Elder placed his broad palm atop Sulo's head, nearly enveloping it entirely. After a moment of careful sensing, the Elder was taken aback. Within this young man lay several astonishing forces yet to be unearthed. One particular force resonated with a sense of familiarity, accompanied by a subtle pressure, which struck him as peculiar. However, he refrained from inquiring, respecting the secrets each individual harbors. Let me see if I can draw it out, the Elder mused internally, then activated his ability to begin eliciting the latent power within Sulo. A white flame appeared, enveloping Sulo's exterior, and he felt a sudden surge of warmth coursing through him, transforming into pure power that filled his being. As the Great Elder unlocked his potential, a magnificent aura erupted from Sulo's body. 560,000, 720,000, 960,000. Lazili gazed intently at Sulo, feeling the astonishing energy emanating from him, far surpassing anything she had witnessed before. Meanwhile, the meek star being, Neru, displayed a look of horror on his face. Suluo's aura continued to ascend. 1, 0, 80, 0, 0, 0. 1, 210, 0, 0, 0. Finally, it stabilized at an astounding battle power of 1, 320, 0, 0, 0. A vast energy surged skyward, causing the clouds above to swirl and churn as though an invisible hand was stirring the tempest. Such terrifying potential. I have merely unleashed an infinitesimal fraction, yet has reached such a fearsome magnitude. The Great Elder's expression was one of shock as he observed Suluo, his eyes sparkling with the realization that if this young man did not falter, he would undoubtedly rise to the pinnacle of this universe. Still enraptured by his newfound strength, Suluo's internal temporal and spatial energies suddenly stirred, pulling his consciousness outward, as if traversing through countless ages. He found himself in a golden ocean where vibrant, enormous bubbles floated upon the surface. Before he could fully comprehend the scene, his consciousness was drawn back into his body. After a few moments, Suluo regained his senses, slightly twisting his form. A series of crackling sounds erupted, akin to popping beans, inducing a sensation of weightlessness within him. Aware of the surging energy inside, Suluo's face lit up with ecstatic joy. 1, 320, 0, 0, 0 battle power. Thank you immensely, Great Elder. It was nothing, merely a trifling effort. I could only draw out a minuscule portion of your potential. The rest is up to you. Moreover, there are several astonishing powers hidden within you, but alas, I cannot assist you in awakening them. Several astonishing powers? Could it be that I can awaken forces beyond the temporal and spatial? Suluo pondered, excitement bubbling within him. Young man, ever since I laid eyes on you, the visions of the future in my mind have inexplicably become blurred. Yet, I sense that a great upheaval will soon threaten the meek star, and I hope you will lend your aid when that time comes. Rest assured, Great Elder, should the meek star face peril in the future, I will undoubtedly come to its aid. Suluo nodded firmly. With Suluo's assurance, a smile graced the Great Elder's face. I'm deeply grateful. Young lady, come forth as well. Let me help you enhance your potential. Upon hearing the Great Elder's call, Lazili stepped forward, her face alight with anticipation. The Great Elder pressed his broad palm upon her head and activated his abilities. A radiant white light emanated from his hand, and white flames began to envelop Lazili's form. After the incantation was completed, the Grand Elder released his palm. Suluo noticed that Lazili's aura was rapidly ascending, swiftly rising from 90,000 to 360,000, an impressive fourfold increase. Overwhelmed by the surge of energy within her, Lazili erupted with excitement. Observing the Dragon Ball behind the Grand Elder, Suluo was struck by a thought and said, Grand Elder, I have another request. May I borrow the Dragon Ball that resides behind you? Oh, you're familiar with the Dragon Ball. I wonder how you came to know of such matters. The Grand Elder replied, astonishment etched across his face. Suluo proceeded to explain the situation regarding the Earth-S deity. I recall now. That must be the child of Kadaz. I did not expect him to reach Earth safely. How wonderful. However, it is truly regrettable that upon becoming a deity, he split into two beings, thus having his innate talents. The Grand Elder reflected, slightly melancholic. He then extended his hand, retrieving the Dragon Ball from behind him and presenting it to Suluo. Suluo accepted it eagerly. This Dragon Ball is entrusted to you. I have faith that you will wield its power judiciously. The Grand Elder, possessing the ability to sense good and evil, trusted that Suluo would not misuse the Dragon Ball's might. He then instructed Neru, accompany them to gather the other Dragon Balls from the various villages. Though Neru was reluctant to leave the Grand Elder's side, he acknowledged the command. Come with me. I shall lead you to the remaining Dragon Balls, Neru announced as he stepped outside. Suluo and Lazili exchanged glances before following him out. Earthlings, regardless of your intentions, I hope that once you have utilized the Dragon Balls, you will not disturb the Grand Elder again, considering his advanced age, Neru said coldly after exiting the residence. His previous aloof demeanor slightly softened. Rest assured, I believe there will be no further disturbances for the Grand Elder in the future, Suluo replied with a smile. Neru nodded and then soared into the sky, with Suluo and Lazili closely trailing behind. In a short time, the trio traversed all the major villages on Namek. With Neru's assistance, Suluo and Lazili successfully collected the 7 Dragon Balls. Chapter 41, 3 Wishes. Having gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, Suluo requested Neru to depart. as he was proficient in the Namekian language and did not require assistance. Sulo and Lazili flew away from the Namekian settlement to an open area. Once they placed the Dragon Balls carefully, Sulo proclaimed loudly in Namekian, "Arise, dragon." The Dragon Balls began to flicker at an accelerated rate. A chorus of buzzing sounds resonating as if the dragon itself was whispering. The sky became enveloped in a thick blanket of dark clouds, golden lightning swirling within, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, reminiscent of a wrathful thunder god. The summoning scene bore a striking resemblance to that of the Earth's dragon, albeit with a more resounding grandeur. A golden radiance surged forth from the Dragon Balls, ascending into the heavens and intertwining with the obsidian clouds above. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the very fabric of reality, the verdant dragon materialized. Suluo's gaze fixated on the colossal green dragon soaring in the sky. Compared to the elongated form of the Earth dragon, the Namekian dragon boasted a more robust physique, its massive body, spanning thousands of meters, adorned with well-developed muscles, harboring a power far superior to that of its Earth counterpart. The Namekian dragon was known as Purunga, which translates to Dragon of Dreams in the Namekian tongue. At this moment, Purunga gazed down imperiously, akin to a deity, looking down upon the mortal realm with disdain. With its scarlet eyes ablaze, a resonant voice echoed through the expanse. "Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, speak your desires. I shall grant any wish, limited to 3. Purunga, for my first wish, I seek the coordinates of all the stars across the 12 universes, so that when I utilize instant transmission, the locations of the stars shall manifest in my mind." Suluo declared, having long contemplated this desire. He understood that the Namekian dragon possessed capabilities far beyond that of the Earth dragon, yet he wished to gauge the extent of its power. The dragon in the sky fell into a contemplative silence, its 2 tendrils swaying gently, seemingly assessing the feasibility of this wish. After a prolonged pause, the resounding voice emerged once more. "Regrettably, this wish exceeds my capabilities. I can only bestow upon you the star maps of this universe and Universe 6. Asmabre Sulo sleeps." Although the entirety of the universe's star maps eluded him, the acquisition of 2 was still a source of satisfaction. "Purunga, please grant me the star maps of Universe 6 and Universe 7. This is exceedingly simple." The dragon's voice resonated, its eyes igniting with crimson light. As the words left its mouth, Suluo's mind was instantly filled with the star maps of the 2 universes, a tapestry of twinkling stars interwoven into myriad galaxies, which coalesced into a flowing Milky Way, completing the grand depiction of the cosmos. In the depths of his consciousness, Suluo beheld a lush green planet. Orbited by 3 stars, this must be Namek. As he zoomed out to observe the cosmic star map from a broader perspective, he noticed an exceptionally bright planet emanating a violet aura, encircled by numerous stars. Why do I feel as though someone is spying on the realm of destruction? At that moment, in the realm of destruction, a refined young man clad in a red-black robe, with azure skin, expressed a light suspicion. Yet, this feeling vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving no trace. Never mind, it's probably just a figment of my imagination. Whis redirected his attention to the pastry in his hand, savoring a piece. The confection was delectable, sweet yet not cloying, with a wonderfully smooth texture. While Lord Beerus remains in slumber, I shall indulge a little more. After casting a glance towards the slumbering Beerus, Whis picked up the pastry in his hand and savored a few more bites, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Upon glancing at the star map, Suluo regained his focus. The star map in his mind instantaneously concealed itself, vanishing without a trace. Of course, it had not truly disappeared. It would only manifest when necessary. "Speak your second wish," the resounding voice of the dragon echoed once more. "Great dragon, grant Lazili a chance at resurrection." Suluo articulated after a moment of contemplation. Venturing into the cosmos was fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to demise. For safety's sake, it was prudent to grant Lazili another opportunity at life. This wish was quite straightforward. A flash of crimson light flickered in the dragon's eyes. "Your second wish has been fulfilled. Now, state your final wish." "Great dragon, allow me to learn the language of the gods," Suluo declared after a brief silence. This wish was exceedingly simple. The dragon's eyes shimmered with a red glow. As the dragons will surge forth, a new language suddenly emerged in Suluo's mind. Indeed, it was the divine tongue. Suluo uttered a phrase in the language of the gods. "I am truly handsome." The divine speech, akin to reciting ancient scriptures, was esoteric and difficult to comprehend, yet it served as a universal tongue among deities. Sulo's desire to learn the divine language was not for the purpose of conversing with the gods. He had no such inclination. The language was crucial for making wishes upon the Super Dragon Balls. The Super Dragon could fulfill any wish, with the original text even depicting the restoration of universes erased by the Omni King. Its divine power was unparalleled. Although he currently lacked the capability to gather the Super Dragon Balls, it was wise to prepare in advance. After all, one could never tell when the opportunity might arise. Human, your wishes have all been granted. Until we meet again. With that, the dragon ascended into the sky, transforming into 7 Dragon Balls that scattered in all directions. The darkness enveloping the planet dissipated in an instant, revealing a clear sky bathed in sunlight. Aloe, what wish did you make? I just felt a surge of miraculous power entering my body. Lazili inquired eagerly upon seeing the Dragon Balls soar away. Sulo had just employed the language of Namek, which she could not comprehend, leaving her unaware of the specifics of his wish. Sulo briefly recounted the essence of his wish to her. Upon learning that she now possessed a chance at resurrection, Lazili looked at Sulo with a touch of gratitude. But do not let the prospect of a second chance make you complacent. Of course not. Lazili pouted defiantly. All right, now I must depart from Namek. With my power having increased so significantly, I need to find a place to train diligently and master my newfound strength. Sulo mused, stroking his chin. Yet, the most effective method to stabilize such a rapidly growing power was through combat. At present, his combat power stands at 1.32 million, and by employing the 8-fold Losian Fist, it can soar beyond 10 million. Finding an opponent of such caliber proves to be quite challenging. During this period, aside from Frisia and King Cold, Sulo cannot conjure any other contenders. The original narrative predominantly revolves around Earth and the northern galaxy, with mere fragments of the eastern, western, and southern galaxies being mentioned in passing. Yet, the cosmos is vast and boundless, and formidable warriors surely abound beyond those few. Suddenly, Sulo perceives sa crucial realization. He ought to familiarize himself with the distribution of cosmic powers. The Galactic Patrol headquarters, situated at the center of the galaxy, boasts a long-standing history and should possess profound insights into the cosmic forces, perhaps offering the answers he seeks. With this thought, Sulo resolved to act. He grasped Lazili's hand and, with a swift use of instant teleportation, set forth towards the galaxy's center. Chapter 42, Angela Squad. From the Cosmic Star Map, Sulo discovered that Namek was located at the fringes of the northern galaxy, quite a distance from the galactic core. However, for Sulo, such distances pose no issue. After unlocking his potential with the Elder's guidance, he found his spatio-temporal powers had significantly amplified, increasing the range of his teleportation manifold. Accompanied by Lazili, they traversed the northern galaxy at remarkable speeds, leaving behind ephemeral traces on the planets they passed. Before long, they arrived at a planet situated in the central region of the northern galaxy. This orb, adorned in hues of yellow and green, boasted a thriving ecological environment and diverse species. As Sulo sensed the life forms on this planet, he discerned no formidable entities, with all beings rated below 1,000. By the Saiyan classification of planetary status, this world could be deemed a low-level planet. Sulo decided to take a brief respite here. The continuous long-distance teleportation had exerted considerable strain on his stamina, necessitating a moment of rest and a solution to his hunger. The duo made their way to the riverbank, where they unpacked their ingredients and cooking utensils, entrusting the culinary endeavor to Lazili, a master chef. Meanwhile, Sulo strolled around the planet and noted that it remained entrenched in primitive civilization, with various tribes scattered throughout. A dozen peculiar indigenous creatures chattered in incomprehensible tongues, and upon noticing him, they resorted to aggression, evidently mistaking him for a meal. Sulo dismissed their antics with ease, casually dispatching an energy blast, which resulted in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the group. After wandering a bit more and finding little of interest, he returned to his original spot. By this time, Lazili had prepared a delectable feast. Gazing at the tantalizing dishes before him, Sulo licked his lips, his appetite ignited, and he eagerly dug in. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a small spacecraft breached the planet's atmosphere, swiftly descending towards a nearby primordial forest. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled slightly. Aloe sensed 3 formidable presences approaching from the distance. Lazili leisurely brought a piece of meat to her lips and spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. Sulo nadif. These three potent energies were swiftly drawing near from outer space, unmistakably indicating that someone had arrived on this planet aboard a spacecraft. Judging by their aura, each of these entities possessed a power level exceeding 20,000, a caliber that could be considered elite warriors in the cosmos. However, for Sulo and Lazili, such strength was of little concern, as their own capabilities had long surpassed this threshold. Suluo's curiosity was piqued. What could possibly attract beings of such caliber to this desolate place? Could there be something of great value on this planet? Meanwhile, in another location, the spacecraft had crashed into a primordial forest, creating a substantial crater. With a crunch, the hatch opened, and three aliens clad in peculiar combat attire and protective helmets emerged. This planet brimmed with life. Perhaps Lord Schlag would take a liking to it. If they could conquer this world, it would surely be a monumental achievement. One alien, sporting large, fleshy wings, surveyed the surroundings with an excited voice. Drodebo, we are here under the orders of Lord Schlag to locate the spirit tree. If we do not find it soon, you are aware of the consequences. A pale-skinned alien interjected. Indeed, Drodebo, but does this planet truly harbor a spirit tree? The legends say it drains the life energy of the entire world, yet this place is teeming with vitality, which contradicts the tales. After all, these were merely rumors. No one had ever witnessed a spirit tree. It was entirely possible that the reality diverged significantly from the legends, Angela speculated. Angela's reasoning had merit. As a frog-like alien named Metamachi nodded in agreement. Hee, let me first assess the strength of the planet's natives. Beep, beep, beep. An electronic sound emanated, and a series of data appeared on the visor. Drodebo sneered at the information, dismissing it with a scoff, a mere bunch of trash, not even reaching a battle power of 1,000. Angela and Metamachi shared disdainful expressions in response. Which faction do you belong to? A calm voice inquired. Who? Angela and her companions frowned, turning to see a man and a woman floating not far away. Considering you could approach us without a sound, it seems you possess considerable abilities, Angela remarked, observing the data transmitted to her visor with a knowing smile. Two individuals with a meager battle power of 100 could be easily crushed at will. She did not consider their true strength, as the readings from the battle power detector were sufficient to demonstrate Sulo and his companion's capabilities. Angela, Metamachi, allow me to handle these two. Drodebo grinned menacingly at Sulo and his companion. Alas, what a predicament, Metamachi lamented, shrugging helplessly. Drodebo, do exercise caution. Do not extinguish all of them. Remember to leave one alive. Angela, arms crossed, observed the unfolding drama with a look of amusement. Understood, Drodebo replied. I advise you to exhibit some kindness, or else you may find yourselves in dire straits. Upon overhearing the conversation among the three from the cosmos, Suluo's expression darkened, his tone notably frigid. What? Angela and her companions exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. Huh, a worthless being with power barely reaching 1,000 dares to threaten us. How utterly ridiculous. They were, after all, the elite squad under Slag, each member possessing formidable strength. Now being intimidated by a mere native? A native is just that, a frog at the bottom of a well. Let us see how you intend to kill us, Drodebo mocked, eagerly rubbing his fists together, unable to contain his anticipation of witnessing the native's panic. A glint of cold determination flickered in Suluo's eyes. It was evident that these three had entirely underestimated him. Lazili, let us proceed as they wish. Indeed, I've long held a disdain for them, Lazili replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement, unable to restrain herself any longer. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the atmosphere, causing the air to drop several degrees, solidifying the very space around them. What? Angela and her companions stared in shock at the rapidly rising data on their screens, their expressions shifting dramatically. Finally, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Bang! 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 The detectors had detonated. Chapter 43, Self-Destruction. The detectors had indeed exploded. Angela's face turned grim. This was the latest model, capable of detecting power levels up to 50,000. This indicated that this woman possessed at least 50,000 in combat prowess, equal to his own. Yet, the heart-stopping pressure they felt suggested an absurd notion. Her strength far exceeded 50,000. Impossible. The detector must be malfunctioning, he exclaimed. Yes, it must be broken. How could a mere native possess such power? Metamachi and Drodebo bellowed. Foolish teammates, Angela muttered under his breath, contemplating whether to pry open his teammates' heads to check if they were filled with water. The detector had exploded, even if they refused to trust the device. How could they not feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from her? Moreover, there was that man. Though his strength was unknown, he certainly was not an ordinary individual. Realizing this, Angela hurriedly donned a conciliatory smile. My lords, it is all a misunderstanding. Captain, what nonsense! This woman is merely posturing. Allow me to teach her a lesson, Drodebo retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. Angela's expression darkened. He had never regretted teaming up with such dim-witted individuals more than he did at that moment. Teach me a lesson? Lazili's gaze shifted toward Drodebo, her eyes gleaming with a perilous light. In an instant, she darted forward, appearing before Drodebo, her fist clenched tightly, and struck with a powerful blow. Thud! Drodebo violently coughed up blood, his body hurtling like a missile toward the nearby forest. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled as if struck by a meteor, then fell silent. Lazili did not pause. She unleashed a wave of energy directed at Metamachi. Boom! Another explosive sound erupted. A thick cloud of smoke rose in the sky, and Metamachi disintegrated into a fine powder, scattering into the air. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere instant, leaving everyone astonished. Drodebo and Metamachi had perished just like that? Angela looked incredulously at the decisive woman, astonished that her two comrades had been effortlessly dispatched. Lazili's cold gaze settled on the last foe, Angela. A pang of anxiety gripped Angela, prompting her to unleash the full force of her energy. A chilling black aura swirling around her, exuding an air of intimidation. Suluo's lips curled into a smirk as he observed the pale-skinned Angela. Has she truly exerted herself? With a combat strength of 50,000, she appears to be no ordinary adversary. Angela's formidable power ignited a spark of battle spirit within Lazili, who clenched her fist, eager for the challenge. Lazili, let me take this one, she beckoned. What's this? I'm not done yet. You've already dispatched 2 opponents. The last one should be mine. Very well, very well. Lazili waved her hand dismissively and stepped aside. As she watched the two discuss their approach, Angela felt a deep sense of indignation. Her fury flared, and she shouted, It matters not who goes first. You all shall meet your demise. With that, she charged at Suluo, uncertain of his strength, but deeming him unlikely to be formidable. Suluo narrowed his eyes as he noted Angela's advance, contemplating how he had been underestimated, perceived as an easy target, ready to be crushed. In an instant, a rush of energy surged, and a devastating attack was launched. However, as Angela's fist struck, she sensed something was amiss. Her punch had missed. A mere afterimage. Angela's expression tightened, and she swiftly turned to defend, her movements fluid and assured. Clearly a testament to her extensive combat experience, as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. I'm right above you, came a light chuckle from above Angela. Startled, she attempted to dodge swiftly to the side, but it was too late. Suluo, fist clenched, aimed a heavy blow at Angela's head. With a single strike, her protective helmet shattered, and she was engulfed in a wave of dizziness as her body plummeted downward. Boom! The once cracked earth has now revealed a deep pit, where Angela lies in disarray at its center. Coughing violently, she reflects on the absurdity of her demise in such a wretched place. As she stirs, blood surges uncontrollably from her throat. Now, you may answer my questions. Who are you, and what brings you here? Sulo stands beside Angela, casting a condescending glance her way. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable being in the cosmos, but do not become too conceited. Lord Shrag will not spare you, nor will that woman. Angela struggles to utter these words, her consciousness fading and her expression contorting with anguish. Shrag? Sulo furrows his brow, recognizing the name from the narrative. Before he can ponder further, he witnesses an unexpected action from Angela. To his astonishment, her body begins to swell dramatically. Ha ha! Since death is inevitable, let us descend into hell together. Sulo senses impending doom and swiftly activates his teleportation, reappearing beside Lazili, and the two vanish from sight. A resounding explosion follows, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascends into the heavens, casting a fiery glow that envelopes the entire realm in crimson hues. A tempest of violent energy sweeps outward, obliterating everything in its path, reducing it to mere dust. Once the energy storm subsides, a massive crater, hundreds of kilometers wide, is unveiled, with lava churning violently within, sending plumes of molten rock skyward, reminiscent of a hellish landscape. Meanwhile, Sulo and Lazili find themselves on another planet. Is this the current state of cosmic beings? Self-detonating at the slightest provocation? Sulo remarks with a hint of sarcasm. In their final moments, they seek to take others down with them. Lee chuckles softly. However, what intrigues me more is the mention of Shrag before his demise. Sulo narrows his eyes and speaks. Allo, do you know of this individual? Shrag is a character from the Dragon Ball films, a Namekian. During the impending destruction of Namek, he was sent to Shrag Star as an infant. Unlike other Namekians, Shrag was born with immense combat prowess and a profoundly malevolent heart, surpassing adult warriors from the moment of his birth, a rare Super Namekian. While residing on Shrag Star, he wielded his extraordinary strength to conquer all, declaring himself king and leading his subordinates in relentless campaigns across planets, committing heinous acts without remorse. His power and malevolence only grew with age, ultimately proclaiming himself the Cosmic Emperor, dominating his territory. He was eventually defeated by Son Goku during his invasion of Earth. As Sulo contemplates this, a surge of excitement courses through him. He yearns for the opportunity to battle such a formidable opponent. After briefly explaining the situation regarding Shrag to Lee, the two depart from the planet. Chapter 44. The Galactic Sovereign in a distant star domain on the planet Shrag lies the stronghold of the legendary Cosmic Emperor, Shrag. Within the confines of a metallic palace, Shrag, enshrouded in layers of fabric that conceal all but his gaunt, aged visage, occupies his throne. He emanates an aura of decay and senescence, his murky eyes fixated intently on a subordinate. Goku, you claim that the Angela squad has been annihilated? In Shrag's hoarse voice, a latent fury simmered beneath the surface. Yes, my lord. Here is the footage captured prior to the demise of the Angela squad. Please take a look, replied Goku, a violet-skinned extraterrestrial who seemed to tremble in fear, casting a wary glance at Shrag before activating the recording. Shrag's cold gaze bore into the screen. Very well. A sinister expression distorted his features. His ire was not for the loss of his subordinates. Their lives held little value to him. What truly incensed him was the audacity of those who dared to challenge his authority. Once, Shrag had roamed the cosmos for centuries, unrivaled and self-proclaimed as the emperor of the universe. How glorious it had been. Yet, during a fateful encounter with the Frost clan, specifically the father-son duo of the Kurd family, he had endured the most devastating blow of his life, marking the end of his reign as a cosmic sovereign. The territories he had painstakingly conquered over the years were ruthlessly divided among his adversaries. In a desperate bid for survival, he was left to languish on Shrag, enduring the shame of his existence. The thirst for vengeance consumed Shrag. He yearned to reclaim all that he had lost. However, the ravages of age and diminishing power rendered him powerless. From ancient tomes, he learned that the fruit of the spirit tree could restore vitality, prompting him to dispatch all his subordinates in search of it. The Angela squad was among the elite tasked with this perilous mission. Let us set aside the matter of the Angela squad for now. Have we received any news regarding the spirit tree? Shrag inquired, his expression darkening. Not yet, Goku stammered, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Please, my lord, be patient. News of the spirit tree will surely arrive soon. Huh? So, you present only ill tidings? Shrag's voice dripped with menace. And no, my lord, please wait a little longer. The news will come shortly, Goku implored, his voice trembling with anxiety. However, before he could finish his sentence, a crimson beam, imbued with searing heat, pierced through his skull. Goku fell lifeless to the ground. Shrag's finger, now emitting a wisp of smoke from its tip, illustrated his merciless nature, should he feel the slightest displeasure. Even his own subordinates would meet a swift demise without a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, at the heart of the galaxy, the Galactic Patrol headquarters, constructed from an enigmatic metal, stood as an immense edifice, resembling a colossal navigational console suspended in the starry expanse. The Galactic Patrol, an esteemed organization established to combat malevolent forces and uphold peace throughout the universe, has origins shrouded in mystery, seemingly linked to the Grand Kai. At this moment, several patrol officers of diverse appearances are patrolling the cosmic corridors. Concurrently, Sulo and Lazili have unexpectedly teleported before them. Who are they? As Sulo and Lazili materialize before the patrol officers, a wave of alarm washes over them, prompting the officers to swiftly brandish their energy weapons, which emit a faint red glow, ready to fire at any moment. Upon recognizing Sulo and Lazili's features, an elder officer, incredulous, exclaims, "Impossible! How can they be Saiyans? Aren't they extinct? Saiyans?" The younger officers, upon hearing this, become increasingly vigilant, their grip on their weapons tightening. Although they have never encountered a Saiyan, the notorious reputation of the Saiyans is well known across the galaxy. They're synonymous with savagery and malevolence. Hey, are you losing your eyesight? We're not Saiyans. Saiyans have tails, Sulo retorts, exasperated. Saiyans bear a striking resemblance to humans on Earth, yet their notoriety is worlds apart. One celebrated, the other obscure. It is not without reason that he is mistaken for a Saiyan. Don't try to deceive me. Tails can be severed. Do you think you can fool me? The elder officer, with an air of self-satisfaction, scoffs at Sulo. Suddenly, Sulo finds the officer's argument rather compelling, leaving him momentarily speechless. Very well, think what you wish. I have no desire to waste time here. Farewell. With that, Sulo and Lazili vanish from sight, leaving the officers in shock. Where do they go? A young officer gasps. Wide-eyed. This is bad. They must have infiltrated the patrol headquarters. Quickly, alert the Galactic King. The elder officer, now visibly anxious, hastily issues the command. He retrieves a badge-like device and activates it. Instantly, the headquarters is filled with the sound of alarm bells, signaling an enemy invasion. In the grand hall of the Galactic King, adorned with numerous tentacles resembling a jellyfish and crowned regally, the Galactic King converses with a young patrol officer. God, I am assigning you an important mission. The planet Katas is under siege by a band of space pirates. I have transmitted their detailed profiles to your holographic device. You must apprehend them. Yes, your majesty, replies Gak, whose appearance bears a resemblance to Ultraman, his bulbous eyes wide with reverence. You must be the Galactic King. A strange voice resonates within the vast hall. Who goes there? How dare you breach the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Possessing exceptional observational skills, Gak was the first to notice the intruders, Sulo and Lazili, entering the grand hall. He promptly positioned himself in front of the Galactic King. Are you from Earth? No. Earthlings shouldn't possess such terrifying power. Familiar with Earth, Gak was momentarily taken aback by their appearance, only to dismiss his suspicions. In his mind, Earthlings were a frail race, incapable of reaching this place. Furthermore, Sulo and Lazili emanated an unsettling aura that instinctively evoked a sense of dread within him. At that moment, Sulo and Lazili made no attempt to conceal their presence, as revealing their strength was intended to bolster their negotiating position. Power, after all, lends credence to one's words. Our identities are of little consequence. We have merely come to discuss a matter with the Galactic King, Sulo stated calmly. What do you wish to discuss? Inquired the Galactic King. The Galactic Patrol Organization has a long and storied history. I trust you possess considerable knowledge of the powers within the cosmos. Might you share some of that information with me? Sulo articulated plainly, as he was never one to beat around the bush. What do you intend to do with this information? The Galactic King frowned. It serves my purposes, Sulo replied. The Galactic King hesitated, ready to argue that such valuable information could not be shared with outsiders. Yet, upon seeing Sulo's enigmatic smile and sensing the dreadful aura surrounding him, he relented. The information can be provided. I have long heard of your generosity, Galactic King. I am truly grateful, Sulo responded courteously, as he always expressed genuine appreciation to those who were magnanimous. The Galactic King, feeling a mix of embarrassment and restraint, managed a polite smile. Subsequently, Sulo successfully acquired the data on various cosmic factions from the Galactic King and departed with Lazili in a manner that exuded nonchalance. Chapter 45, The Cosmic Trade Alliance. Galactic King, we are under attack. At that moment, a contingent of Galactic Patrol officers arrived belatedly. The Galactic King's brow furrowed deeply in anger as he bellowed, "You fools! They have already fled, and now you arrive." It was a humiliating experience for the Galactic King to have been so brazenly extorted for information, only for the assailants to depart with such audacity. He felt utterly disgraced. The patrol officers stood in stunned silence as the Galactic King reprimanded them for a full hour. Gak, sensing the impending trouble, had excused himself under the pretense of a mission and left the grand hall. After the Galactic King had exhausted his voice from scolding, he took a sip of water, intending to continue his tirade. Observing the situation, a lizard-like patrol officer quickly suggested, "Galactic King, should we not issue a bounty to apprehend those two intruders?" Although the Galactic Patrol was an organization dedicated to maintaining peace in the universe, the strength of its members was not particularly formidable, with elite officers boasting combat power exceeding 10,000 being exceedingly rare. The vast majority of patrolling officers possess limited capabilities, primarily tasked with confronting those of lesser strength who wreak havoc through the means of advanced technology. When faced with the exceedingly malevolent forces of the universe, such as Frisia, King Cold, and the Slag, who embody the pinnacle of cosmic domination, they find themselves utterly powerless. Confronted by these enigmatic invaders, Their only recourse is to issue bounty missions, enlisting the aid of formidable beings from across the cosmos. After a moment of silence, the Galactic King, with a hint of resignation in his tone, remarked, "Well, it's not as if we suffer any losses. They have not caused any damage to our headquarters, so they likely harbor no ill intentions." Indeed, the Galactic King displayed remarkable magnanimity, eliciting admiration from the younger officers. In truth, the Galactic King believed it unnecessary to provoke a mysterious and formidable entity. Should they be angered, it would yield no benefit to the Galactic Patrol. Upon departing from the headquarters, Sulo perused the information acquired from the Galactic King. The dossier contained records of hundreds of factions, both large and small. Among the most prominent were the Frost Clan and the trio of King Cold and his sons, as well as the Slag Legion, with whom Sulo had a contentious history. Additionally, there were assassin organizations, mercenary legions, and cosmic pirates, all formidable in their own right, rivaling the Frost Clan. Yet, one alliance stood above all, the Cosmic Merchant Alliance. The Cosmic Merchant Alliance is a superorganization with influence that spans the entirety of the universe, intricately connected to both righteous and nefarious entities. Each member is a sovereign leader of their respective factions, possessing unparalleled skills. Due to the complexity of its members, the alliance engages in a myriad of business ventures. Regardless of the nature of the enterprise, as long as it pertains to monetary gain, they welcome all endeavors, including the trade of slaves and planets, which are commonplace within the alliance. The trio of developers from the Frost Clan frequently collaborates with the Merchant Alliance, one providing goods while the other offers a platform for trade. Having reviewed this information, Sulo gained a deeper understanding of the cosmic factions. The universe, indeed, is a labyrinthine realm, far more intricate than it initially appears. Shilong Star, a significant trading planet located in the northern galaxy's Black Sand region, flourishes under the jurisdiction of the Merchant Alliance, thriving in commercial development and boasting a sufficiently secure trade environment. Consequently, surrounding planets engaged in commerce often choose to conduct their business here. In a bustling commercial district, a young man and woman strolled hand in hand along the spacious avenue. The man, in his 20s, possessed a striking visage, his features sharp and austere, with deep-set eyes that shimmered like the night sky, exuding an air of noble distinction. The young woman, appearing to be around 17 or 18, bore an angelic countenance, her grace tinged with a hint of allure, her lips soft as water, evoking an irresistible urge to taste. The two individuals in question are Sulo and Lazili. Within the bustling commercial district, a myriad of dazzling goods captivates the eye, overwhelming the senses with their abundance. As a major trading hub, this planet offers everything from spacecraft to combat robots, albeit at exorbitant prices. The aliens frequenting this marketplace exhibit a diverse array of skin tones and peculiar appearances, particularly striking to Sulo and Lazili. Their combat prowess, however, is rather modest, typically ranging from a few hundred to a mere thousand, reflecting a generally low level of capability. To gain entry to this trading planet, extraterrestrials must adhere to the strict rule of refraining from causing disturbances. Failure to comply may result in sanctions from the Trade Federation. Given the vast differences in species and the complexity of interactions, disputes are inevitably common. Consequently, affluent aliens often employ bodyguards for both personal safety and to showcase their esteemed status. Yet, on this trading planet, as long as one refrains from instigating trouble, significant issues are generally avoided. Amidst the kaleidoscope of merchandise, Sulo and Lazili stumbled upon a rather awkward predicament as they wished to make a purchase. They found themselves devoid of funds. While on Earth they may have been regarded as illustrious tycoons, in the vast cosmos, they were mere paupers. The standard currency for transactions in space is a form of universal currency known as Shijin. Shijin is a precious metal, approximately 10 centimeters long and the width of a pinky finger, glistening in silver. It possesses substantial purchasing power, typically allowing an alien to live lavishly for a year with just one piece. As they wandered the commercial thoroughfare, enthralled by the eclectic offerings yet burdened by their financial constraints, a thought flickered in Sulo's mind. Why not engage in a Robin Hood-esque endeavor? After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the notion, recognizing that robbery lacked dignity. In a Trade Federation control planet, such actions are deemed irrational. A misstep could provoke retaliation from the Federation, potentially resulting in a galaxy-wide manhunt. Although Sulo harbored no fear of such consequences, knowing he could act undetected if he chose, he sighed, lamenting the universal truth that lacking funds is a significant hindrance. Indeed, Aluo, we must devise a means to acquire some money, Lazili exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with determination. Meanwhile, at the other end of the commercial district, two aliens clad in combat suits and equipped with scanners approached Sulo. One was short and stout, with pink skin and a rotund figure, while the other was tall and strikingly handsome, adorned with green hair. Haha, Sabo, our haul this time is quite substantial. We've made a considerable profit, exclaimed Duidelia, beaming with delight as he swaggered along, a large bag of Shijin in hand, seemingly unbothered by the possibility of others coveting his riches. This buyer had indeed been lavish, purchasing 6 planets in one fell swoop. If King Frisia were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be exceedingly pleased, perhaps even bestowing rewards upon us. Sabo listened with a demeanor that was humble yet courteous, embodying the poise of a refined gentleman. However, those who truly knew him understood that he was a merciless demon, his hands stained with the blood of countless innocents. The passing aliens gazed upon the hefty bag of zenny that Dodoria held, their expressions betraying a gluttonous desire. Dodoria sneered, dismissing these weaklings who dared to covet his wealth, as if they were courting death. Were it not for the regulations of the trade planet prohibiting violence, he would have swiftly taught these aliens the reason behind the allure of flowers. As one of the foremost elites of Frisia's army, he could effortlessly dispatch these nuisances. Sabo also noted the avaricious glances of the aliens, scoffing in disdain. The two continued to stride confidently through the bustling commercial district. Chapter 46. Wealth arrives at our doorstep. As Dodoria walked, he spotted a black-haired man and a blonde woman approaching. Their appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Saiyans. Dodoria's heart raced. Had not the Saiyans been exterminated years ago? Besides a few like Vegeta, could there be survivors? Hey, Sabo, is that person a Saiyan? Dodoria inquired, pointing at the approaching Suro. They look quite similar. Sabo's expression darkened as he activated his scouter to assess their power levels. Upon receiving a reading of 300, he chuckled dismissively. It seems I was overly cautious. That individual lacks a tail and possesses a power level of only 300, likely a race akin to the Saiyans. Understanding this, he decided to let them be, reasoning that his good mood warranted their lives spared today. However, as they proceeded, Dodoria noticed that the two Saiyan-like aliens had blocked their path. Hey, do you wish to die? You've obstructed my way. Fury surged within Dodoria. Suro narrowed his eyes, having sensed 2 formidable energy signatures earlier, thinking them to be someone else. He was surprised to find it was these two, the high-ranking officers of Frisia's army. Dodoria and Sabo were fated to meet their demise at the hands of Vegeta in the original tale. Observing the brilliant bag of riches in Dodoria's possession, Suro felt a rush of excitement. Fortune had come knocking at his door. You've also obstructed my path. Do you seek death? He retorted. What'd you say? It seems you truly are courting death. Dodoria, known for his explosive temper, immediately directed his murderous intent towards Suro and Lazuli, ready to engage. Yet Sabo, being the more rational of the two, restrained Dodoria, urging, calm down, do not act recklessly here. You wish to fight me? Very well. A faint smile graced Luo's lips as he turned to Lazili and said, You may wander for a while. I shall bring the money shortly. Lazili's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, urging him, be swift. She then trotted off to a nearby shop, perusing for items that caught her fancy. The two appeared oblivious to their surroundings, provoking not only Doria, but even Saber. Both Doria and Saber, known for their ruthless natures, would have swiftly dealt with anyone who dared to threaten them, were it not for the constraints of their mercantile alliance. Now, faced with yet another provocation, their patience wore thin. Exchanging glances, they understood each other perfectly. This could not be tolerated. Action was necessary. A chilling murderous intent flickered in their eyes as they prepared to strike. However, Luo was swifter than their movements, appearing before them in an instant, placing a hand upon their shoulders and calmly stating, This is a public space. How can you resort to violence here? Do you not possess any sense of decorum? If you wish to fight, I shall take you to an appropriate place. Such speed. Both Doria and Saber were astonished by Luo's ghostly swiftness, failing to discern his actions. In the next moment, their surroundings shifted dramatically to a barren wilderness. Where's this place? They exclaimed in shock. This is the burial ground I have selected for you. Do you like it? Luo crossed his arms, a mocking expression upon his face. You wretched boy. Though your strength may be lacking, you possess quite the array of tricks. Yet soon, you shall find no cause for laughter. Having fought alongside Frisia across the cosmos for many years, Doria and Saber were accustomed to a myriad of abilities. After a brief moment of surprise, they regained their composure. Doria handed the Higgin to Saber, then turned to Sulo with a sinister grin, eyes brimming with lethal intent. Yet in the next instant, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Doria's face contorted grotesquely as he was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing to the ground. "Forgive me. Your appearance was so unsightly that I could not resist the impulse," Sulo remarked with amusement. "No, it cannot be. Your combat power is merely 300. How could you possibly send Doria flying?" Saber's face was awash with disbelief, his earlier calm shattered. Sulo, disinterested in providing explanations to one who was already condemned, coldly replied, "Now, hand over the Higgin you possess, and I may grant you a more dignified demise." "Huh, boy. Do not mistake a fortunate strike for a reason to become arrogant. Allow me to show you the terror I possess," Saber retorted, his voice firm. He then unleashed over 20,000 units of energy, a formidable aura swirling like a tempest around him. Confronted with such an extraordinary adversary, Saber was evidently taking the matter seriously. With his other hand clenched into a fist, he surged towards Sulo at lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch with tremendous force. Sulo raised his hand effortlessly to block Sabo's punch, applying slight pressure to push downwards. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bones breaking. A scream of agony pierced the air. A cold expression settled on Suro's face as he seized the Hikin from Sabo's grasp and sent him flying with a swift kick. In the direction of Sabo's flight, he casually unleashed an energy wave capable of obliterating an entire continent. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, a dazzling firework erupted into the sky. Thus, Sabo met his demise. Not far away, Doria stood amidst the debris of several shattered detectors, a cold sweat drenching his brow as he gazed at the distant blaze of energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled in the opposite direction. Escape. Flee quickly. At that moment, dread consumed Doria, erasing any trace of his previous arrogance. "Where do you think you're going?" A mocking voice resonated. Sulo appeared before Doria, blocking his path. Startled, Doria stumbled backward, trembling as he threatened, "If you don't want to be killed, then step aside." Sulo was taken aback, unable to comprehend the audacity behind Doria's threats. Who had granted him such courage? Observing Doria quaking and retreating, Sulo smirked. With an open palm, a golden energy sphere materialized. "Wait, I am a trusted subordinate of Lord Frisia. If you kill me, he will surely not let you go." Doria continued his futile threats. But in response, Sulo unleashed a destructive energy sphere. A fiery red explosion illuminated the air, leaving Doria with no remnants, reduced to mere nothingness. Never had Sulo encountered such a peculiar individual. One who offered so many threats, even in the face of death. TSK, what a bountiful harvest this has been, with a total of 1,400 Hikin. The Frisia force truly is overflowing with riches. After counting his spoils, a smile of satisfaction crossed Suro's face. He then stored the Hikin away and, with a thought, shifted his form back to the trade planet. Chapter 47. The Jinyu force in the commercial district, within a shop dedicated to combat attire. Lazuli was eagerly selecting garments. "Beautiful lady, your taste is impeccable. This combat suit is meticulously designed by the Kashirians. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but also boasts remarkable defensive capabilities." A turquoise-skinned saleswoman with a pair of pointed horns enthusiastically elaborated to Lazuli. Suddenly, Suro's figure materialized beside them. Lazuli sensed a familiar presence nearby, offering a slight smile as she held up several combat suits, inquiring, "Aloe, what do you think of the combat suits I've chosen? Are they appealing?" Sulo cast a glance and found the attire quite appealing, perfectly aligned with the aesthetic sensibilities of Earthlings. In a vast universe, battle suits are not limited to the armor-like attire of the Frisia force. There exists a myriad of styles, including those worn by characters like Piccolo and future Trunks, which also qualify as combat wear. At that moment, a female sales associate entered the store, her surprise evident, yet she remained silent, standing quietly to the side. "It looks splendid. Do give it a try," Sulo remarked with a smile. Razuli responded, clutching the outfit as she walked into the fitting room. After a brief wait outside, Razuli emerged, adorned in the battle suit, with a few strands of hair cascading elegantly around her strikingly beautiful face. She looked remarkably dashing in the white combat attire. Sulo's eyes brightened, and he showered her with compliments. Razuli's lips curled into a smile, clearly in high spirits. "Aloe, I have also selected a few battle suits for you. Do try them on," she added. In the eastern region of the North Galaxy, a colossal disc-shaped spacecraft darted swiftly through the cosmos. Inside the chamber, Frisia reclined on his throne, gazing through the glass at the resplendent starry sky, leisurely savoring a glass of red wine. Ha ha ha. I presume that Dabura and Odoria have successfully sold the planet, Frisia mused, his mood exceedingly buoyant. It is essential to note that Frisia's interest does not lie in the accumulation of wealth. For him, the quantity of money has become inconsequential. Over the years, he has roamed the universe with the Frisia force, plundering planets only to sell them to the affluent of the cosmos. Frisia does not revel in the joy of earning money. Rather, he delights in the thrill of conquest and the exhilaration of slaughter. Each time he witnesses the despairing expressions of indigenous inhabitants facing death, he experiences a profound sense of satisfaction. At that moment, the chamber doors swung open, and a peculiar alien resembling a snail entered, flustered. Lord Frisia, we have just received news from the command center. The communication signals of Lord Dabura and Lord Odoria have vanished near a desolate planet in the vicinity of West Long Star. He reported anxiously. Mr. Giacono, what is the matter? Speak clearly. Frisia's expression darkened. According to the command center's transmission, before Lord Dabura's signal disappeared, it emitted a powerful surge of life energy, which quickly faded, followed closely by the loss of Lord Dodoria's signal. The subordinates speculated hesitantly. You mean to suggest that they have been slain? Frisia's voice lowered, a palpable tension emanating from him, causing the temperature in the chamber to plummet several degrees. Indeed. Ha ha ha. How intriguing, truly fascinating that someone would dare to attack my person. Furthermore, to have the audacity to eliminate both Dabura and Dodoria simultaneously is no small feat. Frisia's laughter turned cold, his tail thrashing against the ground, revealing the depths of his burgeoning fury. Kikono wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, standing cautiously, fearful of provoking Frisia. This falls under the jurisdiction of the Trade Alliance. Kikono, send someone to negotiate and demand an explanation for this affront to the king. Frisia's face was shadowed with malice, his crimson eyes glinting with a chilling light. Yes, my lord, I shall do so at once. Kikono replied hurriedly, retreating as if fleeing. As for the demise of Zabo and Dodoria, Frisia only felt a fleeting regret for the loss of two capable subordinates, not allowing it to trouble him. What truly vexed Frisia was the audacity of someone daring to seize his possessions. This was a direct affront to his dignity as the ruler of the universe. At that moment, Frisia's heart brimmed with unbridled fury at the challenge to his pride. Meanwhile, Sulo and Lazili, having procured the necessary supplies, departed from West Long Star. They traversed numerous planets, reveling in the diverse cultures and experiences akin to a leisurely excursion. Days later, Frisia's army arrived at West Long Star with an imposing presence. The local head, upon witnessing the aggressive advance of Frisia's forces, was utterly bewildered. What has transpired? What is going on? After some negotiation, the leader of the Trade Alliance finally grasped Frisia's intent. My men were killed here. Provide me with a satisfactory explanation. The West Long Star representative, feeling a sense of helplessness, dispatched investigators who confirmed the occurrence. However, they could not ascertain the identity of the assailants who had attacked Frisia's army. Aware of his own culpability, the West Long Star leader chose to placate Frisia's wrath by compensating a significant sum, thereby allowing the matter to be brushed aside. In the North Galaxy, in the southwestern region, lay the planet Huangyu, a high-class world exhibiting a dark yellow hue. At that moment, the planet was engulfed in the chaos of war, thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Help! They are demons! Echoed the cries of desperation from the decaying city, where panic crowds fled in all directions. 5 figures hovered above the city, one of whom, a pineapple-headed extraterrestrial, gathered a terrifying wave of energy in his hands and with a gentle motion directed it towards the city below. Boom! The dreadful energy surged into the fleeing populace, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent blood and flesh soaring, painting the ground a vivid crimson. Such a casual strike claimed the lives of thousands. Many natives, shattered and devoid of hope, ceased their struggles, kneeling in fervent supplication to the divine for salvation. God? Captain Jinyu, these natives are truly amusing. Praying for divine intervention, cackled a red-skinned, white-haired alien. Jinyu, arms crossed, gazed down at the surrendering crowd with a cold smirk. God? Who dares to claim such a title besides Lord Frisia? They are unworthy. You lot, make haste and eliminate every last one of them. Indeed, Captain Jinyu, several responded promptly, then turned towards the city, unleashing another wave of energy blasts. The once thriving metropolis swiftly transformed into a desolate wasteland. Meanwhile, in the skies above another city, the air distorted, revealing two elongated figures. Ah, this city has only recently been annihilated, Lazuli observed as she gazed downwards. Among the collapsed structures, flames blazed fiercely, and clouds of black smoke billowed upward. It appeared that an invasion of this planet was underway. Sulo cast a calm glance before shifting his gaze southeast, where 5 formidable presences could be sensed. Let us investigate. Chapter 48, The Time Stasis of Gudo. An aura erupted from Sulo and Lazuli, propelling them towards the southeast like a comet streaking across the sky. Concurrently, Jinyu and several teammates stood amidst the ruins, tidying up the aftermath, awaiting the demise of the last remaining foe. GIs pressed a button on the power level detector and, upon noticing the absence of fluctuating data, nodded in satisfaction. Captain, this city has been cleared. However, just as GIs finished speaking, he suddenly detected 2 readings skyrocketing. They're rapidly ascending to 30,000. He exclaimed, astonished. Captain Jinyu, 2 experts with a power level of 30,000 are approaching us swiftly. They will arrive in approximately 7 seconds. Warriors boasting power levels exceeding 10,000 are exceedingly rare, even within Frisia's army, let alone those with a power level of 30,000. Impossible, Jinyu retorted. In this universe, aside from Lord Frisia and our Jinyu force, none could possess such elevated readings. Your detector must be malfunctioning. Barta, Riku, and Gudo were taken aback, wearing expressions of disbelief before they too activated their detectors. After observing the soaring readings of 30,000, the trio fell silent for a moment. It seems this planet conceals 2 top-tier warriors. How intriguing, Jinyu remarked nonchalantly. With a power level of 120,000, he deemed the 2 30,000 power level fighters to be no significant threat, easily suppressible. Captain, allow me to handle these 2. It's been a while since I've encountered such strong adversaries, and I can hardly wait to vanquish them. Riku declared with palpable excitement as he shook his arms. Hey, Riku, don't think you can claim them all for yourself, GIs and Barta protested, somewhat displeased. Such powerful opponents were a rarity, and they too yearned for battle. Only Gudo remained silent, intimidated, for he was the weakest among them, and facing warriors of 30,000 was a daunting prospect. The 2 figures sped past, swiftly arriving at the scene, dissipating their auras and landing gracefully before the Jinyu force. Before Sulo could utter a word, the Jinyu force commenced their signature display. The 5 shifted positions, executing a series of flamboyant dance moves, culminating in a pose that elicited embarrassment. We are the renowned Jinyu force. Jinyu, Guldo, Berta, Rikum, and Jis. Sulo's fists clenched tighter, and through gritted teeth he uttered, Stop jumping around, it's utterly ridiculous. Disgusting, added Lazuli with a scoff. What did you say? Jinyu's forehead bulged with veins. This was a performance he had meticulously crafted for 3 long years. Even King Frisia would be stirred with enthusiasm at the sight. For those devoid of artistic sensibility like you, such insolence is unforgivable, Jinyu retorted angrily. Lazuli, I'll handle that fellow named Jinyu. The rest of you, be wary of that little one. He possesses the ability to halt time. Sulo cast a sidelong glance at Jinyu and Guldo, both of whom wield extraordinary powers, one capable of body swapping, the other with the gift of time manipulation. Allo, I understand, Lazuli nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the diminutive Guldo with surprise at such a seemingly weak individual possessing the ability to control time. Heck, kid, it seems you are rather well informed about our Jinyu force. However, you may not grasp the true extent of our prowess. Before Jinyu could finish, Sulo unleashed a punch into the air. In a flash, the atmosphere seemed to ripple as an invisible force, imbued with the power to shatter all, struck Jinyu fiercely. Thud! With a muffled sound, Jinyu was sent flying. Such excessive chatter, Sulo remarked coolly, retracting his fist. Captain, the expressions of the remaining 4 shifted dramatically. You should focus on your own well-being. Lazuli's icy voice resonated beside them. Boom! 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 A flurry of dazzling punches, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, forcefully struck the 4, sending them careening like cannonballs into the ruins behind them, instantly shrouding the area in thick smoke. Not far away, Jinyu, wiping the blood from his mouth, felt the pain coursing through him, his face as cold as frost as he surged from the debris. Kerst brat. To injure your captain, you must be one capable of unleashing your full combat potential in an instant. Full combat potential? Please, do not misinterpret. I have exerted less than 1/10 of my strength. Sulo replied expressionlessly. Kid, are you jesting with your captain? Do I appear to be one who jokes? Jinyu felt humiliated in an instant, letting out a few cold laughs. Very well, very well. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade. With a furious roar, Jinyu's aura crackled ominously, and with a whoosh, he appeared before Sulo. His iron fists rained down with the ferocity of a tempest and the swiftness of lightning, striking out dozens of punches in the blink of an eye, as if to tear through the very air itself. A faint smile graced Sulu's lips as he effortlessly intertwined his single finger with dozens of residual shadows, effortlessly deflecting wave after wave of attacks. Too slow, too weak. Is there a chance for you to be any swifter? Truly disappointing. The mocking voices echoed in Captain Jinyu's ears, akin to the piercing sound of glass being scraped, rendering him nearly intolerable. Kerst brat! Jinyu roared in fury, intensifying the ferocity of his assaults. Meanwhile, Jiez, Bait, Raikum, and Gudo had also risen from the rubble. Witnessing the clash between Captain Jinyu and Sulu, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Why did it seem as though their captain was being toyed with by his opponent? They had never envisioned such a scene unfolding before them. Captain Jinyu possessed a combat power soaring to 120,000. Who, besides Frisia, could render the captain so beleaguered? Jiez pressed the button on his power level detector, only to discover that Sulu's reading remained steadfast at 30,000, unwavering. Enraged, he hurled the detector to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot, cursing, "What a worthless piece of junk. Hey, do you all look down upon me?" Lazili's cold voice carried a hint of ire. Her voice resonated like thunder in the minds of the four, jolting them from their focus on the battle between Captain Jinyu and that man. Completely forgetting the equally formidable woman standing beside them, they exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing among them. "Let us go all out." With Jiez's command, the four charged towards Lazili. With her eyes half closed, Lazili's figure transformed into nothingness, reappearing before the four in the blink of an eye, unleashing a torrent of swift attacks. Lazili fought with only 20% of her strength. Yet even this proved overwhelming for Jiez and his companions, who soon found themselves on the brink of defeat. After all, the strongest among them possessed barely over 50,000 in combat power. "Gudo, use that technique," Jiez shouted. "Understood." Gudo immediately puffed out his cheeks. In an instant, the scene before him faded into a dull gray, capturing Lazili in a moment of stasis. A cold smirk crept on Gudo's face, but just as he prepared to act, the gray visage shattered like a mirror. It was as if he suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lazili's icy voice pierced the air. "Your time manipulation ability is far too feeble. It pales in comparison to Aluo's time stasis." Gathering a terrifying sphere of energy in her hand, she hurled it towards Gudo. A tendre explosion resonnated. Gudo's body dissipated amidst the swirling smoke. Chapter 49, Annihilation. Jiez and the others had anticipated that Gudo's time stasis would momentarily restrain Lazili, allowing them to prepare their ultimate moves for a decisive strike. Yet, Gudo's sudden demise caught them off guard, leaving them utterly unprepared. The ability to halt time wielded by Gudo is indeed potent. Yet it seems even we can be ensnared for a moment. "Why are you unaffected?" Jisoo exclaimed in disbelief. Razali responded with a faint smile. "It is quite simple. My strength vastly surpasses yours. The capability to freeze time is undeniably formidable, but to entrap an opponent whose power far exceeds one's own is an exceedingly arduous task, requiring an immense expenditure of energy. Although Gudo possesses this ability, her inherent strength is simply too feeble. Attempting to confine her is akin to chasing a mirage. Moreover, she frequently engages in combat with Sulo, honing her battle experience and deeply comprehending the intricacies of time manipulation. From a distance, Sulo observed this spectacle and could not resist making a jest at Captain Jinyu's expense. "Huh, it seems your team is as weak as you are. Damn it, do not compare this captain to such trash." Jinyu seethed with rage, inwardly cursing Gudo for causing him embarrassment even in death. "They're all the same. Shut your mouth. Silence yourself." Captain Jinyu's aura surged dramatically, and with a fist the size of a cauldron, he hurled it towards Suluo's face. The fist, enveloped in a white aura, carried an unfathomable ferocity, as if it sought to obliterate Suluo's calm countenance. Suluo narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of icy resolve flashing across his features. He deftly seized Jinyu's fist with his left hand and applied pressure. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply. Jinyu was instantly engulfed in pain, beads of cold sweat streaming down his brow, and before he could extricate himself, Suluo delivered a fierce kick to Jinyu's jaw, releasing the now fractured fist in the process. As Jinyu was propelled upwards, another kick followed. Whoosh! Bang! The two sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Jinyu's body sank deeply into the rubble, leaving a shallow footprint upon his chest. Roar! With a furious cry, a tremendous energy erupted from within Jinyu, sending all nearby obstacles flying. Damn it! I will certainly kill you. Prepare to experience my terror. Jinyu bellowed once more, his muscles bulging as the energy of his formidable combat power, reaching an astounding 120,000, surged forth. The very ground beneath seemed unable to withstand this overwhelming pressure, fissures spreading like a spider's web in all directions. Witnessing this, Sulo wore a cold smile and subsequently elevated his own energy. Beep, beep, beep. The data on Jinyu's face-mounted detector fluctuated wildly, terror etched in his eyes as the figure skyrocketed. 130,000, 170,000, 220,000. Boom! Captain Jinyu's state-of-the-art power detector could not endure such colossal readings and exploded in an instant. Impossible. Your combat power exceeds 220,000. Jinyu exclaimed in disbelief. After the initial shock waned, his gaze towards Sulo was now filled with insatiable greed. Such a formidable physique, he desired it. Jinyu extended his hand and forcefully plunged it into his own chest. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, saturating his arms. Yet, Jinyu displayed no semblance of pain. Instead, his face was suffused with an insatiable greed. Boy, your body will be mine, he declared. Sulo observed Jinyu's self-inflicted torment, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, for he was acutely aware of Jinyu's intentions. It was merely a prelude to invoking that secret technique of body exchange. Jinyu spread his arms wide above his head, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Exchange," but before he could finish, Suluo's figure had vanished from sight. In an instant, a powerful hand seized Jinyu by the throat, fingers tightening imperiously. Jinyu felt an excruciating pain in his throat, rendering him utterly speechless. What? Do you wish to exchange bodies with me, using your little technique? Practice more before you descend to hell. You shall never have the chance in this lifetime. Suluo's frigid voice resonated in Jinyu's ears. Jinyu's throat convulsed as he attempted to utter pleas for mercy. But only incoherent sounds escaped. Sulo hurled him into the air, and then, within his palm, a terrifying vortex rapidly coalesced, emanating a radiant golden light. Targeting Jinyu, a searing beam of energy erupted from his hand. Boom! A roaring wave of energy engulfed Jinyu's form, and in his eyes, filled with bitter resentment. His body was obliterated into dust, scattering with the wind. Upon sensing the conclusion of Suluo's battle, Lazuli ceased her mockery of the three remaining foes. An explosion of energy erupted from her, propelling the nearest Lycum and Bart away. Subsequently, two brilliantly radiant orbs of energy materialized between her palms, launching violently toward the two. Boom! Boom! The resounding explosions reverberated, and fiery orbs ascended, causing the entire city to tremble violently, as if shaken by an earthquake, before returning to an eerie calm. On the battlefield, only Jis remained. Witnessing the successive demise of his comrades, Jis's mind was in disarray. Their Jinyu force was purportedly the strongest team in the universe. Why had they been so effortlessly vanquished? Jis had utterly lost the will to fight. At that moment, Lazuli approached him, raising her palm in his direction. Cold sweat streamed down Jis's face as he prostrated himself on the ground, tremblingly pleading, "I beg you, spare my life." He naively believed that such humble supplication would evoke the sympathy of the beautiful young woman. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. A ghostly blue orb of light filled Jis's vision, and in the next heartbeat, his body was obliterated into fragments by the energy sphere. Lazuli's icy visage betrayed no hint of emotion. At that moment, she resembled a war goddess, unflinchingly extinguishing the lives of her adversaries. For Suluo had once proclaimed that mercy toward the enemy on the battlefield is a cruelty toward oneself and one's comrades. Moreover, when it comes to those like Jis, who specialize in plundering planets and are stained with the blood of countless innocent lives, she would show no mercy. After dealing with the Jinyu force, Suluo and Razuli departed. The planet Huangyu was merely a transient stop on their journey, a place for a brief respite, and they had no intention of lingering. As for the remaining native inhabitants of Huangyu and the potential retribution from Frisia, such matters were beyond Suluo's considerations. After all, there are countless planets in the universe that have been ravaged and occupied. Suluo had neither the inclination nor the resources to assist every single one. such endeavors could extend into the distant future. If Huang Yu were to be obliterated, it would simply be a consequence of fate. The law of the jungle prevails. This is the survival principle of the world. The duo's objective was to travel to the northern galaxy, specifically to Ramen Star, where a branch of the Galactic Mercenary Organization was stationed, one of many outposts. The Galactic Mercenary Organization, akin to the Cosmic Trade Alliance, the Cosmic Assassin Organization, and the Galactic Patrol Organization, is a venerable institution. It is a neutral force predominantly composed of mercenary warriors, possessing formidable strength and financial resources. Their operations span the cosmos, encompassing an array of tasks that can dazzle the mind. There are even numerous bounties for various formidable beings. It was for this very reason that Sulo and Razali headed there. Chapter 50, Mercenary Missions. On Ramen Star in Ramen City, the broad streets were bustling with extraterrestrial beings of diverse appearances, as this was a planet housing a branch of the Galactic Mercenary Organization. The majority of the visitors were mercenaries arriving to undertake missions. Upon their arrival, Sulo and Razali immediately sensed several powerful auras. Each of these energies surpassed a combat power of 10,000, with the strongest approaching 60,000. This allowed Sulo to witness the formidable prowess of the Galactic Mercenaries. Even within this single branch, such strength was evident, not to mention the other branches and the headquarters. However, as these connections were based on employment, their cohesion was not as robust as that of other organizations. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to demonstrate the might of the Galactic Mercenaries. Particularly terrifying was their extensive presence across the cosmos, making it quite apt to say they answered to a single call. Upon reaching the city center, they beheld a colossal structure entirely constructed of metal, its silvery sheen emanating an aura of chilling coldness. From a distance, it resembled a great beast of the abyss coiling ominously. Becoming a mercenary is not a daunting task. One merely needs to pass a simple assessment to join their ranks. Sulo and Razali, showcasing a combat power of 100,000, left the evaluators utterly astounded, effortlessly earning their mercenary status. Inside the mission hall, tasks were categorized into 7 distinct zones based on their difficulty levels. The difficulty tiers were classified as E, F, D, C, B, A, and S, corresponding to the 7 zones. The E and F zones primarily contained trivial tasks, such as assisting in resource extraction or locating various individuals. The tasks in regions above D level begin to present considerable challenges, such as protecting individuals, escort missions, apprehending cosmic pirates, rescuing planets, and capturing criminals. The difficulty of these missions imposes certain requirements on the mercenary strength. D-level tasks necessitate mercenaries with a combat power exceeding 1,000, while C-level tasks demand over 5,000. B-level missions require combat power of at least 10,000, and A-level missions call for staggering combat power of over 100,000. Although mercenaries of such caliber are exceedingly rare within the cosmos. As for the most formidable S-level tasks, there are no stringent prerequisites. If one possesses the confidence in their capabilities, they may undertake them. Sulo and Lazili bypassed the B-level area and ventured directly into the A-level zone, which was sparsely populated, with most individuals merely gathering to peruse the mission listings. Sulo's gaze swept across the bounty board, where he discovered a name he recognized, Captain Jinyu, whom he had previously defeated, boasting a bounty of 10,000 Heiken. Bounty, Shaviza, leader of the Mecha Battle Team, combat power of 170,000, bounty of 15,000 Heiken. Recently active in the Eastern Galaxy's Flowing Fire Star domain. Bounty, Nez, member of the Mecha Battle Team, combat power of 160,000, bounty of 13,000 Heiken. Recently active in the Eastern Galaxy's Flowing Fire Star domain. Bounty, Dre, Mecha Battle Team. The Mecha Battle Team, as the elite squad under Gula's command, is indeed formidable. However, Sulo paid them little mind. As he continued scanning the list, he encountered merely a plethora of minor characters with combat powers in the tens of thousands, causing him to lose interest and proceed toward the S-level area. The value of S-level bounty tasks is significantly higher, as they involve formidable beings of dominion, such as Frisia, King Cold, and Gula, cosmic emperors. Yet to date, no one has succeeded in completing an S-level task, for all who have attempted these missions have met their demise. As Sulo examined the bounty list, he noted that the estimated power levels of these cosmic monarchs were projected to be in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. He scoffed at these estimations, fully aware of the true power of these characters from the Dragon Ball anime. Gula's final form reached an astonishing 4.7 billion, while Frisia's final form boasted 1.2 billion. Though King Cold's abilities were scarcely showcased in the original narrative, it can be inferred that his strength is not far beneath that of Frisia. Disregarding these formidable figures, Sulo recognized that his current strength was insufficient to contend with any of the three. After a cursory glance at the missions, he identified two particularly intriguing targets: K2, with a combat power of 340,000, and Sodu, with a combat power of 330,000, notorious twin criminals said to possess a combined technique. They have recently been active in the Northern Galaxy's rock star domain, with a bounty of 80,000 Heiken. These are the ones, Sulo declared, promptly accepting the mission. He then departed with Lazili from Ramen Star, setting their course toward the Northern Galaxy's rock star domain. Meanwhile, on Frisia Planet in the command center, diligent extraterrestrial beings steadfastly maintained their posts, responsible for liaison duties. The sudden disappearance of the Ginyu Force's signal caught the attention of a blue-skinned alien. Initially, he presumed it was merely a case of poor reception, as the Ginyu Force was typically reliable. However, as time elapsed without any restoration of communication, anxiety began to envelop him, prompting an urgent investigation into the cause of the signal loss. Upon conducting his inquiry, the blue-skinned alien became alarmed, realizing that the Ginyu Force may have met their demise. He swiftly relayed this information to his superior, who in turn communicated it to Frisia's elite guard. In Frisia's palace, the familiar silhouette of the tyrant was present, seated in a small spacecraft while leisurely savoring a glass of red wine. Beside him stood an alien with a mushroom-shaped hairstyle, Belibu, an important figure within the Legion, akin to a caretaker, and one of the few capable of speaking freely before Frisia. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the chamber. The recently informed Kikono, recalling the recent deaths of Sabin and Dodoria, felt an unsettling familiarity with the current situation and rushed over. Lord Frisia, my subordinates have just reported that the Ginyu Force's communication signal has vanished on planet Namek. Oh, the Ginyu Force has lost contact. Frisia's expression darkened, and an oppressive chill enveloped the room. Kikono felt a shiver rise from his feet, though the oppressive aura dissipated swiftly. Beliblu, with his sly countenance, spoke candidly. Given the prowess of the Ginyu Force, their loss of communication likely indicates a dire predicament. Kikono, taken aback by Beliblu's bold assertion, broke into a cold sweat as he cautiously glanced at Frisia. However, Frisia's demeanor only momentarily shifted before returning to its usual state. Beliblu, could this be the doing of my brother, Cooler, targeting me intentionally? The possibility of others being involved did not cross Frisia's mind. In his eyes, they were all insignificant. Only Cooler, of the Frozen race, and his mechanized troops possessed such capabilities. Despite their brotherly bond, they were fundamentally at odds. Frisia maintained a cordial relationship with King Cold, while Cooler was in constant conflict with both. Frisia, noticing Beliblu's silence, paid it no mind. To think my elite force could perish in such a place. Ginyu, you have truly disappointed me, he muttered under his breath, his gaze turning ominous. He commanded, Kikono, send someone to investigate Cooler's recent movements. Yes, my lord. Kikono quietly exhaled in relief, fearing that Frisia, with a mere flicker of displeasure, might take his life. After all, he was an evil emperor with the capricious ability to annihilate planets at will. By the way, how have those Saiyans been faring lately? Frisia inquired. The members of Team Vegeta remain as diligent as ever, meticulously fulfilling the tasks assigned by headquarters, currently engaged in operations on a remote planet. I see. That will be all, Mr. Kikono. You may depart. Frisia waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Kikono, feeling a burden lift from his shoulders, hurriedly exited. Lord Frisia, keeping Vegeta and his companions around could spell disaster, Beliblu remarked. Ha ha ha. What tempest could a few Saiyan monkeys possibly stir? Frisia scoffed. The legend of the Super Saiyan has circulated among the Frost Demon clan since time immemorial. What if it were to come true? At this, Frisia merely laughed derisively. The so-called legend of the Super Saiyan is nothing but a fabrication for the sake of pride, concocted by those Saiyan monkeys and fortuitously overheard by their ancestors. I cannot fathom why these tales were perpetuated. Moreover, even if such beings did exist, it would be trivial for me to extinguish them. In this vast universe, only Lord Beerus instills a modicum of fear in me. Even Cooler merely commands my caution. As for the Saiyan monkeys, ha ha ha, Frisia chuckled, his crimson eyes brimming with disdain. He had never regarded these self-styled warriors of the Saiyan race with any seriousness, even at their peak. They were no more than slightly larger ants, easily crushed beneath his heel. What, then, of these remaining few, insignificant ants? I suppose I have been overly cautious, Blue conceded. Days later, on a distant planet in the northern galaxy, Team Vegeta was executing their mission to eradicate the indigenous inhabitants. The three hovered in midair, relentlessly unleashing energy blasts upon the fleeing natives. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions echoed continuously as countless natives perished. Such a lack of challenge. Does headquarters only dispatch these trivial tasks? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, Prince Vegeta, according to reports from headquarters, the Ginyu Force has been completely annihilated. The bald Nappa said, gazing at the incoming data with astonishment. What? The so-called strongest force in the universe has been wiped out? Raditz, standing nearby, wore an expression of sheer shock. The mystique and might of the Ginyu Force represented an invincible presence to someone of his meager battle power. The strongest team is but a facade, easily vanquished, Vegeta sneered, continuing to unleash energy attacks on the fleeing natives. Yet, the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. The prowess of the Ginyu Force was undoubtedly superior to his own, with rumors suggesting that the captain's battle power surpassed a staggering 100,000. Such individuals have perished. It appears that the universe still conceals formidable beings unknown to mankind. This Saiyan prince, a genius unparalleled in the annals of his warrior race, has now only cultivated his strength to a mere 15,000. He took pride in this for an extended period, yet now it evokes a sense of embarrassment. Contemplating these thoughts, Vegeta's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, employing both hands to unleash waves of energy upon natives, as if venting his frustrations. Vegeta, what troubles you? Nappa inquired, bewildered. Spare me the chatter. Quickly eliminate these natives, Vegeta retorted coldly, casting a glance at Nappa. Chastised, Nappa offered a sheepish smile, only to notice Raditz nearby, seemingly reveling in his misfortune. His demeanor shifted abruptly. What is that expression? Are you mocking me? Do you wish to be punished? At Nappa's words, Raditz shuddered and hastily shook his head. Worthless. Nappa scorned, and Raditz, having grown accustomed to Nappa's bullying as the weakest link in their group, remained silent. A mere outlet for Nappa's frustrations. In the Eastern Galaxy, on a planet transformed by advanced technology, the headquarters of the Gula Legion lay within an opulent palace. Before the transparent viewport, Gula stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his crimson eyes gazing calmly at the monotonous scenery outside, glinting with a cruel light. At that moment, Zaviza approached. Great King Gula, according to the latest reports, Lord Frisia's Ginyu Force has been annihilated. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Gula's eyes before he returned to his placid demeanor, as if this were a trifling matter. If they're dead, so be it. They were merely insignificant pawns. What of Slug? His recent activities have become increasingly frequent. Have you uncovered any intelligence? Gula inquired, his interest shifting from the inept Frisia to his former rival, Slug. That old wretch, barely clinging to life, should remain in retirement on Slugstar. Yet he dares to stir. Investigations reveal that Slug has dispatched his entire army across the eastern and northern galaxies in search of the Tree of Might. Upon hearing Slug's name, Zaviza's expression turned grave as he spoke. The Tree of Might? The legendary demon fruit tree said to drain the life force of entire planets? Gula's crimson eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, it is said that consuming the fruit of the tree can significantly enhance one's strength and vitality. Zaviza replied respectfully. Ha! It seems Slug is truly nearing his end, resorting to such futile pursuits. Gula remarked with a hint of mockery. If Slug wishes to seek it, let him. Keep a vigilant watch on his movements, and inform me at the slightest hint of activity. Understood, Zaviza replied before departing. Shirag, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. I am eager to witness the despair in your eyes, murmured Gula. Meanwhile, at the intersection of the eastern and northern galaxies, lay a verdant planet known as Qingman Star. Due to its remote location and its status as an insignificant low-level planet, it typically escaped the attention of extraterrestrial beings. However, the emerald-hued globe was visibly withering, turning a desolate yellow at an alarming rate. On the surface, before a robust ancient tree, two figures, one large and one small, were faintly discernible. Chapter 52. The fusion technique of K2 and SO2. In the northern galaxy, within the Lockstar domain, on the planet Paysol, amidst a valley, a cacophony erupted. Boom! 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 For figures engaged in fierce combat. unleashing invisible shockwaves that radiated outward from their skirmish. The valley had undergone a dramatic transformation, now pockmarked with craters and barren expanses. "Damn it! Who are you?" K2 demanded, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon the shadowy figure before him. K2 and Sodu had arrived on this planet with great enthusiasm, intent on pillaging its resources. Yet, just as they were reveling in their misdeeds, two formidable strangers appeared, wordlessly initiating a conflict that incited K2's fury. "I am the one who will kill you," Sulo replied, hovering across from him with an air of indifference. K2, as if hearing the most absurd jest, wore a mocking grin. "Ha, you? That's simply laughable. D? That will not do. It is you who shall perish at my hands." K2's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a sinister expression. "Do not mistake your modest prowess for invincibility. Today, both you and that woman shall meet your end here. Sodo, cease your games and unleash your full strength." K2 shouted towards the towering figure engaged in battle with Lazili. Upon hearing K2's command, Sotu's aura surged dramatically, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. With the precision of a striking serpent, he launched a venomous assault aimed at Lazili's vital points. "Little girl, once you are dead, I shall create the finest specimen of you for my collection," Sotu declared, his voice low yet laced with malevolence. Lazili, taken aback by the twisted mindset of her adversary, felt her countenance freeze with dread. "Ha, you would do well to descend into hell," Lazili retorted, no longer concealing her strength, unleashing her full battle prowess of 360,000. The overwhelming force momentarily diminished Sotu's rising might. Just as Sotu's lethal strike was about to connect, Lazili executed a swift maneuver, vanishing like a phantom and reappearing behind him. With her delicate hand clenched into a fist, she unleashed a powerful blow aimed at Sotu's back. Boom! A figure plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the massive rock face of the valley. The ground trembled violently. In an instant, the mountain crumbled, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Lazili extended her hands towards the collapsing mountainside, her crimson lips parting slightly. Star-shattering cannon, a radiant beam of energy, shimmering with the brilliance of countless stars, erupted from her palms. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming force stirred a terrifying wave of energy, striking the fallen mountain with thunderous might. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. A colossal, fiery red mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Debris flew in all directions, the earth quaked, and the cataclysmic energy obliterated the entire valley. The searing shockwave swept through, and as the thick smoke dissipated, a bloodied figure knelt in the immense crater. Katu, engaged in battle with Sulo, caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and was instantly struck by a scene that made his heart race. There lay Sotu, his upper body a gruesome mess, his left arm completely severed, his breath faint, resembling a dying man. "Damn it, D!" Katu's fury ignited instantly, as he concentrated red energy waves in each palm, launching them fiercely toward Sulo. The crimson energy waves intertwined like serpents, swiftly converging into a formidable attack, roaring forth. Sulo remained composed, showing no sign of distress. He extended his fair hand and grasped the approaching energy waves with force. The blood-red energy shattered like fragile bubbles, dissolving into specks of red light before his eyes. What? Kata's expression shifted dramatically. His strongest move had been effortlessly neutralized. In that moment, he understood that the individual before him was beyond his league. The next instant, Sulo transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing directly before Katu. Bang! A fierce kick, akin to a dragon's tail, drove Katu's chest inward. Poof! Katu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body propelled like a cannonball into the depths of the valley's crater. Boom! A thunderous roar followed, and thick smoke billowed. Another crater formed. Sulo and Lazili floated in midair, observing the two figures within the pit. After a while, the figures remained eerily still. Stop feigning death. If you possess any abilities, now is the time to reveal them, or I won't hesitate to send you both to hell. Sulo's icy voice pierced through the smoke. Ha ha, kid, I admit you and that woman are formidable. However, your gravest mistake was knocking me down beside Sodu. Katu's cold voice resonated from the depths of the crater. Mirje. As soon as the words left his lips, a brilliant beam of light shot into the sky, and two powerful auras gradually fused together, ultimately forming a terrifying presence. A tall silhouette emerged from the depths of a pit, crowned with spiraled horns, its azure skin and fearsome visage reminiscent of a demon from the inferno. It had been an eternity since anyone had cornered me to such an extent. In retribution, I shall shatter your bones piece by piece and consume them. As if speaking in unison, a chilling voice intertwined, merging Kartu and Sotu into one, henceforth referred to as Kazuo. Sulo squinted, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Kazuo. With a combat power estimated at around 2,400,000, disappointment washed over him. He had anticipated a greater challenge. This was but a fraction of the fusion technique utilized by Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the original tale. However, he mused this opponent, albeit not exceptional, would still provide a satisfying encounter. Just then, Lotsili interjected, "Aluo, allow me to have a go." "No, his strength is far too overwhelming. You cannot defeat him." Suluo replied, shaking his head. "Aluo, let me try. With you here, there is no cause for concern." Lotsili persisted with a playful tone. "Very well. But be cautious," Suluo conceded reluctantly. Lotsili's lips curled into a smile as she nodded in agreement. It matters not who comes first. The outcome will be the same. Death awaits you all," Kazuo sneered with disdain. Suluo merely smiled faintly, unaffected by Kazuo's taunts. Fourfold Luoxian fist. With a spirited cry, a brilliant blue aura enveloped Lotsili's graceful figure, her golden hair dancing in the wind. Her combat power surged from 360,000 to an astonishing 1,440,000. The vast energy surged around her like a colossal tidal wave. Kazuo's expression shifted slightly. However, perceiving no immediate threat from Lotsili, his scorn returned. It appeared her strength was but a facade. Chapter 53, A Vicious Assault. At the moment Lotsili's aura peaked, she deftly tapped her toes in the void, her form a blur, and in an instant, she appeared before Kazuo. In his astonished gaze, her fist, shrouded in blue flames, struck fiercely toward his face. Boom! Kazuo was sent crashing back into the pit. That wretched woman! He erupted from the depths, looking somewhat disheveled, yet seemingly unscathed. A cold glint flickered in his dark red eyes, clearly incensed. With over 2 million in energy unleashed, a swirling black mist enveloped him as he charged toward Lotsili with astonishing speed. His muscular arms bulged, fists the size of cauldrons cloaked in dark energy, descending with tremendous force. Lotsili's pupils constricted as she swiftly retreated, evading Kazuo's onslaught with agility. Boom! The ground shattered beneath the overwhelming force, creating a gaping crater. Before Lazili could catch her breath, Kaso forcefully stomped his foot on the ground, propelling himself towards her like a cannonball, with relentless attacks following in swift succession. Faced with Kaso's overwhelming onslaught, Lazili found herself struggling to defend, evading the strikes but soon revealing a sense of despair. Witnessing his attacks consistently miss their mark, Kaso let out an enraged roar, causing a surge of dark energy to swell around him. He conjured a barrage of crimson energy orbs, raining down upon Lazili like a torrential downpour, effectively sealing off her escape routes. Sensing the impending danger, Lazili summoned her strength to its utmost, reigniting the twinkling starlight in her hands. The Star Crush cannon unleashed a radiant wave of energy, sweeping away the dark red orbs. The ground trembled with the sound of explosions echoing in succession. Lazili maintained her stance, poised for action. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated behind her. D. A jolt of alarm surged through her as she swiftly turned around, only to see a fist the size of a cauldron hurtling towards her face, accompanied by the stinging caress of dark energy. The ominous presence of death loomed closer. Just as it seemed that Lazili was on the brink of demise, time froze. In an instant, a grayish-white world enveloped everything, as if the universe had been pressed on pause. But in a fleeting moment, time resumed its course. Kaso's fist descended once more, but it met only empty air. Where's she? Kaso stared blankly ahead, bewildered by the absence of Lazili. Not far off. Suluo cradled Lazili in his arms, gently tapping her head and smiling. Do you now perceive the disparity? Lazili pouted and muttered under her breath. If only my power was on par with his, I wouldn't have lost. Suluo chuckled softly before setting her down, clenching her fists and waving them in frustration. She exclaimed, Aloe, give him a good beating. All right, Suluo nodded, turning his gaze toward the still-dazed Kaso, a terrifying killing intent radiating from him. Kaso, finally noticing Suluo and Lazili nearby, felt a glimmer of menace flash in his crimson eyes as he ominously remarked, You, boy, are the one who saved that woman, aren't you? I don't know how you did it, But you won't be so fortunate next time. Fortune, you say? A trace of coldness appeared on Sulo's face. While he could easily conclude the battle with a moment of time stoppage, he had no desire to let Casso perish so simply. In an instant, the energy within him surged, a blue flame enveloping him as the air around became scorching. His combat power skyrocketed to 396 million, a fearsome aura sweeping across the surroundings. What? In an instant, Casso was taken aback, sensing an overwhelming danger emanating from Sulo. Whoosh! Sulo transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Casso's pupils constricted abruptly, leaving him no time to react. Bang! A colossal force struck fiercely against his abdomen. Casso was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string. Sulo, enveloped in a radiant blue light, became a streak of brilliance, paralleling Casso's airborne form. Bang! With both fists raised, Sulo delivered a devastating blow to Casso's head. Thud! Casso's massive body plummeted rapidly, creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. Before the thick smoke could dissipate, Sulo's right fist was engulfed in a swirl of blue flames, descending like a meteor, igniting sparks as it collided with the air. A punch raining down with cataclysmic force struck Casso with relentless ferocity. The earth trembled, collapsing several hundred meters beneath the impact, fissures radiating outward. Gagging, Casso spewed a mouthful of blood. His chest was a gruesome mess, caved in at a significant portion, his visage contorted like a malevolent specter. Yet, Sulo showed no signs of mercy. His fists transformed into countless afterimages, pummeling Casso with relentless strikes. The sound of impact echoed throughout the deep pit, each blow imbued with terrifying force that penetrated Casso's body, creating an invisible shockwave that shattered the ground beneath. With each strike, the earth sank a little more. The ground began to quake violently, resembling an earthquake, the reverberations reaching hundreds of miles away, sending small creatures fleeing in terror. Alas, is this going a bit too far? Lazili mused, momentarily dazed. However, recalling Sulo's earlier expression of anger, she chuckled, seemingly amused by her own influence. In the crater, Sulo ceased his barrage. Droplets of blood sliding from his knuckles, splattering onto the ground. You wretched brat. If you have the guts, let me stand and kill you. Casso, now battered and unrecognizable, gasped intermittently, his voice laced with profound resentment. Stand up? Very well, I shall grant your wish. Sulo replied coldly, grasping Casso's arm and lifting him from the ground, then hurling him into the air. As a token of gratitude for allowing me to relish the thrill of combat, I shall send you to your demise. Sulo extended his palm, a golden vortex coalescing within, accompanied by the faint rumble of wind and thunder. A wave of energy potent enough to obliterate a planet surged toward the minuscule black dot in the sky, an annihilative force that enveloped Casso in an instant. No! Casso cried out in his final, defiant scream. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens. The searing fireball erupted high above, and Casso was reduced to mere ashes, dissipating into the vast expanse of the sky. After sensing the absence of any life response, Sulo lowered his hand and then leaped high, emerging from the deep pit. Lazili had long been standing at the edge of the pit, waiting for him. She took Sulo's hand, smiling brightly as she said, "Allo, you look quite handsome when you were angry just now. Am I not usually handsome? You are." Chapter 54, The Spiritual Tree. In the vast universe, amidst the endless sea of stars, a captivating brilliance shimmered. A beetle-shaped spacecraft trailed a long streak of light as it traversed the night sky. On board the spacecraft, Sulo took a refreshing shower, washing away the sweat and blood from his body. He entered the kitchen to find Lazili busily preparing a meal, with the table laden with an array of delectable dishes emanating enticing aromas. Sulo swallowed hard, picked up a piece of meat, and after a few bites, impatiently swallowed it whole. "Delicious," he exclaimed, grabbing several more pieces of meat to savor. Lazili placed a freshly prepared dish in front of him. Unable to contain her laughter, she said, "Go ahead and eat, you big glutton." "M&M, Sulo nadid, indalgin heartily." Lazili rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Sulo as he devoured his meal with abandon, a dreamy smile on her face. In a whirlwind of voracious consumption, Sulo quickly cleared the table, leaving not a scrap behind. After satisfying his hunger, he reclined on the sofa in the living room, accessing the Galactic Mercenaries task platform on his light brain, navigating to the S-level task section to browse through the tasks available. On the planet Qingman, within an endless expanse of primordial forest, A towering tree of dark red stood majestically. Its thick branches stretched outward like coiling dragons, burrowing into the earth, breaking through the soil. These dragon-like branches sprouted numerous roots that plunged deep into the ground, greedily absorbing the nutrient from soil. Soon, the once vibrant primordial forest transformed into a desolate wasteland, filled with an air of death. Moreover, this desolation continued to spread outward. A Saiyan resembling an adult son Wukong stood beneath the ancient tree, accompanied by a Saiyan girl of roughly 11 or 12 years of age. Saiyan Dales gazed at the rapidly growing spiritual tree, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Wonderful. I never expected the soil on this planet to be so conducive to cultivating the spiritual tree. At this rate, it will mature in less than half a year. Dale's team of 5 had narrowly escaped destruction on planet Vegeta while on a mission. However, in the ensuing years, the Frisia force relentlessly hunted the scattered Saiyans. The Dales team found themselves ambushed on a planet by the Frisia force, and Dales was shot down into a deep canyon, barely clinging to life. Fortunate to have escaped the calamity. As the saying goes, those who survive great peril are destined for future blessings beneath the canyon. Dales discovered a shrine where he awoke to find a peculiar golden fruit with sharp protrusions resting upon the offering altar. After consuming a single fruit, the near-death Dales suddenly experienced a miraculous recovery, with his combat power surging from 1,000 to over 3,000. Dales was overwhelmed with joy, for his strength had been stagnated at 1,000 for an extended period, possibly for a lifetime. To his astonishment, not only had he healed from his injuries, but his prowess had also multiplied several times. Realizing that this extraordinary fruit was no ordinary item, Dales carefully collected its seed and fled to another planet to cultivate the spirit tree. The Saiyan girl, a child of his 2 companions, had just been born and was placed aboard the spaceship. With her combat power barely in the teens, she was overlooked by Frisia's army and thus managed to survive. During his escape, Dales took the opportunity to bring the Saiyan girl along. As a low-ranking warrior, Dales understood the value of cautious development. He chose remote and seemingly worthless planets for planting the spirit tree, ensuring both discretion and stable growth. Years passed, and after traversing countless star systems, Dales' strength continued to rise. With his growing power, the latent ambition within him began to surface. He aspired to build his own legion, conquer the universe, and become the supreme ruler of the cosmos. Gazing at the spirit tree before him, he silently vowed, "Frisia, one day I shall surpass you. Only I am worthy of the title of Cosmic Emperor." While Dales immersed himself in dreams of universal domination, the impatient voice of the Saiyan girl interrupted him. "Hey Dales, I need to find food." Her wild eyes fixed on him as she stated plainly, "I'm hungry." The intrusion shattered Dales' splendid reverie, and his expression darkened instantly. He coldly replied, "You need not inform me of such trivial matters." The Saiyan girl merely acknowledged him with an indifferent "oh," before flying away with a blank expression. More than 5 months slipped by unnoticed. The once vibrant green planet of Qingman had transformed into a vast expanse of withered yellow, with the green areas continually diminishing. It seemed inevitable that it would soon become a lifeless, desolate sphere. On the planet, the spirit tree had grown into a towering giant, its dense green foliage casting a shadow over the ground, under which hung prickly, crimson fruits. That day, a piercing roar echoed from the sky. A massive spaceship broke through the atmosphere, trailing sparks as it descended. With a thunderous crash, the earth shook, and clouds of dust obscured the sky for a considerable time before settling. The sound of a hatch opening resonated, followed by the emergence of a dozen extraterrestrial beings clad in battle attire. A green-skinned extraterrestrial, adorned with fleshy wings, gazed at the towering tree in the distance, which cast a vast shadow, and then surveyed the desolate and lifeless surroundings. A look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Indeed, as the ancient text foretold, the spirit tree's growth would siphon the life force from the planet. That colossal tree must be the spirit tree. Patrick's heart surged with exhilaration. After such a prolonged search, he had finally found it. "Pace, quickly contact Lord Schlag. We have discovered the spirit tree." "Yes, Lord Patrick," replied the red-skinned extraterrestrial, who hurried into the spacecraft. Patrick pressed a button on the combat power detector to scan for life signs on the planet. Beep, beep, beep. 2 data streams surged on the screen. One stabilized at 21,000, while the other continued to escalate wildly, soon surpassing the detector's limits. Boom! It exploded. What? There exists a formidable warrior on this planet with a combat power exceeding 100,000. Patrick's expression darkened. Did someone else already seize the spirit tree? Or, to put it differently, had those two individuals consumed all the spirit fruits? Otherwise, how could such a powerful being inhabit this wretched place? It must have consumed the spirit fruits. The mere thought of the spirit fruits being devoured by others conjured a terrifying image of Lord Schlag in furious rage, causing cold sweat to stream down Patrick's brow. He promptly instructed a subordinate to utilize the spacecraft's large energy detection apparatus to ascertain the individual's specific data. The results arrived swiftly, a combat power of 173,000. Patrick was taken aback. The combat power was astonishingly high, merely a shade lower than his own. Patrick, a demon born of Lord Schlag, possessed a combat power of 190,000, making him the second strongest member of Schlag's army. Follow me. Upon clarifying the enemy's strength, Patrick no longer hesitated and soared directly toward the location of the spirit tree, with the other extraterrestrials in close pursuit. Chapter 55. The Anxiety of the North Realm King. Dallas and the Saiyan girl remained blissfully unaware of the encroaching danger. At that moment, both were fixated on the blue-red fruits hanging from the tree trunk. To their astonishment, the spirit tree had borne an abundance of fruits. It was truly magnificent. Soon, the spirit fruits would ripen, likely in 4 or 5 days. Dallas spoke with a hint of excitement. It was his first time witnessing the spirit tree produce such a bountiful harvest, surpassing the total from previous cultivation efforts. Should he consume these fruits, his power would undoubtedly surge once more. At that point, he would no longer need to cautiously cultivate the spirit tree, fearful of others coveting it. He aspired to cultivate the spirit tree openly, conquer planets, and assemble his own army to dominate the universe with formidable strength. Dallas shall be the future emperor of the cosmos, Dallas thought grandiosely. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the northern galaxy, on the planet Schlag, within a metallic palace, Schlag sat upon his throne. Withered hands reached into a nearby jar, retrieving several golden pills, which he proceeded to chew. The tranquility of the grand hall was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. 2 diminutive beings clad in black robes rushed in. "Your Majesty Schlag," one of the aliens exclaimed. Leaning back in his seat, Schlag's murky gaze displayed a hint of impatience. "Taba, what is it?" "Your Majesty, splendid news. Lord Patrick has discovered the spirit tree," the being named Taba reported with excitement. "The spirit tree has been found." Schlag's dim eyes brightened momentarily, his voice urgent. "Where?" "On a low-grade planet called Qingmon, at the edge of the northern galaxy, bordering the eastern galaxy. If we depart immediately, we can arrive in merely 20 days. Taba continued, his voice rising in enthusiasm. Schlag's expression darkened. He conjured a beam of dark red energy that pierced directly through Taba's head. Taba fell. Disbelief etched upon his face. In a low, ominous tone, Schlag spoke. "Tama, how long until we reach Qingmon?" The being known as Tama shivered at the intensity of Schlag's gaze and hastily replied, 10 days. We can reach there in just 10 days. Schlag's demeanor lightened slightly. For one whose life was nearing its end, the spirit tree represented his final hope, and time was of the essence. Anyone who dared delay him for even a moment would face dire consequences. "Prepare the spacecraft at once. I shall depart immediately," he commanded. "Yes, Your Majesty." Tama bowed deeply and swiftly retreated. Before long, colossal spacecraft launched from the surface of Schlag. In the eastern galaxy, on the planet that served as the headquarters for the Gula Legion, news of Schlag's movements reached Gula, who stood with arms crossed before viewport, his crimson eyes reflecting a cold indifference. Schlag has mobilized. It seems he has found what he seeks. However, I shall not grant him the chance for resurgence. Gula's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. The existence of the fabled spirit tree was unexpected and intriguing. While Gula, with a combat power of 4.7 billion, stood at the pinnacle of strength in the universe, he had little desire for further power. However, the prospect of extending one's lifespan was a different matter altogether. Despite the Ice Clan's reputation for longevity, who would not wish for a few more years of life? With this in mind, Gula promptly issued a command. "Saviza, assemble the troops. We shall confront Schlag." "Understood." Saviza, who had stood respectfully behind him, replied. In a certain dimensional space within the northern galaxy, golden clouds filled the expanse, and upon these clouds lay a serpentine pathway stretching 100 kilometers, connecting to the underworld of the northern galaxy. Along this serpentine path floated a miniature planet, the abode of the king of the northern realm. This tiny planet, with a diameter of approximately 100 meters, was encircled by a narrow road on which a crimson sedan was parked, flanked by lush greenery, with a few apple trees scattered around the quaint little house. At that moment, the overseer of the northern galaxy, the king of the northern realm, stood beneath a grand tree, perspiration beading on his forehead. Two antennae atop his brow crackled with a faint electric glow, allowing him to observe the events unfolding in the lower realms. What was transpiring? Why had the fruit of the spirit tree resurfaced in the mortal world? And how had it fallen into the hands of two Saiyans? This was dire news. The followers of Shrag had also discovered the spirit tree. Chaos was imminent in the northern galaxy. The king wore a troubled expression. If Shrag were to obtain the spirit tree, it would spell disaster for the northern galaxy. The spirit tree, originally a divine fruit tree, had long since descended into the lower realms. Its growth demanded immense life, energy, a burden far beyond what any mortal planet could sustain. Thus, once it took root, it would signify the demise of a planet, transforming it into a lifeless husk. However, the true peril lay in the fruit's effects. Mortals consuming it would experience significant enhancements in strength, vitality, and mental acuity, prompting many to vie for it with reckless abandon, leading to violence and bloodshed. The king of the northern realm recalled the tumultuous events of years past when the spirit tree had last emerged, unleashing a torrent of chaos across the cosmos, resulting in the obliteration of hundreds of planets. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. Since the annihilation of the Saiyan race, the northern galaxy had enjoyed a measure of peace. The king had taken to leisurely pursuits, strolling with his pet and cruising in a small car, relishing a life of comfort. Yet, now the specter of turmoil loomed once more. Sighing, the king pondered his predicament. Should a great upheaval erupt in the northern galaxy, he, as its steward, would inevitably face the consequences, perhaps even incurring the ire of his superiors. Just then, a brown gorilla flailed its arms before him, disrupting his thoughts. Frustrated, the king retrieved a hammer from behind him and struck the creature on the head. An unmistakable bump swelled immediately, and Beerus collapsed to the ground. A memory flickered in the king's mind. Gazing at the fallen Beerus, he recalled two individuals. Over the past 6 months, while monitoring the lower realms, he had observed the emergence of two formidable beings in the northern galaxy, Sulo and Lazili. They had relentlessly challenged renowned warriors throughout the universe, leaving a trail of defeated villains in their wake. Judging by their character, they appeared to be virtuous individuals, he mused. If only they could be persuaded to destroy the spirit tree in advance, perhaps the crisis could be averted. Upon this thought, the North King's mood brightened once more. Let me see where you are. Two tendrils sprouted above the North King's head, emitting a flicker of electricity as he employed his kingly powers to locate the two individuals. This was the privilege of a king. Within his jurisdiction, he could observe the scenes unfolding. Found it. Chapter 56. Darius defeated. As dawn broke, a ray of morning light bathed the earth. Sulo concluded a night of meditation and opened his eyes. Sensing the abundant energy coursing through him, Sulo smiled faintly. His strength had indeed advanced significantly, and in terms of combat power, he had reached a commendable level of 1.78 million. His life dimension had also improved somewhat, now standing at 34 of divine level. Stretching his limbs, just as Sulo was about to leap from his bed, an unfamiliar voice echoed in his ear. Sulo, I am the North King. Sulo was taken aback. The North King? Instantly, a figure materialized in his mind, a bespectacled individual, rotund in stature, known for his poorly delivered jokes. What could the North King, the deity governing the North Galaxy, possibly want with him? Sulo furrowed his brow, sensing Suluo's confusion. The North King assumed he was unaware of his identity and attempted to clarify. I know who you are, King. I'm just curious about why you are seeking me, Sulo replied, his tone unruffled, as if conversing with an ordinary individual, devoid of any reverence for the other's status. The North King, interrupted in his self-introduction, chuckled awkwardly, but did not dwell on the tone of the response. He continued, I wish to enlist your help with a matter. What is in it for me? I want to assist you without a reason, Sulo remarked playfully. The North King was taken aback. What? He expected a favor from the king to be a given. This matter pertains to the safety of the universe. I hope you can step forward, he replied, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. No benefits, no deal, Sulo stated firmly. On the North King's planet, he was incensed, flailing in exasperation. How could anyone be so brazen as to speak of benefits when asked to assist him? Yet, recognizing the urgency of the situation, he stifled his irritation. In return, I can teach you a powerful martial art, the North King offered. Sulo stroked his chin thoughtfully. The North King possessed two ultimate techniques, the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb. The King's Fist was of no use to him, as he had already mastered the Luo Immortal Fist. The Spirit Bomb required a pure heart to wield, and Sulo was well aware that purity of spirit was not his attribute. Moreover, the lengthy preparation time for the Spirit Bomb was incompatible with his combat style. "I'm not interested in learning," Sulo replied, eliciting further agitation from the North King. As a proud king, he was accustomed to others pleading for his martial teachings, and now he faced outright rejection, laced with a hint of disdain in the tone. The Northern Realm King sat on the grass, his tone laced with resignation as he spoke. "Sulo, this matter is of utmost importance." Sulo, intrigued, set aside his playful demeanor and replied, "Pray, elaborate." Thus, the Northern Realm King recounted the entire situation. Sulo's expression grew grave. "I implore you, before Shrag arrives on Chimon Star, destroy the spirit tree. The consequences of it falling into the hands of someone like Shrag would be unimaginable." Sulo lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment. "The fruits of the spirit tree are the essence of a planet's life condensed into tangible form. The benefits are self-evident." Sulo felt a stir of temptation. "I can assist you in destroying the spirit tree. However, I must declare that I desire all the fruits for myself," Sulo stated. "Agreed. No problem." The Northern Realm King responded with a hearty spirit, as his only concern was the destruction of the spirit tree. The fruits were of secondary importance. On Chimon Star, Dales fixated intently on the fruits dangling from the sturdy branches of the spirit tree, as if they were rare treasures. A Saiyan girl lounged on another branch, resting her head lazily. "So, you are here," a sinister voice echoed. Instantly, Dales and the Saiyan girl became alert. Within their line of sight emerged a dozen or so aliens clad in battle attire. Dales's expression soured, just as the fruits were nearing maturity. A group of unfriendly figures had appeared, greatly dampening his spirits. "So, there are two Saiyans here. Quite rare indeed." It was rumored that the Saiyans had been annihilated. Yet here lie two survivors. "However, this is where it ends. You two are destined to perish here," Patrick coldly declared. "Ha, bunch of trash. It appears you remain oblivious to my power. To speak so arrogantly," Dales retorted, his eyes flashing with menace as he glared at Patrick and his cohort. Regardless of their identity, he was determined they would not leave this place alive. The fruits of the spirit tree had yet to mature. The information could not be allowed to leak. Eliminate them. With this thought, Dales initiated the assault. Patrick revealed a wicked grin and charged forward. The two engaged in a fierce battle, locked in a struggle that seemed interminable. The Saiyan girl, not one to shy away, launched herself at the remaining aliens. These beings possessed combat power ranging between 5,000 and 10,000. Although they were no match for the Saiyan girl, their sheer numbers afforded them a slight advantage. The sounds of fists colliding echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in succession. The fight raged on for a while. The Saiyan girl swiftly eliminated two foes, though she paid a hefty price, receiving a few heavy blows to her back. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Patrick gradually gained the upper hand, soon overpowering Dales. Darius found himself struggling to withstand the onslaught, retreating step by step as the wounds upon his body multiplied. "Ha ha, Saiyan, muster some strength. Are you merely tickling me?" Patrick sneered, enduring several of Darius's punches with his own resilient body. Grasping Darius's fist, he denied him any chance of escape and violently collided his head against Darius's skull. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact resonated, accompanied by Darius's agonized cries. "Ha ha ha, Saiyan. After consuming so many fruits, is this all you've got?" Patrick mocked, his palm coalescing an energy sphere that he pressed against Darius's abdomen. Boom! En explosion érupted, propelling Darius away to crash against the spirit tree. The situation was equally dire for the Saiyan girl. After decisively eliminating 9 foes, she gasped for breath, her battle attire soaked in blood, her injuries appearing grave. However, the remaining aliens offered her no respite. A wave of energy surged towards her, and she was caught unawares, sent flying to collide with the spirit tree, landing beside Darius. Who are you?" Darius struggled to rise, his gaze filled with dread. Despite having consumed numerous spirit fruits, granting him formidable power, he found himself unable to contend with this green-skinned monster. "Ha ha, it's no harm to tell you. I am the mightiest warrior of the Shrag Legion. To perish at my hands is an honor," Patrick declared, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. Chapter 57. The Saiyan Girl, Nancy. "What Shrag?" Darius exclaimed in shock. He was well aware of the infamous reputation of Shrag, a tyrant whose malevolence rivaled that of Frisia. Instantly, thoughts of retreat began to form within him. No, he could not leave without tasting the spirit tree's fruit. He gazed up at the crimson and verdant fruits, filled with reluctance and yearning. So close, so close. The fruits were on the brink of ripening. Unripe fruits would yield far diminished effects. Yet, Darius now dismissed such concerns. Even a lesser effect was preferable to none at all. As he quietly contemplated an escape plan, Patrick gathered an attack at his fingertips, sneering. Saiyan perish. Darius's pupils dilated in shock, realizing he had no time to evade. No, his ambitions remained unfulfilled. He could not die here. Without hesitation, he seized the fallen Saiyan girl beside him, using her as a shield. Simultaneously, a crimson energy beam sliced through the air, piercing her body before her horrified eyes. Ugh! The Saiyan girl coughed up a mouthful of blood. Darius's gaze was imbued with a chilling indifference as he cast the Saiyan girl aside with contempt. How decisive and ruthless you are, reminiscent of our demon kin, Patrick remarked, somewhat taken aback. Seizing the moment of Patrick's distraction, Darius sprang into action, leaping onto the sturdy branch of a grand tree, where he plucked a crimson-hued fruit and took several hearty bites. The fruit contained a modicum of life energy, revitalizing his body slightly and mending his wounds to a degree. Damn it! The effects are utterly disappointing, Darius cursed under his breath, continuing to harvest several more fruits. Witnessing this, Patrick's eyes widened in fury, and he unleashed a formidable aura, charging towards Darius. Gravely injured, Darius could only awkwardly evade his advances. Ultimately, Patrick seized the opportunity, unleashing an energy wave that struck Darius head-on. Stripped of his ability to resist, Darius collapsed to the ground. You certainly know how to evade, Patrick sneered. Now, prepare to meet your demise. He conjured a sphere of crimson energy in his hand, aiming it at Darius before launching it forth. No, Darius screamed in a frenzy, but regardless of his unwillingness to accept fate, he succumbed to the explosion of the red energy. Ugh, what a troublesome foe, wasting so much of my energy. Patrick spat disdainfully onto the ground. Suddenly, applause erupted around him. Marvelous, simply marvelous. An unfamiliar voice resounded from above. Startled, Patrick glanced upward to find a man and woman seated comfortably on a thick branch, clapping joyously. Instantly on high alert, Patrick realized their silent approach indicated they were no mere weaklings. The remaining extraterrestrials quickly gathered around, sensing the threat. Sulo ceased his applause, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Do not be anxious, for such worry is futile. All are destined to perish. A sense of unease washed over Patrick, prompting him to command his subordinates to attack. Upon receiving the order, several extraterrestrials charged towards Sulo and his companion. However, in the blink of an eye, shadows flitted past them like kites severed from their strings. Sulo and lazily remained seated, as if they had not been the instigators of the chaos. With a mere gesture, Sulo pointed at Patrick, and in an instant, a golden beam of light streaked forth. Before Patrick could react, an excruciating pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he saw a gaping hole, dark purple blood oozing from the wound. The King of Shrag will not let you go, he uttered, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Meanwhile, in a distant galaxy, massive spaceships soared swiftly through the cosmos. Within the opulent confines of the grandest spaceship, Shrag reclined in a massive skeletal throne, idly consuming golden beans. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his body, leaving him visibly weakened. Damn it! Someone has slain my child, Patrick. Shrag's countenance darkened, his voice laced with fury. Patrick perished on the verdant star, which signifies that the spirit tree has been taken from me. Enraged by this thought, Shrag erupted, his voice nearly a roar. Scoundrel! How dare you touch what is mine? I shall ensure your demise. Tama, by any means necessary, accelerate the ship. I must reach there with utmost swiftness. Yes. Tama, trembling at Shrag's wrathful outburst, refrained from mentioning that the ship was already at maximum speed, lest he become the first target of Shrag's fury. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tama input commands at the control panel, slightly increasing the vessel's speed. After Patrick's demise, Sulo and Laziri approached the Saiyan girl. Though she still clung to life, her existence flickered like a dying flame in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The Saiyan girl lazily lifted her eyelids, gazing at the two before her, attempting to speak but lacking the strength to do so. Laziri knelt down, retrieving a magical bean and placing it gently into the girl's mouth. Swallow, she said in a cool tone. Obediently, the Saiyan girl consumed the magical bean. In that instant, A surge of vitality coursed through her, her wounds healing almost instantaneously. Wow! The Saiyan girl sprang to her feet, feeling the torrent of power within her, her eyes brimming with joy. With a somewhat stiff voice, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Then, her gaze hardened, scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. The Saiyan girl distinctly recalled how Darius had used her as a shield. Stop searching. Darius has been slain, Sulo remarked coolly. Upon hearing this, the Saiyan girl emitted a displeased huff. Subsequently, she gathered energy into her palms, launching energy blasts into the vicinity as a means of venting her frustrations. Boom! 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 The explosions resonated in unison. Now, answer me one question. What is your name? Sulo inquired. The Saiyan girl paused her actions, scrutinizing Sulo and Laziri for a moment before parting her lips to respond. Nancy, how old are you? Nancy hesitated, spreading her fingers as she meticulously counted. 1, 2, 3, 80. Sulo found himself at a loss for words, realizing that this young girl had seemingly forgotten her own age. Finally, Nancy settled on the number 12. Sulo continued to pose several questions, which began to irritate Nancy, yet she still provided her answers. After a series of inquiries, Sulo grasped Nancy's identity. Chapter 58, The Fruits Ripen, the Harvest. Sulo was taken aback by Nancy's fortuitous survival amidst the onslaught of Frisia's forces. Should Frisia become aware of this? It would be intriguing to ponder his reaction, especially considering that several Saiyans remain unaccounted for. Yet, it is likely that Frisia would regard them as inconsequential, mere insignificant fish in a vast sea. Are you also a Saiyan? Suluo's appearance bore some resemblance to hers. Both had black hair, dark eyes, and similar skin tones. A flicker of hope ignited within Nancy. I am not, she replied, a hint of disappointment lacing her voice. Upon understanding Nancy's situation, Suluo began to meander around the spirit tree. Beneath the towering branches hung clusters of crimson and green fruits, pulsating with vibrant life, starkly contrasting the planet's prevailing lethargy. The greenish-red sheen was swiftly transitioning toward a deeper crimson. It seemed that the fruits of the spirit tree would soon reach full maturity. It appears the fruits of the spirit tree will be ripe in a few days, Sulo remarked softly. He plucked one of the spirit tree's fruits and took a bite. The crisp texture was slightly tart. A warm current coursed through him, only to dissipate moments later. Sulo did not perceive any significant change, merely a slight lightness in his body, suggesting that the effect of the unripe fruit was minimal and of little consequence to him. Noticing Suluo's interest in the spirit tree's fruits, Nancy felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, they belonged to her. I cultivated this spirit tree, she huffed defiantly. Well, now it is mine. Sulo replied with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. Do you Saiyans not speak through strength? I am currently stronger than you, hence this fruit is rightfully mine. My power has surged, and I am certainly not inferior to you. Is that so? Care for a contest? Nancy, momentarily at a loss for words, clenched her fists before relaxing them again, realizing that she might not match Sulo in strength. Especially considering he had saved her life, she chose to remain silent, turning her head away in frustration. Lazili, observing her pouty demeanor, could not resist the temptation to pinch her chubby cheeks playfully. Soft and delightful, such a lovely texture, she remarked. Startled by Lazili's sudden action, Nancy stepped back, eyeing her warily. What are you doing, you woman? She retorted coldly. Do not be alarmed. I merely found you adorable and wanted to give your cheeks a little squeeze, Lazili replied with a smile. Adorable? Do not touch me, Nancy exclaimed, exasperation evident in her voice. At such a young age, how fierce you are, Lazili sighed lightly. That is none of your business. None of this woman talk. My name is Lazili. Remember it well, she shot a glare at Nancy. Lazili, Nancy mumbled, crossing her arms in a huff. Sulo observed the playful banter between the two, shaking his head in exasperation. Subsequently, they retrieved the ingredients and cooking utensils from the space. After a long journey, they had exhausted much of their energy and felt a twinge of hunger. Lazili, I am famished, Sulo said, draping his arm around her shoulder with a smile. Oh, I shall prepare a meal right away, Lazili responded with a nod. Nancy, witnessing Suluo's almost magical display as he produced an array of items, felt a flicker of curiosity, yet maintained a stoic demeanor, refraining from inquiries. Lazili set to work, and before long, a sumptuous spread of culinary delights adorned the table. An enticing aroma enveloped the surroundings. As the delectable scents wafted through the air, Nancy could not help but swallow hard, her bright eyes reflecting an insatiable yearning for the food before her. Observing her reaction, Lazuli felt a mischievous delight. She waved a chicken leg tantalizingly in front of Nancy, teasingly saying, "Sister, I have something delicious for you." Nancy, however, averted her gaze, dismissing the gesture with a haughty demeanor, as if a mere chicken leg could sway me. Not long after, she exclaimed, "Lazuli, sister, this food is truly exquisite." At the table, Nancy indulged, her mouth glistening with grease. Lazuli nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The three soon polished off the entire feast. Nancy, now rubbing her round belly, perched contentedly on a sturdy branch, reflecting on the delightful meal she had just experienced for the first time. Meanwhile, on Planet North, the North Realm King anxiously observed Sulo and the others, perplexed at their delay in destroying the spirit tree. Unable to contain his concern, he initiated a mental communication with Sulo. "Sulo, hasten to pluck the fruits of the spirit tree and destroy it. Delay may invite unforeseen consequences." Upon hearing the North Realm King's voice, Sulo merely smiled serenely. "Do not fret, my lord. The fruits have yet to ripen. A few more days will suffice." The North Realm King wished to continue, but Sulo interjected. "There is no but, my lord. I shall indeed obliterate the spirit tree, but only after the fruits have matured. You need not press further." "Very well," the North Realm King acquiesced, somewhat resigned, before severing the connection. He then turned his attention to the movements of Sherlag. Based on Sherlag's current pace, he estimated it would take another 9 days to reach Qingman's star, while the fruits of the spirit tree would require approximately 4 to 5 days to mature. Well, it seems Sherlag will not arrive in time. Let Sulo proceed as he wishes, thought the North Realm King. 5 days passed, and the fruits of the spirit tree had fully ripened, their vibrant red and purple hues glistening with sharp, angular protrusions, brimming with abundant life energy. Sulo, Lazuli, and Nancy each held a fruit, taking a bite. The sweet flesh instantly tantalized their taste buds, transforming into refined energy that surged into their bodies. After finishing one, Sulo noted that his energy had increased only slightly. However, there has been a significant increase in both mental and vital energy, equivalent to the results one would achieve after practicing the celestial meditation technique for 6 or 7 days. Sulo cast a glance at Lazuli and Nancy, noticing that the enhancement of Nancy's aura was the most pronounced. It seems that the stronger the individual, the lesser the increment in their power from consuming the fruits of the spirit tree. Darius had spent over a decade consuming numerous mental fruits, yet his combat strength had only reached a little over 100,000. To become more formidable, it is undoubtedly essential to amass more spirit tree fruits. For someone of Sulo's caliber, the enhancement effect of the mental fruits is negligible. However, this does not imply that the fruits hold no value for him. After all, the fruits of the spirit tree are the essence of the life force drawn from the entire planet, containing a substantial amount of vital energy that can nourish both body and mind. Lazuli, Nancy, let us first gather the fruits of the spirit tree and place them into the universal capsule, Sulo instructed. Lazuli and Nancy nodded in agreement, and the three of them transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly maneuvering through the intertwining branches. One by one, the deep purple fruits were plucked, leaving fewer and fewer hanging from the branches. Chapter 59, The Arrival of Schlag. Several hours later, the crimson-hued fruits on the spirit tree had been completely harvested, with only a few dozen undernourished green fruits remaining on the tree. After gathering the fruits, the trio convened. Sulo estimated that there were approximately 28,000 fruits. He placed 1,000 of them into the universal capsule and handed it to Nancy. "This is for you." Nancy accepted the capsule with a sense of entitlement, as it was indeed her hard-earned reward. However, upon seeing the mountain of spirit tree fruits piled on the ground, she expressed her discontent. "Hey, Sulo, with so many fruits, why do I only get this little bit? If you think it's unfair, return what you have." "Not a chance this is mine," Sulo retorted, observing Nancy's grip tighten around the universal capsule upon noticing his unfriendly gaze. "Are you joking? You think I would let go of something once it's in my hands? Not a chance." Sulo gazed at the mountain of spirit tree fruits, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, this endeavor had yielded substantial rewards. With a mere thought, the fruits were drawn into his spatial realm. As he looked up at the towering giant tree before him, an important question suddenly struck him. "By the way, Nancy, where's the seed of the spirit tree?" Possessing such a valuable item as the seed of the spirit tree would be most advantageous. At Sulo's inquiry, Nancy began to stammer. Observing her demeanor, Sulo surmised that she must have taken the seed for herself. He extended his hand towards her with a grin, handed over. What are you talking about? I don't have it, Nancy replied defiantly, her neck stiffening. Really? You truly don't? Sulo's scrutinizing gaze fixated upon her. Nancy felt a twinge of guilt, yet stubbornly retorted, no. Lazuli, noticing the subtle tell in Nancy's demeanor, pointed and chuckled, you've hidden it in your bosom, haven't you? Upon realizing her ruse had been unveiled, Nancy pouted and reluctantly retrieved 2 petite golden fruits from her chest. Sulo raised an eyebrow, bewildered. Lazuli, with a playful glint in her eye, seized both fruits from Nancy's reluctant grasp. These peculiar fruits exuded a faint, enchanting fragrance. They were merely half the size of ordinary fruits, entirely golden, unmistakably extraordinary. Sulo regarded Nancy with a hint of skepticism and inquired, you wouldn't happen to have stashed away more, would you? Nancy, flustered and indignant, asserted, I truly have no more. This is a seed fruit that grows atop the tree. Typically, the spirit tree produces only one such fruit. Sulo nodded, accepting Nancy's explanation, recognizing the logic behind it. If the spirit tree's seed fruit could be abundantly harvested, it would have long since proliferated throughout the cosmos. Auro, this is for you, Lazuli said, extending one of the fruits to Sulo. He accepted it, and before Nancy's longing gaze, the two began to savor the fruits, each bite releasing a sweet, aromatic burst of flavor, exquisite indeed. Let me have just one bite, Nancy implored, her eyes glued to the golden fruits in their hands, her mouth watering. She had never tasted such fruits before, having only seen Dales indulge in them. Observing Nancy's covetous expression, Lazuli brought the remaining half of one fruit to her lips. With a delighted ah, Nancy devoured the morsel. Lazuli, it's delicious. However, feeling slightly unsatisfied by the meager portion, Nancy blinked her large, innocent eyes, yearningly gazing at the fruit still in Sulo's possession. Sulo couldn't help but internally scoff at Nancy's adorable antics, thinking, Nancy, you are Saiyan. Where's your pride and dignity? In the end, Nancy's wish was fulfilled as she partook of the fruit in Sulo's hand. The 3 of them shared the 2 golden fruits. Sulo's power level remained unchanged at 1.78 million, while Lazuli stood at 420,000. The fruits enriched their energy, nourishing their bodies and slightly boosting their mental strength. Sulo's increased by approximately 5, while Lazuli's surged by 18. Nancy, having recovered from the brink of death, saw her power escalate from 21,000 to 35,000 after consuming ordinary fruits, and further rising over 3,000 after indulging in the golden fruits, now reaching around 40,000. Sulo surveyed the desolation surrounding the spirit tree, a thick pall of lifelessness permeating the atmosphere, and sighed, this planet has truly become a dead star. Lazuli, Nancy, step back. I intend to destroy the spirit tree. Lazuli nodded, nudging Nancy, who was still savoring the taste of the fruit, and together they soared away from the spirit tree. Sulo floated before the spirit tree, his hands forming the shape of a flower bud at his waist. Turtle School, energy wave. In an instant, a blue vortex rapidly coalesced into a brilliant energy sphere, and a tremendous energy shockwave erupted, striking the spirit tree. A thunderous roar echoed as the robust roots of the tree fractured from the base, and with a tremendous tremor, the spirit tree exploded. Dozens of azure fruits scattered like glowing flecks, cascading to the earth like gentle rain. The shattered spirit tree collapsed, transforming into nourishment that slowly seeped into the soil. Perhaps in a millennium, this planet would rejuvenate, birthing new life. Sulo mused darkly, wondering if Shrag would vomit blood upon witnessing this scene. After the destruction of the spirit tree, Sulo contacted King North, inquiring about Shrag's estimated time of arrival. The ever-watchful King North twitched his antennae and replied, Shrag will arrive in 4 days. Sulo nodded, choosing silence. You do not intend to confront Shrag, do you? King North's voice resonated again. Why not? Sulo replied. Do not underestimate Shrag. Though he is aged, his power remains formidable, King North warned gravely. I am aware. Time quietly slipped by, and 4 days later, Shrag's legion traversed countless star systems, finally reaching Chingsong Star. Spaceships swayed precariously in the void of space, as if on the brink of disintegration. Shrag stood before the porthole, gazing at Chingsong Star. The dusky yellow planet resembled a lifeless orb, suffused with a heavy aura of decay. This mirrored the scenes depicted in ancient texts. The rooting of the spirit tree heralded the planet's demise. However, Shrag did not discern any trace of the spirit tree, which, by all accounts, should be easily visible even in the vastness of space. Recalling the slain Patrick, an ominous premonition gripped his heart, prompting him to issue a direct command. Land the ships. Yes, responded Tama and several crew members, rapidly inputting commands on the control panel. Soon, the ships descended like meteorites, crashing onto the desolate terrain, stirring up a tempest of dust and smoke. The sound of spaceship hatches opening echoed in succession. Chapter 60, The Battle with Shrag. A multitude of extraterrestrial beings emerged from the spacecraft. Standing upon the increasingly arid land, Shrag's murky gaze swept across the desolation surrounding him. The air was thick with filth, and the wind carried blinding sands. Your Majesty Shrag, no signs of life have been detected on this planet. Several subordinates pressed the detector, only to find no fluctuations in data. This indicated that the individual responsible for Patrick's demise had already departed from this planet, taking with them the fruit of the spirit tree. A cold glint flashed in Shrag's eyes, resembling a demon that devours the hearts of men. The others trembled in fear. Go, retrieve the spirit tree for me. A tree of such magnitude cannot possibly be taken away. Shrag roared in fury. Upon receiving the command, his subordinates immediately ascended into the sky, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, on a distant azure planet, Sulo and Lotsili sat cross-legged by a lake, as ethereal light clusters continually merged into their bodies. Beside them, a little girl named Nancy, with a tail, was diligently throwing punches and kicking, engaged in the most basic of training. 4 days prior, Nancy had left with Sulo and Lotsili. After a while, Sulo opened his eyes, a hint of luminescence flashing within, marking the end of his meditation. It was uncertain whether it was due to consuming the golden fruit, but his meditation speed had increased exponentially over the past few days, yielding results equivalent to what would normally take several tens of days. However, this accelerated pace had just ceased, clearly indicating that the effects of the golden fruit had been fully exhausted. Sulo's dimensional progress had risen to 40, and his combat power reached 81 million. Lotsili also opened her eyes, concluding her meditation, her aura having strengthened further, augmenting her combat power by over 10,000. How was your harvest? Suloing Wayuth. I feel great. If I train for another 3 or 4 months, I should be able to break through to the 3rd dimension. Lotsili replied with a smile. Suluo chaked softly. At that moment, the voice of the North Realm King reached them. Suluo, Shrag has arrived at Qingman Star. Has he finally arrived? Suluo murmured, his eyes gleaming with intensity as a strong battle intent surged within him. Lotsili's expression turned anxious. Suluo gently caressed her delicate face, reassuringly saying, Do not worry. I am merely going to confront Shrag. It is not a fight to the death. If I am unable to prevail, I will use instant transmission to return. Lotsili wrapped her arms around Suluo's neck, and after a gentle kiss on his lips, she released him. Allo, do take care. Suluo nodded, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. On Qingman Star, Shrag stood atop the colossal remnants of the spirit tree. Gazing at the scattered debris, his aged visage gradually twisted into a snarl. The spirit tree had been destroyed. This had been his last hope for rejuvenation, now severed, a reality Shrag could not accept. The energy within him began to surge violently, an overwhelming pressure radiating outward. His subordinates, as Shrag unleashed his fury, felt as though they were being crushed beneath a monumental mountain, struggling to breathe. Bastards, how dare you destroy the spirit tree? A terrifying sound wave reverberated from miles away. Clearly, at this moment, Shrag was in a state of extreme rage. Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared before him without warning. Accompanied by a voice, it declared Shrag, What a pity, you are destined to be estranged from the spirit tree. Who are you? Shrag's subordinates were taken aback as they beheld the black-haired youth who had suddenly materialized before them. Sulo disregarded the minions, surveying Shrag, the malevolent Super Namekian, whose wrinkled face and dark green skin revealed the marks of age. Amidst the dark aura, there was an overwhelming sense of decay and frailty. Yet the energy within him remained astonishingly vast, boasting a battle power of at least 30 million. With a voice as frigid as ice, Shrag inquired, You destroyed the spirit tree. I never expected you to be so old, yet still so quick-witted, Sulo jested. Shrag, stung by Sulo's remark about his age, felt as though something he had desperately tried to conceal had been unveiled. Suppressing his inner fury, Shrag ground his teeth and spat out. Where are the fruits of my spirit tree? Of course, I picked them, Sulo replied, casting an incredulous glance at Shrag. I'm asking you, where did you put the fruits? Shrag's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sulo hurriedly retrieved a spirit tree fruit from his spatial pocket. In Shrag's presence, he swiftly consumed the fruit, discarding the pit onto the ground as if it were refuse. Here, this is the last one. I've consumed all the others. Shrag gazed at the pit lying on the ground, and even from a distance, he could sense the life emanating from it, confirming it as a spirit tree fruit. You claim you consumed them all? Shrag reiterated. Are you hard of hearing in your old age? I just said I ate them all. Provoked continuously by Sulo, Shrag's anger surged, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. Sulo's expression turned grave. Shrag's battle power exceeded 30 million, and he could not afford to be careless. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the eightfold Roshan fist. With a roar, blue flames surged forth, an overwhelming momentum erupting around him. What? Shrag was taken aback by this powerful aura, not out of fear but fury. This human possessed such formidable strength. Perhaps he truly had consumed all the spirit tree fruits. Dimensional space slash. Sulo's finger traced a line through the void, sending a ripple through the air akin to a stone cast into water, racing toward Shrag. Observing such a calm strike, Shrag's expression changed drastically, and an inexplicable fear arose within him. Unable to withstand it, he realized he had to evade. Shrag exerted tremendous force in his legs and leapt high into the air. Yet he was still a moment too late. His lower limbs failed to evade the oncoming void wave, which surged forth with unrelenting power, sweeping towards his subordinates behind him. Silently, the void wave struck like a divine weapon, possessing the might to cleave the very heavens. In an instant, Shrag's followers were severed in twain, like weeds cut down by a scythe. Only a diminutive alien remained unscathed. Shrag felt a searing pain radiating from his legs and bent down to behold the shocking sight. His legs were utterly gone, and violet blood gushed forth like a torrent. Chapter 61. The battle intensifies. Shrag's eyes were bloodshot. How long had it been since he had sustained an injury? The last time was in his prime. When he faced the Frost clan and was grievously wounded, his strength severely diminished. Now, he found himself defeated by an unknown youth. His legs shattered, a humiliation far worse than the agonizing pain of his body. Sulo observed the legless Shrag with a tinge of regret, having hoped that his unexpected attack would gravely injure him. Shrag's aura began to boil with rage, his visage contorted as if he were enduring unspeakable torment. Suddenly, a yellow-green viscous fluid erupted from the severed stumps. Miraculously, his severed legs regenerated, sprouting anew like the tail of a lizard. This remarkable ability of regeneration was an innate talent of the Namekian race. However, such a feat was immensely taxing on his stamina, presenting a considerable burden for the aged Shrag. Seeing Shrag's aura wane slightly, Sulo's lips curled into a faint smile. How dare you inflict such grievous harm upon me? You shall pay with your life to appease my wrath. Shrag roared, then unleashed a furious punch aimed at Sulo. Yet, Sulo was already prepared to evade, shifting his body aside to dodge the blow, and swiftly reposition himself, fists clenched, ready to launch a counterattack with all his might. Boom! 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 The sounds of their fists colliding echoed, as countless afterimages raced from the ground to the sky. Under the dim, yellow sky, Sulo and Shrag engaged in a frenzied melee, their punches raining down like a torrential storm. Invisible energy surged around them, creating a chaotic vortex. Any creature that ventured too close would be obliterated by the unseen force. In a moment of collision, they separated, only to transform into two streaks of light, one blue, one white, crashing violently together. An invisible shockwave emanated from their clash, sweeping outward in all directions. Shrag's subordinates cowered below, trembling in fear as they witnessed the fierce battle unfold. My heavens, what manner of creature has emerged to challenge King Shrag, holding his own against such a formidable foe? As a crowd of onlookers reveled in the chaos, innumerable waves of energy cascaded from the sky like shooting stars. Look out quick! The subordinates of Shrag, akin to startled creatures, scattered in all directions. However, some were unable to evade in time, directly struck by the waves of energy. Boom! 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 A series of explosions resounded, fireballs erupted, and the ground began to tremble. Craters formed on the parched earth, and countless beings were reduced to mere puddles of flesh beneath the onslaught of energy. In the sky, Sulo and Shrag exchanged powerful blows once more before propelling themselves apart. Gasping for breath, Sulo, enveloped in a blue aura, felt warm blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His garments were in tatters. His robust physique bore numerous intersecting wounds and bruises, a testament to the intensity of the battle. He cast a glance at Shrag, who was similarly injured, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Despite Shrag's combat prowess exceeding 30 million, his frail body prevented him from unleashing his full potential, at most tapping into only 40 to 50% of his strength. Much like the character Gohan in the original tale, who, despite possessing immense power, had neglected his training, resulting in a weakened state that hindered his true capabilities. Damnumans, how dare you bring me to such a state of disarray? Shrag panted, his dark eyes glinting with a frigid intensity as he regarded Sulo. Huh, Shrag. Age comes with humility. Just look at your frail appearance. You should be nearing your end. Perhaps it is wise to return home to avoid further embarrassment. Sulo ritorti mercilessly. Very well. It seems I have been underestimated. Shrag's expression fluctuated between rage and despair, his bloodshot eyes shimmering with madness. Suddenly, an immense power surged within him, his aura swelling. 19 million, 24 million, 29 million. It ultimately stabilized at a staggering 35 million combat power. At this moment, Shrag disregarded his weakened, aging body, forcibly unleashing an overload of strength. Though this would burden his body significantly and shorten his lifespan, Shrag could no longer afford care. This human had repeatedly provoked him, trampling upon his dignity, and Shrag could bear it no longer. Is Shrag finally serious? Sulo wiped the blood from his lips. Shrag's aged body hovered in the air, not far away as he raised his hand towards Sulo. As Shrag's arm ascended, an overwhelming sense of danger flooded Sulo's heart. Whoosh! A dark red beam sliced through the air, its trajectory too swift for the eye to perceive. Sulo could only rely on the instincts honed through countless battles. With no room for consideration, he desperately evaded to the side, and almost simultaneously, a sharp pain surged through his left shoulder. A gaping wound appeared on Sulo's shoulder, crimson blood flowing profusely from the injury. Ha ha ha, you human brat. Your evasion is quite swift, Slag's sinister voice echoed. However, let us see how many times you can dodge. With that, a dark red glow shot forth once more from Slag's fingertips. Whoosh! Several beams imbued with the aura of death sliced through the air, reaching Sulo in an instant. The speed was such that Sulo scarcely had a moment to react. Just as the deadly beams were about to pierce through his body, in the next moment, Sulo vanished without a trace. What? Slag's eyes widened in disbelief, having failed to perceive Sulo's trajectory, as if he had simply evaporated. He recalled how Sulo had previously appeared before him with the same suddenness. Don't just focus on what's in front of you. Sulo's cold voice emerged beside him. Such astonishing speed. Slag's heart raced. Yet, Sulo would not grant him the luxury of time to react. A fist powerful enough to obliterate a mountain struck directly at Slag's face. Bang! Slag, caught off guard, took Sulo's punch squarely on his visage. Nevertheless, he was only sent flying a few dozen meters before halting his momentum. His head, askew from impact, gradually turned to face Sulo, revealing a cruel smile. You have struck me painfully, human brat. With that, Slag swiftly elongated his arm, and with a swift motion, he grasped Sulo's arm, yanking him back towards himself. Sulo, pulled by this tremendous force, was drawn right before Slag, who then brutally kneed him in the stomach. Gagging, Sulo coughed up a mouthful of bile. A glint of malevolence shone in Slag's eyes as he clenched his fists and struck down heavily upon Sulo's back. Boom! Sulo felt as though his bones had shattered, blood spewing from his mouth as his body plummeted towards the ground like a cannonball. Crash! The earth trembled once more, a deep pit emerging as thick smoke billowed upward. Chapter 62. Sulo's time stopped. You human brat, it is all your fault that you have deprived me of my chance to regain my youth. Today, you shall perish on this planet. Gazing at the smoke-covered pit, a fierce killing intent erupted in Slag's dark eyes. After traveling countless miles to this planet only to be denied the fruit of the spirit tree, not only had he expended so much energy in vain, but his lifespan had also diminished considerably. How could he not be enraged? With that, Slag extended his palms downward, unleashing waves of white energy shockwaves from his hands. Whoosh! The energy shockwave surged forth, breaking through the dense smoke and crashing into the abyss below. Boom! Boom! Enormous mushroom clouds ascended into the air. Meanwhile, above Slag, the battered Sulo leisurely observed his adversary, unleashing energy upon the ground. Subsequently, Sulo retrieved a mystical bean from the void, placed it in his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it whole. The grievously injured Sulu, under the being's restorative magic, instantly healed. Oblivious to the presence of his foe floating above, Schlag was consumed by his own fury, glaring at the fiery energy erupting beneath him, relentlessly firing energy waves. Once he had vented his rage, he ceased his onslaught. Breathing heavily, he surveyed the ravaged landscape and smugly declared, "Humph, this is the consequence of crossing me, Schlag. Splendid. Splendid. Who would have thought that the once mighty Schlag would vent his frustrations upon the earth? Truly commendable." A chilling voice interrupted his self-satisfaction. Upon hearing the familiar mockery, Schlag's triumphant expression froze. He abruptly looked up to find Sulu grinning mockingly at him. To his horror, he realized that all of Sulu's injuries had completely healed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Schlag roared in disbelief. You were struck at your vital points. There's no way you should be able to move. And why have all your wounds healed? Sulu, however, was not inclined to entertain his inquiries. With arms outstretched and palms facing his face, he proclaimed, "Solar Fist." A radiant brilliance enveloped Sulu, shining as brightly as the sun. Caught off guard by Sulu's sudden and cunning maneuver, Schlag was blinded by the intense light, instinctively shielding his eyes in pain. At that moment, he lost his sight, though it was merely temporary, and his vision would soon return. Nevertheless, this brief interval provided Sulu the perfect opportunity to strike. With a roar, blue energy engulfed Sulu once more. He surged forward, arriving before Schlag in an instant, his fists moving with the weight of mountains, creating afterimages as they rained down upon Schlag. Deprived of sight and unable to sense energy, Schlag could only passively defend himself, but his efforts were futile. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch, heavier than the last, landed squarely on Schlag. Having previously expended too much power, his defenses were no longer as formidable as before. A devastating force penetrated Schlag's body, causing excruciating pain in his internal organs, as though they were on the verge of being torn apart. Bang! Another heavy blow struck Schlag's chin, propelling him into the air. New energy cannon. Sulo brought his fingers together, forming an irregular rectangle, as thunder danced between his palms. In an instant, a terrifying golden light transformed into an energy shockwave, rushing towards Schlag with apocalyptic might. At that moment, Schlag had regained some of his vision. He opened his eyes to see a fearsome golden beam approaching. He hurriedly raised his hands to shield himself. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed. Scorching waves of heat spread through the air. Schlag became a sight to behold, his body marred with charred blackness, a faint scent of burning flesh lingering in the air. Time and again, he had endured such grievous injuries. Damn it! Feeling the agony coursing through his body, Schlag let out a furious roar, his antennae trembling as the hidden power within him surged forth. Since birth, he had suffered only a handful of injuries. To be frank, before encountering Sulo, he had been wounded only once, during a clash with the Frozen Clan. But now, having faced Sulo, Schlag had endured a series of humiliations. He swore he had never felt such a burning desire to kill before. Schlag was determined to end Sulo's life. His fierce gaze fixated on Sulo, a relentless aura of murderous intent enveloping the atmosphere. The air began to boil. Schlag's power surged once more. 38 million, 45 million, 57 million, 69 million, 76 million. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify. This is getting serious, Sulo murmured quietly, feeling the immense pressure radiating from Schlag. It appeared that Schlag was prepared to fight to the death. Suddenly, Schlag vanished from his original position. The next moment, Schlag's voice echoed in Sulo's ear, his icy tone reminiscent of a summons from the depths of hell. Prepare to die. Sulo's pupils constricted sharply. A fist capable of shattering mountains loomed larger in his vision. Sulo had no doubt that if that fist struck his head, it would explode like a watermelon. He had no time to evade. A flash of golden light ignited within Sulo's dark pupils. Time stood still. A gray-white world suddenly descended. Schlag's fist halted just a centimeter from Sulo's face, unable to advance further. Before Sulo could breathe a sigh of relief, he sensed the gray-white world beginning to tremble, as if it were on the brink of shattering. Sulo's expression shifted. His time-stopping ability typically froze opponents with energy levels lower than his own for 0.5 seconds. However, Schlag's energy far surpassed his own, and merely freezing for 0.1 seconds caused the very fabric of time to threaten to unravel. Sulo swiftly dodged to the side. In less than 0.2 seconds, the grayish-white world shattered instantaneously. Schlag, with fists capable of shattering mountains, felt no impact as he gazed at the empty expanse before him. A look of astonishment flickered in his ferocious eyes. "I've struck nothing." Schlag roared in fury. "Where's everyone?" As his voice echoed, a tremendous force suddenly struck the back of his head. This was the full force of Sulo's kick. Bang! Schlag was sent reeling, his body staggering downward. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and he remained oblivious to the presence encroaching upon him, enduring the blow with sheer force. Enraged, Schlag turned to find no trace of his assailant. Bang! 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 In the next moment, waves of pain surged through his abdomen, as if he had been struck countless times. Under this relentless barrage, Schlag's body flew backward. In his peripheral vision, Sulo's figure vanished from sight. Mysterious attacks continued in succession. Chapter 63. The Arrival of Gula. Bang! 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 At this moment, Schlag resembled a punching bag, relentlessly battered by the fleeting silhouette. His body was tossed through the air, and before he could regain his composure, he was struck by a myriad of assaults. Whoosh! Sulo reappeared, unleashing an astounding 48 million units of energy. His fist, enveloped in blue flames radiating intense energy, struck fiercely at Schlag's face, the concentrated power erupting instantly. Schlag's countenance contorted as he was sent flying. Moments later, he halted his backward momentum. Feeling the searing pain on his face, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "You wretched creature!" Schlag roared, summoning the power within him. He raised his hand, unleashing a formidable wave of energy directed at Sulo. Sulo remained calm. Just as the energy wave was about to reach him, his figure vanished once more. The energy wave missed its mark, crashing into the distant ground, and a fiery mushroom cloud erupted, churning upward. Again with his speed. "How can a feeble being like you possess such swiftness?" Schlag bellowed in disbelief. Despite his overwhelming power, he found Sulo's speed so formidable that he could not even make contact. Schlag felt as though he were striking cotton, utterly futile. Suddenly, an intense sense of impending danger caused Schlag's entire body to tremble. In the next moment, 3 void blades tore through space, approaching Schlag from different angles. Schlag had encountered such an assault before and deftly evaded it without hesitation. However, his movements ultimately proved too slow. Swoosh! Swoosh! A blade of nothingness cleaved Schlag in half. Another strike severed his right side diagonally, while one was narrowly avoided. Schlag's anguished screams echoed through the heavens, resonating with profound pain. Sulo, arms crossed and floating before him, coldly remarked on his plight. The sight of that detestable, indifferent face twisted Schlag's features in fury. "Roar!" he bellowed, as his severed body began to regenerate, a thick, viscous substance enveloping the surface. In an instant, Schlag's aura diminished significantly. Once more, he let out a furious roar. Suddenly, a brilliant white flame surged forth, forming a protective shield around him. It seemed the relentless lessons of pain had finally imparted wisdom to Schlag, as he had at last learned to employ defensive techniques. Applause erupted. "Impressive, impressive. Even at such an advanced age, your vitality remains remarkably resilient," Sulo sincerely praised. Yet, to Schlag's ears, it was a most grating sound. "D!" he screamed, as a terrifying fist tore through the air, striking Sulo's illusion in an instant. Once again, Sulo vanished from Schlag's sight. With bloodshot eyes, Schlag frantically searched for Sulo's presence, scanning above, below, left, right, forward, and backward, finding no trace. The vast sky and desolate earth seemed to have swallowed Sulo whole. "You wretched creature, show yourself!" Schlag's furious roar pierced the air, echoing far and wide. Energy waves coalesced in his hands, unleashing indiscriminate attacks all around him. Boom! 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 The ground shattered, and magma erupted from the depths below. From a distance, Sulo, panting yet composed, observed the rampaging Schlag. The relentless use of time, stasis, and teleportation, coupled with full-powered assaults, had drained his strength entirely. "Alas, my own power remains insufficient." Sulo sighed. This encounter with Schlag had revealed the chasm that lay between them, although Sulo had appeared to hold the advantage. His attacks, aside from the dimensional cutting strike, barely inflicted any significant damage, serving merely to irritate Schlag. The prolonged engagement had been solely reliant on the powers of time and space. Recognizing this disparity, Sulo retrieved a mystical bean and consumed it once more, feeling a surge of vitality return within him. North Kai watched in astonishment as the fierce battle unfolded between Sulo and Shrag. He was pleasantly surprised by Sulo's formidable strength, which managed to corner Shrag to such an extent. Although uncertain of the source of Sulo's remarkable recovery, it was evident that he possessed a miraculous ability to restore his injuries and strength entirely. If he continued to deplete Shrag's energy, perhaps he could indeed vanquish that scoundrel. Despite the somewhat underhanded tactics, North Kai found the spectacle exhilarating. Though Shrag had been in seclusion for years, he remained a significant threat to the Northern Galaxy, a volatile and dangerous element. Eliminating Shrag would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. Suddenly, North Kai's attention was drawn to an approaching entity towards Qingman Star. Having been fixated on Sulo and Shrag's confrontation, he had not noticed the arrival of several disc-shaped spacecraft within the vicinity of Qingman Star. With widened eyes, North Kai recognized the familiar insignia of the spacecraft and the haughty figure within. It was Gura and his legion. Gura, a member of the Frozen Clan, was extraordinarily powerful. Years ago, he had wreaked havoc in the Northern Galaxy alongside King Cold and Frisia, before leading his forces towards the Eastern Galaxy. It had been years since Gura's presence was felt in the Northern Galaxy, and now, unexpectedly, he had returned, heading straight for Qingman Star. His intentions were plainly evident. He was after the Spirit Tree. This was dire news that needed to be relayed to Sulo immediately. If Shrag were likened to a weary old wolf, then Gura was undoubtedly a robust lion in his prime. There was simply no comparison between the two. Gura, we are nearing Qingman Star, reported Shaviza. Excellent, Gura replied, seated upon his throne, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the armrest, a sign of his delightful mood. I wonder what expression Shrag will wear upon encountering me. Surprise or terror? A mischievous glint sparkled in Gura's crimson eyes. Shaviza, issue the command for our warriors to remain battle-ready. We shall annihilate every last one of Shrag's forces, Gura commanded. Yes, my lord. Shaviza bowed and retreated. Shrag, your life shall be claimed by me, and the Spirit Tree shall also belong to me. Gura chuckled triumphantly. Shaviza conveyed Gura's orders, and upon receiving the command, the warriors stood at the ready, fully prepared for battle. Chapter 64. The destruction of stars. The devastated land lay in ruins, with scorching lava erupting violently. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and an oppressive heat. At that moment, Shrag resembled a mindless beast, rampaging and wreaking havoc indiscriminately. All you hiding rats, come out. The dark eyes of Shrag have long since lost their rational gleam. Waves of energy are being lavishly expended, as if they were of no cost. Alas, it seems that reason has been abandoned. Sulo sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, speaking softly. A dreadful aura is rapidly approaching. Sulo appeared to sense something, abruptly lifting his gaze toward the dimly lit horizon. His profound eyes seemed capable of penetrating the void, gazing into distant realms. This chilling presence far surpasses that of Shrag. Who could be coming here? Sulo murmured to himself. In the vast universe, beings of such immense power are exceedingly rare, and this aura, icy beyond comparison, is far mightier than Shrag. Three figures emerged in Sulo's mind. The Frost Clan, Gula, King Cold, and Frisia. At that moment, the voice of King Kai resonated in his ears. Sulo, trouble is brewing. The Gula Legion is on the verge of reaching this planet. So, it is Gula. No wonder such a formidable aura emanates. A glint of brilliance flickered in Sulo's deep-set eyes, as if he were contemplating something. Gula is far more powerful than you can imagine. It would be wise not to entertain thoughts of confronting him, King Kai hastily advised, noticing Sulo's rising restlessness. I understand, Sulo nodded, not being a reckless fool. He was well aware of Gula's might, which he could not contend with. If he could barely overcome Shrag, whose battle power was in the millions, how could he possibly face Gula, whose strength exceeded 100 million? That is good to know. Now, make haste to leave this planet. As for Shrag, he can engage Gula in battle, King Kai said with a somewhat cunning tone. If Shrag's legion could clash with Gula's, resulting in mutual destruction, it would be a fortuitous outcome indeed. No rush, King. While Gula has yet to arrive, I shall engage Shrag for a while longer. Sulo's fierce battle spirit surged anew. In an instant, he vanished from his location, reappearing before Shrag. Hey, Sulo, now is not the time for folly. This is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. One misstep could cost you your life, King Kai exclaimed anxiously. Yet Sulo clearly would not heed his words. Such a fine sparring partner as Shrag should not be missed. Forget it, whatever will be, King Kai resigned himself. Upon seeing Sulo materialize before him, Schlag's eyes ignited with fury. The phrase, "when enemies meet," their eyes turn red, aptly describes the moment. Schlag unleashed lethal strikes, yet Sulo deftly evaded them, countering with his own attacks. Soon, an intense battle erupted once more. Outside the Qingshan star, numerous disc-shaped spacecraft hovered in the cosmic expanse. The Gula Legion had arrived, feeling the chilling and powerful presence descending from the distant sky. Suro narrowed his eyes, finally arriving at the destination. It seems the battle has come to an end. Come to an end? Do you think you possess the authority to decide that? A cruel and merciless smile appeared before Suro's eyes as Schlag's fist, like a raging dragon, descended towards his face with tremendous force. Suro's lips curled into a smirk as his figure flickered, as if transcending space itself, and appeared in another part of the sky. Schlag, perhaps we shall meet again for another bout. Of course, that is contingent upon your survival. Oh, by the way, Gula has already arrived on this planet. I wish you the best of luck. Farewell. Suro offered a parting reminder. He had fought valiantly and found satisfaction in the exhilarating clash with Schrag, giving it his all. Attempting to flee? It would not be so simple. Enraged, Schrag waved his hands, unleashing numerous energy shockwaves towards Suro. However, as these energy waves closed in, they found only emptiness. Suro vanished once more into the skies, as silently as he had arrived. "Ah, you wretched creature!" Schrag's fury erupted, his voice echoing towards the heavens, his astonishing aura piercing the clouds. Having been humiliated, he refused to let Suro escape. After venting his rage, Schrag fell into silence, his dark eyes brooding, hinting at madness. "You think you can escape this planet? I shall destroy it immediately and see where you can flee. Even in death, I shall drag you down to hell with me." Schrag's tone was ominous, laced with unrestrained madness. He harbored an infinite loathing for Suro, having dashed his last hope of reclaiming youth. Moreover, during their confrontation, he had exhausted too much stamina and was now on the brink of collapse. He could hardly endure much longer. Schrag glanced upwards, where a familiar spacecraft descended from the sky. He recognized them as the iconic vessels of his old adversaries, the Ice Tribe. A chilling, formidable aura resonated from them, reminiscent of his own. It appeared that the detestable human had spoken the truth. Gula had indeed arrived, seemingly with premeditation. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. It seemed he would meet his end here today. Schrag was acutely aware of Gula's power, which had only grown stronger since his youth. Furthermore, he was now utterly drained, with no hope of being a match for Gula. Gula, I did not expect you to arrive to witness the spectacle of my downfall. However, this is where it ends. Schrag's face contorted with madness as a chilling aura erupted around him, and he began to gather a massive, red energy sphere in his hands. The fiery, crimson glow radiated like a miniature sun, dazzling and resplendent, harboring enough energy to obliterate a planet. "Let's all perish." The voice of Schrag resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of the infernal abyss. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he hurled a colossal sphere of red energy downward. The massive orb emitted a series of resonant hums as it sliced through the air. As time progressed, the energy sphere expanded to a size nearly comparable to that of a small mountain, its searing heat warping the very fabric of space around it. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled as if struck by a titanic meteor, producing a cataclysmic sound. The fiery orb rose like the dawn sun, only to erupt violently, staining the entire realm a deep crimson. The terrifying energy cascaded over the planet's surface, causing the ground to convulse violently. From every corner of the world, magma surged forth, while the sky crackled with lightning, heralding an impending apocalypse. Gura, who had only just arrived on Qingman Star, stood agape, witnessing the chaos unfold. What kind of spectacle is this? I arrive only to witness the obliteration of the planet? Chapter 65 concluded. Savaiza immediately issue a command for a full retreat. Gura said with a grim expression. He had anticipated a surprise attack on Schrag, but instead, Schrag had turned the tables, delivering the shock first. Although the planet's explosion would not ensure his demise, severe injury was inevitable. Moreover, with his army present, losing them all here would be disastrous. Gathering a new formidable force would consume considerable time. Yes, Savaiza responded promptly, hastily relaying the orders. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the newly arrived spacecraft ascended into the sky, retreating in disarray from the planet. The Gura Legion had arrived with great confidence, yet fled in utter disarray. At that moment, a pair of dark, bloodthirsty eyes fixated on the rapidly ascending vessels. Attempting to flee? This king shall not grant you your wish. Shrag raised his hand, aiming at the spacecraft. As a white vortex of energy rapidly coalesced in his palm. With a swift motion, waves of energy surged skyward, akin to dragons soaring, accompanied by piercing sounds that shattered the atmosphere, tearing toward the spacecraft that was on the brink of breaching outer space. Inside the control room of the ship, Gura's tail lashed against the hull, betraying his profound displeasure. He had assumed he could effortlessly subdue Shrag and seize the spirit tree. Yet, Shrag, in a fit of madness, had chosen to annihilate the planet instead. Did he believe such trivial tactics would lead to his demise here? How utterly absurd. Just then, the ship's warning system emitted urgent alerts. What is happening? Gura's face darkened, his annoyance palpable. King Gura, it is dire. A powerful energy reaction is about to collide with the spacecraft. The extraterrestrial responsible for intelligence reported urgently. Gula furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in, as if a realization struck him, causing his heart to tremble. Could it be? Without hesitation, he rushed out of the spacecraft. Waves of energy surged toward the ship in a relentless torrent. Schlag! Gula bellowed, raising his hand, a crimson glow emanating from his fingertips. In an instant, a barrage of finger cannons intercepted the nearest wave of energy. However, the remaining spacecraft were not so fortunate. Thunderous explosions erupted, a cacophony of detonation resonating through the dark cosmic expanse. Fiery orbs burst forth, only to vanish moments later, dissolving into thick plumes of smoke. Countless fragments of spacecraft plummeted from the heavens. Gula's forces suffered a staggering one-third reduction in their ranks due to this onslaught. Observing the grievous losses inflicted upon his troops, Gula's icy gaze fell upon the planet below, on the verge of annihilation. Meanwhile, Schlag seemed to sense something, his murky eyes fixed upon the distant sky. The former Dominator and the current Overlord locked eyes across the vast expanse, as if igniting a spark. With a crack, the core of the planet fractured, causing it to swell dramatically. At this moment, Chingswan Star had reached the brink of obliteration. Torrents of lava intertwined with violet lightning, swiftly engulfing Schlag's decrepit form. The serene cosmic void erupted as Chingswan Star transformed into a colossal fireball, exploding spontaneously, with sparks resembling fireworks bursting forth in splendid beauty. The once mighty cosmic sovereign Schlag and his legion perished alongside the demise of Chingswan Star in this celestial realm. One might have anticipated a grand interstellar conflict between Schlag's forces and Gula's, yet it was astonishing that Schlag chose to obliterate the planet, opting for mutual destruction. Such an end is indeed remarkable. Sulo floated in the cosmic expanse, witnessing the explosion of Chingswan Star and sensing the life force of Schlag extinguish, eliciting a profound sense of melancholy. He had not departed earlier, intending to witness a spectacular battle. Little did he expect Schlag to react so precipitously, annihilating the star at the slightest provocation. One would have hoped for a struggle at the very least. From across the starry divide, Sulo sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Gula, a flicker of battle intent flashing in his eyes, only to be replaced by tranquility. He was not yet a match for Gula. There was no need to seek unnecessary hardship. There would be ample opportunities in the future. With this thought, he vanished from sight. Gula's life signals had all but dissipated, suggesting that Schlag and his legion had met their end as well. Shaviza glanced at the detector's lens, which transmitted no data, and reported, whom Gula responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, though his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Not only had Gula's forces gained nothing from this engagement, but they had also suffered significant losses. Originally, Gula believed that Shrag had chosen to annihilate the planet solely to counter him. However, with Shrag's demise, this notion dissipated. As an old adversary, Gula was acutely aware that Shrag was an individual who greatly valued his life. He would never choose death unless he was utterly cornered. Who then had compelled Shrag to such a desperate state? Gula was astonished to discover that, aside from their frozen kin, there existed other formidable beings in the universe. Pondering this left Gula in a foul mood, prompting him to issue a command: return. Meanwhile, on North King Star, the North King felt remarkably pleased. Although events did not unfold as he had anticipated, the outcome was nearly equivalent. Shrag's legion was completely obliterated, while Gula's forces suffered severe losses. Splendid. The North King excitedly drove his small car, speeding along the planetary roads. Hey, Lazuli, why are you daydreaming over there? Come and spar with me, Nancy exclaimed, hands on her hips, her tone brimming with pride as she observed Lazuli, who sat by the lake, lost in thought. I'm not interested, Lazuli replied. casting a fleeting glance at Nancy's petite figure before returning her gaze to the water. Are you looking down on me? Nancy retorted, displeased. That is not my intention. Then why won't you fight me? I simply don't want to. Nancy pouted and then took a seat beside her. Where's Sulo? Off to fight? Lazuli murmured. What? And he didn't take me along? Nancy's tone escalated. Take you? You wouldn't last a moment against anyone. At that moment, a voice, magnetic and captivating, resonated. Allo. Upon hearing that familiar voice, a charming smile graced Lazuli's lips. However, upon seeing Sulo in tattered clothing, her brow furrowed with concern as she gently touched him. I'm fine, Sulo chuckled, ruffling the girl's hair. I have a problem. Sulo, what did you mean by that just now? Nancy queried, her dissatisfaction evident. The literal meaning. You're infuriating. Chapter 66, Daily Training, Part 1. Lazuli cast a sharp glance at Nancy, signaling her to be quiet. Instantly, Nancy fell silent. After all, Lazuli was the one providing the meals, and angering her could mean no delicious food. Sulo sat next to Lazuli and recounted the recent battle, vividly illustrating the events with a hint of pride on his face. Lazuli and Nancy listened attentively, with Nancy occasionally interjecting with exclamations. Allo, that was far too reckless. Didn't you say you'd return if you couldn't win? Lazuli chided, having heard about Sulo's perilous encounters in battle. I couldn't help myself. Sulo replied sheepishly, scratching his nose. Hey Sulo, just how strong is this shrag you mentioned? Nancy could not contain her curiosity. Quite formidable, remarked Sulo. In terms of combat power, it exceeds yours by over 1,000 times. Oh, so it's merely a bit strong, Nancy retorted. 1,000 times doesn't seem particularly impressive. How many times did you say? Her voice elevated slightly as she began to grasp the implications. Approximately 1,900 times, Sulo responded with a knowing smile, observing the astonishment in the young girl's eyes. You must be jesting. Even that rascal Frisia does not possess such strength, Nancy rebutted, her expression conveying disbelief. Nancy, you underestimate Frisia considerably. His power is far beyond your imagination, Sulo said with a hint of seriousness. Seeing Sulo fall silent, Nancy became anxious, akin to an ant on a hot pan, urging him, please continue. Frisia's true combat power is a staggering 2 billion. However, this immense strength is difficult for him to control, so he has sealed it away through transformation, Sulo narrated casually. Wait, what does 2 billion even mean? Nancy inquired, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Having wandered since a young age, her knowledge in such matters was lacking. The only numbers she recalled were from her previous encounters with the Dale's fruit. What is 2 billion? I've never heard of it. Sulo and Lazuli exchanged glances before focusing on Nancy. What are you staring at? Never seen it before? Nancy snapped, feeling flustered. To put it simply, Frisia's combat power is roughly 3,000 times yours, Sulo chuckled. So he is that powerful. Nancy realized, yet felt a disquieting sensation. Wait, why must you use me as an example? She protested, feeling her pride challenged. Grinding her small silver teeth, she glared at Sulo. Don't look at me like that. I'm merely stating the truth. He shrugged nonchalantly. Nancy turned her head away. Yet, the thought of Frisia's overwhelming strength, contrasted with her own weakness, made her clench her fists in frustration, only to release them moments later. Feeling disheartened by the vast disparity, she pondered how she could possibly bridge such a gap. Is Nancy truly so easily discouraged? That is not like you. Lazuli gently patted her head. Not at all. Nancy insisted stubbornly. Nancy, have you ever heard the legend of the Super Saiyans? Sulo sadani interjective. Of course, it's a tale passed down through our lineage. Why do you ask? She replied, puzzled. The Super Saiyan does indeed exist. If you diligently train, you might just have a chance to become one, Sulo encouraged. Is what you say truly real? Nancy exclaimed, bounding towards Sulo, her excitement palpable. Indeed it is, he affirmed. Receiving Sulo's affirmation, Nancy felt invigorated, as if she had been energized by a surge of vitality. I, Nancy, shall undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan. Observing Nancy's spirited demeanor, Sulo exchanged a knowing smile with Lazuli. Lazuli pointed at Sulo's tattered attire, saying, Allo, look at yourself. Your clothes are in such disarray. Shouldn't you change and freshen up? Indeed, Sulo responded, swiftly planting a kiss on Lazuli's cherry lips before striding towards a villa by the lake. A subtle blush graced Lazuli's charming face as she chuckled softly. As night fell, the gentle moonlight bathed the earth. In the kitchen, a sumptuous feast adorned the table. Sulo and Nancy seemed to be in a race for the delicacies. Shadows flitted across the plates with remarkable speed. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Sulo and Nancy's cheeks bulged with food as they continued to shovel more into their mouths. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Lazuli remarked, observing the two devour their meal. Sulo and Nancy exchanged a glance and replied in unison, indeed. The night quietly slipped away. The next day dawned with a blue sky and white clouds, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Two figures darted swiftly, appearing here and there in a blur of motion, leaving behind a cascade of afterimages. Boom! 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 Nancy's strikes landed with a resounding thud on the ground, creating a multitude of craters in the lush green grass. Do not rely solely on your eyes to gauge the enemy's position. Close your eyes and use your heart to sense your surroundings, to perceive the flow of air, and thus discern the enemy's trajectory, Sulo instructed, moving like a wraith around Nancy. Listening to Sulo's guidance, Nancy shut her eyes and attuned herself to the environment. At that moment, the surroundings felt still until she sensed a slight movement of air to her left. With a swift motion, she opened her eyes and threw a punch to the left, landing it accurately on Sulo. Yet, before she could revel in her success, she felt no impact. Sulo's form was gradually fading away, revealing that she had struck only an afterimage. Where'd he go? Nancy exclaimed anxiously, scanning her surroundings. Stop looking around aimlessly. Focus your attention. Sulo appeared behind Nancy in an instant, delivering a swift kick to her rear. Ouch! Nancy tumbled forward, landing on the ground. Rising to her feet, she dusted off her backside and expressed her frustration. I clearly sense him on the left just now. On the battlefield, the enemy's techniques are ever-changing. You must think critically and strategize how to anticipate the enemy's next move, Sulo said with a calm smile, his figure flickering as he materialized before Nancy. With a slight curl of his finger, he playfully flicked her forehead. With a resounding thud, Nancy's petite frame traced a trajectory through the sky before colliding forcefully with the grand tree. Ouch, that hurts, she exclaimed, rubbing her forehead and grimacing in pain. Once more, she declared, charging at Sulo again. Observing her, Sulo simply shook his head. Once again, Nancy was sent flying. She quickly scrambled to her feet, only to find herself on the ground once more. Chapter 67, Daily Training, Part 2. As days passed quietly, Nancy's innate talent proved to be on par with Li's. Under Sulo's guidance, she swiftly mastered the art of sensing chi and acquired a variety of combat techniques, making remarkable progress. After mentoring Nancy, Sulo commenced his own training. On this particular day, the azure sky and white clouds mirrored upon the lake's surface as a gentle breeze stirred the water, creating shimmering ripples. Beside the lake stood a colossal metallic structure. Inside the gravity chamber, under an astonishing weight of 230 times gravity, Sulo relentlessly threw punches forward. His strikes were swift as the wind, leaving behind numerous afterimages, each producing explosive sounds as they sliced through the air. After completing 10,000 punches, Sulo proceeded to other exercises, kicking, push-ups, sit-ups, running, and full-body impact training. In the evening, he consumed spiritual fruits while engaging in meditative practice. Although the ordinary spiritual tree fruit lacked the efficacy of the golden variety, it still provided a commendable boost for meditation, enhancing speed threefold for a duration of 2 hours. Combat served as the ultimate test of training results. Amidst his practice, Sulo made time to spar with Li, exchanging insights and experiences from their training. Nancy, not one to be outdone, would eagerly challenge Li whenever she felt a slight increase in her strength, opting against sparring with Sulo due to her frequent defeats. The monotonous days of training drifted by, and soon 7 months had elapsed. After concluding a day's training, Sulo dragged his weary body through the door of his home. The evening sky had deepened, painted with the vibrant hues of sunset that cast a gentle beauty over the dusk. After a simple dinner and a brief rest, he indulged in a soothing bath, washing away the fatigue from his body. Upon entering the living room, he found Nancy lounging on the sofa, idly watching an educational program on television. Snacking on treats, she continuously popped into her mouth. Li sprawled lazily on the opposite end of the sofa. Due to the sweltering heat, the girls wore light attire. Nancy in a loose shirt paired with shorts, revealing her fair and delicate skin. As Sulo approached, Nancy's eyes gleamed mischievously, and she offered him her snacks in a somewhat obsequious manner. What is the occasion for such unexpected kindness? Speak up, what do you want? Sulo questioned, eyeing her suspiciously without accepting the offered treats. It's nothing serious, Nancy replied with a cheerful grin. Previously, did you not mention that if I could adeptly wield power, you would teach me the Luo Saiyan fist? I have now achieved that. When Nancy spoke of the Luo Saiyan fist, a glimmer of brightness illuminated her pitch-black eyes. She had long coveted this ultimate technique that could exponentially enhance one's strength. Oh, so soon? It seems you possess considerable talent, Su Luo remarked, somewhat astonished. Although Nancy had rapidly increased her power by consuming the fruit of the spiritual tree, her control over that power had remained quite rudimentary, almost crude. Of course, such a trivial matter could never daunt me, Nancy declared with her hands on her hips. Her head held high in pride. Bang! A sharp sound echoed as Su Luo lightly tapped her on the head, chiding her to not become overly arrogant. You hit my head again. I'll bite you, Nancy exclaimed, grinding her small silver teeth and lunging at Su Luo with an open mouth. Su Luo effortlessly pressed down on her little head, preventing her from advancing even an inch. You wish to bite me? With your current strength, you are far from capable. Despite her utmost efforts, Nancy could not reach Su Luo at all. Frustrated, Nancy retreated to her room, taking her anger out on her plush bear. Lazili couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Su Luo taking advantage of the situation. Ha ha ha, Su Luo laughed lightly, settling beside Lazili. Allo, only bully Nancy. Lazili leaned against Su Luo's shoulder, her breath reminiscent of an ethereal orchid, her clear, water-like eyes sparkling with mirth. Su Luo wrapped his arm around Lazili's slender waist, drawing her close and inhaling her faint, delicate fragrance. He chuckled softly, noting that the young girl was far too proud. That simply wouldn't do. However, Nancy's progress had indeed been quite rapid, Lazili observed. Su Luo nodded in agreement. Initially, Nancy's aptitude was not particularly impressive by the Saiyan standards of assessing new infant warriors. She was merely a low-level fighter. Yet, after consuming so many spiritual tree fruits, her capabilities had long surpassed those of a so-called advanced warrior. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The primary reason lay in Nancy's martial talent and her unwavering desire to grow stronger, not to mention the guidance she received. Lazili, you must strive to keep up. Do not let Nancy surpass you. Su Luo playfully pinched Lazili's delicate, water-like face. I will never be surpassed by her. Lazili retorted with a haughty snort. She possessed her own pride, confident that she would not fall short against anyone. Su Luo observed the bright confidence gleaming in Lazili's eyes and chuckled softly. As their gazes locked, they gradually drew closer, feeling each other's breath, before finally embracing in a kiss. As they surrendered to the moment, an untamed desire awakened within Su Luo, prompting him to lift Lazili effortlessly into his arms. Allo, what are you planning to do? Lazili's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice barely above a whisper, sensing that something might unfold that evening, her heart racing uncontrollably. I wish. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Luo entered the room, cradling Lazili in his arms. The weather on Water Blue Star was perpetually unpredictable. A cloudless night sky shimmered with the faint light of countless stars, but soon dark clouds gathered ominously, and before long, a gentle drizzle began to fall. The rain intensified, pouring down in torrents, accompanied by the cacophony of thunder and lightning that drowned out the startled cries of small creatures. Suddenly, a crimson bolt of lightning split the heavens, casting a scarlet hue across the sky. The deluge persisted for an indeterminate duration, gradually tapering off until it ceased quietly. The clouds dispersed, leaving a serene night sky adorned with brilliant stars. The spring night had been thoroughly enjoyed. The following day, as dawn broke, a sliver of morning light filtered through the curtains and graced the room. Su Luo held the sleeping maiden in his arms, her form curled like a tiny kitten. A delicate blush adorned her tender face, and her golden hair cascaded carelessly over Su Luo's shoulder. Observing the hint of weariness on Lazili's charming visage, Su Luo felt a surge of tenderness. He gently pulled the blanket over her and placed a soft kiss on her forehead before stepping out of the bedroom. Today, it was his turn to prepare breakfast. Chapter 68, Journey to Yadalat Star. Su Luo made his way to the kitchen, swiftly preparing a sumptuous breakfast, nutritious and delicious, perfect for replenishing vitality. Lazili, enticed by the enticing aroma, wandered into the kitchen and, upon seeing Su Luo's busy figure, her ice-blue eyes sparkled like clear water. With a playful smile, she approached and embraced him from behind. Good morning, Luo. Good morning. Their tender moment was soon interrupted as Nancy emerged, yawning widely. Observing the affectionate pair from a distance, she scoffed, unable to comprehend the significance of their actions. Surely, it was far more meaningful to train for battle. At the breakfast table, Sulo, Li, and Nancy gathered to enjoy their meal. Nancy hastily devoured her food, exclaiming, "I'm done. Sulo, hurry up. I want to learn the Luo-Xian fist." The tranquil days passed by, and as Sulo and Li transcended the final barrier of innocence, they found themselves entwined daily, their feelings blossoming rapidly. As young lovers, having tasted the intoxicating pleasures of their bond, they found it increasingly difficult to restrain themselves, often orchestrating a symphony of life each night. By day, they engaged in martial arts practice and shared experiences. By night, they remained close, continuing their training and exchanges. Sulo began to understand why so many fell into the embrace of tenderness, finding it hard to extricate themselves. Fortunately, with a steadfast will, Sulo emerged from a period of indulgence, and despite Li's wistful gaze, he resumed his rigorous training. A year slipped by quietly. One day, amidst the desolate expanse of the vast Gobi Desert, the sun blazed fiercely, and the earth felt like a steamer, making it difficult to breathe. The power within Sulo surged forth like an unstoppable torrent as he spread his hands wide. A sphere of shimmering golden energy coalesced in his palms, emanating a faint purple hue, with tendrils of lightning dancing around it. This was the Thunderlight Cannon, with a forceful upward thrust of his hands. The purple currents intertwined with a golden shockwave, roaring like an enraged thunder dragon as it soared skyward, unleashing an energy capable of obliterating planets in an instant. Boom! The resounding explosion echoed through the heavens. The fiery energy and purple lightning intermingled, resembling the cataclysmic eruption of a celestial body as the destructive force rapidly expanded, warping the very fabric of the sky as if it were on the brink of shattering. Once the tempest of energy subsided, the purple lightning continued to linger in the atmosphere, refusing to dissipate. Observing the devastating power of the Thunderlight Cannon, Sulo nodded in satisfaction. This technique was a synthesis of the Chi Cannon and the world-shaking palm, not only embodying the attributes of both, but also amplifying their potency severalfold. He accessed his personal panel. Host, Sulo age, 22 dimension, level 4, Yama 43, talent, martial arts heart, space-time power bloodline, Huaxia, Yin Huang bloodline, skills, celestial meditation, time stasis 0, 5s, instant teleportation, dimensional slash, sky manipulation, Luo-Xian fist, 10x, Thunderlight Cannon combat power, 4,960,000 evaluation. In the cosmos, you are regarded as a dominant master. While consuming the fruits of the spirit tree for cultivation, Sulo rapidly ascended to the 4th dimension, experiencing a significant enhancement in both vitality and mental strength, with his rate of power growth accelerating remarkably. However, his progress in space-time abilities remained minimal. The time stasis had lingered at 0.5 seconds for an extended duration, seemingly obstructed by a formidable barrier. Yet, as Sulo's strength grew, he sensed this barrier thinning, perhaps indicating that upon reaching a certain threshold, he could transcend it and attain a new realm. His range of instant teleportation had greatly expanded, now covering a distance equivalent to 1/10 of the northern galaxy. Stretching and easing his muscles, a cacophony of popping sounds echoed like sizzling beans. It was time to return. In a flash, he vanished from his location. Upon his return to Water Blue Star, Sulo beheld a fierce battle unfolding in the sky between two figures, one clad in white and the other in blue. The clash resonated with a series of explosive sounds as they exchanged blows, their afterimages intertwining, releasing invisible shockwaves that scattered the heavy clouds above. The battle raged on for an extended period, and Nancy was nearing her limit. Observing the blue figure in the sky, Sulo noted that despite her unwavering fighting spirit, her aura had begun to waver. In contrast, Li maintained a steady presence, effortlessly navigating the conflict. As was to be expected, after more than a year of diligent training, Li's combat power surged from 420,000 to 270,000, while her Luo-Xian fist reached a remarkable 7-fold mastery, and her dimensional level achieved 61 of the 3rd tier. Meanwhile, Nancy's combat prowess escalated from 40,000 to 310,000, with her Luo-Xian fist attaining 3-fold proficiency. Although Sulo had imparted the heavenly god meditation technique to her, Nancy made slow progress. With the aid of the spirit tree's fruit, she recently broke through to the 2nd tier of dimension. This should not be misconstrued as a reflection of Nancy's lack of talent, but rather her impatience, often showing a hit-or-miss attitude towards her training. It is important to note that Nancy is a Saiyan, known for a fiery temperament, making it quite challenging for her to sit quietly and meditate for an entire evening. In the celestial battlefield, the clash between the two was nearing its conclusion. Lazuli and Nancy each gathered a wave of energy, launching it towards one another. The two radiant energy blasts collided spectacularly in the air. As anticipated, the final confrontation resulted in Nancy's defeat. Breathless and disheveled, Nancy lay on the grass, gasping for air. After catching her breath, Lazuli glanced at Nancy's fallen form, a triumphant smile gracing her delicate features. "You lost again, Nancy," she remarked playfully. "Next time, I will claim victory." Nancy retorted between breaths. "You said the same thing last time," Lazuli teased, eliciting a moment of silence from Nancy. With a gentle laugh, Lazuli acknowledged, "But you've improved remarkably in such a short time." "Hee hee," Nancy replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. At the dining table, Sulo, along with Lazuli and Nancy, discussed their upcoming training plans. They were set to journey to the planet Adratlat. Sulo recalled that the Adratlations possessed many wondrous secret techniques. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong's instant transmission was also learned from the Adratlations. "That sounds fantastic. When shall we depart?" Lazuli and Nancy exclaimed with brightened eyes. They had long coveted the skill of instant transmission, yet it was a unique ability of Suluo's, which he could not impart to them. This time, they were determined to master such extraordinary techniques during their visit to Adratlat. "Let us rest for the night and set off tomorrow," Suluo suggested, to which the two girls happily nodded in agreement. That night, in a certain room, the symphony of life resonated once more. The following morning, Suluo, accompanied by the two girls, utilized instant transmission to depart from Water Blue Star, setting their course for Adratlat. Chapter 69, The Marvelous Secret Technique. Adratlat is located at the edge of the northern galaxy, inhabited by the Adratlations, a race of extraordinary intellect. Known for their gentle nature, they're not fond of combat, but are deeply passionate about the study of secret techniques, having invented many wondrous methods that others yearn for. On this day, Adratlat welcomed 3 visitors. In a stone forest whoosh, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. "This is Adratlat." Suluo inhaled deeply, savoring the air. Nancy cast a curious glance around her, then attuned her senses to the energy of the planet, yet found no formidable aura. The Adratans possess many wondrous secret techniques. Perhaps they are adept at concealing their presence, which would not be surprising, Suluo explained. It is rumored that the combat prowess of the Adratans is not particularly high. Yet in the original narrative, this planet was indeed the target of the Jinyu Force's mission. This suggests that the Adratans are not without strength. With their considerable abilities paired with enchanting techniques, the Adratans can be regarded as one of the rare powerful races in the cosmos. However, they are a peace-loving people, averse to war, which bears a striking resemblance to the Namekians. In the original story, when Goku fled to Yadarada in a Jinyu Force spacecraft, he was in a severely injured state, arguably at his most vulnerable. Yet, not only did he remain unscathed, but he also mastered a remarkable technique, instant transmission. This illustrates that the Yadaratans are indeed benevolent. As long as one does not harbor hostility towards them, they will reciprocate with goodwill. A look of surprise crossed Suluo's face as he suddenly sensed a faint spatial fluctuation before him. With his expertise in temporal and spatial matters, he effortlessly perceived the disturbances around him. Before his eyes, the space shimmered like the surface of water, and in the next moment, an individual clad in peculiar attire materialized before Suluo and his companions. With pink skin, simple features, and a towering stature nearing 3 meters. This being donned garments reminiscent of those worn by Goku in the original tale, unmistakably a Yadartan. However, this appearance diverged somewhat from Suluo's expectations of the Yadartans. Lazuli and Nancy paused momentarily, then swiftly regained their composure, for they were already aware of the Yadartans' peculiar secret techniques that enabled them to sense their arrival. Thus, this encounter was not entirely unexpected. "Travelers from afar, might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to Yadarada?" The Yadartan inquired gently. Recognizing the friendliness in the query, Suluo, in turn, responded with courtesy. "We have heard of the extraordinary secret techniques possessed by the Yadartans and have journeyed from afar to learn them." The Yadartan squinted slightly, observing Suluo and his companions for a moment before kindly stating, "I can sense that your heartbeats and emotional fluctuations are quite steady, suggesting that you speak truthfully." Since you harbor no ill intent and seek knowledge of our techniques, we Yadartans extend a warm welcome. The Yadartan chuckled softly. Suluos mail fantli. Please lead the way. We wish to meet the Elder. To learn the secret techniques, we must first seek the Elder's approval. After speaking, the Yadartan floated gracefully towards the southeast. Observing the Yadartan's departure, Sulo and his companions hurriedly followed suit. A few flickers of light swiftly traversed the sky, soon arriving at the dwelling of the Adratrians. This was a town imbued with a modern essence, leaving Sulo somewhat astonished. It seemed that the technological prowess of the Adratrians was indeed formidable. As soon as Sulo and his companions touched down, a throng of Adratrians emerged from the surrounding buildings, curiously scrutinizing these newcomers. The Adratrians bore a distinctive appearance. Their skin was a soft pink, their ears elongated, their eye bags prominent, and their heads adorned with mottled white patches, perfectly aligning with Suluo's previous impressions. Suluo pondered silently, realizing that there appeared to be several types of Adratrians. Under the guidance of the Adratrians, Suluo and his companions arrived at a spacious martial arts hall. Within this vast arena stood a tall Adratrian, his hands clasped behind his back, his simple yet amiable features radiating kindness. This figure was the elder of the Adratrians, Lord Pabala, as introduced by the locals. The elder Pabala spoke in a gentle tone. Mond has just communicated with me telepathically. I am aware of your intentions. We Adratrians welcome every individual with a benevolent heart. Thus, I consent to your study of our secret arts. Thank you, Suluo sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude. However, the elder continued. Before you embark on your studies of the secret arts, you must first learn something else. What must we learn? Suluo inguayir, somewhat perplexed. You must first learn to control the spirito and understand its structure, Elder Pabala elucidated. Spirito? Both Lotzi Lee and Nancy wore expressions of confusion, and even Suluo's mind flashed with a large question mark. What exactly is spirito? Observing the trio's bewilderment, Elder Pabala extended his palm, conjuring a pink sphere of light within it. This is the spirito. It is our term for the internal power within us Adratrians. Realization dawned upon Suluo and his companions. So, they were referring to Chi. Ah, Elder Pabala, we understand now, they replied in unison. Elder Pabala nodded and then instructed Mond. Mond, you are responsible for guiding them in learning the spirito. Understood, Elder Pabala. Please follow me, esteemed guests, Mond. The Adratrian who had led them beckoned, escorting Suluo and his companions to another training ground. The training area was a massive stone platform, flanked by sharply pointed stone cones. Before we begin your practice, I wish to impart some knowledge, Mon stated. Suluo and his companions nodded attentively. The secret arts of our Adratrian world are all derived from the mastery of spirito. Whether it be instantaneous movement, Mon placed his fingers upon his forehead, and soon after, shadows began to flit around Suluo and his companions, demonstrating a remarkable feat of teleportation. Following this exhibition, Mond proceeded to perform the technique of duplication, resulting in dozens of replicas of himself appearing in the spacious training ground. Suluo was taken aback, realizing that this was indeed a form of shadow clone technique. And to his astonishment, each of these clones was corporeal rather than mere afterimages created by rapid movement. This was an extraordinary secret art. Moreover, after demonstrating duplication, the enlarged Mond showcased another transformation. His body instantaneously shrank to a height of around 80 to 90 centimeters, only to revert back to his towering stature. Huh. Suluo, Razali, and Nancy expressed their bewilderment. Wasn't he supposed to be enlarged? Why had he shrunk so drastically? Could it be that the diminutive figure was Mond's true height? Chapter 70, The Art of Secret Techniques. After demonstrating 3 secret arts, Mond ceased his display. All 3 techniques he had just showcased were achieved through the manipulation of spirito, movement, division, and enlargement. This revelation left Suluo astounded. Everyone could do this? The notion of teleportation felt rather commonplace to him. If I wished to learn teleportation, how long would it take? Nancy inquired with curiosity. Little girl, while teleportation is not an exceedingly complex technique, mastering it does require a significant investment of time, Mond replied with a smile. As I mentioned earlier, the foundation of these techniques lies in spirito, and the training in spirito varies from person to person. Suluo and his companions nodded, understanding that in simpler terms, it all boiled down to innate talent. Mond then proceeded to explain the principles of spirito and how to cultivate it. For the people of Adrat, training in spirito, essentially the manipulation of energy, involves achieving a certain balance between energy and the mind and body to be deemed successful. Sulo and his companions were quite adept at energy manipulation, as the practice of a Losan fist was fundamentally a training in energy control. Following Mon's guidance, Sulo mastered the equilibrium of energy and mind within a day. Rasley took 2 days, while Nancy, being a bit slower, required 4 days. This achievement astonished Mon greatly, for even among the Adrat people, extensive practice from a young age was necessary, with the fastest requiring a month and the slowest several years. Though the cultivation of spirito varied among individuals, their progress was truly exceptional. I never expected you to complete your training so swiftly. It puts me to shame. In my day, it took me 3 months to achieve this, Mond remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Mr. Mond, you flatter us, came the humble response. Sulo shook his head, noting that their swift completion of cultivation was entirely due to prior training in this regard. His display of humility instantly garnered Mond's favor. With a smile, Mond remarked that they had successfully completed their foundational training and could now proceed to the study of arcane arts. He then led Sulo and the others back to the small town. After navigating a winding path, they arrived at their destination. We have arrived, Mond announced as they stood before an ancient bronze gate, intricately carved with various enigmatic runes. The 4 Adralitarians stationed as guards immediately exhibited a respectful demeanor upon seeing Mond. Lord Mond, they greeted. Mond nodded in acknowledgement and instructed one of the guards to open the gate. The guard manipulated the runes etched upon the bronze door, murmuring a few obscure phrases. The runes glimmered with a cerulean light, and the bronze gate slowly swung open. Please, enter, Mond beckoned as he stepped through the threshold, with Sulo and his companions closely following. Upon crossing the bronze door, they felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm. They found themselves in a spacious hall, suffused with an ancient and profound aura. The surrounding walls were adorned with intricate patterns composed of strange runes, exuding an air of magnificence. Mr. Mond, this seems to be an alternate space, Sulo observed, sensing the absence of any other presence, as if they were cut off from the outside world. It bore a resemblance to the room of spirit and time, appearing to be a unique spatial existence. Indeed, Mond chuckled. This hall is an extraordinary space crafted through the tireless efforts of our Adralitar ancestors. Without the method to unlock the bronze door, outsiders can never enter. Even if they were to destroy the door, it would serve no purpose. Mond explained generously. The Adralitarians are truly a wise race, Sulo remarked in admiration. Indeed. Both Lazili and Nancy nodded in agreement. Hearing the praise from Sulo and his companions filled Mond, an Adralitar himself, with a sense of inexplicable pride. Mond gestured towards the carved patterns on the walls, elucidating. These patterns represent the arcane arts of our Adralitar race. By focusing your minds on observing the patterns, the information regarding the arcane arts will manifest within your consciousness. However, since you are not Adralitarians, you will experience a spiritual shock while learning these arts. For an ordinary individual, it is advisable to select one arcane art to cultivate, with a maximum of 2. Attempting to learn more could lead to an overwhelming shock and potential collapse. Mond cautioned. However, it seems that you 3 have cultivated remarkable arcane arts, as your soul strength is significantly superior to that of most. Perhaps you may attempt to study 3 arcane arts. However, I do not particularly advise these 2 young ladies to proceed in such a manner. There exists a certain degree of risk for both of you. Nevertheless, cultivating 2 secret techniques poses no issue whatsoever. As for you, Sulo, it may be worth your while to attempt this, given your formidable soul strength. Mond cast a glance at Sulo and the others, offering a suggestion. We understand. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Mond, Sulo replied. Mond nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I shall not intrude upon your practice any longer. Should you require anything, simply inform the guards. He added with a few more words of caution before taking his leave. You both heard Mr. Mond's words, did you not? Sulo was about to emphasize again, cautioning the 2 ladies against overindulgence. Oh, we know. You're so tedious, Nancy said with a hint of impatience, then eagerly took Lotzi Li's hand and dashed away. Lotzi Li, let us go find the teleportation technique. Sulo was rendered speechless. He wondered if Nancy had become a bit too carefree. However, with Lotzi Li keeping an eye on her, he felt little concern. He then approached a wall, selecting a particular pattern to examine closely. Focusing intently on the design, strange runes shimmered with a cerulean light, and the information regarding the secret techniques surged into Sulo's mind. As his gaze traversed the pattern, A multitude of wondrous secret techniques emerged in his consciousness, some for offense, others for defense, and still others for assistance or sealing. Yet, the prerequisite for mastering these techniques is an extraordinarily precise control over the spirito. No wonder they emphasize the necessity of spirito training first. Among these, two particularly intriguing techniques surfaced in his mind. The force separation technique, capable of forcibly extracting the spirito that an opponent has fused with or absorbed. This technique seemed quite fascinating. Sulo silently committed it to memory before continuing to explore other techniques. He also fortuitously discovered the pattern depicting the teleportation technique. Sulo gleaned a general understanding of it. The teleportation of Yadralati people occurs through a subtle connection between energies, twisting space to facilitate transfer. It consumes little energy. However, its limitation is that one cannot teleport to uninhabited areas. Lotzi Lee, Nancy, I've found the teleportation technique. Come quickly, Sulo called out. Upon hearing this, Lotzi Lee and Nancy rushed over in a flurry. Did you find it? Where is it? They inquired eagerly. Sulo pointed to the pattern before him. The two ladies immediately immersed their mental energies into it, and upon comprehending the method of practicing the teleportation technique, smiles illuminated their faces. They then settled onto the ground, entering a state of cultivation. Sulo chose not to disturb them and continued along the stone wall, searching for a secret technique suitable for himself. Chapter 71. Conclusion of Cultivation. As Sulo examined each pattern, one named the inner breath technique piqued his interest. The inner breath technique is an auxiliary technique. Upon comprehending the effects of this secret technique, Sulo's face illuminated with a smile. This is a mystical art that enables survival in a vacuum, relying on the body's innate energy to adapt to such an environment. The energy consumption is minimal, theoretically, as long as there is sufficient energy. One can persist in a vacuum for extended periods. The sole risk lies in the depletion of energy, which poses a threat to life. Nevertheless, for Sulo, who cannot thrive in the cosmic void, this presents an excellent option. He chose the inner breath technique as his first secret art. After selecting the inner breath technique, Sulo continued his search. Circling the Grand Hall, he soon discovered another remarkable secret art, the chi manipulation technique. This technique adeptly harnesses the body's energy to achieve the level of transforming gas into matter and controlling matter through gas. It is an extremely practical technique, and without hesitation, Sulo opted for it. After wandering for several more turns and deliberating, he ultimately selected the void transfer technique. This art allows one to partially transfer incoming attacks to an alternate space, effectively weakening the opponent's force and thereby enhancing one's own defense. This technique bears resemblance to the defensive skill of the yellow bear, Bardamo, from the 6th universe, as it also redirects the enemy's attacks to another dimension. With the secret arts chosen, Sulo commenced his training, beginning with the chi manipulation technique. Standing before the intricate patterns, he probed the cultivation methods of the technique, only to be met with an overwhelming impact that struck his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Subsequently, a profound knowledge flooded his consciousness, compelling him to sit in meditation and begin his comprehension. Days turned into weeks, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Whenever hunger struck, the trio would consume a miraculous bean to satiate their appetites and continue their learning. Time slipped away like sand through an hourglass, and soon 2 months had elapsed. Razzly and Nancy had reached the threshold of instant teleportation, managing to perform it with some difficulty. In the spacious hall, the two figures flickered in and out of sight, their movements still somewhat awkward. As Sulo sat in serene meditation, he stirred, opening his eyes with a smile. He had completely mastered the chi manipulation technique. Observing Razzly and Nancy, who were playfully experimenting with their newfound abilities, a mischievous grin crept upon his face. With a mere gesture, they suddenly felt as though an invisible hand had grasped them, leaving them suspended in midair, unable to move. With a motion to release them, he brought the two women before him. "Ah!" they exclaimed in surprise. "Alua, what is this trick?" Razzly asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as the binding force dissipated. Nancy tilted her head, equally intrigued. "This is the chi manipulation technique," Sulo chuckled, subsequently offering them an explanation. "By the way, how has your training progressed?" Sulo Ingwayev. "I have grasped the fundamental principles of instant teleportation and can manage to execute it with some effort. However, achieving complete mastery will require considerable time," replied Lotzi Lee, twirling a strand of hair and smiling. I feel the same way," chimed in Nancy with a giggle. After exchanging a few more words with the two women, Sulo resumed his training. The inner vitality technique, once mastered, would allow one to survive for extended periods in the vacuum of space, yet it does not alter the fundamental constitution of the practitioner. In the world of Dragon Ball, transforming one's physique through training is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Within the Great Hall, Sulo derived the cultivation method for the inner vitality technique from the intricate patterns. This secret art was even more profound than the chi manipulation technique and posed a greater challenge to learn. However, the more esoteric and challenging the secret art, the more it attests to its exceptional nature. Once he mastered the inner vitality technique, he would no longer need to fear the vacuum of space. Sulo mused contentedly. With renewed focus, he immersed himself in understanding the secret art within his mind. Before he knew it, 3 months had elapsed, and Sulo had successfully learned the inner vitality technique. In another 3 months, he had also mastered the void transfer technique. Over the course of 8 months, he had acquired 3 major secret arts, which would undoubtedly astonish the inhabitants of the Adrat star. Throughout these 8 months, apart from practicing secret arts, Sulo had not neglected his combat prowess. His battle power had surged from 4.96 million to 6.5 million. Balancing the cultivation of secret arts with his strength was no small feat, yet for Sulo, it was a commendable achievement. Having concluded his training in secret arts, Sulo began contemplating his departure from Adrat Star. His objectives had been fulfilled, rendering further stay unnecessary. His gaze shifted to Lotzi, Lee, and Nancy, who had both mastered instant teleportation. They were seated cross-legged within the hall, diligently pondering the intricacies of the second secret art. Whenever Sulo inquired about what they were studying, the 2 women would respond mysteriously, remaining tight-lipped about their endeavors. Observing Lotzi, Lee, and Nancy's deep concentration, it was apparent that the second secret art was even more complex and challenging than instant teleportation. It seemed they would require a considerable amount of time before they could complete their training. After some contemplation, Sulo informed the 2 women of his departure plans, leaving behind provisions, spiritual fruit, and magical beans before exiting the Hall of Secret Arts. Stepping through the bronze doors, he inhaled the long-forgotten fresh air, becoming enraptured by the sensation. In the demon realm, the sky was a deep reddish-brown, permeated by a desolate ambience, and the air was oppressively hot, carrying a pungent odor. A black-haired youth with a stern expression, adorned with a red scarf around his neck, was seen sprinting swiftly across the barren landscape, carrying a golden-haired beauty on his back. At this moment, the raven-haired youth appeared disheveled, his clothing in tatters, his body marred by wounds that bled profusely, staining his attire crimson. In contrast, the golden-haired beauty behind him, though equally disordered, bore no injuries. You insisted on me swallowing the last celestial being. Now look at the consequences. Your wounds are worsening. She reproached, her tone imbued with concern. Silence yourself. These trivial injuries mean nothing to me. The stoic youth retorted with a cold snort, subsequently quickening his pace. The 2 shadows flickered past, leaving behind ephemeral traces as they swiftly traversed the desolate expanse. Minutes slipped away. Shortly after the duo departed, a dozen demons soared above the barren land. The commanding demon leader surveyed the desolate terrain, his dark red eyes glinting with malice. Surrounded by an aura of black, demonic energy that exuded a chilling ambience, dispelling the oppressive heat of the air. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent, and a cruel smile spread across his face. 2 little mice, so heavily wounded, yet remarkably swift. I wonder how long you can endure. Chapter 72. Frisia. Among the bounty tasks of the galactic mercenaries, aside from the trio of the Frost Clan, there were no formidable opponents to be found. Sulo, holding his light brain, scrutinized the list of powerful adversaries, most of whom possessed combat powers in the hundreds of thousands, failing to ignite his desire for confrontation. Having dedicated over 2 years to arduous training, his strength had surged dramatically. His baseline combat power now reached an impressive 6.5 million. When employing the 10-fold Loxian Fist, his power could escalate to 65 million. Coupled with the combat skills honed over years of training and his mastery over time and space, he felt confident in defeating adversaries boasting combat powers of 70 to 80 million. Should Sulo engage in another battle with Sherlag, he would not find himself relying solely on the powers of time and space to fight in a strained manner as he had before. Now, having completed his training, Sulo yearned to challenge stronger foes. After much contemplation, he set his sights on the 3 cosmic sovereigns listed in the bounty, King Cold, Gula, and Frisia. After lingering over their names, he ultimately chose Frisia. Gula's strength was formidable, beyond his current capabilities, while King Cold, though slightly weaker than Frisia, had completely mastered his own power, making him equally daunting. Only Frisia seemed a fitting adversary. The initial 3 forms of Frisia did not boast overwhelming power. Sulo could easily dominate them in his normal state. Even if Frisia were to ascend to his final form, it would be impossible for him to unleash his full combat power of 1.2 billion instantaneously, as he would require time to acclimatize to his body. During that interval, Sulo could readily engage Frisia in a contest of strength. In truth, Sulo harbored another thought. Frisia often maintained his first form, which possessed a battle power of 530,000. If Sulo unleashed a full force strike, surpassing Frisia's initial form, he wondered if he could indeed vanquish him. Contemplating this, Sulo felt a surge of anticipation. Frisia, you are my target. In the North Galaxy, in the southeastern region, a massive disc-shaped spaceship hovered outside a high-ranking planet. Frisia sat comfortably within an egg-shaped craft, his crimson eyes gazing at the distant blue-green planet. Behind him stood a dozen aliens, their expressions one of reverence. Frisia, my lord, the first special forces have successfully conquered this high-ranking planet, reported an alien with yellow skin. Aha, splendid. Truly deserving of my capable subordinates, Frisia exclaimed with delight. Years prior, when the Ginyu Force was annihilated, Frisia had been consumed with rage. Yet, out of a certain trepidation towards Cooler, he had to swallow his indignation. However, upon hearing of Cooler's heavy losses in the North Galaxy, Frisia was immensely pleased and promptly reassembled a new Special Forces team. It was evident that the universe was never lacking in formidable beings. Shortly after the summons, the new Special Forces were established, exhibiting greater strength than the previous Ginyu Force and operating with far superior efficiency. They not only cleared numerous obstacles for Frisia's legion, but also conquered several high-ranking planets. At that moment, a sudden alarm blared through the tranquil spaceship. What is happening? Frisia's expression darkened, his smile vanishing as he was interrupted. Yet before they could react, a blinding white light pierced through the transparent windows, striking the eyes of Frisia and his entourage. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the spaceship erupted into chaos. Thick black smoke coalesced momentarily before dissipating. In the vastness of space, countless fragments of the ship scattered about. Frisia found himself adrift in space. His subordinates all perished. His beloved egg-shaped craft had vanished, evidently destroyed. Who dares to ambush me? Frisia's countenance darkened like ink, his crimson gaze flickering with a chilling light. The audacity of someone attacking his ship was unprecedented, a blatant provocation against him. The cosmic emperor Frisia. Frisia! A cool voice resonated within Frisia's mind. As the words echoed, a silhouette materialized before him. It was Sulo. Since he intended to challenge Frisia, he deemed it only fitting to offer a greeting. Thus, Sulo orchestrated a dazzling display of fireworks for Frisia. He surveyed Frisia with keen interest. Frisia, in his first form, appeared diminutive, with a skin tone of a striking blend of white, red, and purple. His head was adorned with a glossy purple shell, and 2 sharp horns protruded outward. As a quintessential antagonist, Frisia embodied all the traits of a villain, often presenting himself with an air of genteel sophistication. Such a character has undeniably attracted a considerable following. Are you the one who dares to attack me? Frisia coldly regarded Sulo. Isn't that painfully obvious? Sulo shrugged in response. Very well, it seems you possess quite the audacity. Frisia retorted with a sinister smile. To inflict even a modicum of pain upon me indicates your commendable strength. However, to provoke me with such power is quite audacious. Sulo interjected, I have no interest in your boasts. You would do well to demonstrate your prowess, lest you find yourself inadvertently dispatched by my hand. Frisia paused, momentarily taken aback as though he had heard the most absurd jest, and erupted into a fit of laughter. Surely, you do not believe that a mere ambush has secured your victory against me. It is clear you underestimate my terrifying might. As Frisia continued to brag, Sulo's eyes glinted with a frigid intensity. With a swift movement, he vanished into thin air. A full-force strike, radiating 650,000 units of energy, collided with Frisia. Splurt! Purple blood erupted from his mouth as he was launched backward like a cannonball. Frisia emitted a cry of agony, revealing a deep indentation upon his chest. Why? How can this human breach my defenses? Frisia's mind spiraled into hysteria. Despite his current combat power being suppressed to 530,000, he was still a formidable presence in the cosmos. Observing that Frisia was merely gravely injured and not dead, Sulo felt a pang of regret. Had this strike been directed at another opponent with a similar combat power, they might have been obliterated. Alas, this formidable adversary was Frisia. It was said that one could eliminate Frisia at his weakest form, yet this strategy seemed futile. Indeed, Frisia had sealed away his power through transformation. Yet that formidable strength lingered, concealed within, ever vigilant in protecting his body. Frisia remained the cosmic overlord with a staggering combat prowess of 1.2 billion. Clutching his injured chest, Frisia cast a cold glare at Sulo, realizing he had encountered a worthy opponent and could no longer hold back. With this thought, his aura surged dramatically. He was determined to unleash his true power. As his strength ascended, Frisia's appearance began to transform. But would Sulo patiently await his metamorphosis? Chapter 73. Final form, it was evidently impossible. 650,000, 710,000, 800,000. As Sulo beheld Frisia's combat power soaring at an alarming rate, a cold smile crept across his face, and he launched another assault. With a swift motion of his right hand directed at Frisia, he grasped the void. Frisia felt an overwhelming pressure closing in on him from all directions, distorting his body under the immense strain. The sound of cracking bones echoing as if they were about to shatter. As Sulo retracted his hand, Frisia was pulled toward him. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a torrent of punches, each strike swift and powerful, akin to a dragon in flight, crashing down upon Frisia with relentless ferocity. The brutal force of his blows fell upon Frisia like a torrential rain. In an instant, Frisia was struck by hundreds of punches. Under this relentless barrage, he was no longer recognizable, reduced to an irregular mass, a pitiful sight. Pain, pain, pain. Frisia's blood-red eyes fixated on Sulo, filled with an intensity he had never experienced before in his life. Alongside the agony surged a profound sense of humiliation, all bestowed upon him by Sulo. You truly possess remarkable strength, boy. Relish this moment of arrogance while you can. Soon, I shall make you comprehend the meaning of suffering far worse than death. Frisia's crimson gaze seemed to bleed with rage. We'll see about that. A faint smirk graced Sulo's lips as he intensified his assault. With a flurry of punches, he struck again and again. The excruciating pain contorted Frisia's visage into a grimace. Sulo extended his hand, pressing it against Frisia's abdomen, and conjured a radiant golden energy sphere. This sphere surged forth, propelling Frisia into the air before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! In the pitch-black night, a colossal golden orb illuminated the surroundings with its brilliant light. As the radiance faded, Frisia's charred form emerged. Coughing violently, Frisia spat out a mouthful of blood, grimacing as he muttered, "That hurts." Suddenly, a low growl emanated from his throat. His eyes locked onto Sulo with fierce determination. A blinding white light enveloped him, and his form transformed. He grew taller and more imposing, with sharp horns curving upward. All previous wounds vanished without a trace. Frisia had finally achieved his second transformation, his power multiplying more than twofold. Oh, after this metamorphosis, all previous damage has been restored. Sulo narrowed his eyes, his outward calm belying the tumultuous waves of concern surging within. The unsealed Frisia, unexpectedly, not only gained strength but also fully regained his health. Truly resilient. Upon reflection, it seems that the original narrative indeed contains a similar occurrence. After the tail of Frisia was severed, it regrew following his transformation, the mere cost of which was the expenditure of some energy. Ha ha ha, my young friend, are you intimidated by my power? Yet this is merely an appetizer. You shall soon experience true terror. Observing Sulo standing motionless, Frisia mistakenly assumed that he was paralyzed by his might, which filled him with a sense of pride. Is this all the strength you possess? Sulo offered a faint smile, his words laced with a sharp edge. Clearly, he was underestimated. Frisia possessed greater power, yet chose not to unleash it. Could it be that Frisia believed his second form would suffice against him? It seems Frisia is quite conceited, perhaps accustomed to ruling the cosmos, dismissing others with arrogance. How dare he underestimate me? My battle power now exceeds 1 million. Yet this is not my true strength. To be frank, I have 2 more transformations left. Frisia extended his hand, raising 2 fingers toward Sulo. He was eager to witness the terror and dread etched upon Sulo's face upon realizing his formidable prowess. However, Frisia was destined for disappointment. Sulo maintained his infuriatingly calm demeanor. inciting an impulse within Frisia to shatter his face. Noting Frisia's reluctance to transform, Sulo smiled faintly. Wasn't this merely an opportunity to continue his torment? Such hospitality is hard to refuse. Let it be as he wishes. With a flicker, Sulo vanished once more. Frisia's heart sank, sensing impending doom. The previous scene of Frisia being mercilessly beaten was about to repeat itself. Although Frisia's second form had significantly enhanced his battle power, barely surpassing 1 million, it was still inconsequential against Sulo. Boom! 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 Frisia was sent hurtling through the air by a powerful blow, tracing a white line against the starry night. Sulo moved swiftly, almost colliding with Frisia's airborne form, delivering a knee strike to his back. The sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. At that moment, Frisia resembled a mere punching bag, being struck back and forth, leaving white trails in the night sky. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Frisia roared and began his transformation into the third form. Yet Sulo did not relent in his assault. His fierce fists relentlessly pummeled Frisia's face. As Frisia underwent his transformation, his visage quickly became a bloody mess, unrecognizable from its original state. The transformation continued, and Frisia's battle power surged. 1. 8 million, 2. 6 million, 3. 5 million. Frisia's cranial structure elongated, his form gradually becoming more grotesque. Behold, another wave of energy surged forth as Frisia completed his transformation into the third form. The aberrant Frisia. The combat power has surged severalfold, yet it still pales in comparison to that of Sulo in his normal state. Frisia's injuries have once again mended, but before he could revel in his recovery, Sulo's relentless assaults rained down upon him once more. The cacophony of impacts echoed through the void, and despite the augmented strength of the alien Frisia, he could not escape the fate of a mere punching bag, being mercilessly battered by Sulo in the expanse of space. Soon, Frisia found himself grievously wounded again, his limbs, body, tail, and even his head reduced to a bloody pulp, with not a single unscathed part remaining. A profound frustration brewed within Frisia. What absurdity was this? Normally, a mere display of his prowess would suffice to instill fear across the cosmos, extinguishing lives with ease. Yet now, he found himself unable to subdue even an unknown adversary, subjected to unrelenting torment, devoid of the strength to retaliate. Enraged by this realization, a murderous intent surged within him. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped Frisia's form, signaling his decision to unleash his full power. His ultimate transformation was underway. Sulo's fervent attacks persisted, yet they began to lose their efficacy, becoming increasingly futile as Frisia's combat prowess gradually eclipsed his own. With a slight gasp, Sulo unleashed his signature move, a torrent of energy manifesting as a blue flame, once again overwhelming Frisia's presence. The assault continued, the sounds of impact reverberating through the air, until suddenly, all fell silent. The beleaguered Frisia had finally completed his transformation. In the void, a diminutive figure hovered gracefully, with skin as pale as death and impeccably smooth, devoid of any trace of injury, while his eyes gleamed with a chilling, demonic coldness. Frisia caught Sulo's fist, his purple lips curling into a sinister grin as he let out a haunting cackle, his voice dripping with menace as he remarked, "Well, boy, are you enjoying yourself?"